Chapter 111 almost died in the hands of Shen Hongxiu. In my mind, Xiao Hei's voice was a little fluttery and a little quiet. I don't know if it's because of the distance. Chen Fan coughed lightly and said, "They are here. Teacher Li and the dean are also among them. Xiao Hei said that there are many people here." Everyone's spirits were lifted. After a while, Xiao Hei rushed in with a large group of people. The leader, a middle-aged man with short hair, wearing black armor and carrying a giant sword, was walking like a dragon and a tiger, and his momentum was soaring into the sky. Behind him, there were 4 men, wearing the same black armor, with eyes as sharp as knives. And behind these 5 people, in addition to Li Xinghe and the Dean of Students, there were actually a large group of teachers from the God of War Academy. Chen Fan, Zhu Xian, Li Xinghe, the teaching director, passed the 5 people and rushed to Chen Fan and Zhu Xian. "Are you okay?" Just when Chen Fan and Zhu Xian were about to speak, Li Sheng and the teaching director shouted and rushed to the monster corpses spread on the floor. "Hack! Hack!" Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other and were speechless for a while. I thought they cared about me so much. But now I was facing a pile of monster corpses and said, "Hack!" Yi Hao patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. "You're okay. They don't even bother to talk to me." When saying this, Yi Hao raised his head slightly, with a touch of sadness in his eyes. At this time, Shen Hongxiu walked up to the leading middle-aged man and began to tell everyone what happened. She changed her usual arrogant look and became serious. She recounted everything in simple and direct language. After hearing this, a group of teachers behind them couldn't help but gasp. And the 5 black-armored men looked at the strange magic circle in front of them. And their expressions were extremely solemn. One of them turned on the smart watch on his wrist, took a few photos of the array, and then sent the information. When Shen Taotao saw this, he was stunned for a moment. "Is there also a network signal in the secret realm?" A strong man in black armor smiled and explained. "For the convenience of movement, we built a signal tower in the secret realm many years ago. You can understand that there is a local area network hidden in this secret realm. Ordinary people can't connect to this local area network. Only the black armored army can use it." Shen Taotao suddenly realized, no wonder. Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "Arrays similar to those in this cave are likely to be found in other places in the secret realm. And some of them are very likely to appear in the trial area of the God of War Academy. Please inform the people at Ares Academy immediately to terminate the trial and leave the secret realm." The black-armored man who just sent the message nodded slightly. "After receiving the message from Chu Xian Desert Wind Eagle, we immediately terminated the trial of the God of War Academy. Maybe they were ordinary students and could not threaten them. So those guys didn't attack the students. Now the students have evacuated the first secret realm." Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The black-armored man continued, "Although the message you asked the Desert Wind Eagle to send back did not mention the magic circle, we took immediate measures to seal off the first secret realm. And Grandmaster Yun Songhai, who was patrolling nearby, has now entered the first secret realm. No need to worry." Yi Hao was stunned. "Is that the master who used Jiao Feng to appear in BGM? Yun Songhai?" Cough. Cough. The black-armored strongman coughed awkwardly and said, "Everyone has their own preferences. Things like BGM are harmless. Grandmaster Yun Songhai is one of the 2 youngest grandmasters in our Tang Kingdom. He is extremely talented and his cultivation is earth-shattering. With him taking action, those clowns won't be able to make any big waves." At this time, the leading middle-aged man with short hair came over after checking the magic circle. "Fortunately, these young people are so heroic. Not only did they kill the Dark Powerhouse, but they also discovered their plan. If it's any later, even Grandmaster Yun Songhai may not be able to turn the tide." One of the black-armored strongmen was surprised. "Sir, what is that magic circle?" The short-haired middle-aged man said with a serious face. "I still don't know what their tricks are. But if the formation in the first secret realm is really built by them and finally activated, the entire secret realm may fall into their hands. But that's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that if our people don't know and are trapped in this formation as soon as they enter the secret realm, it will really be a dead end. Even if someone is as powerful as Grandmaster Yun Songhai, if he falls into this formation, he will probably drink his blood on the spot." Everyone present was stunned. This formation can even kill the legendary 7th grade Grandmaster? Although everyone guessed from the beginning that this formation was no small matter. But? Terrible. The short-haired middle-aged man looked Chen Fan up and down, then suddenly smiled and said, "Are you Chen Fan?" Chen Fan nodded. "Yes." The short-haired middle-aged man gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder. I heard the city lord talk about your young hero. You are extremely talented and courageous. You are really good. Chen Fan smiled modestly. You are overly complimentary. The short-haired middle-aged man put away his smile and said in a deep voice, Let's talk about other things when we go out. Chen Fan, take these things and leave as soon as possible. In a moment, I will destroy this magic circle, and I may have to chop down half of the Fire Feather Mountain. Huh! Everyone was shocked. Split half of the mountain. Is this little guy in front of me so powerful? Chen Fan nodded and immediately looked at Li Sheng. Li Sheng smiled slightly. Don't worry. Didn't you see that I brought so many people here? The little black fat man said that I brought a group of teachers here, which was just to cause trouble. Now look, how wise I am. We are here to work as laborers for you. The dean, known as the little black fat man, was not angry this time. He waved his hand and said like a mountain king, Brothers, summon all your beasts. Carry as many as you can, and pull all the monster corpses back into the cave. Don't waste the ones outside the cave. Shen Taoao hesitated for a moment and said timidly, This is ours. The dean glanced at Shen Taoao and then withdrew his gaze. Why are you, a student of Huanhai Academy, involved in our Aries Academy affairs? But Yi Hao jumped out and shouted, Let me be clear first. This belongs to me and Brother Fan. You can help drag it back. We can give you part of it to the school, but the account must be settled clearly. Li Sheng rubbed his temples with a headache. Yi Hao, we are teachers. How could the teacher covet something like this from you? This little thing? There are 5 level 16 monsters here, 12 level 15 monsters, and a lot of level 10 and 11 monsters. This little thing? Yi Hao sneered. Teacher Li, your beast control is only level 8. Woolen cloth. Don't think I don't know you. You are more shameless than me. I don't believe you. Li Sheng's face suddenly became as long as a donkey's. Yi Hao, that brat, is getting more and more arrogant. How dare you point at his nose and yell? Yi Hao's class teacher hurriedly came out to smooth things over. The dean also came out to offer some words of persuasion. A group of teachers pointed and pointed, and the scene became particularly chaotic. Several strong men in black armor couldn't help but roll their eyes. Sudden, Chen Fan and Henry Chu's legs weakened at the same time, and they collapsed on the ground. The side effects of Shen Hongxiu's red secret medicine are here. Li Sheng and a group of teachers were startled and hurriedly helped them up. Teachers, please don't panic, Shen Hongxiu said calmly. They have taken our Shen family's secret medicine, and now they are just exhausted. They will be much better if they fall asleep for a while. The weak Shen Fan rolled his eyelids and said feebly, Stop talking nonsense. Grab those monster corpses and leave quickly. Teacher, have you brought everything I asked you to bring? Blood petal cow's blood. Don't worry. I've already prepared it, Li Sheng said. I promise to drag everything back for you. Not even the petals will fall. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao again. How's he? The level 9 demon Tyrannosaurus and... Before he finished speaking, he and Henry Chu fell asleep together. When Chen Fan woke up, it is already outside the first secret realm. He lay on the bed in the car, raised his head with difficulty, and looked out the window. I saw the students and teachers of Ares Academy, still humming and humming as they moved the corpses of the monsters to the trucks. Under the window on the other side of the car, Henry Chu also opened his eyes. Xiao Heifei fell on the car window and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. My master is awake! My master is awake! A group of students immediately cheered and gathered around. Shen Hongxiu rushed to the car, helped Chen Fan up, and then handed the water glass to Chen Fan's mouth. Xiao Bai, Jade, and the others all crawled over and huddled together. Owner? Shen Taoao suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then pointed at Xiao Bai and Gongzi one by one. Then he looked at his palms, lost in thought. Yi Hao was stunned. What are you doing? Shen Taoao. Didn't you notice? Chen Fan has 5 beasts. I recognize the ice white python and black iron dragon turtle from before. They were the beasts of Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge. Originally, I thought this black ducks are also other people's beasts. But this black duck just called Chen Fan master? Xiao Hei turned his head and said, You are the hacking duck. Shen Hongxiu. It's impossible. If someone like Shidadeo is a duck, no one would like him. Everyone. Yi Hao. There are 5 of them. Is there any problem? Xiao Hei is Brother Fan's master beast. Didn't Xiao Hei make great achievements before? Shen Taoao was startled. 5. 5 beasts. Didn't I say he was 4 beasts before? Yi Hao. There were 4 before. And he took another one. What's wrong? Shen Tao fell into doubts in life. Not yet at the second level. Signing a contract with 5 beast masters. Shouldn't this be a shocking thing? Why does it seem to Yi Hao to be a normal thing? Why is even Chu Xian so calm? Chen Fan is just in his 3rd year of high school. And he has already signed a contract with 5 beast masters. Isn't this a pervert? Shen Nato reached out and touched Xiao Hei's feathers, wondering in his heart. This bird is as big as a duck. How capable can it be? But when it killed the man in black robe before, it seemed that the bird used mental attack skills? Xiao Hei. Master, someone is playing with your bird. Chen Fan almost spat out a mouthful of water, all over his face. At this time, the short-haired girl from class 5 came over and whispered, Brother Fan, Teacher Li asked us to hand over all the monsters we brought back. He said that we would let you decide who belongs to you. Look, you have made a fortune. Can you take care of our poor brothers and sisters? A group of classmates all wanted to laugh, but all of them stared at Chen Fan with anticipation in their eyes. Chen Fan sighed and said, Aren't they just some monster corpses? From now on, as long as they are my friends. If anyone has no money, just let me know. The short-haired girl and a group of others were overjoyed. Chen Fan continued, As long as I have time, I will tell you how I spent my days without money. Damn. Everyone laughed and cursed. After a group of people chatted for a while, they went back to work. Chen Fan drank some water and rested for a while, when he suddenly realized that Shen Hongxiu was missing. Where is Shen Hongxiu? Chen Fan turned around and asked Henry Chu, who was standing by the window on the other side. I don't know. Henry Chu lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Chen Fan sat upright with difficulty, turned around and looked around, and was shocked to find Shen Hongxiu sitting in the driving seat. Before he could say anything, the car started. Shen Hongxiu, what are you doing? Chen Fan felt bad and shouted, Stop! Henry Chu also widened his eyes and sat up. Next moment, with a bang, the big car crashed into a tank on the opposite side. Depend on. Chen Fan and Henry Chu turned over at the same time, rolled out of the car window, and fell to the ground with a bang. A figure quickly rushed out from the tank and blocked the car with a push with both hands. A group of students from Ares Academy were frightened and rushed over in a hurry to help Chen Fan and Chu Xian, who fell to the ground. The dean jumped down from the steps at the entrance to the secret realm. Before anyone arrived, he had already yelled, Shen Hongxiu, get out of here. Shen Hongxiu timidly got out of the driver's seat. I just want to try to see if this kind of car is easy to drive. How romantic it would be to drive such a big car and carry your lover. Chen Fan's face turned dark. This lawless woman. No wonder Yi Hao said last time that she kept driving her car into trees. Now it seems that hitting a tree or hitting a tank is good. This is at the top of the mountain. If you accidentally fly off the cliff. Chen Fan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But now his whole body was sore and weak, and it was extremely difficult for him to even stamp his feet. So he could only stare at Shen Hongxiu. Li Sheng came over and said, Chen Fan, take Shen Hongxiu back on Jinyu Heidongking first. Chen Fan was stunned. I refuse. It's okay to just let Yi Hao and a few classmates take Xian Chu and me back. Why do we need to bring Shen Hongxiu with us? Li Sheng, because you are the only one who can keep an eye on her. Don't worry. It's riding a beast, not driving. Chen Fan was furious. How could I keep an eye on her? I'm useless now. I was almost killed by her just now. Li Sheng, you are indeed useless. But you can still sell your appearance. Chen Fan, is this what a teacher can say? Li Sheng turned around. Shen Hongxiu, please help me take care of Chen Fan. Once you take care of him, I can bring you two together. Shen Hongxiu nodded. Okay. Okay. Chen Fan, get your sister together. Li Sheng, I only have one sister. Lung Ryu's mother. I have no younger sister. Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan was not happy, after Chen Fan recalled Xiaobai and the others to the beast-controlling space, Shen Hongxiu finally got on Jinyu Heidongqing's back. Jinyu Heidongqing flapped his wings and flew towards Dahai City with a few people. Later, the teachers and students of Ares Academy were busy again. No one noticed. Above the void, a black cloud floated quietly. It failed. What a bunch of rubbish. They can't do such a small thing well. A voice like a devil's whisper echoed in the void. Sudden, a ray of sword light seemed to have traveled through space, appearing above the black cloud out of thin air, and then slashed down like lightning. Yun Songhai's voice rang out in the void. I'll be waiting for you here for a long time. The overbearing sword light split the black cloud in half with one sword struck. Yun Songhai! You? An angry voice came from the split black cloud. But Yun Songhai's figure appeared out of thin air, took out a gourd and threw it away casually. Hoyalu! The two black clouds were sucked in by the gourd before they had time to react. Yun Songhai put away the gourd, as if he had done nothing, floating in the air with his hands behind his back, and glanced around. Immediately, his figure became illusory and disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 112. Why do all the accounts fall on me? The entrance of the hospital. Many doctors and nurses are waiting eagerly. A group of star warriors lined up on both sides to maintain order. Suddenly, a golden-feathered Heidongking came from far away and landed in the open space with Chen Fan and Chu Xian. The doctors rolled over the electric monitoring bed that had been prepared long ago, and then lifted Chen Fan, Chu Xian, and Shen Hongxiu up. Chen Fan summoned the red-eyed Yup, then gently patted Jinyu Heidonking's wings and said, Jinyu, you should go back to the Breeding Masters Association first. Jinyu Heidongking nodded slightly, rose into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The doctors pushed Chen Fan, Yi Hao and Shen Tao out to the inpatient department. Just arrived outside the inpatient department. The noisy sound came from the front. I saw a handsome young man and a Handan Golden Horn Dragon being held up by several star warriors and thrown into the open space outside with a bang. The handsome young man didn't care. The Handan Golden Horn Dragon was so huge that it destroyed the edge of the flower bed. Hack. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Is the hospital so violent? Etc. Cold Pond Golden Horn Dragon. Is this guy Li Fingxing from Tiansheng Academy, who was crippled by Chu Xian? Chen Fan didn't know Li Fingxing, but this name was very familiar to him. He first knew this name because he was looking for the Spiritual Dragon Dew to help Xiaobai upgrade. Spirit Dragon Dew is the saliva secreted by the Handan Golden Horn Dragon after sleeping for 7 days. In the entire Donghai city, only Li Fingxing of Tiansheng Academy has the Handan Golden Horn Dragon. But Li Fingxing challenged Henry Chu and was seriously injured by Henry Chu and was hospitalized. Later, Chen Fan couldn't wait any longer, so he entrusted Bai Rouge to go to Li Fingxing to get some spiritual dragon dew. But something went wrong. Because of the ant infestation, many people were injured and the hospital beds were in short supply. So Li Fingxing was evicted. Li Fingxing was kicked out, and the Handan Golden Horn Dragon's sleep was interrupted. In the end, Bai Rouge didn't get the spiritual dragon dew on Monday, so she was so angry that she beat Li Fingxing again. Chen Fan also didn't expect that he would bump into Li Fingxing in the inpatient department. Is this guy planning to stay in the hospital and never leave? Doctor, my injury hasn't healed yet. Why did you send me out of the hospital? Li Fingxing said pitifully. My previous injuries were healed, but then I was injured by Bai Rouge again. You saw my arms being beaten by her, and my arms were all black and blue. How come it only lasted a few days? Are you going to drive me away again? As he said that, he wanted to rush inside again. But those star warriors were so powerful that they were as big as a mountain standing in front of him. Li Fingxing was completely unable to move them, and was so angry that he jumped to his feet. Hey, Mr. Li. Miss Rouge only slightly injured you. You have been recovering for a week, and you have already recovered. You should go back quickly. Master Li, go back quickly. Your family has called our hospital several times. You are really putting our hospital in a difficult position. Your sister said that if we don't drive you back, she will come and bulldoze our hospital. A group of doctors tried to persuade me with grim faces. The people around looked at this scene and talked a lot. What's going on with the young master of the Li family? He really refuses to leave in the hospital? Does he like some nurse? I heard that Henry Chu from Aries Academy made him autistic. He fell in love with the hospital for no reason. He stayed in the hospital every day and refused to leave. Yes, I also heard that Li Fingxing always thought that he could beat Chu Xian. But in the end, Chu Xian only used 2 beasts to beat him and his 3 beasts seriously. And Li Fingxing was unable to do so. Accepting it makes me a little doubtful about life. So you just stay in the hospital and won't leave? Are you treating the hospital as a safe haven? There must be a psychological problem. Chen Fan and Shen Hongxiu turned to look at Henry Chu. Henry Chu was lying on the hospital bed with an expressionless face, watching birds flying in the sky. At this time, Li Fingxing also noticed this group of people. Hack. Henry Chu. Li Fingxing was furious, leaped in the air, and jumped over in a very domineering manner. But he was still in the air. The old ape who was guarding him gently closed his claws. His eyes flashed red, and the 2 red lights converged together and hit him. Quack! Li Fingxing turned into a big frog and flew towards Chen Fan. Depend on Chen Fan, who was lying on the hospital bed, raised his right foot and kicked it out. I will send you away. Thousands of miles away. You pervert. The big frog flew out with a kick, drew a graceful arc in the air, and landed in the lotus pond with a pop. Li Fingxing, who fell into the lotus pond, returned to his human form and stood in the lotus pond like a drowned rat. A frog jumped on the lotus in front of him. Li Fingxing stretched out his hand and caught the frog. His whole body was stunned. What on earth just happened? Did this frog fall into the water? Or did you turn into a frog and fall into the water? If a frog fell into the water, why was he also in the water? Yi Hao put his hands behind his back and said loudly, The lotus flowers are floating in the lotus pond. The male toad is holding the female toad's waist. It is against the customs. Alas, it is against the customs. Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao speechlessly. This guy learned very quickly and copied what he said to the people in the Nightmare Garden in the first secret realm. Li Fingxing climbed up from the pool and stared at Henry Chu on the hospital bed. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Henry Chu, look at your half-dead state. You and he are also here today. Everyone. Although Henry Chu is lying on the hospital bed. No matter how you look at it, you are more embarrassed. You look like a drowned rat. Why do you have the nerve to laugh at others? At this moment, Li Fingxing noticed Shen Hongxiu again. His eyes lit up, and he rushed toward Shen Hongxiu quickly. Hongxiu? Hongxiu? Is that you, Hongxiu? Are you here to see me? Chen Fan curled his lips. He thought Shen Taoao was already good enough for 2. But he didn't expect Li Fingxing to add 2 to 2. Shen Hongxiu was injured and lying on the hospital bed. What kind of brain circuit made him think that Shen Hongxiu came to see him? Shen Hongxiu tilted her head slightly, looked at Chen Fan and said, Fan, you must believe that I really have nothing to do with him. Chen Fan, why does this sound a little wrong? It's like a man coming home and finding a man in the closet. Then his wife said to him, Husband, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with him. He is here to repair the water heater. The problem is, Shen Hongxiu is not his wife. At this time, Shen Nato took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fingxing. If you take one more step forward, I will beat you to death. Li Fingxing looked at Shen Daoao and Shen Hongxiu, then at Chu Xian and Yi Hao, with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Why are you people from Huanhai College hooking up with people from Aries College? What happened outside while I was in the hospital? A lot of things did happen. Chen Fan couldn't help but said, Brother, the Jiangnan leather factory has closed down, and the Qin dynasty is over. Li Fingxing was stunned for a moment and looked at Chen Fan. Then, his face turned cold and he said in a deep voice, I know Hongxiu and Chu Xian's beast masters. Their beast masters do not have the ability to transform. The one who just turned me into a frog was your beast. Right. Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao and said, I thought you were worse than Shen Taoao, but I didn't expect you to be a little smarter. Yi Hao clasped his hands on his chest and echoed, It's almost the same. The sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick are indistinguishable. Li Fingxing smiled coldly and said, It's strange that you can be so arrogant when you were already lying on the hospital bed like a waste. Why haven't I heard of such a number one person like you? Shen Hongxiu sighed and said, His name is Chen Fan, and he is my fiancé. Chen Fan's face suddenly darkened. Shen Hongxiu, don't bring hatred to me. So you are Chen Fan? Li Fingxing gritted his teeth. Is it because of you that Bai Rouge beat me up? Shen Hongxiu's head immediately moved towards Chen Fan. Fan, please tell me clearly what is the relationship between Bai Rouge and you? Henry Chu, who had been silent all this time, spoke. This relationship is so messy. Chen Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's head away, then looked at Li Fingxing and said, You were beaten by Bai Rouge. Go find her. I'm not the doctor who asked her to beat you. Stop watching the fun and push us away. Go in. Doctor. Oh. Although several doctors said, Oh. They didn't move. Chen Fan. He. Li Fingxing sneered again and again. Very good. I ordered Bai Rouge to beat me and steal my red sleeves. Today I will settle the old and new debts with you. The words just fell. On both sides of him, a summoning circle appeared at the same time. A horned tiger, shaped like a sheep with one horn. A green fire deer with a pair of blood-red gem-like eyes. And the Handan golden horned dragon also crawled over from behind and stared at Chen Fan eagerly. The next moment, magic formations appeared all around. Yi Hao, Chu Xian, and Shen Dao all summoned their respective beasts. In addition to Holy Moon Morning Glory, the 9 beasts cheered and surrounded Li Fingxing and his 3 beasts. The originally arrogant and domineering Handan Golden Horn Dragon immediately prostrated his head on the ground and let out a whimpering sound. The Horned Tiger and the Green Fire Deer also panicked. Li Fingxing snorted coldly. What? Do you want to bully the minority? What do I have to fear if I am Li Fingxing? He just finished speaking. The nagging dragon-blooded lion rushed forward and held down the golden horned dragon in the cold pool. The level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion cannot be too easy to fight against the panicked level 5 cold pool golden horned dragon. Chu Xian's dark blood stone man and Yi Hao's Tian Huang divine bull also rushed out like a whirlwind and suppressed the horned tiger. The green fire deer tried to escape, but was trapped by Chu Xian's heavy beetle king with a vine cage, and then was thrown to the ground by Yi Hao's earth-shattering fire dragon. Screaming in agony, Li Fingxing was furious and wanted to step forward to help, but was blinded by the sandstorm of the desert wind eagle. Yi Hao and Shen Dao took the opportunity to rush over. Yi Hao kicked Li Fingxing on the socket of his right knee, causing the latter to groan and kneel down on one knee. Shen Dao directly kneeled Li Fingxing on the head. Li Fingxing screamed and flew backwards. Shen Dao and Yi Hao quickly chased after him. They fired their bows one after another, causing Li Fingxing to scream repeatedly. The star warriors in the hospital were all standing on the side watching the show, motionless. When the children of several famous families fight, it would be better for ordinary people not to get involved. No matter which side you help, you will offend others. You? Li Fingxing's head was pushed to the ground by Yi Hao, and he roared, "Use more to beat less. You are too bullying." Shen Dao snorted coldly. "Didn't you just say, what's there to be afraid of? That's how we do things." Yi Hao smiled and said, "I actually prefer to fight more with less. Do you think my nickname of Uchiha 1 versus 4 is for nothing? Uchiha shit?" Li Fingxing was stunned for a moment. "When did you get such an unpleasant nickname?" Yi Hao's face sank, and he slapped Li Fingxing on the back of the head. The slap made Li Fingxing chew the mud in his mouth just as he raised his head. Shen Dao rolled his eyes, and with a thought in his mind, he asked his cockroach to come over, and his claws scratched Li Fingxing's pants. Li Fingxing let out a strange cry and lay on the ground with his hands behind his back, covering his buttocks. "Chen Fan." "Yi Hao," Shen Dao said indifferently. "Next time, you should wear a better quality armor first. It is indecent to be stripped naked and spanked like this." Chen Fan and Yi Hao. These words were what Henry Chu said to Shen Dao when he was at Ares Academy. That time, it was Shen Dao who ran to the God of War Academy and showed his claws. But Shen Fan's beast-taming jade used a storm to tear his clothes to pieces. It seems that Shen Dao has a deep resentment for that bare butt battle. People watching the excitement from a distance couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, a group of doctors couldn't help but come over to persuade him. Yi Hao looked at Shen Fan. Shen Fan waved his hand. "Tell him to get lost." Yi Hao and Shen Dao let go of Li Fingxing. "Shen Fan, just wait for me." Li Fingxing glared at Shen Fan fiercely, took back the beast, covered his butt and ran away. Shen Fan spread his hands helplessly. The one who beat him first was Chu Xian. The one who beat him the second time was Bai Rouge. The one who beat him the third time was you two, Shen Hongxiu, and I have nothing to do with each other. Why are all the accounts settled on me? Chapter 113. Caught by Zhenqing and found. Okay. The doctors pushed Shen Fan and the 3 of them into the inpatient department. Shen Hongxiu tilted her head slightly and said, "Fan, you have to be careful in the future. Li Fingxing is just a fool. He will die when he is stunned. He is a typical person who looks for trouble when nothing happens. I would rather fight with someone who understands than say a word to a bad person. This is how everyone evaluates Li Fingxing." Chen Fan frowned. It's not that he's afraid of Li Fingxing, but no one wants to let such a fool stare at him and toss him from time to time. Even if it's not annoying. It's disgusting. "Isn't this the hatred you brought to me? You're talking nonsense," Chen Fan said with a dark face. "But compared to me, I'm afraid he's a little too young. If he dares to run up to me and show his claws, I'll beat him until he doesn't even recognize him. I'm not talking nonsense." Shen Hongxiu turned her head and turned her back to Chen Fan and said, "Besides, who told you to be unclear with Bai Rouge? I'm angry. I'm angry with your sister. Do you like to be angry or not?" Chen Fan became even more angry. "Why am I not clear with Bai Rouge? Bai Rouge is my junior. Why should I explain this to you?" "What's wrong? Turn around." Shen Hongxiu turned around with a gasp, her eyes sparkling. "Ruge is your junior?" You scared me. Yi Hao nodded. It seems so. Chen Fan. Go away. What does it have to do with you? Shen Taodao came closer and said, Chen Fan. When are we going to divide the spoils? Chen Fan closed his eyes. How can I be energetic now? I just want to sleep and wait for Teacher Li and the Dean of Students to finish counting. And then we can talk. Oh. Okay. Shen Taodao beamed with joy. From this sentence, Shen Taodao obtained the most important piece of information. Chen Fan was willing to give him something. Shen Hongxiu began to climb onto Chen Fan's hospital bed. I want to sleep too. Let's sleep together. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes and kicked Shen Hongxiu. But Shen Hongxiu avoided it. Shen Hongxiu looked at Chen Fan sadly. You are always so rude to me. Can't you be gentler to others? Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Don't make trouble for me. I must be gentle. A group of doctors. This is the first person in Donghai City who dares to kick the eldest daughter of the Shen family. At this time, Yi Hao's phone rang. After Yi Hao answered the phone, the image of a middle-aged lady appeared. Yi Hao chuckled. Mom! Night Mother's face darkened. I told you. Don't speak English to me. Yi Hao. Oh. Mom! Night Mother. Well. Good. Everyone. Yi Mu glanced at the 3 beds next to Yi Hao. I heard that you encountered a crisis in the first secret realm. Are Hong Xiu and Chu Xian injured? Nothing happened. Mom. Don't worry. Yi Hao said. Brother Fan and the others and I have made great achievements this time. Brother Fan. Yi Mu glanced at Chen Fan subconsciously. Is this little classmate the Chen Fan who you said last time saved your life? Chen Fan raised his hand and said hello. Hello. Aunt. I am Chen Fan. Yi Mu immediately laughed happily and nodded repeatedly. You are classmate Chen Fan. I have been wanting to invite you to my house for dinner a few days ago. But Yi Hao said that you are injured and you need to recuperate. So I am too embarrassed to disturb you. Before Chen Fan could speak, Yi Hao had already waved his hand and said, Mom, let's talk about the meal later. Let me tell you. This time we killed a large group of monsters above level 10, including several at level 15 and 16. Chen Fan and Shen Hongxiu both turned their heads away in embarrassment. Killed a lot of level 15 and 16 monsters? Yi Hao. You are so embarrassed. Did we kill that? Then the people from the Nightmare Garden should kill them. Although Jinyu Heidongking can also kill level 15 monsters. It is just a dream for a few of us guys, who have not yet reached the 2nd level to kill level 15 monsters. Yi Mu glanced at Yi Hao blankly. Her voice choked with sobs. Hao, you are really promising. I am afraid that this is a dream. And when I wake up, there will be nothing. Yi Hao smiled proudly. Mom, this is not a dream. Your son and I have always been so good. Night Mother shook her head. My son has indeed grown up now. What was that thing before? Yi Hao. Shen Taoao burst out laughing. And Yi Hao was so angry that he kicked him with his leg. Yi Hao's mother is quite interesting. Chen Fan also grinned. In the commotion, the doctor pushed the 3 people into the single ward. 3 people, 1 for each ward, connected together. After settling Chen Fan and the others, Yi Hao winked at Shen Naonao, and the 2 of them ran to the corridor outside. Shen Taoao was stunned. What's wrong? Yi Hao. Follow me to the God of War Academy. Shen Taoao. If I don't go, everyone in your Ares Academy will want to beat me up. Yi Hao. That's because you deserve a beating. I'm telling you. Teacher Li Shan is more shameless than me. I'm worried that he will steal our trophies. Shen Taoao was furious. Whoever dares to hack my things will be cut into pieces by me. What the hell are you yelling about? Yi Hao pulled down Shen Nao's sleeves and whispered. So now we have to go back to Ares Academy to wait for them. When they transport the things back and start counting, we will supervise from the side. One time. Otherwise, if he hides a bunch of level 8 monster corpses or crystal cores, we will suffer a big loss. Shen Taoao picked up Yi Hao and left. Let's go. Mad. I won't sleep tonight. I will keep an eye on them. But Yi Hao stopped again. Shen Naonao was stunned for a moment and saw Yi Hao slightly raising his head, his face full of sadness. Shen Taoao scratched his head. What's wrong? Why do you look like your father is dead? Hack! Get off your mother's legs. Yi Hao kicked him in anger and said, I thought that this time I had already agreed to catch the succubus, but the people from the Nightmare Garden interfered with it. Shen Taoao blinked. Succubus? What good is a succubus? It's worse than the corpse of a level 16 monster. Yi Hao. I feel like we are not in the same world as you. On the hospital bed, Chen Fan didn't sleep. He summoned Xiao Bai, Jade and the others. as soon as the little guys came out, except for the old ape. They all rushed to Chen Fan's hospital bed. Jade jumped on Chen Fan's head. Xiaobai and Gongzi both crawled into Chen Fan's arms. But after Gongzi was hit by Xiaobai's paw, he still gave up the territory, lay on Chen Fan's lap, and looked at Chen Fan's computer curiously. Xiao Hei is not here, because Xiao Hei is a soul-eating bird that can swallow souls to become stronger, and the souls of many killed monsters have not completely left their bodies. So Chen Fan deliberately left Xiao Hei at Tiansong Peak to let Xiao Hei, Li Sheng, and the others together. Chen Fan glanced at Xiaobai and Gongzi's attribute panels, except for Xiao Hei, who has not returned. His combat power level is still level 4. Xiaobai and Jade are now at level 5, and their racial levels have all reached high extraordinary. After encountering someone from the Nightmare Garden again, Chen Fan felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Anyway, it has been a while since Lao Yuan and Gongzi broke through to level 5. The food they eat every day is at least level 5 or above monster meat, and they train very hard to have a solid foundation. Now, whether the combat power level breaks through level 6, or the race level breaks through to lower lord, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Chen Fan turned on the computer and set up several categories on the shopping cart: Lao Yuan, Gangzi, Xiaobai, Xiao Hei, and Jade. After setting up the categories, he began to search for various materials and add corresponding categories. The boat returns to the flower, the smoke orchid, the bergamot ganoderma, the double-leaf sky clouds, level 5 and 6 monster crystal cores with various attributes. Missing a few things. The drunken dragon grass that helped the old ape break through to level 6 was not found. The sky fey fruit that helped Jade break through from a high-level transcendent to a low-level lord was not found either. Chen Fan checked and found out that drunk dragon grass was found in the 4th secret realm. But this kind of thing grows in a very harsh environment in the 4th secret realm, and can only be used as a dispensing agent for some common medicines. So almost no one collects drunken dragon grass to sell. The sky jade fruit that helps Jade break through the racial level is very precious and helps some beasts break through the racial level. So it is snapped up every time it appears, and is difficult to find on the market. Chen Fan is not short of money now. But even if you have money, you may not be able to buy Tian Fei fruit. Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and suddenly thought of the God of War Pioneering Group, and the families of Chu Xian and Yi Hao. The God of War Pioneering Group is one of the 3 major pioneering groups in East China Sea City. They have entered all the secret realms in East China Sea City. It should not be a big problem to ask them to help collect the drunk dragon grass. The Chu family, Yi family, and other families are all big families in Donghai City. Maybe in such a big family, someone might have the sky fei fruit. Chen Fan opened WeChat and was about to send a message to Yi Hao when his master Zhang Hai's call came in. Zhang Hai glanced at Chen Fan worriedly, and said in a somewhat anxious tone, "Chen Fan, are you okay? I already know what happened to you in the 1st secret realm. What nonsense! Even if there is a level 16 Jin Yu Hai Dongqing, you shouldn't just wander in. It's not your own beast. If you encounter a powerful monster or someone from the Nightmare Garden, and you and Jin Yu Hai Dongqing has poor communication, and if you are not careful, you will be in catastrophe." Chen Fan quickly explained and comforted him, and then told Zhang Hai in detail about encountering the Nightmare Garden in the secret realm. Animal trap? Zhang Hai's expression became extremely solemn. A 2nd grade and 3rd level beast master, using this magic weapon, instantly imprisoned the 16th level Jinyu Heidongking? Chen Fan took out the small animal trap and said, "I don't know how to use this thing, but it is really weird and unpredictable. Master, in the Beast Breeders Association and the Beast Masters Association, are there any who specialize in studying this type of magic weapon?" Zhang Hai pondered for a moment and said, "Let's do this. I'm in the City Lord's mansion now, and Rouge is by my side. I'll ask her to go to your place and bring the things over. I'll call a group of old guys from the Beast Breeder Association and Beast Controller Association in a moment, as well as the strong masters guarding the City Lord's mansion, to study it carefully. Okay, then I'll wait for Rugu to come over." Chen Fan nodded, and then said, "By the way, Master, our Breeder Association has huge resources. Does it have an internal trading system?" Zhang Hai laughed dumbly and said, "What's wrong? Are you looking for any materials? The internal system of our Breeders Association not only covers the entire Tang Kingdom, but also extends to all parts of Blue Star. It holds a lot of materials or information that cannot be found outside. I'll have someone register an account with your identity later and send it to you. Now that you have taken the Shin family's secret medicine, stop messing around and have a good rest. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, I understand. After thinking about it, Chen Fan sent another message to Henry Chu and Yi Hao on WeChat, asking them to ask their respective families if they had drunken dragon grass and heavenly fey fruit. Just after sending this message, Chen Qing's call came in again. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat when he saw it was Chen Qing's call. I secretly took someone else's bees to make extra money, but I was caught and found out that it was. Okay. No. As soon as he came back, Chen Qing came to raise troops to investigate the crime. Line connected. On the phone, Chen Qing's face was a little gloomy. I heard that you encountered people from the Nightmare Garden in the first secret realm. How are your injuries? Chen Fan smiled awkwardly and said, Thank you, Vice Captain Jin, for your concern. I am not injured. I just took the Shin family's secret medicine given by Shin Hongxiu. I am very weak now. I can just rest for a while. Chen Qing was silent for a moment and then said, In 7 days, 2 teams from our God of War Pioneer team will enter the 5th secret realm. One of the teams will be led by me. In 2 days, I will go to your place to pick up Jin Yu. Chen Fan was very embarrassed. Chen Qing really wants to take Jin Yu Hai Dongqing away, but Chen Qing gave him a lot of face. They neither blamed him nor said anything else. They even found an excuse to enter the 5th secret realm to take away Jin Yu Hai Dongqing. Even though I am thick-skinned, I still feel embarrassed. People put the Imperial Beast here, but he took the Imperial Beast out to make extra money, and almost had Jin Yu Hai Dongqing beaten to death. It's like a car mechanic who drove someone's luxury car out to pick up girls and pretend to be sexy, but ended up crashing into a tree. It would be strange if the car owner is not angry. Chen Fan coughed dryly. Okay. Then Vice Captain Jin, you can come and take away Jin Yu in 3 days. Okay. Chen Qing nodded slightly and hung up the phone. After a moment of silence, Chen Fan opened the computer and checked Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's records. The materials to help Jin Yu Hai Dongqing improve his combat power level have been collected in the past few days. But what he told Chen Qing before was that he would help Jin Yu Hai Dongqing raise his combat power level in about 4 months. So he was not in a hurry to take action, since Chen Qing now wants to take Jin Yu Hai Dongqing into the 5th secret realm, then help Jin Yu Hai Dongqing break through in advance. Jin Yu Hai Dongqing was severely injured by the strong men of the Nightmare Court before, and then he was on the line of life and death in the 1st secret realm. He fell into life and death crisis twice in a row. Maybe it really has the potential exploded? If Jin Yu Hai Dongqing hadn't reacted quickly this time, a group of people might have been in bad luck. Moreover, this time relying on Jin Yu Hai Dongqing, he made a lot of money. So, let's see if we can find the materials and help it upgrade its racial level from high-level extraordinary to low-level lord. Increase Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's combat power level from level 16 to level 17. Then upgrade its racial level from high extraordinary to low lord. No matter whether Jin Yu Hai Dongqing awakens new skills or not, his strength will skyrocket. Just do it if you think of it. Chen Fan searched through all the previously recorded materials. It's all there. Chen Fan grinned and placed the order directly. When the stuff arrives tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, help them break through. Chen Fan lay back and fell asleep directly. When Xiao Bai, Jade, and the others saw this, they all got into bed. The old ape came over, pulled up the quilt, took a book, sat on the chair next to him, and opened the pages. Chapter 114, Dividing the Spoils. City Lord's Mansion Dungeon. City Lord by Tianyu and Yun Sanhai and a group of people gathered around a cage. Zhang Hai from the Animal Breeders Association is also among them. If Chu Xian and Yi Hao were present, they would definitely find that their father, the heads of several major families in Donghai City, are all here. A group of people stood around the cage, their faces a bit gloomy. The cage was made of meteorite iron, extremely strong and shimmering with light. Inside the cage, a man in black robes had chains wrapped around his hands and feet. Even his peep of bones were locked, and his head was lowered. It's strange to say that in this modern era of advanced technology, this man actually has very long hair. His hair was disheveled, and there was blood dripping from his hair, and drops fell to the ground. On the ground, there are spiritual lines shining with light. Clearly a powerful trap formation has been arranged. And above the head of the man in black robes, 2 steel frames, like steel arms, supported something like a bathroom nozzle. Yun Sanhai silently glanced at the black-robed man in the cage. and gently covered an instrument button on his right hand with his palm. Zitsizi! The nozzle, like instrument above the head of the black-robed man, released a high-voltage current and hit the black-robed man's body, causing the black-robed man to smoke. Don't you say yes? Yuan Songhai said calmly and pressed the button with his palm again. Zitsizi! The man in black robe was so shocked that his whole body was shaking, and his hair stood on end. You haven't said it yet? Yuan Songhai pressed the button again. Another high-voltage current. Zitsizi! The man in black robe trembled for a long time, then roared. You ask him? You didn't even ask. So you just let me tell you? Oh, Yuan Songhai said. Then if I ask, will you tell me? The man in black robe sneered. Of course not. Yuan Songhai. That's right. Zitsizi! There was another burst of electricity, which made the man in black robe scream. City Lord Bai Tianyu hurriedly stopped Yuan Songhai. Songhai, don't kill him, Yuan Songhai said calmly. Oh, I just tried this instrument. It's quite fun. Man in black robe. Everyone. Yuan Songhai. Don't worry. Although this guy didn't even catch one of my moves, he is still a master-level existence and won't die that easily. The man in black robe gritted his teeth and hissed. The Grand Master is despicable and shameless. He hides in the dark and attacks you secretly. If you dare to fight me openly, we still don't know who will win. Yuan Songhai pressed the instrument again with his palm. Zitsizi! Everyone. It feels like Yuan Songhai is addicted to playing? Yuan Songhai said quietly. A group of rats who only know how to hide in the dark and cause mischief actually have the nerve to talk about fighting openly. For so many years, you, the Nightmare Court, have been hiding in the shadows, coming out and jumping around from time to time. When did you dare to be upright? The man in black robe sneered and said nothing. Yuan Songhai said, 18 years ago, your Nightmare Court altar was shattered by our Tang Kingdom's supreme power, and a group of demon generals scurried around like mice and hid underground. 18 years later, you appear again, and you move frequently, messing around in secret places. What are you doing? The man in black robe sneered again. Yuan Songhai pressed the instrument again. Zitsizi! The man in black robe was so shocked that he was weak and gasping for air. Yuan Songhai put his hands behind his back and said, Actually, if you don't tell us, we have already guessed what's going on. Aren't we just trying to find a passage to the Qianyu realm from among the thousands of secret realms? The man in black robe suddenly changed his expression. Bai Tianyu and others also had their eyes flashing. Before this, Yuan Songhai had never told them such a thing. It seems that the higher-ups actually hold many secrets of the Nightmare Garden. The man in black robe said coldly. So what if you guessed it? There are countless secret realms and forbidden areas. Can you see every secret realm or forbidden area? Yuan Songhai shook his head. We don't need to guard every secret or restricted area. These secret realms or forbidden areas are countless cracks connecting different planes to Blue Star. If you want to find the passage to Qianyu realm from these cracks, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The man in black robe sneered and said nothing. Yuan Songhai flipped his wrist and took out an animal trap and said, The refining method of this thing comes from the Qianyu world. Right? Why? The man in black robe grinned. Yuan Songhai, the youngest grandmaster of the Tang Kingdom, got this thing in his hands, but he doesn't know how to use it. Yuan Songhai, Tian Tianyu and others looked at each other and left the dungeon. After leaving the dungeon, Bai Tianyu said worriedly, Songhai, what is the origin of this Nightmare Garden? They can use demonic power to corrupt monsters and control monsters. In the previous ant and bee swarms, they used demonic power to corrupt the ant queen and queen bee. The students of the God of War Academy were attacked by the Wind Wolf in Yufeng Canyon, and it was also because they controlled the Wind Wolf King. Later, Chen Fan and others discovered that their people had used demonic power to corrupt the Blood Petal Flower King and the Fire Demon Lord in the first secret realm of the Ring Mountain. Don't worry too much, Yuan Songhai said. Using demonic power to corrupt the monster leader will definitely cost you a lot. Besides, it's impossible to control a powerful monster leader easily. Otherwise, this world would have fallen into their hands long ago. Tian Tianyu and others were stunned for a moment, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at the same time. Yuan Songhai sighed softly and said, In fact, I didn't know about this Nightmare Court until I reached the level of a 7th level master. 18 years ago, we from the Tang Kingdom joined forces with powerful men from other countries to tear this Nightmare Court to pieces. Unexpectedly, just 18 years ago, they are back again, and they are coming with force. Tian Tianyu and the others looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. A dark force, even with the joint efforts of all countries in the world, has not been completely wiped out? Yun Sanhai added. There is no need to worry too much about the things they are tossing around in secret realms. What I don't understand is why they attacked Donghai City. Bai Tianyu sighed and said, this is also something we can't figure out. Here in East China Sea, apart from the fifth secret realm we are starting to develop, I really can't think of any place or thing that is worthy of their efforts. From the beginning of the anti to now, we have killed 4 of their master-level beings and captured 1 alive. Why do they value Donghai City so much? Yun Sanhai nodded slightly. Let me report the situation here first. As he said that, he turned to look at Zhang Hai and said, Senior, the animal trap thing is really weird. I'm not good at refining weapons, so I've already informed you about what's going on in the Magic City. Several weapon refining masters were sent. It should be here in the next 2 days. Okay. Zhang Hai nodded and said nothing more. Yun Sanhai smiled slightly. That apprentice of yours is quite interesting. Very good. Zhang Hai laughed. That's nonsense. A group of old men around him and the city lord Bai Tianyu all laughed. 3 days later, the sun sets. Shen Hongxiu ran to Chen Fan's ward with 2 crutches. But there was no one in the ward. Even the hospital bed was gone. Shen Hongxiu frowned and said, Where did you go? After taking my Shen family's secret medicine, how can you still be so troubled? She kicked open the door of Henry Chu's ward next door. On the hospital bed, Henry Chu was reading a book. Even when the door was kicked open, he didn't raise his head, as if he was used to this kind of noise. Shen Hongxiu knocked on the door twice with her crutch. Chu Xian, where is my Chen Fan? Henry Chu raised his head. Shen Hongxiu turned around. Forget it. It's useless to ask you. Chu Xian. A nurse came over. Shen Hongxiu quickly asked, Sister, where is my Chen Fan? Oh, the nurse said. The monkey pushed him out to bask in the sun. It seems that he went to the garden behind the inpatient department. Thank you, sister. Shen Hongxiu walked to the back garden on crutches. From a distance, I can see the stars falling down from the sky. What? Shen Hongxiu was slightly startled when she saw Chen Fan placing his palm on Jin Yuhai Dongqing's head. The stars in the sky were falling all over Jin Yuhai Dongqing. What's the situation? Jin Yuhai Dongqing's level has broken through? Why is Chen Fan putting his hand on Jin Yuhai Dongqing's head? Is Jin Yuhai Dongqing's breakthrough related to Chen Fan? When Shen Hongxiu was stunned, she saw Jin Yuhai Dongqing's head gently nuzzling Chen Fan, showing a very affectionate look. It's really about him. But how did he help Jin Yuhai Dongqing break through? Could it be that the level 16 monster crystal core dug out of the cave was used? Shen Hongxiu scratched his head. In the cave where the Nightmare Garden arranged the magic circle, there were many monster corpses, including 5 level 16 monsters and 12 level 15 monsters. Those high-level monster crystal cores had been dug out by Chen Fan before the people from Donghai City arrived. It seems reasonable to use those high-level monster crystal cores to help Jin Yuhai Dongqing break through. Maybe there are monsters with the same attributes as Jin Yuhai Dongqing? Shen Hongxiu walked out with a cane. Fan, have you helped Jin Yuhai Dongqing improve his combat power level? Did I not only help it improve its combat power level? I also helped it break through from a high-level extraordinary to a low-level lord. Chen Fan shook his head and said, If I have this ability, it would be great. Jin Yuhai Dongqing has encountered many death crises in a short period of time, so his potential has exploded. I will use the level 16 monster crystal core in the cave. Add some fire to it, and it breaks through. Is this really the case? Shen Hongxiu glanced at Chen Fan dubiously. Chen Fan, are you here? Just as he was talking, Jin Qing came over under the leadership of the nurse. Chen Fan turned around and said, Deputy Commander Jin, here you are. Your golden feather Heidongking. Okay, Chen Fan. Needless to say, I don't mean to blame you. Jin Qing interrupted Chen Fan. I came to take Jin Yu away because I really want to enter the 5th secret realm. Jin Qing gently touched Jin Yuhai Dongqing's wings and jumped onto Jin Yuhai Dongqing's back. Chen Fan said a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect Jin Yu to encounter such a crisis. I will help him this time. Jin Qing waved her hand. No need to apologize. You take it out to fight. This is actually part of the actual training. It will definitely be much better than training in the training area. Chen Fan was very depressed because he couldn't even finish a sentence. This woman is obviously angry. Look, his face is as long as a donkey. And he still says he's not angry? Chen Fan was about to speak when he saw Jin Qing standing on Jin Yuhai Dongqing's back. glanced condescendingly at Shen Hongxiu, and said lightly, Chen Fan, since we are friends, I think I need to remind you. Chen Fan was stunned. What? The corner of Zhen Qing's mouth curled up slightly. The person standing next to you is a famous witch in our Donghai city. She is lawless. It will be very troublesome for you to get entangled with her. Shen Hongxiu, who had been smiling all the time, her face darkened. Sister Zhen Qing, are you going too far to sow discord in front of me? They call me the witch of the world. What does that matter? My Chen Fan is a demon king. The demon king and the witch. Aren't they a perfect match? I didn't do anything. How could I become a demon king? Chen Fan's face darkened. Chen Fan, you can take care of yourself. Zhen Qing smiled slightly. And with the golden feathers under her feet, Hai Dongqing immediately rose into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chen Fan was speechless for a while as he watched Jin Yu Hai Dongqing disappear. Although you can tell Zhen Qing on WeChat about Jin Yu Hai Dongqing's breakthrough. But forget it. Just give her a surprise. Shen Hongxiu, who was standing next to her, snorted coldly. Old nun. I don't like others. I wish you never get married. Where are you going? Chen Fan yawned and ignored her. The old ape glanced at Shen Hongxiu, pushed the hospital bed and left quickly. Shen Hongxiu did not catch up, but dialed her brother Shen Zhao's phone number. Brother. As soon as Shen Zhao's image appeared, he yelled, Damn girl! You did a good job! Shen Hongxiu covered her ears. Brother, are you menopausal? Why are you scolding me for no reason? Inexplicable? You almost killed my Death Spider Emperor. You say it's inexplicable? He didn't kill him. The Death Spider Emperor even swallowed the Blood Petal Flower King's head. Not only has his injury healed, but he is also likely to break through in a short time. Break through, you big-headed devil. Brother, don't talk about this. I have a top-secret news for you about Zhen Qing, the deputy leader of the God of War Pioneer Group. What's the matter? You transfer 200,000 alliance coins to me, and I will sell you this news. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How is that possible? You are already 6 years old. Brother, this news is really important. I won't lie to you. If I really lie to you, can I escape? Alas, I am your biological sister. You don't even trust your own biological sister? Haha. You have lied to me so many times since you were a child. Don't you know how many times you have? Let's get down to business this time. I won't lie to you. This news involves the balance of strength of the 3 pioneer groups. Shen Xiao hesitated for a moment. Okay, I believe you this time. 20 W Alliance coins arrived. When Shen Hongxiu heard the sound of the account being received, she immediately beamed. Brother, I know a strange person. He helped Zhen Qing upgrade the 16th level Jinyu Heidongking to the 17th level. Shen Xiao sneered and said, In Donghai City, when it comes to breeding animals, besides Master Zhang Hai of the Animal Breeding Masters Association, who else can be called a strange person? It's been almost 10 months since Zhen Qing's Jinyu Heidongking broke through to level 16. Even if it breaks through to level 17 now, it's not big news, right? Just like that. You blackmailed me for 200,000? Why do you call it blackmail? It's so ugly. Shen Hongxiu said, That's not the point. The point is this strange man I'm talking about. He is a student of Ares Academy, in the same grade as me, and a senior in high school. I've fallen in love with him, and I'm going to win him over to become your brother-in-law. Get out. Shen Xiao roared. A student at the same level as you can help Zhen Qing raise the Beast Master to level 17? You stinky girl. You don't mind lying to others. You even lied to your own brother. Tell me where you are now. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I will take your last name. Brother, that's what you said. Don't you have my last name now? After saying this, Shen Hongxiu immediately hung up the phone. I'm such a failure as a human being. I'm such an honest person. But even my brother doesn't believe me. Zhen Qing even called me a witch incarnation. On the other side, Yi Hao and Shen Taoao entered the hospital. Shen Taoao glanced at Yi Hao and couldn't help but said, Hey, those things have been counted. Even if Chen Fang gives us a small part, we will make a fortune. With these crystal nuclei and monster corpses, we can make a lot of money. How can I help a beast master break through the level? Why do you always look so sad? Yi Hao said listlessly. I was thinking about my succubus. Those people in black robes, who always come out to spoil my good deeds. The last time I followed Sister Qing to the 4th secret realm, they ruined my good deeds and chased me all the way. If they hadn't run out this time, Brother Fan might have helped me catch 2 succubi. Shen Taoao rolled his eyes. I'm really convinced. Is there nothing else in your head except the succubus? Ask your brother Yijan and borrow his level 12 beast control. After a while, we will go to the first secret realm to make a big fortune, Yi Hao said weakly. I already asked about it yesterday. Shen Tao. He agreed? Yi Hao. He scolded me and said that I don't know whether to live or die. Why don't you ask your brother, and we take the Death Spider Emperor to the first secret realm again? Shen Tao blinked, and then dialed Shen Xiao's phone number. As soon as the call was connected, Shen Xiao cursed loudly. After scolding, Shen Xiao hung up the phone before Shen Tao said a word. Shen Tao was very sad. I haven't said anything yet. Why did you just say you want to beat me to death? The Death Spider King ate the Blood Petal Flower King's head and took advantage of it. Isn't the injury healed? Just as Yi Hao was about to speak, he suddenly saw the hospital bed being pushed by Chimio Swan. Brother Fan. Yi Hao ran a few steps quickly and rushed to the bedside. Did you read the form I sent you on WeChat before coming to the hospital? Everything has been tallied. The crystal cores are now in the Ares Academy warehouse. The monster corpses have been sent to the Ares Academy cold storage. The teaching director asked you how to deal with them. I saw it. Chen Fan tilted his head. Let's go back to the ward first. As soon as he returned to the ward, Shen Hongxiu followed him in. Yi Hao went to the next door again and pushed Xian Chu's hospital bed over. Go as you go. Go as you go. Shen Hongxiu used crutches to knock Yi Hao and Shen Tao away, and then sat on Chen Fan's hospital bed. Chen Fan was lying on the hospital bed and frowned. What are you doing again? Come on. Let's take a group photo. Shen Hongxiu turned on her smartwatch, sat on the hospital bed, got close to Chen Fan's head, and pointed the camera at herself and Chen Fan. Eggplant! Chen Fan. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Chen Fan didn't understand at all what this woman was thinking. At this time, Shen Hongxiu clicked on the photo she had taken, then showed it to Chen Fan and said, Fan, look at it. Does it look good? Does it look like you came out of the delivery room after you just gave birth to a baby? Chen Fan had blue veins bulging on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, opened his computer, and then clicked on the form Yi Hao had sent him before. Under the leadership of the Dean of the Ares Academy, a group of teachers had already inventoried everything. When Yi Hao sent the form before, Chen Fan scanned it roughly. On the form, everything is marked with the approximate market price, which is clear at a glance. On the side of the blood petal cow, in addition to noting 68 pounds of blood and 122 petals, there are also approximate auction prices for the blood and petals. But the auction price is different from the market price of other things. The fluctuation in auction prices is very large. For example, the auction price of 1 kilogram of blood petal cow's blood reaches 50 million alliance coins. But according to the above remarks, the final auction price is likely to reach more than 1,500,000 alliance coins. Just the blood of blood petal cow, if all were auctioned, could reach 100 million alliance coins. After all, the blood and petals of blood petal cow have miraculous healing effects and can often save lives. It is no exaggeration to say that something that can save lives is priceless. If it is really put up for auction, it is estimated that the various big forces and families in Donghai City will fight to the death. No one can determine what the final auction price will be. Compared with blood petal cow, even those 5 level 16 monsters feel a bit out of place. Therefore, even the shamelessly Shung did not dare to ask Chen Fan for the blood and petals of blood petal cow. Instead, he carefully asked Chen Fan on WeChat if he could get a discount and sell a few kilograms of blood petal cow's blood to the school, and a few petals. Even big families such as the Chu family and the Yi family contacted Chen Fan immediately after Chu Xian and Yi Hao revealed the information, wanting to buy some blood and petals of the blood petal cow king at a high price. Something that none of the 3 pioneering groups had obtained finally fell into the hands of Chen Fan, which caused a huge sensation among the upper echelons of Donghai City. But the City Lord's palace spoke up and suppressed the matter. So now no one comes to the hospital to torment Chen Fan. It was quite fun to make extra money this time. Even if Shen Qing gives Chen Fan a few more looks, Chen Fan will still be happy from year to year. Apart from the blood petal cow, the ones with higher value are the monster corpses in the cave. Among those corpses, there were 5 level 16 monsters, 12 level 15 monsters, and a large number of level 10 to 14 monsters. It is estimated that the 2 guys from Nightmare Garden had to go through a lot of effort to get them here. In the end, Chen Fan got a big deal. But although these things are valuable, compared with blood petal cow, they are still far behind. Chen Fan turned on the computer, opened the form that Yi Hao sent him, presented it in front of everyone, and then said, "Everything is here. The quantity is clear. Except for the Blood Petal Flower King. Everything else is marked roughly. Market price. Brothers, let's settle the score. How do you divide it?" Everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? Does Chin Fan mean to share all these things with everyone? When everyone went to Wuyu Mountain before, they said they would work for him. Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Fan, you promised to give Shin Tao the corpses of 2 level 9 monsters, including their crystal nuclei." Then Henry Chu said that he wanted the bodies of 4 level 9 monsters. What Shin Hongxiu said is that she wants 10 kilograms of the Blood Petal Flower Demon's blood, 15 petals, and 50 kilograms of the Blood Petal Flower King's torso. Shin Hongxiu and Shin Tao Ao fixed their murderous eyes on Yi Hao. Even Henry Chu had a fierce look in his eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Hao would have been cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Yi Hao lowered his head and raised his hands. "Pretend I didn't say anything." After a moment of silence, Henry Chu said, "Just divide it up. No matter how you divide it, I have no objection." Shin Hongxiu smiled sweetly. "Me too. Not to mention you saved my life. Without you and Jinyu Heidongking, we wouldn't have gained anything at all. And in the last battle to the death, without your itchy powder and strategy, we would have died as well. Even if you don't even give me a petal, I won't say anything." Shin Tao Ao wanted to speak, but Shin Hongxiu glared hard and held it back. "Yi Hao, Brother Fan, you can divide it however you want." "Okay." Chin Fan nodded slightly. At this moment, Zhang Hai's call came in. Chin Fan answered the call, and Zhang Hai immediately appeared on the screen in front of him. "Master Zhang Hai!" Shin Hongxiu and others were shocked. Chapter 115 Jinyu Heidongking shows off its power. Chin Fan was just about to discuss with Henry Chu and the others how to deal with the Blood Petal Flower King, when Zhang Hai's call came in. Seeing Zhang Hai on the screen, Shin Hongxiu and others were shocked. "Hey, are you all here?" Zhang Hai couldn't help but laugh when he saw everyone present. "Just now, I was talking to your fathers about your affairs. I've met Senior." Chu Xian and Yi Hao greeted him respectfully. Even Shin Hongxiu, who usually liked to be messy, became well-behaved at this moment. Chin Fan also said Hello. "Master, what do you want from me? Is it for the animal trap or the Blood Petal Flower King?" "Master?" Henry Chu and Shin Hongxiu's eyes widened at the same time. "Is Chin Fan a disciple of Master Zhang Hai? This is wrong. I heard that Master Zhang Hai never accepts disciples." When Zhang Hai came to Donghai City from the imperial capital, all the major families tried their best to get Zhang Hai to accept the most talented juniors in their families as disciples. A master from the most powerful beast-breeding family in the Tang dynasty. If you could become his disciple, your future is limitless. Unfortunately, Zhang Hai declined all offers. Did not expect? Yi Hao and Henry Chu couldn't help but take another look at Chin Fan. They knew that Chin Fan had something to do with the Breeders' Association. And he also owned a large villa and a large training ground in a place like the Breeders' Association. But they still didn't expect that Chin Fan would be Zhang Hai's disciple. No wonder. No wonder Chin Fan said before that Bai Rouge was his junior. At this time, Zhang Hai said with a smile, "These little guys did a great job this time, smashing the conspiracy of the Nightmare Garden. Just now I was praising you in front of your elders." Shin Tao Ao smiled proudly and said, "Senior, you've been rewarded. How can a few clowns defeat us?" Shin Hongxiu and Yi Hao stared at Shin Nato with dark faces at the same time. "You're a guy who's been watching the whole show. How come you're pretending to be pretty like this?" Shin tattered what he wanted to say later, swallowed it all, coughed lightly, and didn't dare to say anything again. Zhang Hai looked at Shin Fan with a smile. "Xiao Fan, leave the Blood Petal Flower King to me. Although the blood and petals of that thing have miraculous healing effects, if eaten directly, the effect is not very strong, and it has a certain degree of toxicity. I contacted an alchemist friend of mine in Magic City the day before yesterday. He will arrive in Donghai City tomorrow. He will purify and refine the blood and petals of the Blood Petal Flower King into a medicinal solution. When the time comes, that will be the holy healing medicine that makes people jealous to death." Chin Fan nodded slightly. Okay. He had actually thought about this before, but he just didn't know how to do it. Back in the first secret realm, after Jinyu Heidongqing was imprisoned, he once seized the opportunity to chop off the head of the Blood Petal Flower King and threw it to the Death Spider King. But after the Death Spider Emperor ate, the speed of recovery from his injuries was far lower than he expected. On the way to the crater, Chen Fan healed the Death Spider King's wounds, which initially suppressed the chaotic star power in the Death Spider King's body. brought the star power back on track, and also allowed the Death Spider King to regain some strength. But at that time, the Death Spider King still had difficulty using his skills, and he could only hold back the 2 level 10 beasts despite all his efforts. And the blood petal cow's head, which was filled with lots of blood and petals, healed most of the Death Spider Emperor's injuries, helped it regain most of its strength, and was able to spit out spider webs normally. But compared with the Death Spider Emperor in its heyday, it was still far behind the boss. Therefore, when facing the 2 men in black robes, the Death Spider Emperor did not become the main offensive force. Instead, he could only look for opportunities to spit out spider webs on the side. At that time, Qin Fan felt that the blood and petals of Blood Petal Cow were not as powerful as the legend said. Qin Fan raised his head slightly and said, "Master, I heard them say that many people outside are eyeing the blood and petals of the Blood Petal Flower King. You all want to buy from us at a high price? Did you ask the City Lord's mansion to help me suppress the matter?" "Yes." Zhang Hai nodded slightly. "Everyone wants something that can save lives." Qin Fan frowned and said, "Then what should I do? Everyone is not guilty of carrying a jade. If Yi Hao and I both keep these things on our bodies, will we be killed as soon as we leave the city? Damn!" Shen Taoao was startled. Just now, he was still thinking about how Qin Fan would take some of the Blood Petal Cow's blood and petals back to Jinhai Academy and show off to his family after sharing them with him. Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other with serious eyes. In fact, each of them has thought about this issue. It's just that I haven't gotten the things yet, so it's useless to think about it. Although they are descendants of several major families in Donghai City, they cannot be cured outside the main city, and the weak will prey on the strong. If they are not strong enough, they will easily get into trouble. Whether it's a magic weapon, a secret weapon, or an elixir or a holy fruit, good things definitely require matching strength. Zhang Hai said, "I had discussed this matter with Tianyu before I called. The blood and petals of the 13th level Blood Petal Flower King have little effect on beast masters or star warriors above the 5th level. But for people below level 5, there is still a fatal temptation. Let's do this. You can sell this Blood Petal Flower King to the City Lord's palace." "How can that be done?" Shen Naotao yelled. "If you put this thing up for auction, it can be sold for a sky-high price. If it is sold to the City Lord's mansion, it will be a big loss." Shen Hongxiu's face darkened. "Shut up! There is no place for you to talk here." "That's right," Shen Naotao muttered. Zhang Hai laughed dumbly and said, "Whether the City Lord's mansion takes advantage of others, I don't know, and I can't care. But if you want to take advantage of my apprentice, you have to ask me, this bad old man, if he will agree. Do not worry. After successfully refining the medicine, the City Lord's palace will keep some of it. You will keep some, and the rest will be put up for auction and let the major forces and families compete for it. The price will definitely be higher than you expected." Qin Fan was delighted. "Okay, Master, let them come to Ares Academy and transport the Blood Petal Flower King there. But can you ask the City Lord's mansion to advance some money to us first? I want to get some good equipment." Zhang Hai nodded. "I will tell them." When Qin Fan and Zhang Hai were discussing the matter of Blood Petal Cow, at the entrance to the 5th secret realm, people from the God of War Pioneering Group and the Tiansheng Pioneering Group were on both sides, wiping their weapons and checking packages. Suddenly, there was an eagle cry in the air. Jinyu Heidongking carried Jinqing, circled in the air, and landed on the open space. "He." In the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment, a woman sneered and said, "Deputy Captain Jin is always so arrogant. He always comes late and makes a group of people wait for you." The woman who spoke was Xiao Zi, the deputy leader of the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment. Jinqing's face was as dark as water. "The meeting time is before 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are still 20 minutes before 7 o'clock. Besides, after entering the secret realm, we still have to wait at the entrance for the storm to pass. Is Deputy Commander Xiao a little too anxious?" Xiao Zi smiled, looked at Jinyu Heidongking, and said with a strange expression, "You, Jinyu Heidongking, are really lucky. The last time you were chased by a 5th level strongman, you were beaten to death. He was seriously injured. This time he was imprisoned with magic weapons again, and he was almost killed directly. Violent." Jinyu Heidongqing understood her words and screamed with anger. Jinqing gently comforted Jinyu Heidongqing and said lightly, "What does our pioneer group do? Go deep into the terrible restricted area, fight with aliens, and kill monsters. Who is not walking on the edge of life and death? If Deputy Commander Xiao is afraid of death and wants to live a stable life, There is no need to join the pioneering regiment. You? Xiao Zi choked to death after Jin Qing said 2 words. Immediately, she smiled again and said, That boy from Ares Academy used your golden feather hide Dongqing to kill the blood petal cow. Vice Captain Jin, didn't you ask that boy if he wanted some petals and blood from the blood petal king? Even if you want the entire blood petal flower king to come over, he shouldn't be able to refuse because of the circumstances. Right. Ah, that's it. Jin Qing sighed and said, I'm not that thick-skinned. How about Deputy Commander Xiao? Help me ask? Jin Qing! Xiao Zi raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Are you scolding me for being thick-skinned? The people in the Ares Pioneer Group and Tiansheng Pioneer Group are a little depressed. These 2 people started to pinch each other every time they met, and they would not stop until they were fighting to the death. Jin Qing laughed and said, The City Lord's mansion has already spoken about the Blood Petal Flower King matter. So Deputy Commander Xiao, you'd better save the trouble. In addition to the 3 major pioneering groups, there are also people from major aristocratic families, all watching. But if you are really capable, grab the Blood Petal Flower King, and I can give you half of it. Xiao Zi. Of course she knew this was impossible. The boy named Chen Fan obviously had a strong background. Otherwise the City Lord's mansion would not have helped him out immediately. When she said these things before, she was just mocking and ridiculing Jin Qing. And she was just disgusting Jin Qing. After all, Jinyu Heidongking was Jin Qing's beast master. As a result, Jinyu Heidongking killed the Blood Petal Flower King. But Jin Qing didn't get any benefits. How could Jin Qing really have no idea at all? Xiao Zi rolled her eyes, glanced at Jinyu Heidongking, and said, This time our 2 pioneering teams join forces to rush into Area C of the 5th Secret Realm. When 2 teams join forces, they always have to distinguish priorities. One party must be the leader. Otherwise, conflicts may easily arise during operations, leading to dispersion of the team and crises. Old rules. Our 2 beast masters will fight to decide which side will take the lead. Your Jinyu Heidongking is a flying beast, and my 3-headed bird is also a flying beast. There has never been a real distinction between them. So how about letting them fight? Jin Qing's face darkened. At this time, in the team of the God of War Pioneer Regiment, a young man who looked very similar to Yi Hao came out and said, Sister Qing's Jinyu Heidongking was seriously injured before. If you challenge at this time, you will not be able to win. Martial arts? The corners of Xiao Zi's lips curled up slightly. I know that her Jinyu Heidongking was injured some time ago, but I also know that Jinyu Heidonking's injury has recovered now. As for the matter of the 1st Secret Realm, Jinyu Heidongking was imprisoned, but in the end, he was not harmed. Is not it? Jin Qing raised her eyebrows. If you want to fight, then just fight. The young man from the God of War Pioneering Group wanted to speak, but Jin Qing stopped him. Yi Zhan, stand down. That young man was Yi Hao's brother. Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan retreated to the back. The faces of the God of War Pioneer Group were extremely gloomy. Although they are all flying beasts, Jinyu Heidongking has no defensive skills, but Xiao Zi's 3-headed bird has a defensive shield. If fighting alone, Jinyu Heidongking has no chance of winning. Suddenly, Yi Zhan looked at Jinyu Heidongking with a strange look on his face. Sister Qing, why do I feel that your Jinyu Heidongking is a little different? Jin Qing said nothing. There's going to be a fight soon. And who cares what's different at this time? She waved her hand gently, and Jinyu Heidongking immediately rose into the sky. On the other side, Xiao Zi also summoned a 3-headed bird. As soon as the 3-headed bird saw the golden-feathered Heidongking in the air, its eyes immediately revealed a strong fighting spirit, and it flew straight into the sky. Violent! The 2 big birds hovered in the air for a while, and their momentum exploded at the same time, attracting the attention of everyone below. A group of people from the Tiansheng Pioneer Group immediately smiled. Although Deputy Captain Zhao's 3-headed bird is still at level 16, he recently swallowed a level 17 9-headed bird crystal core, and his strength has greatly increased. Before this, Jinyu Heidongking was slightly weaker than the 3-headed bird. If they fight again now, Jinyu Heidongking will definitely lose. This time, the leadership will definitely fall to the Tiansheng Pioneer Group. But just when a group of people from the Tiansheng Pioneer Group showed smiles, Jinyu Heidongking's whole body suddenly flashed with golden aura. A shield with countless runes appeared on its body. Xiao Zi, Jin Qing. Everyone's eyes widened. What's the situation? Jin Qing's Jinyu Heidongking doesn't have this kind of defense skill at all? Why does it have such a shield on it? Xiao Zi's eyes quickly swept over the group of people from the God of War Pioneering Group, and he shouted coldly, We agreed to fight alone. But you shamelessly intervened and put a shield on Jin Yu Haidongqing. How shameless are you? Yizhan said in a deep voice. Everyone is standing here without moving. And the beasts are not moving either. Where did we interfere? And this shield, both in shape and properties, fits perfectly with Jin Yu Haidongqing. There is no such shield among the beasts of our group. Xiao Zi was stunned for a moment. Both parties understand each other and know their roots. She really didn't know whose beast master had such a shield. In this little moment of hesitation, Jin Yu Haidongqing neighed and flapped his wings. TSK, 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 TSK! Golden feather arrows filled the sky, sweeping towards the three-headed bird. Jin Yu Haidongqing's skill. Golden feathers fill the sky. Seeing this skill, a cold smile immediately appeared on Xiao Zi's lips. Is this Jin Yu Haidongqing stupid? Fighting beasts of the same level, using this kind of skill that covers a large area? With the same star power, the larger the area covered by the skill, the less powerful it will be. This, golden feather, is used to kill monsters with a lower level than yourself. It is naturally simple and straightforward. But if it is used to deal with a three-headed bird that has activated the shield, what is the difference between that and tickling? At the moment when Xiao Zi sneered, one after another, the golden feather arrows pierced the three-headed bird's shield, beating the three-headed bird until it was dripping with blood. Guga! The three-headed bird screamed strangely, and its huge body was thrown towards the cliff below like a kite with a broken string. Setter! Xiao Zi panicked when she saw this scene. Jin Yu Haidongqing on the other side swooped down, grabbed the three-headed bird with his claws, then flapped his wings suddenly, brought it back, and threw it in the open space. Boom! The three-headed bird fell to the ground, throwing up a circle of dust. Everyone was shocked. What level is this Jin Yu Haidongqing at now? How could he severely damage the level 16 three-headed bird with just one move? Judging from the move just now, I'm afraid even 10 or 8 level 16 three-headed birds can't resist it. Chapter 116, Change the knife, and get a set of equipment for Lao Yuan and the others. Xiao Zi, and the people from the Tiansheng Pioneer Group all looked pale. Failure would at most just hand over the leadership of the team to Jinqing. But the strongest beast master in the Tiansheng Pioneer Group was injured before entering the secret realm. So how did Jin Yu Haidongqing do it? Why are you so powerful after not seeing him for a few days? Xiao Zi glared at Jin Yu Haidongqing fiercely, ran a few steps quickly, and ran to the three-headed bird. Someone in the Tiansheng Pioneer Regiment took out a medical kit and rushed over to check the three-headed bird's injury. On the other side, Jinqing's eyes widened with disbelief. Her own beast has become so powerful. She doesn't even know it. After a while, Jin Yu Haidongqing hovered in the air and landed next to Jinqing. Jinqing closed her eyes, checked for a while, and communicated with Jin Yu Haidongqing. Sudden, her eyes were wide open. Jin Yu's combat power level has reached level 17. And its racial level has also broken through from high-level extraordinary to low-level lord. No wonder it awakened a defensive skill. From what Jin Yu said, Qin Fen helped him improve when he was in the hospital, raise 1 level of combat power and 1 racial level in a short period of time. This, seeing Jinqing's dumbfounded look, Yizhan walked over and asked in a low voice, Sister Qing, what's wrong? Didn't even you realize that Jin Yu has become much stronger? Jinqing waved her hand gently towards Yizhan. Then, she walked to the other side and dialed Qin Fan's number under the cover of Jin Yu Haidongqing's huge body. After a while, a virtual screen appeared in front. In the ward, Qin Fan and Yi Hao were crowded together. Jinqing saw the group of people on the screen and Shen Hongxiu, whose face was almost touching Qin Fan's. If she was ready, she swallowed it all. She opened her mouth and said after a while, Qin Fan, thank you. Yizhan, who was standing behind Jinqing, suddenly felt a storm in his heart. Is the improvement of Jin Yu Haidongqing's strength related to Qin Fan? But isn't Qin Fan his brother's classmate? On the screen, Qin Fan smiled and said, Did you notice? I wanted to tell you when I was in the hospital, but you didn't even let me speak, so I didn't say anything anymore. It's just a surprise for you. I'm really sorry this time. I took Jin Yu out secretly and ended up putting him in crisis. Let's consider it as compensation. Henry Chu and Yi Hao looked at each other, a little confused. Only Shen Hongxiu had secretly seen Jin Yu Haidongqing's level breakthrough before, so she knew what Qin Fan and Jinqing meant. Jinqing hesitated to speak, and after a while she said, Our team will enter the 5th secret realm in a moment. Qin Fan, I will ask a friend to find you later. See if I can. Qin Fan smiled slightly. Just give me money. Jin Qing smiled. Okay. With that said, she hung up the phone and dialed another number. On the screen, a long-legged woman looked over lazily. This woman is none other than the owner of the wild and violent ape in the square, Lin Mingfei. Lin Mingfei saw Jin Qing and asked a little strangely, Sister Qing, haven't you entered the fifth secret realm yet? Jin Qing took a deep breath and said, I have a task for you. Lin Mingfei was stunned. What mission? I finally came out of the fourth secret realm and am still on vacation. Why are you giving me another mission? Stop talking nonsense! Jin Qing shouted coldly, and then lowered her voice and said, If you don't tomorrow, I will take your wild and violent ape to the third hospital tonight to find Chen Fan. Give your wild and violent ape to Chen Fan to cultivate. Remember? Don't bargain. Don't tell anyone about this. The following night battle once again stirred up a storm in my heart. Is it really Chen Fan who made Jinyu Heidongking's improvement in strength? Is Chen Fan a master of animal breeding? A high school senior who is a master of animal breeding. Lin Mingfei also showed doubts. The Chen Fan you were talking about is the one who has been making a lot of noise in the past 2 days? The one who took your golden feather Xi Dongqing to the first secret realm and killed the Blood Petal Flower King? I really know that boy. He is originally from the Imperial capital. It seems that he had a conflict with his family. So he secretly came to Dahai City and infiltrated into the team that was preparing for the trial in Yining Square. I remember he had 2 beasts. One was a ragdoll cat, and the other was a slime. You want me to find him to help cultivate beasts? Sister Qing, do you have a fever? You still won't let me negotiate the price? I would like to talk to him. So does the Blood Petal Flower King want to give you half? The Blood Petal Flower King was obviously killed by Jinyu. Isn't it too shameless for him to take it all by himself? Shut up, Jin Qing said with protruding veins on her forehead. I'm about to enter the fifth secret realm, and I don't have time to tell you all this nonsense. You remember it for me. Go find him tonight. No bargaining. No telling others. No talking about the Blood Petal Flower King. Did you hear me? Okay. Okay. I understand. Lin Mingfei waved her hands a little speechlessly. I don't even know what you are doing. Even if he has some background, he won't even want something like the Blood Petal Flower King. Right? Jin Qing's face turned livid. You took my words as farts. Right? No. No. Lin Mingfei was startled, sat up directly, and said with a wry smile, I just complained casually. If you don't let me say it, why don't I not say it? Okay. I'll go find him after dinner. Jin Qing hung up the phone and turned around. Her eyes were filled with brilliance. When she came back from 10,000 Beast Mountain last time, Chen Fan told her that as long as she collected all the materials, she could help Jinyu improve her combat power level within 4 months. But it's only been 7 or 8 days. Moreover, not only did Jinyu's combat power level increase, but his racial level also increased by 1. Even Master Zhang Hai can't do this. Right. Wait until you come out of the fifth secret realm. No matter what the cost, we must draw Chen Fan into the God of War pioneering group. Even if he can't be brought in, he must be related to the God of War pioneering group. In the ward, Chen Fan was browsing the rows of weapons on the computer. These are all weapons in the arsenal of Ares Academy. Chen Fan now logged into the Armory's intranet using the account of the Dean of the God of War Academy. Other students do not have this power and can only go to the Armory to choose weapons in person. Shin Hongxiu and Yihao also pointed at the weapons on the screen. Chen Fan flipped through page after page, checking the materials and properties of those long knives. This time I got a big one, and everyone got at least 40 to 50 million alliance coins. They can consider getting some sets of high-end equipment and weapons. The knife must be replaced. With the same strength, there is a huge difference between good weapons and bad weapons. When they went to the Ares Academy Armory, Pan Xiangdong and Zhao Xian bought a weapon worth 2,000 alliance coins with the help of their squad leader. Chen Fan's knife cost 50,000 alliance coins. If Chen Fan were to use this sword to cut down Pan Xiangdong's and his other swords, they would be able to chop those weapons into scrap metal with one strike. But Chen Fan felt that the knife he bought with 50,000 alliance coins was still a bit too weak. When he made a sneak attack on the person who was chasing Jin Qing and Yihao, he slashed the opponent's star power armor into pieces with one strike. In the end, it only penetrated a little bit into the opponent's body and did not cause much damage. If this knife had armor-piercing properties, or was harder and sharper, maybe that knife could have killed the man in black robe directly. But after looking at a pile of weapons, Chen Fan withdrew his gaze speechlessly. I looked around and couldn't find anything suitable. Among the long and short swords in the arsenal of Ares Academy, the most expensive one is the one with 98W Alliance coins, which is also the most powerful. But looking at the properties and material, this knife still couldn't satisfy Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan frowning, Yi Hao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, what level of weapon are you looking for?" Weapons and armor are also divided into levels. The 5 levels of weapons and armor are spiritual weapons, earth weapons, mysterious weapons, heavenly weapons, divine weapons, and heavenly weapons. Each level is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Chen Fan blinked and said, "Do you still remember the man in black robe on the 10,000 Beasts mountain? When his star power armor was broken, I attacked him sneakily and slashed with all my strength. But it only cut less than 1 centimeter into his body. I just want to find a knife. With my current strength, even if I can't break through the star power armor of a strong person at that level, at least I can chop off his hands, feet, or head after his star power armor is broken." Yi Hao said hesitantly, "But, Brother Fan, didn't you kill him with a knife from behind?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "That knife was my last trump card. With one blow, all my star power was drained. And I'm not even a beginner in that sword skill. It's very stumbling and not smooth when I perform it. If I'm not careful, my star power is exhausted and the enemy dodges me. Isn't that a dead end?" Shen Tao poked his head over and said, "Have you encountered people from the Nightmare Garden before? Chen Fan, you can only cut in 1 centimeter with one knife? Is that person so powerful? What level of strongman is he?" Yi Hao said with lingering fear. Later I asked Sister Qing, and Sister Qing told me that that person should be in the 5th grade and 1st level. 5th grade! Shen Tao almost bit his tongue. Maid. Chen Fan, a lunatic, has killed a 5th grade expert? Henry Chu also stared at Chen Fan. He knew that Chen Fan had saved Shen Qing and Yi Hao, but I don't know the specific situation. Shen Hongxiu smiled and came closer. Then Chen Fan pushed her head away. Yi Hao said in a deep voice, "When a 5th level warrior does not exert his star power, if a 2nd level beast master or star warrior wants to break through his physical defense, the level of his weapon should at least reach the high level earth weapon. That's it. The price of a high grade earth weapon is at least 600W. There are definitely no weapons of this level in the 3 major academies. Weapons of this level and above are now very strictly controlled. Ordinary beast masters and star warriors may not be able to buy them even if they have money." Henry Chu suddenly said, "I saw it in the official arsenal of Dahai City. The most powerful weapons in it are the high-grade mysterious weapons." Shen Tao sneered and said, "Are we qualified to enter the official weapons depot?" "I am qualified. But the control above is very strict. The weapons or armors bought with my identity can only be used by him. Just like soul binding in the game. I want him to buy me some life-saving armor. It won't work." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian all looked at Chen Fan. Yi Hao's eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Fan, you are Rouge's elder and a disciple of Master Zhang Hai. Then don't you become the City Lord's junior brother? I heard my father say that the City Lord's master is Master Zhang Hai's brother. With such a relationship, you can definitely open an official account." Chen Fan immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to his master Zhang Hai, asking about the weapons depot. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Hai sent an account number. Shen Hongxiu was extremely jealous. "Fan, your master is too kind to you. Isn't he? Is he in the City Lord's mansion now? You just asked and he immediately took care of it for you?" Chen Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's head away, opened the URL sent by Zhang Hai, and then logged in to the account. When logging into your account, identity verification is required. Smooth journey. Chen Fan successfully logged into the official armory of Dahai City. The gazes of Shen Hongxiu and others immediately became intense. Knife. Chen Fan directly clicked on the knife. On the weapon column, rows of long and short knives with strange shapes and different colors appeared in front of everyone. Chen Fan clicked on Xian Bing again. A low-grade mysterious weapon. Requires a minimum of 2000W Alliance coins. Chen Fan was speechless for a while. I just thought I had become a multimillionaire and could be free and easy. But I didn't expect that I was actually still a pauper. With all the belongings, I can probably buy a middle-grade mysterious weapon. But using all your belongings to buy a mid-grade mysterious weapon would definitely not work. In addition to weapons, you must also get a set of battle armor. Even if you don't get a set, at least you need to buy some wrist guards and heart guards. Xiaobai and the others have to spend money to eat and drink. And they also need to spend money to upgrade their level. Chen Fan is also considering getting a set of equipment for Lao Yuan and the others. Chen Fan raised his head, glanced at Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian, and said, "Can I go back on the distribution plan I mentioned before?" "Get out." Everyone, including Henry Chu, cursed in unison. "If it doesn't work, it won't work. Why are you so fierce?" Chen Fan clicked on the ground soldiers. Top-grade ground soldiers cost around 1500 W Alliance coins. This is acceptable. After buying a pair of high-grade Earth soldiers and a set of armor of similar level, there is still a lot of money left. A weapon of this level held by a second-level warrior is enough to break through the physical defense of a fifth-level warrior. If it is combined with the 9 sky-breaking swords, or if the strength is improved a little more, it may be possible to smash the opponent's star power armor with one sword. Chen Fan pulled it down a little and checked the properties of the long knife above. Made from thunderwood and star black steel. Can inspire the power of thunder. Has armor-breaking properties. That's it! After Chen Fan glanced at the properties of the long knife, he immediately added it to the shopping cart. Then, he summoned the old ape. Shen Hongxiu was stunned for a moment. "Fan, are you going to buy a weapon for the red-eyed ape?" Chapter 117. Has even Henry Chu become so sinister and vicious? Chen Fan returned to the weapon initial interface and began to search for weapons such as finger cots and tigers. Shen Hongxiu and others looked at the old ape curiously, and then at Chen Fan's computer interface. It is not unusual to buy weapons or armor for beast masters. After all, armor can improve defense, and weapons can increase attack power. However, the shapes of the beasts are all kinds of strange, and many of the beasts are huge. It is not easy to build a suit that fits the armor. Humanoid beast control is relatively simple. Just like several of Chu Xian's beasts, the Dark Blood Stone Man himself has strong defense and defensive skills. But Henry Chu also put on armor and carried a sledgehammer, with powerful attack power and super destructive power. But it is relatively troublesome for the Desert Wind Eagle and the Heavy Beetle King to use weapons. Holding a knife in your mouth to kill someone. Local area armor such as helmets can be used. Chen Fan wanted to get a set of weapons for the old ape, mainly because the old ape's current attack skills were really a bit embarrassing. Monster attribute, Shadow type. Racial skills, Shadow Canopy. Shadow Poison Claw. Frog transformation. Ghost Step. Shadow Poison Claw. This is the only attack skill that the old ape has now. Against a Beast Master or Beast Master of the same level, combined with Shadow Canopy and Shadow Step. This move is actually very terrifying, because ordinary Beast Masters or Masters of the same level cannot see the old ape and lose the initiative. They will almost certainly fall for this move, once you are infected by the slow poison of this move. Unless you have a way to detoxify it, you will definitely lose. But even if it is a beast of the same level, if it encounters a beast with super defense, like a dark-blooded stone man or a black iron dragon turtle, the old ape may have no choice but to hide in the dark and feel helpless. Because of this move, it is difficult to break the opponent's defense. If a fight breaks out, no one can do anything to anyone. If the old ape hides, neither the dark-blooded stone man nor the black iron dragon turtle can find him. But it would be difficult for the old ape to break through their defenses. In this case, it is better to let the old ape wield a sledgehammer or use a machete. It's not like Chen Fan hasn't thought about whether he should let the old ape use his sword. In fact, Lao Yuan has already played with a machete once before, and he did it well. When he was in 10,000 Beast Mountain, he encountered level 5 Skyfire ants, and the old ape used Chen Fan's knife. However, if I don't use the ready-made skills of beast control, but let the old ape learn sword skills, I always feel that I have picked sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. Weapons like swords should be kept as backup, regardless of whether old ape's Shadow Poison Claw has evolved or not. Equipping him with a weapon now will definitely make old ape a terrifying presence in the team. A powerful shadow assassin can't just use frog transformation to cooperate. Chen Fan observed the old ape's claws. He asked Yi how to bring over a metal chair, and then said to the old ape, "Old ape, use the Shadow Poison Claw to attack the surface of this chair." The old ape nodded slightly. His arm shook, and his claws were as fast as a whirlwind, leaving a series of afterimages, grabbing onto the metal chair. Although the chair was made of metal, the seat surface was relatively thin, and 5 long cracks were directly scratched out by its claws. Chen Fan asked the old ape to come closer and lowered his head to look at the old ape's claws. When the old ape used the Shadow Poison Claw, part of the star power was concentrated on his arms, and more of the star power was concentrated on the claws. its nails become harder and sharper. When the shadow poison claw was used, the old ape's claws were so fast that everyone present could not even fully capture its movements. In terms of speed, it would be difficult for a beast master or beast master of the same level to dodge its move, especially when he uses the shadow canopy to sneak attack. But if you make a sneak attack but can't break through the opponent's defense, it will be a bit depressing. Qin Fan grabbed the old ape's right paw and checked it. The fingertips of the old ape's claws turned green after using the shadow poison claw, and the venom completely seeped out. It seems that as soon as this move is activated, the slow poison pours into its fingertips. However, although these nails are sharp, they are only compared to ordinary beast-controlling ones. Compared with Gongzi's teeth, they are actually quite different. Gongzi's teeth are very sharp. Even if he doesn't use skills and just bites, it will be difficult for monsters or beasts without defensive skills to resist. And if Gongzi uses the skill, Crazy Bite, it is possible to break the Dark Blood Stone Man's defense. But it only breaks the defense, because Gongzi's teeth do not contain toxins. Even if the defense of the dark-blooded stone man is broken, it may not cause much damage to the dark-blooded stone man. Qin Fan asked Xian Chu to summon the dark-blood stone man. At Qin Fan's request, the dark-blooded stone man removed his armor and then used the skill, Obsidian Armor. The old ape stepped forward and used the Shadow Poison Claw on the dark-blooded stone man. TSK, 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 TSK! The obsidian armor was slightly scratched, but after the old ape's claws broke through the obsidian armor, their power was almost exhausted, and in the end, they only left 5 scratches on the dark blood stone man. Its claws did not scratch the body of the dark blood stone man. The old ape was very embarrassed and scratched his head. It is also a level 5 beast. In terms of the attack power of its attack skills, it is indeed much weaker than the dark blood stone man. After Qin Fan was silent for a moment, he began to look at weapons such as finger tigers, iron fist gloves, and fist buckles. But no weapons suitable for the old ape were found. The attack power of things like finger tigers is certainly stronger than the old ape's own claws, but it cannot be perfectly combined with slow toxin. If he didn't have a suitable weapon, he might have to put some effort into custom making a weapon for the old ape. Weapons can be customized in the Donghai City Armory. It just takes a little longer, and the price is a little higher. Seeing Qin Fan's frown, Shen Hongxiu couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to get a pair of gloves for the old ape to increase his attack power, and at the same time, allow the dull toxins brought by his skills to be used normally?" Qin Fan nodded, raised his head slightly, held his chin, and said thoughtfully, "I want to make him a pair of steel gloves. There should be sharp blades on the belly of all 10 fingers. There is a blade on the pad of each finger. His hands are equivalent to 10 daggers. The inside of the blade needs to be designed with some pores. When he uses the shadow poison claw, the toxins will flow into the blade through the pores. In this way, when his claws grab the enemy's body and break through the enemy's defense, even if he only scratches a little bit of skin, he can drive the toxin into the enemy's body. If there is such a pair of gloves, even the dark-blooded stone man may not be able to block his attack." As soon as Qin Fan finished saying these words, Henry Chu took a piece of paper and handed it to him. Qin Fan was stunned for a moment and took the piece of paper. This is a design drawing, and what is drawn on the drawing is the weapon he just mentioned. Qin Fan was speechless for a while and looked at Henry Chu. "While I was talking, you were drawing at the same time?" Henry Chu. "Yes," Qin Fan suddenly said. "You are not a painter. You are really underestimating your talent." Back when he was in the classroom, Henry Chu was studying how to defeat Shen Yaodao's level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion, and he once drew each of the beasts lifelike on paper. Unexpectedly, just after Qin Fan said a few words, he actually drew all the drawings. Qin Fan grinned, knocked on the blueprint in his hand and said, "It's exactly what I want. I'll send a message to the people at the armory and ask them to come over and study the set of weapons with me." This weapon not only has strong attack power, but also protects the old ape's claws and wrists. With this thing in hand, Lao Yuan can even directly parry and block attacks within the sword. Yi Hao was very shocked. "Brother Fan, how did you come up with this?" Qin Fan, "How did you come up with it?" "Of course you came up with it with your brain." Yi Hao, "Can you help me think of some equipment for my beasts?" Qin Fan, "You can have enough food and clothing by yourself. Do you understand? You can control your own beasts by yourself." Shen Tao Tao on the side looked a little ugly and murmured, "Qin Fan, you did this and made others alive. This red-eyed monkey can become invisible. After becoming invisible, it can run behind people and grab 2 claws, and the winner can be determined in a battle. Lost? Chen Fan nodded. Yes, that's what I think. Shin Tao Tao. None of his 3 beasts have defensive skills. If Chen Fan's red-eyed ape had such a pair of gloves, even his level 6 dragon-blooded crazy lion would be hit unexpectedly, and then be disabled by the slow poison? Shin Tao Tao scratched his head depressedly. No. I also want to give my 3 beasts a pair of airtight armors. Mad? You are so scary. Shin Hongxiu slapped Shin Tao Tao on the back of the head. Don't say bad words. Yi Hao, however, took it seriously and said, in fact, I have thought about the armor and weapons for controlling beasts before. But my family only gives me an allowance of 400,000 alliance coins every month, including the 80,000 from the school. It's only 480,000. After getting some high-grade monster meat for the beasts to eat, there will be almost no money left. It's okay this time. With 30 to 40 million, we can really consider equipping them with powerful armors and weapons. Henry Chu nodded. When my dark-blooded stone man hit the black-robed man, the hammer was caught by the opponent and almost crushed to pieces. I'm going to replace it with a higher grade, harder mace, and coat the spikes with poison. Shin Tao Tao and Yi Hao took a breath of air. Damn it. When did you become so sinister and vicious? Henry Chu's face was expressionless. Those who are close to ink are black. Chen Fan's face suddenly became elongated. Who are you scolding? Henry Chu. Don't get me wrong. I'm complimenting you. Chen Fan. Shin Tao Tao narrowed his eyes and said, speaking of poison, I remember the itching powder that Shin Fan used that day. It was so exciting. As soon as the ticking powder came out, the 2 black-robed men and their 2 beasts were almost destroyed. After that, we have a chance to fight back. I'm going to get some itching powder. Yi Hao pushed Shin Nato. It's us. It has nothing to do with you. You were watching the show the whole time. Shin Tao Tao. Shin Didao clicked on his computer and prepared to buy some itching powder. Yi Hao's lips curled up slightly and he said, stop looking for it. There is no itching powder on the market now. What? Not only Shin Nato, but also Chen Fan and others were stunned for a moment. Yi Hao said proudly, there are a total of 16 merchants on the market selling itching powder, which basically only weighs 2 or 3 kilograms. I bought all their itching powder and antidote the night before. Now it's out of stock on the market. Everyone. Chapter 118, I want him to kneel down and sing Conquer. Shin Tao Tao was furious. Give me half. Yi Hao ignored him and continued. I also made a lot of laxatives and poisons, mixed with itching powder, which can be used as a trump card in the future. Chen Fan felt a little dizzy. Forget it. Just buy all the itching powder. I've even prepared laxatives. What do you want to do? Yi Hao smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. Brother Fan, I learned this from you. The first time you killed someone in the Nightmare Garden, you used itchy powder to make a surprise move. The second time, you even used itchy powder, then destroyed 2 level 10 beasts, giving us a chance to turn the tide of the battle. This thing is really good. Shin Tao Tao was stunned for a moment and said, what use can laxatives be? The onset of laxatives is too slow. Even if the opponent is hit, it will take a long time to be like the 2 people I met last time, who also brought 2 10 super beasts. Is there any use for you to use laxatives? Let's not talk about whether we can stop the opponent after it takes effect. Even if we can stop him, he will kill you before it takes effect. If you want to use it, you must find a poison that seals the throat with blood. Shin Hongxiu looked strange and said, is he the 5th grade strongman I mentioned before? The 5th grade strongman has indestructible star power armor, so it shouldn't be very effective for the itchy powder. Right. Yi Hao shook his head. When the 5th grade man in black robe was chasing me and Sister Qing, Sister Qing used a move that hurt both of us, and was seriously injured, breaking the star power armor. Then we fled all the way to 10,000 Beast Mountain, just when we thought we were doomed. No one knew that Brother Fan, Old Ape, and the others were hiding on a big rock. At that time, the wind was blowing in the direction of the man in black robe. Brother Fan quietly sprinkled the itching powder, and the man was immediately hit. When the fight started later, the guy was so itchy that he screamed weirdly and was completely confused. I was shocked. Shin babbled for a while. Damn it. Chen Fan, you are so shady. Chen Fan's face sank. If you praise me like this again, I feel embarrassed. I can't help but want to put a handful of itching powder on your face. Shin Tao Tao was startled, shrunk his neck, then coughed lightly and said to Yi Hao, Howsy, did you really buy all the itching powder? Give me some. I can use this to save my life when I encounter a crisis in the future. Shin Hongxiu frowned and said, "Does your beast master have the storm-type skills like Jade? Can you also be like the old ape, hiding aside and quietly spreading itching powder?" Yi Hao and Shin Taoao were stunned for a while. Yes. Without a storm-type skill like Jade, or a stealth skill like old ape, how can I use itchy powder? Walk up to the enemy and feed him personally. It's okay to get closer and throw it away. But if there is such a chance, it is better to just cut it with a knife. Henry Chu gently patted Yi Hao's arm. "Sell me your itching powder and poison. My desert wind sculpture has the sandstorm skill." Yi Hao and Shin Taoao. Henry Chu was really led astray by Chen Fan. It was absolutely impossible for Henry Chu to do such a thing before. Chen Fan was a little helpless. "I am studying weapons and other things. Why do I talk about poisons and laxatives? Why are everyone so shameless?" Everyone looked at Chen Fan with squinted eyes. Chen Fan was thick-skinned and ignored him. While he was talking, the WeChat messages of Henry Chu and others rang. Immediately, a group of people all stared wide-eyed. Chen Fan was stunned. "Is your expression a good thing or a bad thing?" "Good thing." Shin Hongxiu laughed and said, "My family has also opened a Dahai City Armory account for us. And we can also choose weapons and armor on it." Yi Hao looked strange and said, "It's really strange. Why is this happening? Is it because of Brother Fan? Or because of the Nightmare Garden?" Henry Chu and Shin Hongxiu also looked a little weird. The armory of the City Lord's Palace, to put it another way, is actually the country's arsenal. Ordinary beast masters or star warriors are not qualified to touch it. Therefore, even among the major families in Dahai City, there are only a handful of people with accounts in this armory. Even the 3 major pioneering groups directly under the City Lord's Palace have many authority restrictions. Suddenly, Chu Xian, Shin Hongxiu and other children from aristocratic families obtained accounts. And this point in time happened to be not long after Chen Fan obtained the account. Seeing everyone looking at him with strange expressions, Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, "How could this happen because of me? I have such a big face?" "Okay. Now that you have an account, go back to your room. Go up and choose weapons and armor yourself." "Okay." Dot. Shin Taoao was the fastest and was the first to log in, and then chose a pair of armor that he had been eyeing before. After leaving the ward, he walked to the corridor and spoke to the customer service voice in a low voice. "I want this armor, but some parts of it need to be strengthened for defense." The customer service lady's voice was very sweet. "Okay. Tell me your request, and I will record it," Shin Taoao said in a deep voice. "I am very satisfied with the rest of the armor, but the defense at the hips needs to be strengthened. It must be indestructible with knives, invulnerable with swords, and invulnerable to water and fire." In the ward, Chen Fan and Chu Xian were speechless for a while, although they were separated by a door, and Shin Nato lowered his voice. This group of people were all in the late first grade after all, so they all heard Shin Nao's words clearly. The customer service lady was obviously stunned, as if it was the first time she heard such a strange request. The buttocks are not a vital part, right? Isn't the most important thing for general armor to protect the head and heart? These vital parts? What? Can't you do what I ask for? Shin Taoao said a little impatiently. "Money is not a problem. I am not short of money." Everyone. When Shin Hongxiu and others went back to their respective houses, Li Fengxing took the 3 royal beasts, the horned tiger, the green fire deer, and the cold pool golden horned dragon, and sneaked outside the wall of the hospital's back garden. I got the exact news that Mr. Chen Fan brings several beasts to the back garden of the hospital to have dinner every day. After he arrived, the 3 of you swarmed up and named his beasts first. Leave Chen Fan to me in the end. I want him to kneel down and sing conquer. Li Fengxing clenched his fists against the wall. Han golden horned dragon and other 3 royal beasts. You look at me. I look at you. A few days ago, they were surrounded by a group of beasts belonging to Chu Xian and Yi Hao, and they were beaten violently. Now they are still frightened. The master is really too messy. Li Fengxing saw the expressions of the beast masters and said quickly, "Last time they bullied the few with their numbers. But it's impossible for Chu Xian and the others to follow Chen Fan all the time. Don't worry. You will follow my orders soon. Chen Fan, this bastard, caused me to be beaten by Bai Rouge, and even flirted with Hongxiu. How can I dispel the hatred in my heart without beating him and maiming him?" The words just fell. A group of people from the Animal Breeders Association used a cart to push a cart of food to the back garden, because Chen Fan was hospitalized. During this period, people from the Breeders Association cooked the ingredients and sent them to the hospital. They set up several tables and spread large pieces of washed banana leaves on the grass. Then they took out the cooked food on the cart and laid them out one by one. A stream of aroma drifted outside the courtyard wall. The Handan golden horned dragon and other 3 royal beasts are so greedy that their mouths are watering. Look at your potential. Li Fengxing glanced at his 3 beasts, feeling as if iron could not turn into steel. But his own saliva also came down. At this time, Li Fengxing heard Xin Fan's voice. Coming. Li Fengxing's eyes flashed fiercely, and he waved his hand towards the 3 beasts. Hack him. Jiuhu and King Will have followed Li Fengxing and jumped high at the same time, jumping over the hospital wall. The golden horned dragon in Handan also roared, running along the trunk of the big tree and across the courtyard wall. Bang! 1 person and 3 beasts landed on the grass. The 3 beast masters and Li Fengxing were all stunned. Qin Fan and his few beasts are not alone here. Dark Bloodstone Man, Wild Sacred Cow, Blood-Eating Magic Bat, Chicken Dragon, Shen Hongxiu. The chefs and servants of the Animal Breeders Association were shocked. Call! 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 After the beating, Li Fengxing and the 3 beasts were picked up by the dark-blooded stone man and thrown to the other side of the hospital wall. Qin Fan blinked, picked up a piece of fire ant meat with a knife and fork, and put it in his mouth. Well, the sauce this time is good, and it tastes much better than the one in the morning. When you finish eating, remember to pay. How can I behave like a disciple of a great family in Dahai City who eats here every day? It's okay for you to have a meal, but you also brought a group of beasts to have a meal. What does it mean? Shen Hongxiu and Henry Chu just ate in silence without speaking. Qin Fan became even more angry. It's an equal distribution this time. You all have what I have. Why do you only eat mine every day and don't take out some of yours? Shen Hongxiu tapped the plate with her knife and fork. Fan! Don't talk while eating. It's unhygienic to spit everywhere. Learn from the old ape. Look at the old ape eating. How gentlemanly is he? What if you teach our children bad things like this? Qin Fan. Shen Hongxiu brought a plate of scorpion and tiger meat to Qin Fan and said, Eat more of this. I heard that this can improve yang. Qin Fan. Yi Hao on the other side of the table waved to a chef. Excuse me. Please bring me 3 plates of scorpion and tiger meat. Everyone. Outside the hospital, Li Fengxing has recalled the 3 beast masters to the beast master space. He limped to the other side of the road while swearing. Sudden. There was a banging sound from the corner across the street. It seems like a giant beast is slowly approaching. Li Fengxing was startled and stopped immediately. Then around the corner, a huge wild and violent ape slowly walked out. On the shoulders of the wild and violent ape is Lin Mingfei from the God of War pioneering group. Li Fengxing's eyes twitched. He lowered his head and walked to the right. The Li family supports the Tiansheng pioneer group, and their relationship with the God of War pioneer group has never been very good. Moreover, Lin Mingfei had a very bad temper and had fought with his sister several times. Li Fengxing lowered his head and wanted to leave quickly. Hey, boy from the Li family, Lin Mingfei, who was on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape, said condescendingly. Did you just come out of the hospital? Li Fengxing stopped helplessly. What are you doing? Lin Mingfei frowned and said, Do you know where Qin Fan is? Li Fengxing was stunned, rolled his eyes and said, What are you looking for Qin Fan for? He just finished saying this. The wild and violent ape stretched out his hand, and with 2 pillar-like fingers, he pinched Li Fengxing's collar, lifted the latter up, and brought him to Lin Mingfei. Answer my question. Lin Mingfei looked at Li Fengxing in front of her indifferently. Otherwise, I will crush you to death. Li Fengxing was shocked and angry. He pointed to the position where he was thrown out and said, He was eating on the other side of the courtyard wall with his beast master. You are standing so high. Don't you know you can see it? Lin Mingfei turned around and saw Qin Fan and Shen Hongxiu. Immediately, the wild and violent ape threw Li Fengxing away as if throwing away garbage. Li Fengxing screamed strangely, hit a big tree, and hung on the branch. Asshole! Li Fengxing was furious. I'll wait for you. I will chop you up sooner or later. The wild and violent ape, who had just taken 2 steps out, turned his head with a fierce look in his eyes. Li Fengxing was startled, jumped down from the tree, and ran away. Chapter 119. Something happened in the hospital. Shen Hongxiu and the others were all missing. Standing on the side of the road, Li Fengxing opened his mobile phone and looked at his bank account number. $20 left. Even taking a taxi back to Tiansheng Academy was not enough. It was actually possible to ride the horned tiger back. But now the 3 beasts were injured again. Qin Fan, the man who killed 1,000 swords, Li Fingxing gritted his teeth with hatred when he thought of Xin Fan. Last time in the hospital, after his 3 beasts were beaten by a group of people, he spent all the money he had left on treating the 3 beasts. Now it's okay. I can only take the subway back to Tianshan Academy. Li Fingxing entered the subway station in tatters, without even changing his clothes. Not to mention, the return rate is super high. Even the young lady at the security check couldn't help but look at him twice. Sitting in the subway, Li Fingxing felt sad when he thought about how miserable he was being tortured by Xin Fan. Now that we are born, how can we be born in the ordinary world? As the young master of the Li family, he has hardly encountered any major setbacks in the past 18 years. Ever since the bastard Xin Fan appeared, his bad luck had happened one after another. Not to mention being beaten myself. Now even the 3 beasts have been beaten twice. Li Fingxing felt exhausted physically and mentally. After thinking about it, he dozed off and fell asleep with his head tilted on the shoulder of an ant on the right. The ant glanced at the handsome Li Fingxing, her eyes full of love. She clicked on her phone, hugged Li Fingxing, took several photos, and then posted them on WeChat Moments with her face glowing red. The hospital back garden. The old ape and the wild and violent ape stared at each other with big eyes. Gongzi and Xiaohe were also beside the old ape, looking curiously at the mountain-like wild and violent ape. Xiaobai and Jade were better off, because they had already seen this big guy when they were at the Jian Square. As for Chu Xian and Yi Hao, their beast masters had obviously seen wild and violent apes before, so they did not show any fear. They ate and drank as usual, and almost got into a fight over the snake soup. The savage wild ape squatted down and looked curiously at the little ones in front of him. Even if the wild and violent ape squats down, the old ape still looks like an inconspicuous little person standing in front of him. We are all apes. Why are there such big differences? The old ape looked at the wild violent ape intently, then went over to say hello to a chef. Pushed the dying cart with a whole skyfire ant in front of the wild violent ape. Then, it extended its hand very politely in an inviting gesture. The savage wild ape grinned, tore open the fire ant's meat that day, and ate it. The biggest fire ant in tonight's dinner could not be eaten by a large group of beasts here. Only such a big one could fill the stomach of the wild and violent ape. Seeing that the wild violent ape was not ferocious at all, Jade became bolder and flew up directly, landing on the wild violent ape's head. The wild and violent ape was stunned for a moment. When it was visiting the square, it also saw Jade, and saw Jade blowing a group of teachers down the mine. But it never imagined that Jade could actually fly. Slime can fly. Henry Chu and Shen Hongxiu were still eating. Qin Fan and Lin Mingfei have already gone to the hospital ward. Shen Hongxiu and others were curious about Lin Mingfei's arrival and wanted to follow them, but were driven back by Qin Fan. Yi Hao looked at the wild and violent ape, then at the inpatient building, and quietly tugged at Shen Naoda's sleeve. You go over and listen to what Brother Fan and the others are saying? I'm not interested in their conversation. I'm only interested in the food in front of me, Shen Daodao said without even raising his head. Don't disturb me while eating. This is the most basic respect for a foodie. Yi Hao curled his lips. You may have misunderstood foodies. You are called a loser here, Shen Taoao. Suddenly, Shen Naoda's WeChat message rang. He opened WeChat, and a classmate on WeChat sent a message. Brother Dao, have you seen that photo of Li Fingxing? In just 10 minutes, it became popular all over the city. Photo? The corners of Shen Taodao's mouth curled up slightly. Is it the bare but photo I took of Li Fingxing? It's normal for that one to catch fire. He took that photo just to make Li Feng angry. When the picture of Li Fingxing's buttocks goes viral, no one will remember that I also had my buttocks bare. Wrong. That was my friend's post. Why would my classmates come and ask me if I had seen the photo? Shen Daodao replied. What photo? The other party immediately sent the photo. In the photo, Li Fingxing, with torn clothes and a tired face, closed his eyes tightly and rested his head on the shoulder of an ant. At this moment, Li Fingxing seemed to have found a peaceful haven, and he slept soundly. The ant hugged him and smiled sweetly. There is also a text below. Flowers will bloom in spring, and birds will be free. My angel, my love, is not afraid of wind and sun for you. Shen Taoao. Yi Hao came over and his eyes suddenly widened. Hack! This word, dependence, attracted Shen Hongxiu. The 3 of them opened WeChat and found that there were already heated discussions in several school groups. Li Fingxing, who was already quite famous, is now famous all over the world. Before Shen Hongxiu and others could speak, the photo that Shen Naodao took of Li Fingxing was also posted to the group. In the photo, Li Fingxing was lying on the ground in a very embarrassed state. with his pants scratched and his buttocks half exposed. Same outfit. The shabby places are exactly the same. It seems that the events in these two photos happened not long ago. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on Shen Naodao's face. Great. You finally noticed this photo. Sudden. Someone sent a message. Feng Xing is also naked. And now Dao is not lonely. Shen Naodao's face suddenly turned dark. Someone in the group immediately started asking. Isn't this Li Fengxing? What does it have to do with Shen Taofao? Damn it. What did Li Fengxing do? Why is he so miserable? Yesterday, he told me that he was going to the hospital to beat Chen Fan to death. Now he looks like this. Could it be that he was beaten by Chen Fan? Don't change the topic yet. Why did the person above say that Tao Tao is not lonely? Is Shen Tao Tao naked too? Someone immediately said. Some time ago, Shen Dao Dao went to the God of War Academy to show his teeth and claws, saying that he would use one beast to beat Chen Fan's 4 beasts. As a result, he was beaten violently by Chen Fan, and his pants were torn to pieces by the Storm of Slime Jade. Donghai City has 2 heroes, but I am the only one who is Li Fengxing. Shen Taoao was so angry that he directly sent a message. Which school are you from? I'm going to find you now. Because in the group, everyone uses nicknames. So Shen Taotao was not sure about the identities of those people. But as soon as he sent the message, he found that he had been kicked out of the group. Shen Taotao. Am I the one who hacked him? Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao glanced at Shen Naoda silently, turned on their mobile phones, and continued to watch the fun in the group. In the ward, Lin Mingfei sat sideways on a chair, with her feet crossed on the table. Her legs are long and white, making it easy for people to have brains all over her legs just by looking at them. When Chen Fan first came to this world, he had 2 feelings when he saw Lin Mingfei standing on the shoulders of the wild and violent ape. This orangutan is so huge. These legs are really long. Lin Mingfei tilted her head, glanced at Chen Fan, and said, Sister Qing said, do you know how to breed animals? If I ask you to help cultivate my wild and violent ape, how long will it take and how much will it cost? Chen Fan smiled slightly. Within 3 months, 2 million alliance coins. What? Lin Mingfei's eyes twitched, and she said with a long face. The level 10 wild and violent ape needs 200 W alliance coins to increase its combat power by 1 level. This price has already exceeded the market price. Chen Fan said calmly. When you brought the wild and violent ape here, I knew that you wanted to ask me to help cultivate the beast. At that time, the price I gave in my heart was 150 W alliance coins. But the young lady looked at me sideways, tilted her head when talking, and even put her legs on my table. So I added 50 W. Lin Mingfei smiled instead of being angry, put her legs back, sat upright and said, This kid from the Imperial Capital has quite a personality. Even Master Zhang Hai of the Beast Breeders Association cannot guarantee that he will be able to break through the wild violent ape to level 11 within 3 months. Confidence is a good thing. Lin Mingfei leaned back slightly and said indifferently. But being arrogant is not a good thing. Chen Fan smiled and said nothing. Very good, Lin Mingfei said with a half smile. Since you have made a promise, I am not afraid of you going back on your word. There are some things I think it would be better to tell you in advance. Chen Fan nodded. I'm all ears. Lin Mingfei frowned and said, My daemon is a wild alien species. A bit special. It has been stuck at level 10 for almost 2 years. 2 years? Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. During this time, he read a lot of information on beast control and animal breeding. So he knew that it was abnormal for the level 10 beast taming card to last for so long. Zhen Qing's Jinyu Heidongking broke through to level 16 more than 9 months ago. So Chen Fan gave him 4 months to cultivate a level 16 beast. And it took 13 months to break through to level 17. This is within normal range. As for level 10 beast masters, theoretically it will generally not last more than 8 months. But Lin Mingfei actually said that this wild and violent ape has been stuck at level 10 for almost 2 years. Lin Mingfei continued. In terms of combat power level, Daemon is only level 10, but it is huge and powerful. It has once surpassed its level and killed a level 12 monster. I also beat the 12th level beast master Li Qingyan of the Tiansheng Pioneer Group to the ground with teeth everywhere. In the entire Donghai City, among the level 10 beasts, it is considered invincible. In our God of War Pioneering Group, everyone has always treated it as a level 13 beast. Chen Fan didn't speak, just listened quietly. Lin Mingfei frowned and said, In the beginning, I was actually very happy and very proud. But as time went by, I became more and more stressed and my heart became heavier and heavier. I watched helplessly as the beast master who was at the same level as it broke through to a higher level. But it kept standing still. Seeing that Xin Fan still didn't speak, Lin Mingfei sighed and said, "We all know that the combat power level of the beast master is actually the star power level, which is purely determined by star power. If an ordinary awakened goat has the same star power as an awakened lion, then the combat power level of the goat and the lion will be the same. But star power is only part of the power of controlling the beast. So a lion with the same combat power level can easily kill a goat. Having said that, the power, development, and sustainability of the lion itself are not strong, whether it is a beast or a human. Star power is the ultimate power. Damon's ability to kill level 12 monsters does not rely on star power, but its innate racial power. But this kind of racial power is not as easy to improve as star power. After Damon reaches adulthood, his height and weight will not change much. It would be even harder for him to grow another 3 to 5 meters taller than reaching the sky. But the star power is different. Whether it's a beast or a human, we can absorb the vitality between heaven and earth, so that the star power will continue to grow and become stronger. But for some reason, Damon's star power can't be improved now, and his level can't be broken through. If this continues, it won't be long before the beast-controlling beasts at the same level as it were will surpass it far." Lin Mingfei gritted her teeth and said, "When Li Qingyan's beast was still at level 10, Damon beat her beast like a 3-year-old child. Later, Li Qingyan's control beast broke through to level 11, but it still couldn't catch the big barbarian punch. Later, Li Qingyan's beast master broke through to level 12, but the man still beat it to pieces. However, her beast control and the power of Damon are constantly getting closer and closer," Lin Mingfei said with some pain. "I heard that last month, Li Qingyan hired 2 beast breeding masters from the Demon City to help her cultivate the beast, preparing to break through to level 13 within 4 months. If her control beast breaks through to level 13, Damon may not be her opponent. The great barbarian, who was invincible at the same level at the beginning, is now being thrown away step by his defeated generals back then. Even if I can accept it, I'm worried that Damon himself can't accept it. After listening to your words, I roughly understand its situation." Xin Fan nodded and said, "Then you can transfer the money to me." Lin Mingfei looked a little weird and said, "I have told you so much with great emotion. Why don't you give me a few words of comfort?" "What's the comfort?" Xin Fan rolled his eyelids and said, "The wild alien species must be cultivated in the same way as the wild alien species. Your own method is not correct, and I still have to cheer for you. Transfer money and leave. In 3 months, come and lead the beast." This brat is so arrogant. I finally expressed my inner confusion and sadness, but he actually found me annoying. Do you really think that I, Lin Mingfei, would tell someone with all my heart whenever I see him? With a dark face, Lin Mingfei transferred 2 million alliance coins to Xin Fan. "By the way, can your God of War Pioneer group get the Drunk Dragon Grass?" Xin Fan suddenly remembered the Drunk Dragon Grass that helped the old ape break through to level 6. He has checked many times on the Yusho shopping website in the past few days, but has never found Drunk Dragon Grass. Even the internal platform of the Animal Breeders Association does not have this kind of thing. Drunk Dragon Grass? Lin Mingfei was slightly startled. "What are you looking for Drunken Dragon Grass for? I remember that there is it in the 4th secret realm, but this kind of thing is of no use. It can only be used to prepare some common medicines. It grows in the harsh environment of the 4th secret realm, so it is basically not found on the market. Of course, it is used to cultivate beasts," Xin Fan said. "If you guys from the God of War Pioneer group enter the 4th secret realm, can you collect some for me? It doesn't take much. Just 1 or 2 will be enough." "Okay." Lin Mingfei nodded. "We happen to have a small team in our Pioneer group, and we will enter the 4th secret realm the day after tomorrow. I'll explain it to them when I get back." Xin Fan laughed. "Thank you." Lin Mingfei glanced at Xin Fan again, turned around, closed the door and left. As soon as the door closed, was pushed away again, Shin Hongxiu and Yi Hao walked in. Xiao Bai, Gongzi and the others also followed in and jumped directly onto the bed. "What did you do to her? Why did I see Lin Mingfei's face elongated like a donkey?" Shin Hongxiu narrowed her eyes and said, "Are you taking advantage of others?" Xin Fan laughed angrily. "I took that pill from your Shin family, and my whole body was still sore after a few days. I took advantage of you. Even if I didn't take that pill, do you think I could beat her? Is your whole body soft?" Shin Hongxiu came over and whispered, "That's because she wanted to take advantage of you, but found that you couldn't get hard?" Xin Fan turned to look at the bed. Where is my knife? Yi Hao and Shen Tao in the back rolled their eyes wildly. Brother Fan is already crooked enough, coupled with an even more unorthodox Shen Hongxiu. I always feel like the world is about to collapse. Yi Hao took 2 steps closer and said, Brother Fan, Lin Mingfei didn't take away the wild and violent ape. Did she come to you to help her breed the beast? What? Cultivate beasts? Shen Tao and Chu Xian's eyes changed slightly. They had doubted it before. Why did Fang Qingqing's ice white python and Bai Ruge's black iron dragon turtle follow Chen Fan? Yi Hao's words meant that Chen Fan was helping them cultivate the beasts. Even Zhen Qing's Jinyu Heidongking was cultivated with Chen Fan's help? Forget about cultivating a level 5 ice white python and a level 5 black iron dragon turtle. He can even cultivate a level 16 beast master? What a joke. Before Shen Tao could ask questions, Yi Hao said mysteriously, Brother Fan, after the 3 major colleges competitions are over in 2 days, shall we go to the first secret realm again? You take the savage wild ape with you. Let's go get a handful of big ones. And catch a few succubi by the way? Succubus. Chen Fan immediately showed a lewd smile. Shen Hongxiu stared at Yi Hao coldly. You dare to tell me, Chen Fan, to catch the succubus again? Kill you. Yi Hao shuddered. Shen Hongxiu is a woman who likes to joke and can make jokes of all colors. But when he just said the words, kill you, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yi Hao turned away a little depressed. You. Don't sleep. The confused person is already drunk. The person you miss is no longer there. Life is just a bunch of girls. Shen Hongxiu. Chen Fan. At this time, Shen Dao suddenly laughed and said, The 3 college competitions will be held in 4 days. You guys are like tuberculosis ghosts. You have to be helped out of bed to urinate. You probably have no chance to participate. This time, it's up to me and Yi Hao. Hazi, I will take first place this time. And you will take second place. Yi Hao sneered. However, Henry Chu said, Don't be complacent yet. Chen Fan and I will both play. Shen Tao was stunned. Are you sure? Chen Fan simply rolled his eyes. I don't want to go. It doesn't matter if I win or not. How about going to the ring in a wheelchair? Yes. Henry Chu nodded and said, Teacher Lee talked to me on the phone this morning. The school has prepared wheelchairs for the 2 of us. Everyone. Chen Fan immediately became angry. You really want us to go on stage in wheelchairs? Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to do that. Shen Hongxiu's face also turned cold. Isn't it a little too much for your Ares Academy to do this? Although after a few more injections, you will basically be able to get out of bed and walk in 4 days. It is simply unreasonable to treat you like donkeys. I don't care about Henry Chu. I definitely don't agree with them torturing my Chen Fan like this. I'm going to call the principal of Ares Academy right now. Henry Chu stretched out his hand to stop and said, Wait a minute. Shen Hongxiu stopped and looked at Henry Chu coldly. Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan and said, Didn't you ask me and Yi Hao before if our families have the Sky Fei fruit? Chen Fan looked delighted. Have you found the Sky Fei fruit? Chu Xian said faintly. I asked for you. None of the big families in Donghai City have Tian Fei fruit. Then you are so stupid. Chen Fan was angry. Henry Chu said calmly, But there are group competitions in the 3 major colleges. Nanny! Chen Fan almost jumped out of bed. Please tell me clearly, how can there be Tian Fei fruit in the arena competition? Henry Chu said, To be precise, among the prizes of the 3 major academy competitions, there are 3 Tian Fei fruits. If you get the top 3 rankings, those prizes will include a Tian Fei fruit. You didn't tell me earlier. Chen Fan reached out and pulled Shen Hongxiu. Stop calling me. I want to participate in the group competition. And I am determined to win the Tian Fei fruit. Shen Hongxiu's fingers lightly scratched the back of Shen Fan's hand. Fan, can you also help others cultivate the beasts? After my 3 beasts broke through to level 5. They have been stuck at level 5 for a long time. Henry Chu opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Chen Fan just wanted to speak. Suddenly a feeling of palpitations came to my heart. The lights in the ward flashed on and off. Immediately, bursts of faint crying came from outside. That crying sound was pitiful and misty, as if it was right next to you, but also seemed to be far away. What happened? Shen Hongxiu's expression changed slightly, and he summoned all 3 of his beasts. Yi Hao and Shen Tao did not summon the beasts because their beasts were too big and the ward could not accommodate them. Z. Lights went out. What the H.L. Shen Tao held the sword, opened the door, and went to the corridor. The lights in the corridor were also turned off. It seemed like the entire hospital had a power outage. Strangely, There was no noise at all. If such a big hospital has a power outage, shouldn't it be a scene of uproar? But standing in the corridor, the crying sound became even clearer. The weird crying sound was like a child crying, but it was completely unclear whether it was a boy or a girl. Hearing it in human ears, it made people inexplicably panicked. Shin Hongxiu walked up to Shin Taotao and glanced around a bit strangely. Who on earth is pretending to be a ghost? Even if we didn't bring moonstones, this hospital should have prepared moonstones. Right? Why is it still so dark after a while? The dark corridor seemed to be filled with a black mist. At this time, it was just dark. Even if there is a power outage, it shouldn't be this dark. But the corridor in front of me was dark and gloomy, just like a ghostly road leading to H.L. Standing in this corridor, even the daring Shin Hongxiu felt a little panicked. Yi Hao held up the axe and said, "Something's wrong. The surroundings feel lifeless." Shin Hongxiu frowned and said in a deep voice, "The hospital is guarded by third-level beast masters and star warriors. Let's return to the ward first." The three of them took a few steps back and returned to the ward. Just return to the ward. Shin Hongxiu was shocked. Where are Chen Fan and Chu Xian? In the ward, Chen Fan and Chu Xian disappeared. Not only did the people disappear, but the 2 hospital beds were also missing. And Xiaobai, Jade, and the others also disappeared without a trace. Shin Tao glanced at the empty ward, walked to the middle, and summoned his beast, Jipalong. After Jipalong came out, at Shin Tao's signal, he immediately placed a flame shield on himself and Shin Hongxiu. Along with the flame shield, the entire ward lit up. After Shin Hongxiu looked around for a week, his expression suddenly changed. That's not right. This is not Chen Fan's ward. I clearly remember the layout of the tables and chairs in his ward. Before the lights went out, the drawings and pens that Henry Chu drew were still on the table next to the bed. Now they are all gone. Yi Hao was surprised. We are only less than 1 meter away from the door. If we step back, how can we retreat to the wrong room? If we retreated to the wrong room, is it possible that we retreated to Henry Chu's room? Shin Hongxiu shook her head. It's not Henry Chu's room either. I also remember the things in Henry Chu's room clearly. Shin Tao took a breath of air. Don't scare me. If it's not the room where you 3 are, then where are we retreating to now? Outside, the crying continued intermittently. Shin Hongxiu's face was solemn. This has never happened before. The defense of Donghai City is very tight, and the identity of everyone entering and exiting needs to be strictly checked. When the Nightmare Court wanted to deal with Donghai City, it did not say to attack directly. Instead, it released skyfire ants and killer bees from the secret realm, and used ant swarms and bee swarms to attack Donghai City. Who on earth dares to run wild in Donghai City? The door to the ward is open. In the ward, Lao Yuan pushed Chen Fan and Chu Xian's beds inside to the wall. Chen Fan held the long sword tightly, and Chu Xian held the long sword. Both of them sat on the hospital bed. Xiaobai and the others were lying on the hospital bed, ready to go. The dark-blooded stone man, holding a sledgehammer, stood by the door. The entire ward was shrouded in the old ape's shadow sky. It was eerily quiet. So weird. Shin Hongxiu and the others disappeared without a trace as soon as they stepped out of the ward. People are missing. Even the sound was gone. All Chen Fan and Henry Chu could hear were the intermittent weird cries. Chapter 120, a level 32 crying demon? A dead end. Chen Fan and Chu Xian both got off the hospital bed, because the two of them heard a burst of crying coming from far away. There is no signal on the network. The message cannot be sent. The whole hospital was in dead silence. Chen Fan and Chu Xian stood on both sides of the door, one on the left and the other on the right. In the room, Xiaobai, Xiuhei, and the others were all ready. Only Gongzi looked excited, grinding his teeth in excitement. Gongzi is a fighting maniac. When encountering such danger or strangeness, not only is he not nervous, but his fighting spirit rises, which makes Chen Fan a little nervous. The crying stopped suddenly outside the door. Immediately, a black mist with a diameter of more than 2 feet slowly swam into the ward. In the black mist, a pair of shining eyes looked at Chen Fan. It can see us in the shadow canopy! At this moment, a monster attribute panel appeared in Chen Fan's sight. But seeing this strange and unpredictable monster staring at him, Chen Fan felt a chill in his heart. How could he have time to take a closer look? Almost subconsciously, he slashed at the black mist with one knife. Henry Chu on the other side also moved very quickly, almost at the same time that Chen Fan drew his sword. He pierced the black mist with his sword. Boom! Both the long knife and the sword penetrated the black mist and fell on the floor, directly punching a hole in the floor. Although Chen Fan and Henry Chu's bodies were sore and weak, and their legs were still shaking when they walked, there was no big obstacle to the operation of their star power. One sword and one sword were blasted out at the same time, and the floor was immediately cracked. What? Chen Fan and Chu Xian were shocked. Is this really some kind of ghost? Why is it that the swords all penetrated and felt like they were cutting in the air? TSK, 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 TSK! At the moment when Chen Fan and Chu Xian were surprised, the old ape also launched his Shadow Poison Claw and clawed at the black mist. Also ineffective. The black mist seems to be really a mass of fog. Gah! The black mist let out a strange cry, suddenly jumped up, and rushed towards Chen Fan's head. Noob! Chen Fan took a step back and shouted loudly. Xiaobai on the hospital bed hissed, and his two little paws, carrying two thunder blades, pierced through the black mist. The black mist was directly divided into 3 groups by the thunder blade. Whoa! In the black mist, the heart-wrenching cry of a child could be heard, almost making people's heads explode. Efficient! Chen Fan was overjoyed and shouted loudly in his mind. Xiao Hei! This is the soul body. Swallow it! Xiao Hei is a soul-eating bird, the nemesis of soul-like monsters, especially after swallowing many monster souls in the first secret realm some time ago. Xiao Hei has almost reached the peak of level 4 during this period. Even if Chen Fan does not use systematic methods to help it improve, it may break through to level 5 at any time. Upon hearing Chen Fan's order, Xiao Hei flapped his wings and rushed over. Suck! The 2 black mists, like smoke, were swallowed directly by Xiao Hei. Seeing that the situation was not good, the last remaining black mist quickly turned around and tried to escape from the ward. Xiaobai! Nail it with the thunder blade! As Chen Fan shouted loudly, the thunder blade on Xiaobai's paw quickly flashed and flew out. The lightning blade flashing with thunder directly pinned a small group of black mist to the ground. Zitsizi! Black mist kept twisting, and its size slowly became smaller. What the H.L. is this? Henry Chu exclaimed and quickly closed the door. Chen Fan waved his hand and said nothing. He is still observing the monster attribute panel. Monster name, Crying Demon Clone, a larva that splits from the level 32 Overlord level Crying Demon. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, demon type. Monster weakness, thunder, fire. Racial skills, magic cry illusion. Soul bite. Am I him? Chen Fan couldn't hold it back and scolded his mother directly. A level 32 Overlord Crying Demon? Is there a level 32 monster coming to this hospital? Didn't it say that Donghai City has a defensive formation? How did such a terrifying monster get in? Are all the master level beings in Donghai City unaware of it? Damn it! Henry Chu used the light on the smart bracelet to see Chen Fan's ugly face, and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Do you recognize this monster? At this time, the black mist on the ground became smaller and smaller under the erosion of the power of the thunder blade, and finally turned into nothingness with a pop. Chen Fan said with a dark face, That thing just now is a demon-type soul monster called the Crying Demon. This Crying Demon mainly attacks souls. Henry Chu said in a deep voice. Even if it is an attack on the soul, it is extremely weird. But Xiaobai and Xiaohei, can't they restrain the Crying Demon? As long as there aren't a large number of crying demons rushing towards us, we should be able to stop them. Chen Fan opened his mouth, and after a while, he said feebly, Of course, I won't pay too much attention to level 5 and 6 crying demons. But the Crying Demon just now is the larvae that split off from the level 32 Crying Demon. There is probably a level 32 Overlord Crying Demon in this hospital. How is that possible? Henry Chu, who was as calm as a man, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. Although he had never heard of a monster like the Crying Demon, but the words level 32 also caused a storm in his heart. Level 32. None of the beasts controlled by Bai Baiyu, the Lord of East China Sea City, are this tall. I'm afraid only the few grandmasters guarding Donghai City have such high-level beast control. Right? But I have never heard of those masters having such evil and weird beast masters. If this is a monster rushing in from outside. Henry Chu also felt cold all over. If a level 32 monster goes crazy, it can destroy a city. Chen Fan added, The Crying Demon is a demon-type soul monster. Only lightning and fire can cause relatively large damage to it. Physical skills rarely work. Other spells and skills may not be able to cause fatal damage to it. Henry Chu frowned. None of his 3 beasts have fire attributes, and none have fire skills. Facing this kind of monster, it is difficult for the powerful dark-blooded stone man to be of use. There are so many beasts between them. But only Xiaobai and Xiaohei can restrain the crying demon. If Yi Hao and Shen Taoao were here, the pressure would be greatly reduced. Because Yi Hao has the fire attribute Earth-Shattering Fire Dragon, and Shen Nao's Jipa Dragon and Dragon Blood Crazy Lion are also fire attribute beasts. Henry Chu was about to speak. Under the floor where he and Shen Fan had made a hole before, there were a few whistling sounds, and 3 masses of black mist sprang up. 3 crying demons. Roar! Gongzi, who had been waiting for the opportunity, suddenly became angry, ran like a whirlwind, and violently tore his claws apart. Call! Gongzi penetrated through the crying demon and hit the wall, making him dizzy. Meow! Xiaobai was angry, and the lightning flash was activated, penetrating through a crying demon in the middle. The moment it penetrated, its 2 thunder blades struck both sides quickly. The 3 crying demons screamed and were immediately split open by thunder blades. Xiaohei took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, once again using the racial skill, swallowing souls. Kiliachiliu. Several groups of black mist were all sucked in by it. Gongzi. It has bullied Xiaohei before. I didn't expect Xiaohei to be so awesome. The monster that neither it nor the old ape could hurt. Xiaohei actually ate it as food. You trash. Xiaohei raised his head proudly and said, I can't beat the little crying demon. I have to burp it myself. Gongzi. Desert Wind Eagle and other beasts were so angry that they bared their teeth and claws at Xiaohei. Xiaohei was even more proud. But after a while, it lost its pride. After more than 20 crying demons rushed up from the hole in the floor, Xiaohei was about to cry. Master, I really can't eat anymore. I feel like I'm going to burst. Gongzi ran over, stood up with his 2 short legs, and slapped Xiaohei on the head. Weren't you very majestic just now? You just ate a few crying demons, and you're no longer, okay? Keep feeding me. Shen Fan dragged a table over, put it down, and blocked the hole in the floor. The crying demon can theoretically penetrate wooden boards and even walls. But just after closing the door, the crying demon in the corridor did not come in again. But the crying demon under the hole kept running up. It seems that the crying demon must be looking for prey through some kind of induction. Whether it is a wooden board or a wall, it should be able to weaken their induction. After blocking the hole with a table and asking Xiaobai to guard it, Shen Fan sat back on the hospital bed with the help of the old ape. Henry Chu also walked over with the support of the dark blood stone man. What should we do now? Shen Fan glanced at Xiaohei, who was still mumbling. Although Chu Xian is here, Shen Fan has no choice but to help Xiaohei upgrade to level 5 first. Huh? Shen Fan saw that Xiaohei's attribute panel seemed to have undergone some changes. The materials used by Xiaohei to break through from level 4 to level 5 don't seem right. Before this, Shen Fan remembered clearly that there were at least 7 kinds of materials needed for Xiaohei to break through to level 5. And those 7 materials are now placed in the wardrobe of the ward. But now on Xiaohei's property panel, those materials have been reduced to 2 types. The above shows that only these 2 materials are needed to help Xiaohei break through to level 5. It seems that after Xiaohei devoured many crying demons, his strength should be constantly rising, and he may have reached the critical point of level 4 to level 5. Just like by Rouge's 4-winged flying snake. Just one final step. Oh! Master! I'm so tired! I feel like sleeping! Xiaohei tilted his head and fell from the railing of the hospital bed onto the bed. This stupid bird rolled around twice after lying on the hospital bed. Oh! It's so comfortable! It's so comfortable lying on the bed! Black soul wood! Skying black snake saliva! Shen Fan walked to the cabinet in the ward, opened the cabinet, and took out the 2 materials stored inside. Except for the 2 materials that he had not found before. Shen Fan had already obtained all the materials that Xiaobai and Xiaohei needed to upgrade. However, the injury has not healed in the past 2 days. His legs are shaking even after getting out of bed and taking 2 steps. So Shen Fan has not yet started to help Xiaobai and the others improve. Seeing that Xiaohei only needed 2 materials, Shen Fan immediately took out those 2 materials. Gongzi, come here. Help me chew up the wood, and then spit it into this bowl. Shen Fan greeted Gongzi, and threw the black soul wood into Gongzi's mouth. Gongzi crunched it a few times, bit the black soul wood into pieces, and then spit it into the bowl. Xiaohei poked his head out of the hospital bed, and asked hesitantly, Isn't this for me? Something like, Black soul wood is only suitable for its attributes. All other beast-controlling beasts here are not suitable. Nonsense! Of course it's for you to eat. Is it for me to eat? Chen Fan poured the Tianyin black snake saliva into the bowl and stirred it a few times. Henry Chu silently watched Chen Fan's movements and was speechless for a while. Things with yin attributes such as black soul wood and Tianyin black snake saliva are indeed very beneficial to the soul-eating bird. But is it really useful to improvise? Xiao He immediately became unhappy. Master, I protest. Why did you let Gongzi chew it? Can't you chop it up yourself with a knife? Why are you so unhygienic? Although I'm not as particular as the old ape, I am also a clean bird. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, How can I have the strength now? I'm holding the knife, and my hands are shaking like they're swinging. How can I chop? Okay, stop complaining. Gongzi loves to be clean and brushes his teeth every day. Hurry down and drink this bowl of porridge. Xiao He shook his head like a rattle. Master, I protest. It's okay if you let me drink snake saliva, but you also let Gongzi chew it up and feed it to me. I refuse to eat Gongzi's saliva. Gongzi grinned, showing his sharp teeth. When Jade heard the word saliva, she immediately spit 2 mouthfuls of saliva into the bowl. Xiao He. Gongzi laughed so hard that he slapped the ground with his little paws. Xiao Bai couldn't help but pat his head. Chen Fan said, Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat, Xiao Bai, Old Ape, and Desert Wind Eagle will all come over and spit. Xiao He almost cried. Who did I provoke? Why do you let me eat such disgusting things? After eating this kind of thing, can I still hang out in the bird pen in the future? What will those mother birds think of me in the future? Chapter 121. The 7th grade master was severely injured and is in danger. Seeing Xiao Heisheng's hopeless look, Chen Fan couldn't help but urge him again. Hurry up! After swallowing so many crying demons and souls, you have reached the peak of level 4 and are just about to finish. Eat this bowl of porridge and you will be able to break through to level 5 in no time. If you break through to level 5, our hope of survival will be greater. Henry Chu was silent. After drinking this bowl of porridge, Xiao He can break through to level 5. Real or fake? He saw Xiao Heisheng flying down reluctantly. It stood in front of the bowl of porridge and turned to look at Gongzi. Gongzi, do you really brush your teeth every day? Why don't I see you brushing your teeth? Gongzi raised his head and thought about it. What does brushing your teeth mean? Well, Xiao He let out a long sigh. The wind is rustling and the water is cold. I will finish the porridge after drinking it. Death is death. Xiao He closed his eyes and ate the bowl of porridge. After it finished drinking, Chen Fan hugged Xiao He over, and then transferred the system energy to it. Next moment, in the darkness, countless stars suddenly appeared. The vitality of the surrounding world began to gather toward Xiao He. Level 5! Xiao He yelled. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally level 5! Gongzi and Xiao Bai rolled their eyes at the same time. This guy is always talking dirty. No wonder he gets beaten every day. In fact, Gongzi often curses people. But no matter how hard Gongzi scolded, others couldn't understand him. Xiao He is different. Xiao He speaks human language. Keep your mouth shut. I'm sorry. 7 beatings a day is not enough. Chen Fan checked Xiao He's attribute panel. Racial skills, soul devouring. Spiritual spike. Shadow arrow, evolved from the beak peck. Fear, making the enemy run away due to extreme fear. Lasts for 4 seconds. Can target up to 4 targets at the same time. Not only did Xiao He awaken a skill, but even the most useless, beak peck, evolved into a shadow arrow. With these 2 skills, it feels like this guy's strength has skyrocketed. Before this, Xiao He's biggest use was to use spiritual spikes in battle to coordinate the attacks of Chen Fan and Xiao Bai. Xiao He's own sharp beak is just like pecking at insects. It is used to peck people or monsters. It is purely funny. Although its spiritual spikes are powerful, they can only kill monsters several levels lower than it. And it is impossible to kill monsters of the same level. It's good now. Not only does it have an additional control skill, Fear, but it also has a long-range attack skill, Shadow Arrow. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and directly added 100 points of proficiency to Xiao Hei's skill, Fear. Xiao Hei leapt and felt the changes in his skills. It narrowed its eyes slightly and locked its mental power on Xiaobai and Gongzi, as well as the dark-blooded stone man and the desert wind eagle. Then, Fear! The Fear skill was released, like a small black light, hitting the heads of Xiaobai and the others. Ah! Why am I so scared all of a sudden? Quack quack quack! Ho 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 ho! Xiaobai, Gongzi and the others immediately ran around the room. The first 2 voices belonged to Gongzi and Xiaobai, and Chen Fan could understand them. The croaking and hooting at the back were those of the Desert Wind Sculpture and the Dark Blood Stone Man. And Chen Fan couldn't understand them. Under Henry Chu's stunned gaze, the four beasts ran back and forth for 4 seconds before stopping. See? Xiaobai rushed over with a thunderbolt, held down Xiui's head, and beat him violently. Chen Fan stopped her in a hurry. No! 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 Don't beat this guy to death. And let him help kill the crying demon. Gongzi, who had just rushed over, gritted his teeth at Xiao He. The Dark Blood Stone Man scratched his head and looked at Xiao He speechless for a while. The Desert Wind Eagle jumped in anger and kept croaking. It was not until Henry Chu comforted him that he calmed down. Hey, 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 hey! Xiao He giggled proudly and happily. 30 days to the east of the river and 30 days to the west of the river. Don't bully me into being poor. I am very powerful now. Seeing this scene, Henry Chu also had a smile on his lips. Don't be too happy too early. Chen Fan directly poured cold water on him. The Crying Demon's clone was split from the level 32 Crying Demon. We can still cope with level 5 and level 6. What if there is a level 7 or level 8? Before he finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at the door. Call! Chen Fan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not a nagging person. Chu Xian. Chen Fan raised the long knife and opened the door. Xiao He, cheer up and continue to swallow as much as you can. As soon as the door opened, crying could be heard from both ends of the corridor. The cry comes from far to near. Closing the door actually stops the crying demon. Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other. After the door was closed, the crying demon was not seen attacking the door. As soon as the door opens, the crying demon can sense it immediately and rush over like crazy. In this case, it should actually be safer to stay in the room. Chen Fan and Chu Xian took the old apes and retreated. The crying demon is a soul. So Lao Yuan and the others can't help much. Chen Fan and Chu Xian have not recovered, and they don't have weapons with thunder attributes. So they can only hide behind and let Xiao Bai and Xiao He take charge. At this time, Xiao He sneered and said, Xiao Bai, don't take action yet. Let you see my true strength. Chen Fan said in a deep voice. Xiao He, don't be careless. These crying demons have 2 skills. One is demon crying illusion, and the other is soul bite. They are both attacks on the soul. Don't give them a chance to attack. Strike first. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 crying demons rushed in from outside the door. Little black mouth opens. 3 shadow arrows with a faint light flew out of Xiao He's mouth and pierced through the 3 crying demons. Ugh! The 3 crying demons seemed to have suffered in human pain, and they cried miserably at the same time. At this moment, Xiao He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Call! The 3 crying demons turned into a whirlwind and were swallowed directly by Xiao He. Henry Chu turned his head and asked with a strange expression. Why do you know so much about the crying demon? Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. Read more books. Chu Xian. After swallowing the crying demon, Xiao He blinked and said, Master, I feel like I can still swallow a lot more. I have swallowed 3 crying demons now. It feels like I drank a sip of water. The Desert Wind Sculpture and the dark-blooded stone man behind took a breath of air. This guy has just made a breakthrough and is already so terrifying. The 3 crying demons that just rushed over gave them the feeling that their real star power was not much weaker than theirs. Gongzi and Lao Yuan also looked at Xiao He with admiration. Jade stayed on Chen Fan's head and looked at Xiao He curiously. Jijijijiji, so awesome. Henry Chu turned to look at Chen Fan. What should we do now? Chen Fan shook his head slightly. The situation is unclear, and the 2 of us have difficulty moving. It is best to stay in the room. Don't worry too much about Yi Hao and the others. They have 3 fire attribute beasts with them. Let's stay here and see what happens. When Xiao He is full, we will close the door. Henry Chu nodded. In the dark corridor, the smart bracelets of Yi Hao and Shen Taoao released a faint light, illuminating an area of 5 or 6 meters. From both ends of the corridor, the mind-numbing crying sounded again. Maid, it's not over yet. Shen Taoao was furious and pointed to the back of the corridor. When Jipalong opens his mouth, it becomes a pillar of fire. Call! The pillar of fire directly burned the 3 crying demons that rushed towards them to ashes. This Jipalong skill, Fire Pillar, is not very powerful when fighting other beasts of the same level. But when used to burn the crying demon, it's really a big deal. Especially in this kind of corridor. The crying demons don't even have a place to hide. They come up one group and destroy the other group. Yi Hao's beast-controlling earth-splitting fire dragon in front also spurted out a mouthful of flames. burning several of the crying demons that rushed towards them to ashes. Shin Hongxiu walked in the middle, frowning. There is no way to go on like this. This corridor seems to have no end. We have been walking for more than 10 minutes, and we can't get out at all. Yi Hao looked ahead nervously, and said without looking back. What should we do? Are we encountering a ghost and hitting a wall? Shin Hongxiu said in a deep voice. It is most likely that the combination of formation and illusion caused the current situation. Immediately, she added. It's a bit strange. When we were in the corridor, these monsters kept attacking, but we never saw them knocking on the door. Let's find a room and hide in there for a while. With that said, Shin Hongxiu turned around and glanced at a door on the left side. 509. Shin Hongxiu's eyes widened. The wards of Qin Fan and I are on the 2nd floor. Why are we on the 5th floor? No wonder those rooms were so unfamiliar when we went back before. Shin Taotao said coldly. If we can be sure that this is the 5th floor, it would be easy to enter this room first. Then punch through the floor directly, and go downstairs to meet Qin Fan and the others. Yi Hao sneered and said, I don't know how many beast masters and star warriors there are in this hospital. If they do what you do, the building will collapse. Get out of the way. I'll use an axe to clear the way. Shin Hongxiu and Shin Taotao. At this moment, there were crying sounds from both ends of the corridor. This time, there were more cries and louder. There seemed to be dozens of crying demons, coming quickly from both ends. Yi Hao and the others were taken aback, and immediately prepared to make the earth-shattering fire dragon and dragon blood lion spit out flames. Sudden. Presumptuous. In the void, an old voice rang in everyone's ears. The two groups of crying demons that rushed over from both ends of the corridor were directly pressed to the ground by a strange force. Unable to move. Seeing this, Shin Hongxiu shouted softly, Go ahead and burn them all. Although I don't know who suppressed those monsters. But take advantage of his illness and kill him. The earth-shattering fire dragon and the dragon-blooded lion opened their big mouths at the same time. Dazzling flames spurted out, instantly burning the crying demons at both ends of the corridor. Shin Hongxiu raised her head slightly and murmured. The voice just now was transmitted through mental fluctuations. There must be a truly strong person entering the hospital. Yi Hao nodded and said with a smile. Then we will all be saved. Shin Taotao snorted coldly and said, How do you know it's a strongman coming in from outside? What if he was in the hospital originally? What if those monsters came for him? What if he can't protect himself now? The smile on Yi Hao's face suddenly solidified. Shin Hongxiu was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. If you don't speak, no one will say you are mute. The three of them took the beasts with them, immediately entered Ward 509, and quickly closed the door. In fact, it was not just Shin Hongxiu who wanted to vomit blood. Fan Ling, who was above the hospital, wanted to vomit blood even more now. He was floating in the air, his robes rustling. Around him, there was a man in black robe floating in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest and northwest. As one of the 3 7th-level masters guarding Donghai City, Fan Ling never expected that the people from the Nightmare Court would be so crazy and dare to rush into Donghai City to deal with him. You know, in Donghai City, there are not only 3 masters, but also Yun Songhai, who is much stronger than the 3 of them. As for the city lord Bai Tianyu has not yet broken through to the 7th level, but the power of that sword is still higher than that of him and Lao Qin. These bastards from the Nightmare Court, just a few 6th-grade peaks, actually dared to rush into Donghai City. Don't these people know how to write the word death? Fan Ling gritted his teeth, feeling angry and depressed. The last time Donghai City encountered a crisis, he led the beast alone to block the swarm of bees and the killer bee queen coming out of the 3rd secret realm. As a result, he was attacked by people from the Nightmare Garden and was seriously injured. If it weren't for the serious injury, why would he be forced into such an embarrassing situation by just 4 6th-grade people today? There is a mole in the upper levels of Donghai City. Not many people in Donghai City knew about his treatment in the 3rd hospital. But the powerful men from the Nightmare Garden not only sneaked into Donghai City, but also set up a shocking illusion array around the 3rd hospital, trapping him and everyone in the hospital. Fan Ling's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly glanced around. Dark, boundless. This illusion formation was specially prepared for him. If we don't kill these 4 people, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out at all. But the entire hospital is trapped. As long as there is a little delay, the city lord and the others will find out something is wrong sooner or later. He. A man in black robe chuckled and said, Old Ghost Fan, you can't escape. You were seriously injured to begin with, and you just received a poisonous claw from me. There is no way you can break through this illusory formation. With the magic array and the crying demon, even in your heyday, you won't be able to get out in a short time. You don't have to think about delaying time. Now the hospital can only be entered but not exited. Within 15 minutes, by Tianyu, and the others will not be able to react at all. Oh, so you think that 4 6th grade peaks working together can capture me in 15 minutes? Fan Ling's face was gloomy and he sneered. I have been so arrogant for so many years. But this is the first time that I have been looked down upon like this. With a thought in his mind, he was ready to summon his beast. You want to summon your own beast? The man in black robe laughed again. I suggest you first consider that your Hell Ankylosaurus is huge. With just a casual sweep of its tail, the entire hospital will collapse. Everyone in the hospital will die completely. Fan Ling gritted his teeth. What exactly do you want to do? It was because of the people in the hospital that Fan Ling didn't dare to fight. So after receiving a claw, he rushed up to the sky. The man in black robe, who spoke before, tilted his head and said, Yun Sunhai caught our leader outside the first secret realm. The reason why we are targeting you is very simple. We want to capture you in exchange for our leadership. As for why I'd let you delay and chat with you here, because it takes time for the poisonous wounds on your body to take effect. Ha 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 ha. Poof. Fan Ling's chest hurt, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out. The poisonous injury has begun to take effect. Poison injury plus old injury. Something is wrong. Ha 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 ha. The 4 men in black robes laughed wildly and immediately spun quickly around Fan Ling. Fan Ling's eyes flashed coldly. A group of clowns dare to be so rampant. Chapter 122, Encountering Fang Qingqing. The wild and violent ape is in crisis. When Fan Ling and the people from the Nightmare Court fought in the void, Chen Fan, Xiao Bai and Xiao He had already killed dozens of crying demons. But as soon as the door to the ward is opened or the table with holes in the floor is removed, a crying demon will soon rush over. Only a few minutes had actually passed. But in the darkness, both Chen Fan and Chu Xian felt as if a long time had passed. Chen Fan and Chu Xian led all the royal beasts into battle, opened the door, and introduced a group of crying demons. And then, they started a group fight. The crying demon is a soul-like demon-type monster that is almost immune to most physical attacks. But the crying demon is an energy body after all, and is not immune to spell attacks of other attributes. Spell attacks of various attributes can actually hurt the crying demon, but they are not as deadly as the thunder and fire attributes. For example, the knife in Chen Fan's hand and the sword in Chu Xian's hand were just used to kill the crying demon and could hardly cause any harm to it. The knife and sword attack directly penetrated the crying demon. However, after the power of the running star is concentrated on the long knife or long sword, the sword gang and sword energy are released, which can kill the crying demon. As for how much damage it can cause, it depends on the star power level of the sword holder and the level of the crying demon. After resting for a while, Chen Fan held the bed rail with his left hand and opened the door with a long knife in his right hand. Waves of heart-stopping cries resounded in the corridor again. Chen Fan sneered and tightened his grip on the long knife. Sudden, a big head poked out from the door frame in the darkness. On the head, 2 eyes flashing red, like lantern wings. Grass! Chen Fan was startled and subconsciously raised his hand and struck with a knife. When? The knife was blocked by a sword block. Sparks flying. With this spark, Chen Fan could clearly see the big head just now. That's Fang Qingqing's Ice White Python. Qing Long? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Why did the Ice White Python appear here? I saw a figure holding a sword, taking a step forward from the darkness, and said with surprise and joy, Chen Fan? It was Fang Qingqing who came with the Ice White Python. Behind Fang Qingqing, there was Goblin Xiubu. How did you come? Chen Fan quickly pulled Fang Qingqing and Goblin in. The Ice White Python followed and swam in very aggressively. Gongzi and Jade immediately ran over and jumped on the Ice White Python. The Ice White Python vomited bitterness towards the 2 friends. When it was in 10,000 Beasts Mountain, it saw Chen Fan kill a 5th-level black-robed man with 1 knife. In the first secret realm, he saw Chen Fan kill the level 7 Harpy Queen with 1 strike. If Chen Fan's knife had not been blocked just now, its big head might have fallen off. Gongzi patted the Ice White Python on the head and laughed. The old ape also came over and gently touched the Ice White Python as a greeting. Fortunately, Henry Chu knew very well, and knew that the Ice White Python was Fang Qingqing's beast. Anyone else, seeing the Ice White Python and Gongzi being so close, would have thought that the Ice White Python was also Chen Fan's beast. Why did you show up at the hospital? Chin Fan used the light of his smartwatch to glance at Fong Qingqing and Goblin. He found that they were not injured and was slightly relieved. Fong Qingqing said softly, "I'm here to see you and Henry Chu. I've been wanting to come here for the past few days, but Teacher Lee won't let me, saying it would disturb your healing. I came here secretly tonight. Unexpectedly. I got lost as soon as I entered the hospital and found that I seemed to be trapped in an illusion. I took Xiao Bu and Qing Long along the corridor for a long time, but I didn't reach the end. Countless monsters pounced on us along the way. We hid in a room and escaped." Chin Fan frowned. "Then you didn't hide in the room. Why did you run out again?" Fong Qingqing pursed her lips and said, "Because Qing Long said it sensed your breath was nearby. I took it with me and touched it all the way." The ice-white python next to him nodded repeatedly. He also bumped Chin Fan's feet with his head, looking very affectionate. "It's really weird," Chin Fan said. "Qing Long sensed our aura nearby and was able to bring you here. But Shen Hongxiu and the others disappeared without a trace as soon as they stepped out of the door." "Ah!" Fong Qingqing was surprised. "Ah! Don't worry too much about them," Chin Fan said. "Thunder and fire can easily kill the crying demon. Yi Hao and the others have 3 fire-attributed beasts with them." Speaking of Yi Hao and the others, Chin Fan scratched his head and said, "I always feel like I have forgotten something. Henry Chu. Do you know?" Henry Chu's face was expressionless. "You don't even know what you have forgotten. How could I possibly know what you have forgotten? I don't even know what you are talking about." Chin Fan. "If the voice hadn't come from Henry Chu, I would have thought it was Shen Naotao." Chu Xian. Fong Qingqing said with a solemn expression. "What happened here? I found that there is no network signal at all. Messages can't be sent, and calls can't be made. What should we do now?" Chin Fan said in a deep voice. "Those monsters you bumped into on the road are all clones of the crying demon. That's the spawn of a level 32 crying demon." "Level 32! Fong Qingqing screamed. The crying demon she met in the corridor almost drove her to a dead end. Is there a level 32 crying demon in this hospital? What happened? "I can't control that much now," Chin Fan said coldly. "It's not my style to sit back and wait for death. I don't dare to touch those at level 32. But I will kill as many as level 5 and 6 come." Henry Chu. "Kill one. One less." The two looked at each other and motioned for Fong Qingqing to stay back. Then, Chin Fan pushed away the table blocking the hole in the floor. The cry from below immediately started. As soon as those crying demons sensed the people in the ward, they immediately ran up in a frenzied manner. "See!" Xiaobai waited for a group of crying demons to rush up, and rushed over with a thunder flash. The thunder blade directly cut all the crying demons into 2 pieces. Xiao He immediately followed, sucking in his mouth and swallowing all the crying demons. Although Fong Qingqing expected that the power of thunder could restrain the crying demon, she was still dumbfounded when she saw what Xiaobai and Xiao He were doing. Especially Xiao He. She doesn't know Xiao He very well yet. "I never expected that this black bird, which is about the same size as a duck, could be so terrifying." Chin Fan's face was as dark as water. "Continue." The crying demon is still coming up from the hole. The tide is like an endless stream. But Xiaobai and Xiaohei are working together more and more tacitly. No matter if there are 3 crying demons, or 5 or 6, they will be wiped out immediately. Sometimes, if one move fails to kill them, Chin Fan and Chu Xian next to them will also hit them in time. It's just like fishing. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the hole in the floor. Chin Fan suddenly realized. "I remember. I forgot about the wild and violent ape." When Lin Mingfei left, she left the savage wild ape behind. Because the savage wild ape was too big, Chin Fan let it stay in the back garden of the inpatient department. At this moment, when he heard the roar of the wild and violent ape, Chin Fan remembered that he had forgotten about this big man before. It's a bit troublesome now. Although the wild violent ape is already at level 10 and has the strength to compete with level 13 beasts. This power mainly comes from his huge body and is purely physical power. And its attributes and skills cannot restrain the crying demon. On the contrary, if a lot of crying demons swarm up and use illusions and soul-biting skills, the wild and violent ape will probably be killed by those crying demons. Chin Fan gritted his teeth and said, "You and Xiao He are hiding here. I'll take Xiaobai to find the wild violent ape." Lin Mingfei handed it into my hands. "I can't let it die here," Henry Chu said. "Let's go together and take care of each other." Chin Fan was silent for a moment. It was too dangerous for the 3 of them to take the beast out. 7 or 8 crying demons emerged from the cave, none of which pose much of a threat. But if you rush outside, who knows how many crying monsters you will encounter? Dozens? Hundreds? If there are too many, Xiaobai and Xiaohei may not be able to kill them all even if they are exhausted. Henry Chu added. Although the crying demon is immune to most physical attacks, it is not completely immune to other spell attacks. Qingqing and I, as well as our master beast, may not be completely useless. At least when the number of crying demons is too large, we can contain a group of them and give Xiaobai and Xiaohei a chance. Fang Qingqing also said. Yes, let's advance and retreat together. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, then let's go together. After killing a group of crying demons, Xiaobai jumped down from the hole in the floor and closed the door of the ward below. Chen Fan laid down at the entrance of the cave and looked down. He saw Xiaobai closing the door, grabbing the cement on the edge of the hole, and jumping down. Although his hands and feet are soft, he can still use some star power. So this jump is quite cool. Chen Fan raised his head proudly. Plop! As soon as he raised his head, a large ball of furry stuff crashed down, knocking him directly to the ground. This feel, this weight, seems familiar. His is another desert wind sculpture. Chen Fan moaned and screamed under the pressure, followed by Chu Xian who jumped down. He quickly pulled away the desert wind sculpture. Fang Qingqing looked at this scene and wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Chen Fan lay on the ground, slapped the floor angrily, and gritted his teeth. Xian Chu, take care of you. You idiot! When we were on the 10,000 Beasts mountain, it almost crushed me to death. Gongzi waved his paw at the desert eagle angrily. The old ape quickly came over and helped Chen Fan up. The desert wind eagle turned her head away in embarrassment. The hole was too small, so it folded its wings. If the hole were bigger, it could fly down directly. Henry Chu was stunned for a moment. Have you been crushed by it once before? Chen Fan. Yes. Henry Chu. Then why do you still have such a short memory? Chen Fan. Xiaohei jumped up to Chen Fan and said calmly. You see, Master, you thought I was small before, but now you should understand that it is better for a small person like me. Even if I ride on you, I can't get rid of you. You pressed so hard that your tongue came out. Chen Fan. Shut up. Fang Qingqing smiled. The group of people opened the door carefully and walked out. From both ends of the corridor, there was endless crying. Chen Fan and Chu Xian led the beasts to block one end, while Xiaobai and Xiaohei joined forces at the other end to kill the crying demon to the death. But after walking for a while, he still didn't walk out of the corridor. At this time, Fang Qingqing saw the room number on the door on the right. 503. Chen Fan was surprised. We were originally on the second floor. We jumped down from the hole in the floor. We should have reached the first floor. Why did we end up on the fifth floor? Henry Chu. You also said before that a level 32 crying demon is likely to come to this hospital, and that crying demon is good at illusions. Now the entire hospital is probably shrouded in the illusion of the crying demon. Not only that, I feel that someone may have set up an illusion array around the hospital because if it is just an illusion, it is impossible for people outside the hospital to not notice it. This is in Donghai City. If Yun Sanhai is included in Donghai City, there are 4 Grand Masters. Only a powerful formation can isolate the atmosphere here so that even the masters cannot detect anything strange here. Fang Qingqing frowned. What should we do? I took Xiubu and Qinglong into the corridor before, and it was like this. I couldn't get out even if I walked around. It felt like the corridor was endless. Chen Fan touched his chin. The corridor is very weird. You can't reach the end if you walk up and down. So let's enter the room first. Smash open the floor and go down. There's no way we can jump down and reach the 6th floor. Right? I feel like we should have jumped to the 1st floor before. It was only after we exited the corridor that we arrived at the 5th floor. Just like before when Shen Hongxiu and the others disappeared as soon as they exited the corridor. Henry Chu. Okay. A group of people broke open a door and rushed in. Then he started smashing the floor, layer by layer. As soon as the floor was smashed, I met a lot of people. People in the hospital seemed to have known that it would be safer to hide in their rooms. So they all closed the doors and windows. Some stronger beast masters and star warriors, like Chen Fan and Chu Xian, fished to kill the crying demons, and opened the door every once in a while to attract a group of crying demons. Among them, many people ran to the corridor and wandered around, and finally found a ward to hide in with confused faces. But after a group of people gathered together to discuss for a long time, they couldn't find a way or a way out. There was no way. Chen Fan and Chu Xian continued to smash the floor with their beasts. Until, after the floor was smashed, dirt was exposed. 1st floor. finally smashed from the 5th floor to the 1st floor. Chen Fan just showed joy on his face. Henry Chu choked him half to death with one sentence. Even if this is already the 1st floor, what's the use? As soon as I got to the corridor, I might have ended up on the 4th or 5th floor again. It's impossible to reach the back garden through the corridor. Chapter 123. Damn it. I walked around and walked in front of the level 32 crying demon. Then why didn't you say it when you were up there? Chen Fan's face was very long. The cry of the crying demon makes people feel upset, confused, and tense all over. Such a simple truth. He hadn't thought of it before. What should we do now? If you hit it further, you will hit the underworld. At this moment, voices came from the hole in the ceiling. A head popped out of the hole and said, "Hey, is there anyone down there?" Shen Tao Fao? Chen Fan and Henry Chu looked at each other, and their eyes became a little weird. He shouted, "We are all down there. Come down. Xia Fan." Above, Shen Hongxiu pushed Shen Nato away and then floated down lightly. As soon as she fell down, she saw Fang Qingqing. Shen Hongxiu's expression changed slightly and she said, "Why is she here?" Fang Qingqing said coldly, "I came to see Chen Fan. But I was also trapped in the hospital. We bumped into each other by accident. The two have been rivals for many years. They have fought countless battles, and their respective beasts have hurt each other. When we meet now, it feels a bit like enemies are jealous when they meet each other." Yi Hao and Shen Tao, who jumped down from behind, didn't dare to speak when they saw this scene. Shen Hongxiu approached Chen Fan. "Really?" Chen Fan pushed Shen Hongxiu's head away. "If you talk less nonsense, you can save more energy. When I was up there just now, I heard the roar of the wild and violent ape. It should be besieged by those crying demons. But the corridor is extremely weird. Once you enter the corridor, you will probably appear on other floors." Hearing this, Shen Hongxiu and the other three also looked sad. They had been fighting in the corridor for a long time and couldn't get out at all. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, his eyes suddenly fell on Yi Hao. Yi Hao was stunned and said cautiously, "What's wrong? Brother Fan? What solution have you come up with?" Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, "I don't know if it will work, but you should try it. When Qingqing found me before, she said that the ice-white python sensed my and Xiaobai's breath. The ice-white python can sense our breath. Why can't we use the holy moon morning glory to sense the breath of the wild and violent ape?" Shen Tao and others immediately widened their eyes. That's right. Holy moon morning glory is not only a healing beast, but also has super perception. Yi Hao immediately summoned the holy moon morning glory. "I'll open the door now," Chen Fan said in a deep voice. "Tell Hua Hua to sense the wild violent ape and see which direction it is." With that said, he opened the door directly. Xiaobai and Xiaohei stood guard at the door. When they saw the crying demon coming, they chopped it into pieces and swallowed it. Outside, the roars of wild and violent apes were intermittent, and it was completely unclear whether they came from above or below, or from the left or the right. But after Holy Moon Morning Glory sensed it for a while, the small hand transformed from a branch pointed to Chen Fan's right side. Shen Tao strode forward and was about to walk out of the room, but was pulled back by Chen Fan. "You idiot! Come here!" Chen Fan closed the door and pointed at the wall. Everyone was stunned for a moment. "Yes, we can punch through the floor. Why can't we punch through the wall? Although I don't understand how the illusion formation and magic work. The room is obviously different from the corridor. As soon as I step into the corridor, the upstairs, downstairs, front, rear, left, and right are completely chaotic, as if the space is in chaos. But inside the room, everyone went down from the 5th floor, and there was no problem. If the room is not affected by illusion, or the impact is relatively small, then it might be feasible to smash through the wall." Henry Chu's thoughts moved slightly, and the dark blood stone man immediately stepped forward, put his fist against the wall, and punched lightly. Bang! A big hole was made in the wall. Chen Fan walked over with everyone and the beast, following the guidance of the Holy Moon Morning Glory. The dark-blooded stone man smashed the walls and passed through each room. There are also many patients gathered in some of the rooms. When the patients saw Chen Fan and others breaking into the wall, they were so angry that they cursed. Chen Fan and others accepted their mistake and did not explain, but smashed through the walls one after another, until the 16th wall was broken through. Boom! Outside the wall hole, a wild and violent ape appeared. I saw the aquamarine shield on the body of the wild and violent ape. I don't know how many crying demons were covered from top to bottom. Its huge body almost turned into a big rice dumpling. Even so, the angry wild and violent ape still restrained his power. It knows that it is very powerful, and is afraid that if it moves too much, it will destroy the nearby buildings. But the crying demon didn't care about this. Countless black masses pounced directly on the wild and violent ape, biting them non-stop. Fortunately, the wild violent ape's skill, Deep Sea Shield, blocked these supreme level 5 and 6 crying demons. If it were not for this shield, it would be as powerful as a wild and violent ape. And I am afraid that it would have been filled with hatred on the spot. You know, the attacks of these crying demons are directly aimed at the soul. As long as the shield is penetrated, so many crying demons swarm forward. Even if they reach level 10 of wild and violent apes, they can't stop them from biting the soul. Shen Tao Tao, let the dragon-blooded lion come up, Chen Fan shouted coldly. The earth-shattering fire dragon and the Jipo dragon are protecting everyone. Shen Tao was stunned, and while letting Jeep along move, he said timidly, How come? Chen Fan was furious. Let the dragon-blooded mad lion use flame flurry against the wild violent ape. Your dragon-blooded mad lion is only level 6. And the wild and violent ape is already at level 10. Moreover, it is covered with a water shield. Do you think your dragon-blooded lion can burn the wild and violent ape to death? Shen Tao smiled and waved his hand gently. The dragon-blooded mad lion immediately took a step forward and opened his mouth. Holyaloo. The sky is filled with flames, sweeping towards the wild violent ape. Thousands of crying demons were burned to ashes. Many crying demons fled. There were also some crying demons who rushed towards everyone. Chu Xian, let the desert wind eagle lead Xiaobai to the head of the wild and violent ape. Chen Fan waved his hand. Xiao He, go up and ask the savage wild ape to sit down. It's too tall, and the dragon-blooded mad lion's flames can't spray that high. Xiaobai reacted very quickly and immediately jumped on the back of the desert eagle. Although the desert wind eagle couldn't hump anyone, it carried Xiaobai and soared directly into the air without any effort at all. Little Black flapped his wings and immediately followed him. He ran to the wild ape and shouted in his ear, Big man, my master wants you to sit on the ground. The savage wild ape had already seen Chen Fan and others arriving, and upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, he immediately sat down. As soon as it sat down, it suddenly became a lot shorter. The dragon-blooded mad lion took a breath and immediately began to spit out flames again. A large number of crying demons were killed, and the rest of the crying demons huffed and pounced on everyone. But there are also earth-shattering fire dragon and Gibosaurus here. The two fire beasts joined forces and spit out flames like crazy. The area in the back garden of the hospital was lit up by the flames. But when Chen Fan used the firelight to look behind the savage wild ape, his heart suddenly sank. The place where the wild and violent ape stayed was originally the back garden of the hospital's inpatient department. 5 or 6 meters behind it should be the hospital wall, but now under the light of the fire. Where is the courtyard wall? There are no courtyard walls. No big trees. Just darkness. It's like leading to the netherworld. After a while, the 3 fire beasts and Xiaobai and Xiao He joined forces and finally killed all the crying demons that besieged the wild and violent ape. In the corridor behind, a crying demon rushed towards him. But when he saw this posture, he was scared away. The wild and violent ape sat down dejectedly and nodded gratefully towards Chen Fan. It's raining in the sky. The pitter-patter. Chen Fan took a breath and was about to speak. Shen Hongxiu, who was standing next to him, suddenly shouted in shock. Blood. It's blood. There are people fighting high in the sky. Chen Fan was startled and raised his head. But the sky was the same. Pitch black and void. Not even a single star could be seen. Henry Chu said with a solemn expression. Before, we sensed a mental wave. That kind of mental fluctuation is probably at the 6th level, or even the 7th level. A strong man of this level can destroy this small hospital with 3 moves and 2 moves. The strong man was probably worried about affecting the hospital, so he chose to fight at high altitude. Everyone present felt their hearts thump. There are such strong people in the hospital, but they still can't break through the opponent's illusory formation? Fong Qingqing also said. Chen Fan said that there is a level 32 crying demon in this hospital. It would be easy for a level 32 crying demon to kill everyone in the hospital. But if we don't leave the room, there's almost no danger. So, the crying demon and the mysterious enemy are actually threatening the strong man with everyone in the hospital? What do they want to do? Chen Fan and others felt a little heavy. Even if this is the case, what can they do? They are simply not qualified to participate in a battle of this level. The only thing that can be done is to kill more crying demons and weaken the power of the level 32 crying demon. Although I don't know how much it can be weakened. It will definitely be of some use, Shen Taoao said thoughtfully. Since Qin Fan said that this phantom formation was set up by the level 32 crying demon, the easiest way is to kill the crying demon, and the phantom formation will naturally be lifted. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Shen Nato, remaining silent. Shen Taoao was stunned. Huh? Is there anything wrong with what I said? Qin Fan. Shen Hongxiu gave Shen Taoao a slap in the face. Then what are you going to do? Can you find the level 32 crying demon? Can you beat it after you find it? Shen Taoao raised his head slightly and said after a while. Hey, I really didn't think of this problem. Everyone. Qin Fan glanced at Henry Chu and said, This guy was as famous as you before. Is he the genius of this generation in Donghai City? His beast control broke through to level 6 before you did? Henry Chu turned around. I don't know him. Fong Qingqing's face turned red, and she said nothing. Yi Hao sighed. The world is so unfair. Sometimes idiots have better luck than ordinary people. As the saying goes, foolish people are blessed. Shen Taoao still wanted to speak, but Shen Hongxiu glared back. Sudden. Holy Moon Morning Glory looked to Qin Fan's right hand a little uneasily. What's wrong? Qin Fan's expression changed slightly. Are there any powerful crying demons over there? Facing this large group of crying demons just now, Holy Moon Morning Glory did not show such a panicked look. Yi Hao put the axe on his shoulder. Brother Fan, Hua Hua said there is a big one over there. Very big. So big that even her soul trembled when she felt it. Everyone was immediately surprised. Could it be that? Where's the level 32 crying demon? A group of people looked at Qin Fan. Qin Fan was a little annoyed. Look what I'm doing. Needless to say, of course we're going in the opposite direction. Do you still expect us, a bunch of rookies, to kill those level 32 monsters? Level 32. Do you think it's level 3 and level 2? It's not even enough for me to slobber on. What we can do now is kill more low-level crying demons. These crying demons are all level 32 crying demon clones. Killing one will weaken its power a little. If one is not enough, we will kill 100. 100 is not enough. Then kill 1,000. Qin Fan waved his hand and led a group of people in the opposite direction to the direction pointed by Holy Moon Morning Glory. The wild and violent ape also followed behind, following suit. On the way, several more waves of crying demons were killed one after another. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, plus the 3 fire-attributed beasts, such as the dragon-blooded crazy lion. The ordinary crying demon couldn't resist at all. Suddenly, Holy Moon Morning Glory panicked again and pointed her finger forward. What's the situation? Everyone was stunned and looked at Yi Hao. Yi Hao said with an ugly face. Hua Hua said that there is a big one in front, which is the one it sensed before. Besides, we seem to be very close to the monster. Everyone was shocked. Everyone is obviously going in the opposite direction. Why are you getting closer? But no one questioned. Everyone was silent. Things like direction are only normal when they are inside the room. After exiting the corridor, whether it is up or down or left or right, it can no longer be inferred according to common sense. The space in the hospital seems to be completely different. Qin Fan looked at the darkness ahead and narrowed his eyes. The next moment, a monster panel appeared. Monster name, Crying Demon. Combat power level, level 32, Overlord level. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Monster attribute, demon type. Monster weakness, thunder. Fire. Racial skills, magic cry illusion. Soul tier. Mist illusion array. Void soul suppression. Soul whip. Monster state, sleeping. Sleeping due to the use of the mist illusion array. If it wakes up, the illusion array will no longer be stable. Monster preference, likes to devour souls. Qin Fan's eyes lit up, and he gritted his teeth. She is sleeping. Chapter 124. Qin Fan said to get a big one. And Henry Chu took out a pack of bombs. The crying devil is sleeping. Qin Fan felt a fire burning in his heart. That madness, that excitement, started again. Not to be a hero. Not even to save myself. Just want to go crazy. Qin Fan couldn't explain exactly what was going on. No matter when he is struggling on the edge of life and death, or when he is killing wantonly, or when he is facing such a powerful and evil monster, a sense of excitement will rise in his heart. A crazy sense of excitement. Now looking at the attribute panel of the crying demon, Qin Fan felt excited again. He felt that the hairs on his hands seemed to stand up. Qin Fan? Henry Chu gently patted Qin Fan's arm and said, What's wrong? What did you find? Just now. Yi Hao said that Holy Moon Morning Glory discovered that the level 32 crying demon was right in front. But looking at the way Chen Fan looked like a hungry wolf when he saw a lamb. He must have made a mistake with Holy Moon Morning Glory. Right? Chen Fan took a deep breath, lowered his voice and said, "The crying demon is not far ahead." Even though Chu Xian usually looked calm, the corner of his eye jumped sharply when he heard this. The level 32 crying demon is really in front? Everyone went around and around. Did they really come around to the crying demon? Shin Taoao took a step forward and murmured, "Heavens Dao Qian. Earth's Dharmakuen. Humans and demons are divided into two realms. Open your eyes and see your true body." Yi Hao and Shin Hongxiu. Fang Qingqing frowned. "What are you doing?" "This is the spell to open the heavenly eye," Shin Dao said with a serious face. "Chen Fan taught it to me, but I don't seem to have succeeded in practicing it yet." Fang Qingqing was silent for a moment before saying, "I heard this spell on TV." Shin Taoao was stunned. "Have you heard it on TV? Is it effective?" Fang Qingqing. Yi Hao sighed. "Why did his dragon-blooded mad lion break through to level 6 before our beast master?" Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan, gritted his teeth and said, "What do you want to do?" Shin Hongxiu frowned and said, "It feels like this space is completely chaotic. If we go in the opposite direction now, we may not be able to stay away from the crying demon. We will go directly to the crying demon." Yi Hao cried sadly. "Are you going towards the crying demon? Or in the opposite direction? Damn it. I have grown up, and I have never encountered a level 32 monster. I feel like it's blowing my mind. If I come here in one breath, my soul may be scattered." Chen Fan's voice was a little hoarse and he said, "Don't worry yet. The crying demon fell into a deep sleep in order to maintain the illusion formation." "Sleeping?" Shin Taoao said immediately. "While it is sleeping, go up and chop it to death." Chen Fan nodded. "Okay. Come on. We will support you mentally." Shin Taoao's face suddenly fell. "Why do you let me go?" Chen Fan looked at Shin Nato with encouraging eyes, and said very sincerely, "Because everyone thinks you are more suitable. You are more powerful. You have a level 6 dragon blood crazy lion. And you are the strongest among us." A group of people nodded silently. Shin Taoao almost cried. He just had a taste for it. Let alone go up and chop him. He wouldn't dare to run over and take a walk. That's a level 32 monster. Who would dare to touch such a monster without reaching the level of a 7th grade master? Shin Hongxiu gently pulled Shin Fan's hand. "Fan, you tell us what to do, and we all listen to you." When Fang Qingqing saw the scene and heard Shin Hongxiu calling Chen Fan so affectionately, her eyes suddenly widened. Didn't these two people just meet for 2 days? How come? Chen Fan was silent for a moment before saying, "I don't know what to say. I want to do something big, but I don't know how to do it." Everyone. "Is this guy crazy?" Shin Taoao, who just said he was going to kill the crying demon, said, "Chen Fan, are you crazy? That's a level 32 crying demon. If we add the beast together, we may not be able to harm a hair on it. If it has any hair at all." Chen Fan said nothing, getting weirder and weirder. The blood is boiling. It's like a vampire seeing blood. What is going on? It felt like the power of the powerful demon had awakened something in his body. Suddenly, Henry Chu said, "If you want to do something big, it's not impossible." "What?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. "I saw Henry Chu taking down the package he was carrying on his back, placing the package on the ground, and then took out balls about 10 centimeters in diameter from the package." Chen Fan. "What is this?" Henry Chu didn't even raise his head. "Bomb." Chen Fan was shocked. Shin Taoao and Yi Hao almost screamed out in fright. Chen Fan stared at the bomb on the ground. He remembered clearly that during the few days he was hospitalized, Henry Chu's package had been placed next to the pillow of the hospital bed. Unless they have space-based beast masters, ordinary beast masters and star warriors do not have the legendary space rings. So they basically carry a package with them and equip them with some necessary items. However, carrying a large bag of bombs, this is the first time he has seen it. Chen Fan said with a dark face. "You put a bunch of bombs next to the pillow?" Henry Chu took out all the bombs. "Is there any problem?" Chen Fan laughed angrily. "If this bomb explodes next to your pillow, in addition to killing you, will it also affect my ward and kill me too?" Henry Chu nodded and said with a serious face, "That will definitely happen. I guarantee that there will be no bones left of you. These bombs are very powerful." Chen Fan. "I found out that you are a freak." Henry Chu. "Both each other." At this time, Chen Fan actually remembered when he first arrived at Ares Academy. Yi Hao once told him at the gate that there was an insect wave that year, when the insect tide besieged Donghai City. Henry Chu happened to be at the location of the insect mother's lair and threw a few bombs in, killing the insect mother. Then, Henry Chu became a hero. His large portrait has been hanging at the gate of Ares Academy since then. Because the portrait often collapsed, Yi Hao was beaten many times, and was always misunderstood by the school's teachers. It seems that Henry Chu really likes to bring bombs. Even Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing, who were relatively familiar with him, were speechless when looking at Xian Chu at this moment. Sleeping with a bomb is weird enough. He actually agreed with Qin Fan and was planning to start a big fight? Make a big one and kill yourself directly. Yi Hao looked sad and wanted to cry, but had no tears. You two lunatics. Go crazy if you're crazy, Shen Hongxiu said with a solemn expression. Even if we're not crazy, we may not be able to escape this disaster. The hospital building is no longer visible, and it is impossible to return to the room. It's possible that the building is just a little bit away, but it's so far away. What can we do? Walking around, you might even get to the crying demon. If we don't leave, the endless tide of crying demons will come, and we don't know how long we can hold on. Then let's go crazy with my Qin Fan. Fang Qingqing and Yi Hao looked at each other and nodded slightly. Qin Fan was still staring at the bomb, with a dark face, and asked again. The last time I went to the first secret realm, I didn't see you carrying a bomb? Henry Chu. Last time I knew you were carrying level 16 golden feather Haidongqing. If you encounter an enemy that even Jinyu Haidongqing can't defeat, let alone this kind of bomb, even missiles will be useless. Qin Fan sighed. What you said makes sense. I'm speechless. But what do you mean when you bring a bomb to the hospital? Henry Chu. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Many times, the so-called accidents are things that happen unexpectedly, which are beyond our control. Such as the crying devil this time. Shen Taoao couldn't help but interjected. I was in the ward before. Why didn't you take it out and use it? Henry Chu glanced at Shen Taoao. In the ward? Take it out and blow ourselves up to the sky? Everyone looked at Shen Taoao. Shen Nato shrank his head and slowly squatted down. Shen Hongxiu suddenly said, The crying demon is a soul. Ordinary bombs should be difficult to work. Right. Henry Chu nodded. But this is not a gunpowder bomb. This is a new type of star power bomb. One bomb uses at least 7 level 6 beast controlling crystal cores. Precision formations are engraved inside, which can absorb the power of the inner crystal cores, transformed into the power of thunder and lightning. It exploded. Its power is equivalent to the exposure of a level 8 thunder attribute monster. Yi Hao. Why is it such a coincidence that it is the power of thunder and lightning? Did you know that something was going to happen in the hospital this time? Did you know that there was a crying demon in the hospital? How could I know? Chu Xian said indifferently. The power of thunder and lightning is the most powerful power of the sun, and it is a destructive power. With the same star power, the power of other attributes is difficult to compare with the power of thunder and lightning. So in making this bomb, the maker chose to eventually transform into thunder and lightning. Qin Fan touched his chin. In this case, you can give it a try. But that crying demon is level 32. The exposure of a level 8 thunder attribute monster may not necessarily cause much damage to it. Fang Qingqing said softly. Not necessarily soul-type creatures, especially demon-type creatures, have very weak defenses in the face of thunder, lightning and fire. Yi Hao and Shen Taodao's level 5 fire-attributed beasts can easily burn the level 5 crying demon to death. This has something to do with it. Shen Taoao stood up and whispered. My dragon-blooded lion is level 6. Fang Qingqing ignored him at all and continued. If this bomb is thrown in front of a level 10 wild violent ape, it may not be able to severely damage it. But if it is thrown on the crying demon, the damage to the crying demon will definitely be very great. If we can think of a way to throw it into its mouth and explode it from the inside, the effect will definitely be better. Even if we can't kill the crying demon, we should be able to weaken the power of this illusion array by half. Shen Hongxiu flattened her lips. Hey, Qingqing, are you quite smart? Fang Qingqing, who had always been very gentle, heard this and sneered. Not bad. At least a little better than some people who drive cars and climb trees every day. Really? Shen Hongxiu smiled instead of getting angry. The last time we fought, your goblin and silver moon blue feather bird were both injured. I should be slightly better. Right? Humph. Fang Qingqing turned sideways. Yi Hao and the others beside him were also a little helpless. The two of them have been fighting since they were young. Whether it's beast control or study, they are always competing in every aspect of life. The question is, when did this happen? How can you still cause trouble in a place like this? At this moment, the goblin who had been silently following Fong Qingqing spoke. Oh my god. Have you all forgotten this smart little boo? I'm a bomb expert. I can greatly increase the power of this bomb. Everyone looked at the goblin. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. Forgot about this thing. Goblins do have something to do with bombs. Racial skills, ghost vine entanglement. Stun trap. Remote control bomb. Revenge rolling log. Monster preferences, timid and fearful but likes to cause trouble. Gets into wherever the excitement is. Has a foul mouth. Likes alchemy technology. Likes tinkering with bombs. Fong Qingqing's face turned red and she said, Xiaobu prefers tinkering with bombs. He has an innate talent in this aspect. Chen Fan looked at the goblin. Little dwarf. Can you really increase the power of these bombs? How to do? Look at me! Goblin placed a bunch of bombs like Henry Chews together. Then took out a bunch of equipment from the package. Pulled out a few wires from them. And entangled all the bombs together. Chen Fan's face sank. The method you mentioned is to tie these bombs together? YDH. Do you still need to do this? Goblin. Oh my god. Of course it's not that simple. The goblin didn't even raise his head. He moved his hands quickly, holding a bunch of parts and equipment, and started tinkering with them. A group of people stood on the edge, all frightened. It seems like it's not far from the level 32 crying demon. Right. You know, that thing is a soul body with extremely strong perception. Even those little crying demons could easily see through the old apes. Shadow canopy. Before, the goblin was knocking and clanking here. And if he accidentally woke it up, the group of people would finish playing in advance. However, the crying demon did not wake up. A group of crying demon clones were really attracted by the movement here. It was another fight. And they were all exhausted from being beaten by the dragon-blooded mad lion and several other beasts. Shen Taotao stood on the side, nodding constantly while watching the goblin tinkering. Yi Hao couldn't help but ask, Can you understand what it is doing? Shen Taotao shook his head. I don't understand. I don't understand why you are nodding. It looks more cultured this way. After struggling for a while, the goblin raised his head, glanced at Xiao Bai, and then looked at Chen Fan. He pointed to a copper statue that stood up like an antenna in the middle of a pile of bombs, and said, Let Xiao Bai pour all her lightning power into this copper wire. Chen Fan made a serious face. Are you sure? Xiao Bai's power won't detonate these bombs. Right? The power of thunder and lightning is not easy to control. If it explodes accidentally, and the crying demon is still fine, we will be totally screwed. Shen Taotao immediately comforted him and said, Don't worry. We just need to stay away when Xiao Bai instills the power of thunder and lightning. Chen Fan was furious. While Xiao Bai was instilling the power of thunder and lightning, we all hid aside. You just stay here and keep an eye on me. Shen Taotao's face turned green. You know how to bully honest people. The goblin sighed and said, Oh, you talk like this? I'm really sad. You are despising me. You are despising me. Even your human scientists and weapon refiners are full of praise for my ability in this area. You actually doubt my methods? We goblins have no other abilities. But when it comes to alchemy technology and business, then we will never admit that we are inferior to you humans. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became a little better. Goblin continued, I mess with bombs every day. In a year, I will only be bombed 17 or 18 times at most. The success rate is very high. Everyone. I regret it a bit. Chen Fan looked at Fong Qingqing with a dark face. Fong Qingqing blushed, pursed her lips, and lowered her head. Chen Fan looked at the pile of bombs on the ground. They were also 2 in size. No way. We have already reached this point. So we have no choice but to bite the bullet. Without these things, he couldn't think of any other way to cause even a little bit of damage to the crying demon. You can't let Xiao Bai just rush over and chop. Right. Chen Fan asked Gonzi to put the amethyst armor on Xiao Bai, and then asked the dark bloodstone man to add a layer of obsidian armor on top of the amethyst armor. Then, he warned, Xiao Bai, you will slowly instill power into this thread in a while. Don't give it your all, but leave some strength behind. As soon as you find something bad, use Thunder Flash to escape immediately. You know? Yeah. Xiao Bai nodded. A group of people immediately hid in the distance. The wild and violent ape even moved a few pieces of rockery over and formed a wall to block the crowd. I saw Xiao Bai's 2 little paws slowly holding the copper wire. Zizizi. The power of thunder and lightning quickly spread from her little claws to the copper wire. On the line that circled around a pile of bombs, dazzling lightning suddenly started flowing. Shin Dao trembled and said, "Is it true that he did such a thing under the eyes of the crying demon? Why am I hanging out with you crazy people? Next time you beat me to death, I won't do this kind of thing with you." Chen Fan, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out. Shinado raised his head sadly and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I heard that from this angle. Tears won't fall. Fortunately, after Xiaobai instilled lately, nothing happened. It went surprisingly smoothly. But electric light flashed around the pile of bombs, making a group of people's eyes twitch, always worried that the bombs would suddenly explode. After Xiaobai took a few steps back tiredly, the goblin who was hiding behind walked out calmly. Okay, that's enough. I used a formation to link the explosive power of these bombs together, and then added Xiaobai's thunder and lightning power. But it has doubled several times. Even if the explosion can't kill the crying demon, it can still make it peel off its skin. The bomb can be set to a certain time. Mr. Chen Fan, how long do you think it should be before it explodes? Adjust it to 5 minutes later. Chen Fan nodded, then tilted his head towards Henry Chu. Come on. Henry Chu. Go. Chen Fan. I'll let you go. Henry Chu. I won't go up. There is already a portrait of me at the gate of Ares Academy. You go up this time. Chen Fan. Is this a problem with the portrait? Henry Chu. I won't go up anyway. Let Yi Hao go up. The two of them turned around to see Yi Hao running back behind the stone wall, made of wild and violent apes. The two of them looked at Shin Tao again. Shin Tao held his head in his hands and squatted down. Chapter 125 Chen Fan's cool moves can determine the outcome with one move. Coward. Chen Fan cursed in anger. At this time, the old ape came out and pointed his paw at himself. Chen Fan flatly refused. No. Your shadow canopy is completely ineffective in front of the crying demon. If it is awakened, you will not be able to escape at all. Henry Chu muttered. Let my desert wind sculpture go. Grab this bomb and throw it from a high altitude. It can fly and can escape immediately. Everyone in the Beast Master looked at the Desert Wind Eagle. Desert Wind Eagle feels so nervous. It was the first time that so many people and Beast Masters valued me. Although it is a flying beast, it is more than capable of protecting itself, but lacks attack power. So it spends most of its time playing tricks. This time, it finally got attention. The Desert Wind Eagle feels like it is bursting into tears. But the burden is too heavy. If it fails, it's doomed. Oh no! Even if the bomb is successfully thrown into the mouth of the crying demon, whether everyone can get out of the hospital alive is still a matter of two opinions. At this time, Gongzi stepped forward, patted the wings of the Desert Eagle, and then patted his own chest, making a quacking noise. If you don't care about life and death, do it. If you don't accept it. If there are difficulties, you must overcome them. If there are no difficulties, you must overcome them even if they create difficulties. Be brave. Desert Wind Sculpture. Henry Chu took 2 steps forward and gently patted the wings of the Desert Wind Eagle to comfort him. The Desert Wind Eagle nodded slightly, stretched out its claws, and prepared to lift the bombs. Wait! At the last moment, Chen Fan stopped the Desert Wind Eagle. He looked at everyone with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, If this bomb is thrown, it should be able to severely damage the crying demon. But it is almost impossible to kill it. We can't escape from this hospital unless we cry. It's useless no matter how far we hide. Shin Tao sneered. So, after all this hard work, is it in vain? You were the one who said you wanted to do something big, but you were the one who hesitated in the end. Shin Hongxiu was furious and slapped Shinado twice, making Shinado burst into tears. Shin Tao felt aggrieved. Did I say something wrong? Chen Fan took a deep breath and said, Do you believe me? Henry Chu. At this time, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Hao raised his right hand. Brother Fan, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Just as Fang Qingqing was about to speak, Shin Hongxiu beat her to it. Fan, no matter how crazy you want to be, I will accompany you. Fang Qingqing glanced sideways at Shin Hongxiu, sneered, and said nothing. Very good. Chen Fan nodded. Then what I say now. You must remember every word clearly. Let's stay away for now. Once the crying demon doesn't blow up and then hunts us down, then, Shin Tao, let's hold our chests and heads high and go to death with dignity. This way we can die with more dignity. Chen Fan was furious. What the hell are you doing? Shin Tao felt aggrieved. Even if I said something wrong, there's no need to curse. Right, Chin Fan said with a dark face. Where is my knife? Can I chop him to death first? Shin Hongxiu. Go ahead and chop him off. I will tell my second uncle later that the crying demon killed him. Shin Taoao shrank his neck. You know how to bully honest people. Henry Chu couldn't help but sigh. Chun Fan, finish what you just said and leave these idiots alone. Chin Fan took a deep breath. First of all, we will recall all the beasts to the beast control space in a while. If the crying demons are not dead, their power will not be able to withstand them at all. Henry Chu was slightly startled. It's difficult for you and I to walk, but the Dark Blood Stone Man can take us running. No need. Shin Fan shook his head. The crying demon is really going to chase it. How can the Dark Blood Stone Man outrun it? Besides, if the Phantom Formation is not broken, there is no way to escape from the hospital. If we must run, let the wild and violent apes take us away. The wild and violent ape behind him immediately patted his chest, indicating that it was fine with me. Chin Fan continued. Now, everyone will call all the beasts back to the beast space. Then, let the Desert Wind Eagle throw bombs. We can hide as far as we can. If the crying demon is not dead and comes to hunt us down, please remember my words. Don't panic. Don't run around. Hold each other's hands. The most important thing is, no matter who of you holds whose hand, one of you must hold my hand. We have to stay together. Got it? Hearing this, Shin Nato couldn't help it anymore. Why is this? Are we going to reincarnate together hand in hand? Chin Fan grinned. Then, his face sank, and he kicked Shin Taoao to the ground. Have I tolerated you for a long time? You've been like this since the first secret realm. Interjecting, interrupting others, answering, and talking nonsense. You're going on and on and on. If there aren't more important things to do now, I'll kick you to death first. Yi Hao went over to add some kicks. It's time to kick him. I can't stand it anymore. Shen Hongxiu, kick him. I didn't see anything. Shin Naodao felt extremely wronged. Xiao Hei couldn't help but shook his head. I thought 7 beatings a day was too much. Only when I saw this nagging did I realize that I am very happy. Shin Taoao. Chen Fan added, Did you understand what I just said? It doesn't matter if Shin Taoao hears it or not. I don't care at all. But you must understand it and remember it. Shin Nato stood up aggrievedly, wanting to speak but not daring to. Henry Chu took a deep look at Shin Fan and nodded. Okay. We all listen to you. Yi Hao and Shin Hongxiu also nodded. Although they nodded, no one understood why Shin Fan did this. What's the use of a group of people holding hands? If the crying demon really comes after them, they will all die together, and no one can escape. As the light flickered, summoning arrays appeared out of thin air, except for Xiao Hei standing on Shin Fan's shoulders, and the wild and violent ape behind him. The only one left was the Desert Wind Eagle, who was preparing to drop the bomb. All other Beast Masters returned to the Beast Master space. As soon as the Beast Master returned, everyone became obviously more nervous. If a large number of crying demons rush out at this time, then just dig into the cave. Call. Chin Fan let out a heavy breath. This is the last resort. If the level 32 crying demon really comes after him, the only way is to hide in the beast control space. Bring all this group of people in. The rest depends on the mysterious strongman in the sky. No matter what. Once the bomb explodes, the crying demon will be tortured to death. And the phantom formation that envelopes the hospital will definitely be affected. Maybe that strongman takes the opportunity to take action and break the illusory formation? Okay. Henry Chu. Let the Desert Wind Eagle drop the bomb. Chun Fan held the knife in his right hand and swung it with his left hand. Everyone immediately hid behind the rockery moved by the wild and violent ape. The Desert Wind Eagle lifted the pile of bombs with its claws and flew towards the location pointed by Chin Fan. It slowly increased in height, and my heart was extremely nervous. A level 32 monster. After dropping a bomb, you have to run as soon as possible. If you run a little later, you may finish the game. In the darkness, waves of heart-stopping pressure came from the front. The Desert Wind Eagle knew that it was getting closer and closer to the monster. Sudden, a dark hill appeared ahead. The Desert Wind Eagle was stunned for a moment. Are you talking about level 32 monsters? Why does it feel like it's not even bigger than a level 8 fire ant? Look at this. It looks like a big ball of cotton. Looking at the height, it's only about 7 or 8 meters at most. Right. Compared with the wild and violent ape, this thing is just a small thing. Oh, you see clearly? This thing is sleeping. Its big mouth opening and closing. Good chance. Throw a bomb in its mouth. The desert wind eagle was nervous and excited. It flew above the crying demon, aimed at the crying demon's big mouth, and released its claws. The moment he released his claws, the desert eagle quickly took off into the air. Puff! The bomb was thrown into the mouth of the crying demon. The sleeping crying demon showed no reaction. The desert wind eagle tried its best and continued to take off quickly. After a while, boom! The dazzling light of thunder and lightning burst out from the body of the sleeping crying demon. It was as if the entire void was shaken. In everyone's opinion, it seemed as if the darkness had subsided a lot in an instant. The entire hospital was illuminated by lightning. But the power of thunder and lightning seemed to be shrouded by the body of the crying demon. It only raged in an area of 20 meters in radius and did not spread too much outward. Whoa! A strange and terrifying cry sounded in the hospital. Many ordinary people who had not practiced cultivation had their eyes blackened and were immediately knocked unconscious. Even the first and second grade beast control masters and star warriors were covering their heads and falling to the ground in pain at this moment. Fan Ling, who was fighting 4 men in black robes in the air, immediately noticed the movement below. His eyes flashed with light. I found you. Following this cold shout, Fan Ling swayed and fell like a meteorite. The dagger in his hand flashed with light and flew down like a bolt of lightning, penetrating into the body of the crying demon who was howling in pain. Boom! The terrifying power exploded in the crying demon's body. The crying demon's body shook violently, and he kept screaming. If the bomb created by Chen Fan and others could only give the crying demon a severe stomachache for a while. Fan Ling's sword almost killed half of the crying demon. After being stabbed by the dagger, cracks immediately appeared on the body of the crying demon. The crying demon in the soul state seems to be falling apart. The crying demon was severely injured and could no longer maintain the illusion formation. The black fog that shrouded the hospital immediately dissipated a lot. Old man! The 4 men in black robes in the air were furious and took advantage of Fan Ling to attack the crying demon. Almost at the same time, 4 chains flew out like arrows and wrapped around Fan Ling's body like snakes. The chain seemed to be conscious. As soon as it wrapped around Fan Ling's body, it immediately began to shrink rapidly. What? In Fan Ling's induction, the power of the crying demon was actually condensed on the chain. This seemingly ordinary chain actually has the strange power of locking souls. Fan Ling was actually quite afraid of the power of the crying demon. The reason why I was poisoned before was because I suffered a soul tear from the crying demon first. Otherwise, how could a few 6th grade peaks force him into such a situation? Really? Fan Ling, who was locked by the chain and had already broken through to the 7th level for many years, immediately saw countless illusions in his mind. And the star power in his body suddenly became chaotic and difficult to control. Damn it! I didn't expect them to have this skill. Fan Ling turned his palm into a knife and struck several chains with his sword several times. But the chain spattered a circle of sparks and was not cut off. The dagger in his hand has been thrown away to suppress the crying demon. Fan Ling was unable to break free from these 4 chains with his bare hands. Asshole! Fan Ling roared angrily, and a circle of light surged around him, forming a shield that enveloped him. Although he could not cut through the chains, it was not that easy for the 4 men in black robes to take the opportunity to attack him. At this time, a dozen figures jumped out of the hospital below. These people are all powerful beast masters and star warriors trapped in the hospital. After the crying demon was severely injured and suppressed by Fan Ling's dagger, the power of the phantom array dissipated. They all knew the location of the crying demon and quickly came here. Kill it! A group of beast masters and star warriors, whether they knew him or not, immediately spread out and surrounded the crying demon. One by one, the beasts came out of the summoning circle. Swords, and flaming boulders were attacking the crying demon from all directions. The level 32 crying demon was originally not afraid of attacks from such 3rd and 4th grade beast masters and star warriors. Even a 5th grade master's attack would be difficult to cause fatal damage to him as long as it was not of thunder or fire attributes. However, under heavy injuries, the crying demon's strength dropped sharply, and he was nailed half to death by Fan Ling's dagger. He could not escape, and was directly beaten to pieces by this series of attacks. A bunch of crying demon clones fled in all directions. Beat the drowned dog! Chen Fan waved his hand, and Xiao He flew up first. Chu Xian and others also immediately summoned the beasts one by one. The 3 fire beasts, including the dragon-blooded crazy lion, howled and rushed towards the crying demon. The 2 huge palms of the wild violent ape came together with a snap, just like swatting flies, and swatted a group of crying demons flying into the air to death. take advantage of his illness to kill him. When Chen Fan saw more and more Beastmasters and Star Warriors arriving, he immediately shouted again. That crying demon is a demon soul. Don't use physical attacks. Attack with the power of fire and thunder. The group of experts who besieged the crying demon reacted very quickly. Under the command of a few of them, the other attribute beasts immediately dispersed to pursue the split crying demon clone. The fire and thunder attribute beasts all tried their best to release their skills towards the pinned crying demon. There are more and more people around, because the effect of the magic array was getting smaller and smaller. Many people in the hospital rushed out. Vaguely, the buildings that were originally hidden by the magic array were all looming. Even the pool next to the rockery can be clearly seen. The Beast Masters and Star Warriors, who have been frustrated for a long time, are working hard this time. Whether it was the first or second grade, or the third or fourth grade, they all rushed towards the crying demon. Contrary to the ground, Fan Ling in the air was in danger. In order to deal with the crying demon, Fan Ling, who was seriously injured and poisoned, threw out the sword in his hand, and the 4 people from the Nightmare Court caught the flaw and locked his body with chains. The 2 sides were in a stalemate in the air, with 4 men in black robes holding on to the chains. And Fan Ling was dripping with blood. The chains are corroding his soul and suppressing his spirit. If this continues, he won't be able to hold on for long, and he may be captured. Fan Ling roared angrily. Chen Fan was directing Xiao Hei to attack the crying demon, when he suddenly heard a roar in the air, and his heart suddenly jumped. This old voice belongs to the same person as the one who said unbridled before. Not good. Chen Fan raised his head. Although the illusory formation was about to collapse, the sky was still extremely dark at night, and with his eyesight, he could not see what was happening above. At this time, a Star Warrior ran up to Chen Fan. Young Master Fan, Mr. Fan is trapped up there. Is there anything you can do? Chen Fan glanced at the Star Warrior, as if he had seen him somewhere. The Star Warrior immediately explained. I am from the Beast Breeders Association. When the Iron Rhino went crazy, I was standing next to you and Master Zhang Hai. A strong man from the Breeders Association? Chen Fan was overjoyed. Can you see the situation above? The Star Warrior nodded slightly. I can only vaguely see it. Mr. Fan seems to be entangled in chains, and the situation is not good. But I can't fly. Regardless of whether you are a Star Warrior or a Beast Master, you can only fly if you are above level 6. The 5th level expert knew that Fan Ling in the air was in great danger, but there was nothing he could do. Henry Chu came over and said, Either we can only use all our strength to kill the crying demon and break the illusory formation. Once the crying demon's illusory formation is broken, the city lord and the others will definitely be able to sense something strange here. Chen Fan glanced at the crying demon. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the crying demon was half dead and howling and screaming after being beaten, there was no powerful lightning-attributed beast here. If the fight continues like this, the old man above may be crippled before the crying demon is dead. Suddenly, the Desert Wind Eagle, which successfully dropped the bomb, flew back and landed next to Henry Chu. Desert Wind Sculpture. Chen Fan immediately took off the smart watch on his left wrist. He clicked on the smart bracelet, raised the volume of the modified smart watch to maximum, then turned on a piece of music and set a 50-second timer. Well, some time ago, I found someone to adjust my smart watch, and then I deliberately downloaded the background music of gang leader Qiao, hoping that one day I would be as majestic as Yun Songhai. I didn't expect it to be used in such a place. Hope it has some effect. Even if the delay is 10 or 20 seconds. That's fine. Under the stunned gaze of a group of people around him, Chen Fan put the smart watch on the Desert Eagle's paw. Henry Chu was confused. What are you doing? Chen Fan ignored him and just patted the Desert Wind Eagle's wings gently. Wind Eagle, fly up! There are several enemies above who are besieging our strong men in Dahai City. You bring this thing close to their battle circle. Remember, don't get too close. Just fly outside the battle circle. A group of people looked at Chen Fan, wondering what Chen Fan was going to do. The Desert Wind Eagle didn't know what Chen Fan was going to do, but it now trusted Chen Fan very much. It flapped its wings and immediately flew into the sky. Chu Xian and others. We must succeed. We must succeed. Chen Fan raised his head and prayed silently. The Desert Wind Eagle flew into the sky. Tens of seconds later, Chen Fan's time came. Dang 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 dang. The exciting background music of Xiao Feng's appearance in Tianlong was transmitted from the smart watch on the Desert Eagle's paw. The Desert Wind Eagle was so frightened. Inspiring music resounds in the void. Great! Grandmaster Yun Songhai is here. Inside the hospital, many people cheered. The 5th grade star warriors beside Chen Fan, Chu Xian, Shen Hongxiu and others. Chen Fan asked the Desert Wind sculpture to bring the smartwatch up just to play the background music of gang leader Qiao's appearance? Could this little trick work? Yuan Songhai's aura didn't appear. How could he possibly deceive a strong man of that level? But the next moment, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. Yuan Songhai? The expressions of the 4 men in black robes changed drastically. Like frightened birds, they immediately released the chains in their hands and fled towards the southwest. Although if he persists for a while, he can capture Fan Ling. But when Yuan Songhai arrives, they will definitely die. So when they heard the background music of gang leader Qiao, all 4 men in black robes were frightened and chose to run away. The 5th grade star warrior from the Beast Breeders Association widened his eyes. Mr. Fan is saved! The enemy has escaped! People below. Shen Taodao's eyes were full of disbelief. And he murmured to himself, is this even okay? Yi Hao. Damn it! Brother Fan's tricks are so much sexier than mine. As soon as the 4 men in black robes ran away, the crying demon below was also frightened to death. Those little bastards just left it here and ignored it. Son of a bitch. The crying demon didn't care that his body was being cut, or that most of his strength would be weakened. He cried loudly, and when everyone around him had a splitting headache, he desperately broke away from Fan Ling's dagger, and ran out of the hospital in a flash. As soon as the crying demon ran out of the hospital, the illusion formation instantly collapsed. Ha! Fan Ling's body above the hospital was shaken. He shouted loudly, and shattered the chains wrapped around his body into countless pieces. Vast and turbulent momentum immediately rose from his body into the sky. Old Fan! Mr. Fan! Senior Fan! In the Lord's mansion of Donghai City, several figures rose into the sky like lightning and rushed towards the hospital. At this time, the 4 men in black robes, who had just escaped not far away, felt something was wrong. There was no scent of Yuan Songhai at all from the direction where the music sounded just now. Yuan Songhai's aura is now rushing towards him from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Hack! I was fooled! The 4 people turned around in the air and looked in the direction of the hospital, their eyes filled with anger. At this time, dang dang dang! Gang leader Qiao's music sounded again, from far to near. Maid! So fast! The 4 men in black robes were shocked and angry. Although Yuan Songhai is younger in seniority, his strength is much stronger than Fan Ling in his heyday. Moreover, Fan Ling was seriously injured, but Yuan Songhai was not. In less than 10 seconds, his breath has locked onto 4 men in black robes. The 4 men in black robes were frightened and fled in all directions. In the hospital, many people were baffled when they heard gang leader Qiao's background music coming from the other side. Why are there 2 background musics? Someone actually stole Grandmaster Yuan Songhai's background music? Doesn't seem right either. In fact, Grandmaster Yuan Songhai also stole gang leader Qiao's background music. But everyone respected him and didn't say anything about it. No, it's not important. The important thing is Grandmaster Yuan Songhai coming? Coming. Just as everyone was stunned for a moment, Yuan Songhai's cold voice rang out from due east. Crying demon! How brave you are! Above the void, a gourd flashing with spiritual light appeared out of thin air and suddenly grew in size. Then, the gourd shook slightly. Whirring, whirring! The crying demon, who was like a black cloud, screamed repeatedly and was swallowed by the gourd. In the hospital, people cheered loudly. Suddenly, the strong man from the Animal Breeders Association exclaimed, No! Mr. Fan fell! Fan Ling, who was in the air, unleashed his aura and alerted several masters in the city lord's mansion before he staggered and fell down. Chapter 126. This guy is so crazy. He even snatched things from the Grandmaster. Damon! Chen Fan shouted. Catch him! The wild and violent ape immediately raised his head, found the spot where Fan Ling fell, ran 2 steps quickly, and stretched out his hands to catch Fan Ling. But it only looked at the sky. In the darkness, it didn't even notice the rockery it had moved as a fortification. As soon as it took 3 steps, it tripped over the rockery. Chen Fan and the others were frightened to death, and after a huff and a roar, they all dispersed. The wild violent ape is as tall as a building. If it gets hit, what's the point? Boom! Just as everyone was running out, the wild and violent ape fell to the ground, crushing several big trees. The sky is full of dust, rising into the sky. Everyone in the back garden was choked by the dust and kept coughing and running around. In the air, the desert wind eagle flapped its wings and quickly dived, flying below Fan Ling. But the desert wind eagle was too small and weak. After catching Fan Ling, it couldn't get up at all and fell directly towards the wild violent ape. One by one, the birds fell like kites and hit the back of the wild and violent ape with a thud. Xiao Hei immediately flew over and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! You idiot! You have today! Fan Ling, who was vomiting blood, suddenly looked at Xiao Hei with wide eyes. His grandma's, whose family is unlucky to control the beast. Do you even dare to laugh at me? Fan Ling stretched out his palm. Call! Xiao Hei had no power to resist, and was taken over by an invisible force. Fan Ling grabbed Xiao Hei and slapped him on the head several times. Fortunately, the old man was just throwing a tantrum and didn't really fight. Otherwise, Xiao Hei's head would have been slapped flat. Even so, Xiao Hei was beaten to tears. Damn it! I'm scolding the idiot below you. Not scolding you for being such a bad old man. Oh! Little Crow is so dirty. Isn't he? Fan Ling blinked and slapped him a few more times with forehand and backhand, making Xiao Hei dizzy. The wild and violent ape lay on the ground and turned to look at everyone, feeling very embarrassed. Chen Fan waved his hand towards it. Damon, don't move yet. Don't get up yet. Wait until they come down. Then, he shouted to Fan Ling above. Senior, he's not talking about you. He's talking about the desert eagle that caught you. Fan Ling looked at Chen Fan with unkind eyes. Is this silly bird that keeps swearing your way your beast? The star warrior from the Beast Breeding Association quickly jumped on the back of the wild violent ape, walked over in 2 steps and said, Sir, he is Master Zhang Hai's disciple. Chen Fan. That desert wind eagle is his classmate's beast. Just now, Chen Fan and several of his classmates used thunderstar bombs to seriously injure the monster. Oh, so they did it? Is he Chen Fan? Fan Ling turned around and saw the green jade on Chen Fan's head and the ragdoll cat in his arms. So you are Chen Fan. Fan Ling laughed. What a good boy. Your master always brags about how great you are in front of me, which makes my ears tingle. I didn't expect that you actually saved this bad old man like me this time. Very good. 2 times. Before Chen Fan could speak, 2 figures fell from the sky. It was none other than City Lord Bai Baiyu and Mr. Qin, another of the 3 masters of Donghai City. Old Qin glanced at Fan Ling on the back of the wild ape, frowned and said, Old man Fan, aren't you too miserable? A mere 4 6th grade peaks can actually make you suffer so miserably? Tianyu and I took action and chopped off their heads with 1 blow. Fan Ling almost spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Get out! Get out of here! You bastard! I was seriously injured. And I was poisoned. They brought a level 32 crying demon with them. Don't say it's me. Even if you weren't injured. If you were suddenly torn apart by the crying demon's soul, you wouldn't be able to jump up. You would definitely be worse off than me in the end. Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Yuan Sanhai also fell from the sky. But he lowered his figure and did not look at Fan Ling, but at the desert wind eagle. Because the smartwatch on the desert eagle's paw is still playing music. Gang leader Qiao's background music is still playing. Chen Fan pushed Henry Chu. Hurry up and take your smartwatch back and turn off the music. Henry Chu raised his left hand, revealing the smartwatch on his wrist. My smartwatch is here. Chen Fan. Yuan Sanhai tilted his head slightly and glanced at Chen Fan's left hand. There is no smartwatch on Chen Fan's left wrist. Yuan Sanhai silently walked to the desert wind sculpture, took off the smartwatch, and then walked to Chen Fan. Just when Shen Hongxiu and others were extremely nervous, Yuan Sanhai put the smartwatch on Chen Fan and laughed. A piece of background music scared the enemy out of their wits. Saving Mr. Fan and breaking the illusion formation are really impressive. No need to look at it with admiration. Just don't hold grudges. Chen Fan looked bitter and smiled awkwardly. Shen Hongxiu came over and whispered in Chen Fan's ear. Fan! Your actions are not ordinary. Even Grandmaster Yuan Sanhai can't help but praise you. Shen Naotao beside him turned on his smart bracelet and murmured to himself. I learned it. I'll also download this background music. Yuan Sanhai's sharp gaze immediately glanced at Shen Naotao. Shen Naotao realized something. He raised his head and met Yuan Sanhai's eyes. As soon as he saw that look, Shen Naotao's whole body stiffened, and a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. The pressure of the Grandmaster is no joke. Shen Naotao has a very strange feeling. As long as Yuan Sanhai makes a single thought, he will immediately be shattered to pieces. Why was Chen Fan praised by Yuan Sanhai for using this background music? Why did Yuan Sanhai look like he was going to kill me when I wanted to use this music? With a sad face, Shin Taoao turned off his smartwatch and hid behind Henry Chu. Yuan Sanhai patted Chen Fan's shoulder gently. He didn't say much, but the appreciation in his eyes was undisguised. The eyes of the people around him were filled with jealousy. It is really enviable for others to have the youngest grandmaster of the Tang dynasty admire him so much. At this time, teams of star warriors and beast masters entered the hospital and began to coordinate to restore order. Yuan Sanhai and City Lord Bai Tianyu looked at each other and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chen Fan whispered, "That crying demon should be our trophy." Right. The entire hospital back garden was quiet. Not only the beast control masters and star warriors, but also Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu, who were around Chen Fan, looked at Chen Fan with wide eyes. This guy. You actually want to grab the spoils from the Grandmaster? You have eaten the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage. Right? Oh! Yuan Sanhai slowly turned around and looked at Chen Fan with a half smile. Chen Fan coughed lightly and said, "When the crying demon was sleeping, it was me and Henry Chu who made the Thunderstar bomb, and then blew up the crying demon half to death. Without our operation, it would be difficult to break the Phantom Formation. No one can escape from the Illusion Formation. And this senior can't be saved either. You may not be able to kill a level 32 crying demon." Shin Nato, who was standing behind Henry Chu, was almost crying. "Maid, this guy Chen Fan is so crazy. How dare you talk to the Grandmaster like this? He even wanted to steal the Grandmaster's things. You just want to die. There's no need to implicate us. Right?" Shin Taoao walked up to Chen Fan, pulled Chen Fan's sleeves, gritted his teeth and whispered, "Chen Fan, don't seek death. That's the Grandmaster. You still want to snatch things from the Grandmaster? That's not the crying demon either. We killed him." At this time, Fan Ling grinned. "They saved me and saved everyone in the hospital. Regardless of this credit, if it weren't for their bombs, I would have been seriously injured when I was entangled by those 4 people. We can't find the specific location of the crying demon, and it's impossible to seriously injure the monster with one sword. Songhai may not be able to kill the level 32 crying demon in its heyday." Yuan Songhai laughed dumbly. "Well, let me buy this crying demon. Okay, but I also played a role in killing this crying demon. So can the price be discounted?" Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Is this okay? Is the Grandmaster so easy to talk to? That's a level 32 demon monster. It is not an exaggeration to say that a monster of this level, with its corpse and crystal core, is worth a fortune. Chen Fan nodded. "Okay, as much as you want." "Ha ha ha." Yuan Songhai laughed loudly, flicked his sleeves, and rose into the sky. City Lord Bai Tianyu nodded slightly at Chen Fan, took Fan Ling with him, and left the hospital with Mr. Qin, under the coordination of the strong men sent by the City Lord's palace. The hospital was like a machine, running again and slowly returning to normal. In the crowd, Shin Naoda's face was as white as paper. Just now, he ran to persuade Chen Fan not to commit suicide. Now that it's fine, Yuan Sanhai actually agreed to give the crying demon to Chen Fan. With Chen Fan's temper, if he gets angry, I'm afraid even Mao won't give him a cent. Shin Taoao looked at Shen Hongxiu for help. Shen Hongxiu rolled her eyes and was too lazy to respond. Suddenly, Henry Chu asked, "Before you dropped the bomb, what happened to what you said about everyone holding hands? Do you still have some means to save everyone?" Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing immediately stared at Chen Fan. Until now, no one understood what Chen Fan was doing. A group of people holding hands. Are they really going to H.L. together as Shen Tao said? Well, Chen Fan raised his head slightly and looked at the sky in the distance. Everyone said nothing and waited silently. After a while, Chen Fan said quietly, "We dug holes in the hospital one after another, and the wild and violent apes' fall made the back garden a mess. The hospital won't let us pay. Right?" Everyone. Can changing the subject be so natural? Shen Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Do you think we are all fools? How is that possible?" Chen Fan glanced at Shen Naotao and said, "Among so many people, I only regard you as a fool." Shen Taoao. Chen Fan blinked and said, "Actually, I'm very happy to come to Dahai City and meet you. So I think, if we really can't escape, we can die together. We can't be born in the same year, the same month and the same day. At least we can die in the same year, the same month and the same day, and go to H.L. together. Wouldn't it be a good thing?" Shen Taoao was furious. "Did I believe your lies? If that's the case, why did you beat me and scold me? Isn't that what I said? If that's the case, why hold hands and have someone hold your hand? Chapter 127. Would it be too bullying to bring a group of level 6 beasts into the ring? Because, Chen Fan said with sincerity. Because I'm afraid that everyone will get separated on the Huangquan Road. Shen Tao Tao. Everyone. Henry Chu glanced at Chen Fan expressionlessly, and then looked at each other with Yi Hao and the others. Everyone smiled and shook their heads, and did not dwell on this matter any longer. Everyone guessed that Chen Fan must have had a way to save everyone at that time. Perhaps that was his last trump card. And it is a trump card that cannot be easily exposed. But it was not used later. If you don't use it, don't use it. Anyway, everyone has escaped. If he doesn't say it, he won't say it. So what does it matter? Everyone has their own secrets. The important thing is that at the most dangerous moment, he is willing to reveal his secret to save everyone. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shen Taoao said with a stern face. Brother Fan, if Grandmaster Yun Sanhai calls over the money, how much will each of us get? Before, he had been calling Chen Fan and Chen Fan. This time, it was changed to Brother Fan. Before Chen Fan could say anything, Yi Hao kicked him angrily. What's wrong with you? Didn't you just say that Brother Fan was seeking death? Didn't you just say that we killed the crying demon? Maid, do you still want to share the money now? If Grandmaster Yun Sanhai gets angry at Brother Fan and wants to beat him, I wonder if he will still applaud to help. Henry Chu and Fang Qingqing also looked at Shen Taoao silently. Shen Nato looked at Shen Hongxiu for help, and Shen Hongxiu laughed. Yi Hao is right. With that said, Shen Hongxiu supported Shen Fan, and the Dark Blood Stone Man supported Henry Chu, and they walked to the ward together. Do not. Shen Taoao followed behind with a sad face. Isn't it okay that I was wrong? Why don't you beat me up to vent your anger? Behind him, the wild and violent ape scratched his head. I'm such a big guy. How could you forget about me? But it's really too big, so I can only stay in the back garden. The wild and violent ape turned over and sat up, rubbing his belly. The next night, Chen Fan was sitting on the hospital bed, constantly rehearsing the first sword of the 9 sky-breaking swords. In his mind, Xiaobai, Jade, and the others were watching TV quietly on the side. The black iron dragon turtle, the ice white python, and Yi Hao's beast-controlling Holy Moon Morning Glory were also among them. The old ape sat on a chair next to him, reading a book with concentration. A group of beasts mingled together. But Xiao He, who was very quiet and talked the most nonsense, was beaten several times by Gengzi and Xiaobai. And now he is much more behaved. Although it can fly, where can it fly in the ward? He would receive several beatings a day. And after the beatings, Holy Moon Morning Glory would throw in a few healing spells. Once cured, you can continue to beat me. Xiao He is finally honest now. Duh. Footsteps sounded outside. The door was pushed open. Chen Fan opened his eyes and saw Shen Hongxiu and Yi Hao walking in. Behind him, there was a strange woman. What's wrong? Chen Fan said. You don't sleep at night. What are you doing here? Shen Hongxiu sat on the edge of the hospital bed, held Chen Fan's hand, pointed at the woman behind and said, She is from my Shen family. I brought her to give you the injection. Chen Fan was stunned. What kind of injection? Should I call the hospital nurse for the injection? Why did you call the Shen family members? Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly and said, You are weak all over now. That's because you took my Shen family's secret medicine. But our Shen family actually has a way to solve this kind of sequelae. Well, you can think of it as an antidote to weakness. Chen Fan's face suddenly darkened. There is such an antidote. And why are you bringing it now? Do you know that when I was dealing with the crying demon last night, my hand holding the knife was shaking, and my feet were shaking? Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips and said, I have begged my family many times, but they refused to give me anything. Originally, I was thinking, if you don't want to give it, I won't give it. Anyway, you can just rest for a while. As a result, Henry Chu said yesterday that Ares Academy wants you to participate in the arena competition of the 3 major academies. I can't watch you go into the ring in a wheelchair. Can I? That would make me feel bad. Fang Qingqing from behind rolled her eyes. Shen Hongxiu continued. Last night, I went back and told my dad that you are the son-in-law of my Shen family, and the one I consider to be the right one. If he doesn't give me the money, I will elope with you so that he will be willing to solve the problem. The medicine was given to me. Then I don't want it anymore. Chen Fan covered his head with a quilt and lay down. Fang Qingqing couldn't help but walk out and said coldly, Son-in-law. Elopement. Don't talk about such shameless things anymore. It's meaningless. Actually, the head of the Shen family knew what happened last night, and wanted to win over Chen Fan. So he took the initiative to take out the things. Not only Chen Fan has it, but also Henry Chu. But the Chu family paid a heavy price for this. Chen Fan lifted the quilt and said, "In this case, it's acceptable." Shen Hongxiu glared at Fang Qingqing fiercely. Fang Qingqing was tit for tat. The two women looked at each other, and there seemed to be sparks flickering in the void. Yi Hao and Shen Taoao couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At this time, the woman brought by Shen Hongxiu walked to the bedside carrying the medicine box. She smiled and said, "Take it off, and I'll give you an injection. After this injection, you can get some sleep, and you'll be back to normal in the morning." Chen Fan was stunned, coughed dryly and said, "Let them all get out." The woman was stunned for a moment. "Is this okay?" Chen Fan was a little speechless. "Blue Star, are you so open? Haven't noticed it before?" He didn't have the nerve to ask any more questions. After all, everyone knows that he is from the imperial capital. Chen Fan glanced at Shen Hongxiu and others, and waved. "Turn your heads away." Shen Hongxiu and Fang Qingqing were stunned for a moment. "It's just an injection. But you still have to turn your head?" Chen Fan turned sideways and pulled his pants down a little. The woman from the Shen family widened her eyes. Shen Hongxiu and others also widened their eyes. Fang Qingqing blushed and turned her head away. Then, the woman coughed and said, "Young Master Fan, do you spank the butt when you get injections in the imperial capital? We here in Donghai City usually spank the arms." Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then silently lifted up his pants. Then, he unbuttoned the hospital gown and exposed one arm. After the injection, the woman nodded politely, went to Henry Chu's ward, and gave Henry Chu the injection. Chen Fan turned around and said without changing his expression or heartbeat, "Will I be able to return to normal after tomorrow morning?" Shen Taoao walked to the bedside, bent down and said, "Brother Fan, don't worry. We won't tell anyone." Bang! Chen Fan stretched out his foot from the quilt and kicked Shen Taoao in the abdomen. Shen Taoao howled miserably, flew out like a missile, and hit the wall in the corridor. "Although it has not recovered yet," Chen Fan withdrew his foot and said calmly, "but my skill is still there, and I can kick people fast and hard." Although the tone is calm, but there was clearly murderous intent surging through his words. "Chen Fan, you have a good rest. I will go back first." Fang Qingqing blushed and walked out silently. Yi Hao didn't say anything, lowered his head, and followed out. He was afraid that if he laughed out loud, he would get kicked like this. Shen Hongxiu also walked out, but before the door was closed, she poked her head in again. "Fan, your skin is so white." Bang! Before she could finish her words, a fruit knife flew over. But Shen Hongxiu was prepared and closed the door with a bang. The fruit knife was stuck in the door. Chen Fan kept his head still and moved his eyes to the side, looking at the black iron dragon turtle and ice white python in the corner. These two guys have been watching the fun just now. Seeing Chen Fan looking over, the black iron dragon turtle and the ice white python turned their heads at the same time and stared at the TV. On the TV, the Blue Star version of Animal World is being played. Spring is here. Everything revives. And it's the season when animals hum and ha-ha. Chen Fan asked the old ape to lock the door, then opened the passage to the beast control space and took out all the materials he had prepared before. Seeing this pile of materials, the ice white python shuddered and rushed over. It knows what Chen Fan is going to do. Chen Fan had helped Xiao Bai and the others improve before. This time, it was finally his turn. Right? The ice white python raised its head and was extremely excited. The black iron dragon turtle is calmer than the ice white python, but at this moment his eyes are also twinkling with stars. Among all these materials, there are still two things that have not been obtained. One is the drunken dragon grass that helps the old ape break through to level 6. One is the heavenly fey fruit that helps Jade break through from high-level transcendence to low-level lord. As for the drunken dragon grass, Chen Fan had already asked Lin Mingfei to help him collect it from the secret realm. It was only a matter of time before he got it. As for the Tian Fei fruit, you can get it after completing the arena matches of the 3 major colleges in 3 days. In addition, there are still several things missing that would help Xiaohei break through to level 6. But Xiaohei broke through to level 5 last night, so Chen Fan was not in a hurry. Anyway, let him get more familiar with the power of level 5 first. Train for a period of time, and solidify his foundation. As for the ice white python, the black iron dragon turtle, and the holy moon morning glory, Chen Fan had already obtained the materials for their upgrade, just because he was afraid of scaring Fang Qingqing and the others. Chin Fan had been holding off on upgrading them for a while. Now that so much time has passed, the postponed competitions of the three major colleges are about to begin, just enough to help them break through. In this group competition, Fong Qingqing, Bai Rouge, and Yi Hao should have great achievements. When the time comes, they should be able to defeat Shen Daoda's level 6 dragon-blooded Mad Lion. Tonight, help them break through to level 6. At this time, Xiaohei suddenly said, Master, you haven't recovered from your illness yet. It's not good for you to work too hard. This mean-mouthed guy actually knows how to be considerate of others? Chin Fan glanced at Xiaohei a little strangely. Xiaohei said, To help them upgrade, all kinds of materials must be chopped into pieces. Right. Let Gongzi help. Gongzi has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. Just let him chew these things up. You don't have to do it yourself. Gongzi's short legs immediately stood up and nodded repeatedly, indicating that they were wrapped around him. What's the point of chewing these things? Throw a lump of iron into its mouth, and it will chew it up. Chen Fan looked at Xiaohei speechlessly. Xiaohei is resentful because he ate Gongzi's saliva last night. Isn't that all about saving time? Alas, it's quite a headache for all awakened animals to be so hygienic. Crack! Lightning flashed on Xiaobai's little paw, and a sharp thunder blade was pointed at Gongzi. Gongzi was startled, lay down, and gave Xiaobai a silly smile. It's not afraid of anyone, but it's just a little scared of Xiaobai. Xiaobai's thunder blade moved slowly and pointed at Xiaohei again. Xiaohei was afraid of the weak and immediately said, Xiaobai's can't chew, and the ragdoll cat's stomach is not very good. You must take good care of Xiaobai's ingredients and let the old ape chop them up. They must be done cleanly. Can't catch germs. The black iron dragon turtle and the ice white python were so angry that they wanted to pluck out the feathers of this stupid bird. What's the meaning? Do you want us to eat Gongzi's saliva? It's a shame you figured it out. Chin Fan glanced at Xiaohei speechlessly. Xiaohei. Xiaohei was stunned for a moment. I'm here. If you need anything, just ask me. Chin Fan said calmly. I was wondering, when will you awaken a defensive skill? You are so mean-mouthed. If you don't have defensive skills, I'm afraid you will be beaten to death sooner or later. Xiaohei. Gongzi pointed at Xiaohei and laughed. Jade was also chirping with joy. Even the most honest old ape sighed and shook his head. At that moment, the old ape went out to get many bowls, arranged them one by one in the spacious ward, and then clinked and chopped various materials. Chin Fan operated one by one. Increase combat power level. Improve racial level. Several beasts were more excited than the other. Tomorrow morning, Yi Hao and the others will probably be shocked when they see the changes in their beast control. Right? Chin Fan couldn't help but sigh again when he thought about the group competitions between the three major colleges. Is it too bullying to bring a group of level 6 beasts into the ring? Except for Chu Xian and others whose beast control is at level 5. Most of the students in the three major academies have beast control at level 1 and level 2. Forget it. Try to use only one beast when the time comes. Chapter 128 Thunder Dragon. Bloodthirsty, the overall strength of these little guys has increased by leaps and bounds. It's just dawn. Outside the window, there are already birds chirping. Countless rays of light fell from the black iron dragon turtle's body. A group of royal beasts gathered around and looked at the dragon turtle curiously. The dragon turtle is the last of them to level up. After Chin Fan raised the black iron dragon turtle's combat power level to level 6, and raised its racial level from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary, the appearance of the black iron dragon turtle changed very obviously. Its turtle SHL is much darker in color, and there are many small runes that are incomprehensible. Name of the beast, Black Iron Dragon Turtle. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Beast control attribute gold. Beast weakness fire. Racial skills, blade dance. Black iron armor. Brutal collision. Fong bite. Beast control state, happy. Grateful. Beast preferences, likes to stay in a corner quietly. Potential level 4 stars. Requirements for breaking through to level 7. Racial level evolution route 3. Chin Fan silently looked at the attribute panel of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle. As he had guessed before, after the combat power level and racial level were improved, the two skills of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle had evolved. The Wind Dance evolved into the Blade Dance. The Black Iron Shield evolved into Dark Iron Armor. The shield evolved into armor, which not only greatly improved its defense, but also changed its appearance. But why does it feel like Hate Xuanwu changed into Blade Xuanwu just by changing his name? When Gale Dance is performed, Translucent sharp blades appear around the turtle sh. What is the difference between this and the current blade dance? Does the sword dance show off a sharp sword and then spin it like crazy? Chin Fan gently patted the sh. of the black iron dragon turtle and said, Dragon turtle, would you please put on the black iron armor for me and Gongzi? The black iron dragon turtle nodded. And after familiarizing himself with the skills, he displayed the black iron armor. As the light flickered, Chin Fan and Gongzi both put on a pair of armor. Armor is really not the same as a shield. The dark iron armor of the black iron dragon turtle is the same as the obsidian armor of the dark blood stone man. The armor can be condensed according to the size of the person who receives this spell, whether it's Chin Fan's armor or Gongzi's armor. They both fit perfectly. Chin Fan checked the armor on his body and was a little surprised. It feels like it's much stronger than the dark blood stone man's obsidian armor, but it is normal to be much stronger. After all, the black iron dragon turtle has not only improved its combat power by 1 level, but its racial level is also 1 level higher than that of the dark blood stone man. Old ape. Chin Fan waved to the old ape. You used the shadow poison claw to attack me. Because the old ape lacked drunken dragon grass, he did not break through to level 6 this time. After hearing Chin Fan's words, the old ape took 2 steps forward. His claws were like the wind, and brought up a string of afterimages, grabbing onto Chin Fan's chest. A series of claw marks were left on the black iron armor, and then the claw marks quickly dissipated. The old ape glanced at his paws a little depressed. In addition to the advantage of slow poison, is the shadow poison claw so weak that it can't even break armor? Do not think too much. Chin Fan gently patted the old ape on the shoulder and said, The black iron dragon turtle has super strong defense. Now it has reached level 6. It is not easy to defeat other beasts of the same level. I have already customized a set of weapons for you. I will help you break through to level 6 when the time comes. It is not impossible for you to bring the weapons and increase the power of the shadow poison claw tenfold. The old ape smiled slightly and nodded. The black iron dragon turtle touched Chin Fan's feet with his head gratefully. Chin Fan glanced at the black iron dragon turtle, and then his eyes fell on the other beasts. In this upgrade, there have been some overall changes. First, after the combat power level breaks through to level 6, or after the racial level reaches the low lord, Xiaobai and his team's evolution routes have changed from the original 2 to 3. Moreover, the last 2 hidden routes, each evolutionary route, have bifurcated. Bifurcation means that there are new possibilities and new choices for the subsequent evolution. Second, the upper limit of proficiency of each skill has changed. Originally, the upper limit of Xiaobai's skill proficiency was 100, but now it is 150. When he was at 10,000 Beast Mountain, in order to deal with the people who were chasing Jinqing and Yihao, Chin Fan raised Xiaobai's skill proficiency to 100 in one go. Now, there is room for improvement. But something strange happened. When Chin Fan checked Yihao's beast-controlling Holy Moon Morning Glory, he found that although it had reached level 6, the upper limit of proficiency for all skills was still 100. After looking at the attribute panel of Holy Moon Morning Glory, Chin Fan then checked the attribute panels of Ice White Python and Gongzi. Correct. Regardless of whether they are their own beast masters or not. After adding skill points to 100 on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, their skill proficiency limit has been raised to 150 this time. What exactly is going on? Chin Fan was silent for a moment, letting Xiaobai and the others stay in the ward, and ran to the back garden of the inpatient department alone. Although he didn't sleep all night, the antidote brought by Shen Hongxiu was indeed very effective, and he basically had no big problems running now. After running to the back garden, Chin Fan looked at the wild and violent ape sleeping in the back garden. The skill proficiency of every skill of the level 10 wild and violent ape is also 100. Chin Fan seemed to have discovered a new world. Doesn't this mean that after using the system energy to maximize the skill proficiency of the Beast Master, and then allowing the Beast Master to train later, this upper limit can be exceeded? Once the upper limit of 100 points is exceeded, it will become 150, with 150 points of proficiency. The speed and power of skills are much stronger than 100 points of proficiency. If it can break through again later, for example, it breaks through to 200 points. 250 points. Chin Fan became a little excited and quickly ran back to the ward. System energy finally reflects its unpredictable power. Before this, because the system energy was too little to activate the skills on the system panel, Chin Fan mainly used the system energy to help the beast control break through. Unexpectedly, this system energy has such power, After Chen Fan took a look at Holy Moon Morning Glory, he helped Holy Moon Morning Glory increase the proficiency of several skills to 100 points. After killing a large number of crying demons the night before yesterday, the system energy already reached more than 3,600 points. It doesn't take much energy to fill up the Holy Moon Morning Glory. It's just that the energy improvement is just a little too slow. In what year and month can the energy be raised to the level of 1 million? Chen Fan looked at the system panel and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At present, it seems that if you want to increase the system energy as quickly as possible, you should go to the third secret realm to kill the killer bees. There are thousands of those things. Endless. Equivalent to the energy of walking. After Xiaobai and the others become stronger for a while, they can consider venturing into the third secret realm. When Chen Fan was still thinking about the killer bee in the third secret realm, Holy Moon Morning Glory felt the change in his skills, and was immediately shocked. Chen Fan helped it break through with this group of beasts before, which already made it feel unbelievable. Unexpectedly, he can actually do such a thing. No wonder the guy from Ice White Python is like a jerk every day, trying to please Chen Fan. No wonder the relationship between the Black Iron Dragon Turtle and Chen Fan is so good. For beast control, Chen Fan, who possesses such means, is simply a god. Holy Moon Morning Glory also imitated the Black Iron Dragon Turtle, and rubbed her head against Chen Fan's feet to show her gratitude. Chen Fan nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Xiaobai's attribute panel. Name of the beast, Ragdoll Cat Xiaobai. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, lower lord. Racial skills, Thunder Blade plus. Thunder Flash plus. Thunder Armor plus. Lightning Chain, 9 targets. Plus Thunder Dragon plus, releases dragon-shaped thunder and lightning. Can attack from a distance. Can attack in melee. Xiaobai awakened a new skill, Thunder Dragon. But Chen Fan noticed that when he helped Xiaobai upgrade to level 6, this skill was not awakened. This skill didn't appear until he helped Xiaobai upgrade his race level to a low-level lord. The skill of Thunder Dragon feels very domineering and powerful, making up for Xiaobai's shortcomings in long-range attack. Before awakening this skill, Xiaobai's 2 attack skills can actually be used remotely. However, Chain Lightning is suitable for fighting groups of small monsters, but not suitable for dealing with strong single enemies. The Thunder Blade can actually be used for long-range attacks, but flying the Thunder Blade is far less powerful than Xiaobai's melee combat with the Thunder Blade. Therefore, under Chen Fan's guidance, when facing a strong enemy, Xiaobai would use Lightning Flash to bully the enemy, then attack with Thunder Blade, and finally use Lightning Flash to escape immediately regardless of success or failure. The problem is here. Although Thunder Flashes come and go strangely, Xiaobai's defense is relatively weak. If he is not careful, he may still be severely injured by the enemy. Now with the skill Thunder Dragon, this shortcoming has been solved. Thunder Dragon is more concentrated than the power of Thunder Blades. It condenses all the thunder power in Xiaobai's body into the shape of a giant dragon, and then attacks the enemy from a distance. High speed, strong attack power, Thunder Dragon, coupled with Thunder Flash and Thunder Blade, can probably beat ordinary level 6 beasts to the point where they are unable to fight back. Not bad. Chen Fan looked at Gongzi again. Name of the beast, Guko the Green-Eyed Honey Badger. Combat power level, level 6. Racial level, lower lord. Racial skills, Crazy Bite plus. Magic Crystal Armor plus. Amethyst Stab plus. Bloodthirsty plus, whole group amplification skill, which can amplify up to 10 team members at the same time, increasing the strength of all members by 30% for a period of time 30 seconds. Cannot be used on beasts more than 3 levels higher than yourself. Hack! Chen Fan instantly sat upright on the hospital bed, startling the Ice White Python that looked over. He took Gongzi over and looked at it carefully. When he was leveling up before, he only took a cursory glance and knew that Gongzi seemed to have awakened a new skill. I never expected it to be such a perverted skill. Increase the strength of team members by 30%. Last 30 seconds. Gongzi is a flat-headed brother. In my impression, doesn't Brother Flathead like to fight alone to the end? My Gongzi actually has a team-increasing skill. Seeing this skill, Chen Fan immediately became happy. He brings a group of Beast Masters, and he can continue to sign contracts with Beast Masters. One person is a team. Gongzi's skill is so powerful and suitable. Goyalu! Seeing Chen Fan looking at him without blinking, Gongzi didn't understand what was going on, so he carefully patted Chen Fan's hand with his little paw. Chen Fan laughed and directly raised Gongzi's Bloodlust skill proficiency to 100. Gongzi was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth split open, and he started to giggle. Chen Fan gently patted Gongzi's head. Gongzi, come here and help everyone turn on their bloodlust. Gongzi nodded, and after a moment of concentration, a faint blood-colored crown appeared above everyone's heads. The shadow flashed quickly and disappeared again. Chen Fan immediately felt a surge of power within his body. Strength increased by 30%. Chen Fan immediately waved to the old ape. Old ape, use your shadow poison claw on me again with all your strength. The old ape also felt the change in the power within his body. He glanced at Gongzi in disbelief, and then clawed at Chen Fan with both claws. Cracks appeared in the black iron armor. Black iron dragon turtle. Chen Fan was overjoyed. Continue. The old ape became more energetic. His claws were like the wind, bringing up a series of afterimages, and frantically grabbed onto Chen Fan's dark iron armor. After all, the black iron armor is made of condensed energy. After being caught by the old ape for 6 or 7 seconds, with a bang, it exploded. Call! The moment the armor exploded, the old ape quickly retracted his claws. Although the attack power of the shadow poison claw is a little weaker, the control power of the old ape is much stronger than Gongzi and the others. Chen Fan nodded with great satisfaction. Gongzi's amplification skill is really powerful. It's just a pity that you can't use it on beasts that are 3 levels higher than you. In other words, Gongzi's skill cannot be used on level 10 wild and violent apes. It cannot be used on the level 16 Jinyu Heidongking. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Chen Fan suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and looked at Jade and Lao Yuan again. The old ape's combat power level is still level 5. But his racial level has been upgraded to a low-level lord because of the lack of drunk dragon grass. Jade's combat power level has broken through to level 6. But her racial level is still high and extraordinary because she lacks the heavenly jade fruit. Monster name, Red-Eyed Ape Old Ape. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, lower lord. Racial skills, Shadow Canopy Plus. Shadow Poison Claw Plus. Transform Frog Plus. Ghost Step Plus. The old ape has not awakened new skills, and those previous skills have not evolved. The time to transform into a frog is still 7 seconds. But a note appeared behind the shadow canopy, and it was already possible to become invisible in front of soul-type monsters such as the Crying Demon. The distance of the Ghost Step has also been extended to 6 to 13 meters. The old ape can use the Ghost Step to move directly behind the enemy. However, these improvements seem to be much weaker than those of Xiaobai and Gongzi. I wonder if there will be any new changes after breaking through to level 6. Beast name, Storm Slime Jade. Combat power level 6. Racial level, high and extraordinary. Racial skills, Stormwind Blade Plus. Wind Wings Plus. Water Dragon Bullet Plus. Jade has not awakened any new skills. However, the skills of Jade itself are very abnormal. Stormwind Blade could not break through the 2nd level defense before, but it was used by Chen Fan as a control skill to disrupt the enemy's fighting rhythm. In the first secret realm, when she encountered an enemy in the middle stage of the 2nd level of the Nightmare Court, Jade used Stormwind Blade to beat the enemy to the point where he was unable to move and was unable to cope with it. Now that Jade has broken through to level 6, the upper limit of skill proficiency has become 150 points. After training or directly adding points. After raising the skill proficiency to 150 points. This move will definitely make ordinary 2nd level people scream. Really not bad. Chen Fan's eyes moved to the side again and fell on Xiao He. Xiao He immediately became excited. But Chen Fan immediately looked back. Xiao He. So sad. Originally thinking that he had broken through to level 5. He finally caught up with Xiaobai and the others. Unexpectedly, after one night, Xiaobai and the others became level 6 again. Not only have they become level 6, their racial levels have also been improved. I haven't been happy for a while, but I was suddenly thrown away again. Xiao He looked at Chen Fan with tears in his eyes, then flew to the bed and pecked Chen Fan's legs twice. Chen Fan. This guy obviously knows how to speak human words. But this time, he pretends to be mute and behaves like an ice python. You just broke through to level 5 the night before yesterday. Chen Fan said a little speechlessly. First train hard for a period of time and stabilize the foundation. Don't worry about this day or two. Oh! Xiao He tilted his head and used Gongzi's body as a pillow. Chen Fan raised his head and glanced out the window. It's daybreak. It's time to sleep. Chen Fan pointed to the door and said, If you are tired, take a nap. If you are not tired, go to the garden and play with the wild and violent apes. As soon as the words fell, Xiaobai and Gongzi rushed out of the ward. The ice-white python Xiao He also followed out. These guys are very energetic. In the end, only the old ape who read a book and the black iron dragon turtle who liked silence were left in the ward. Chen Fan stretched out and lay down. Although I have been busy all night, I don't feel tired at all. Every time Xiaobai and the others broke through their combat power level and race level, star power came back to them. This powerful force not only made Chen Fan not feel tired, but he was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. Suddenly, WeChat rang. Chen Fan casually opened WeChat. I don't know who dragged me into a new group. After reading the notes, it turns out that this group is a group of students above the first level of the 3 major colleges. There were people inside who circled me several times. It's Li Fingxing. Chapter 129 Fang Qingqing and Bai Rouge were shocked by the huge changes in the ice white python and the black iron dragon turtle. In recent days, in addition to Chen Fan's rise in fame, there is another person's name that resounds in the streets. He is Li Fingxing. That's a strange man. In the group, Li Fingxing. Chen Fan. The arena competition between the 3 major colleges is about to begin. When we get on the arena, I will definitely tear apart your bones one by one. Be careful. Chen Fan rang out the words Shen Hongxiu said. I would rather fight with someone who understands than say a word to a bad person. This is how everyone evaluates Li Fingxing. Chen Fan scrolled through the chat history and felt his heart stop. Many people were talking about what happened at the hospital the night before yesterday. Li Fingxing kept circling Chen Fan and provoking him wildly. But no one paid him any attention. The messages he sent were quickly covered by other people's discussions. I heard that you have 4 beasts. I think you are simply lying. Do you think having 2 pets means you are a master of beasts? Now I'm going to find 2 cats and 2 slimes. Then I'll have 7 beasts. Right. Returned a genius. Now you dare to hide behind Shen Hongxiu and let women support you. In the past 2 times, if Henry Chu and Shen Tao hadn't bullied the minority by bullying them, I would have killed you. They said you were a hero. They said you saved the entire hospital. And they said you saved the Grandmaster. How could you be so shameless? With your little ability, can you save the Grandmaster? You and your Beast Masters attack with all your strength. Can you? Are you going to tickle the level 32 crying demon? There were students from Class 5 of Ares Academy in the group, who came out to speak for Chen Fan. But it was okay if they didn't say it. Once they did, it immediately started a dispute between Zhanshan Academy and Tianshan Academy. Students from the 2 schools had distinct camps and immediately started a scolding war. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more chaotic, Chen Fan sent a message. Li Fingxing, don't be so fierce all the time. You keep yelling in front of me every day. It makes me think I am a veterinarian. I've heard about you. And I've also seen the photo in the subway. You were lying on Ant's shoulder, sleeping soundly. I bless you. That's how love is. There should be no national boundaries or age restrictions. Don't worry about worldly opinions. Come on! The whole group suddenly became quiet. The next moment, the students of Ares Academy burst into laughter one after another. The students of Huanhai Academy also laughed. The students of Tianshan Academy stopped talking. Only Li Fingxing was still provoking Chen Fan. But when he sent a message, he was immediately overwhelmed by laughing expressions. Li Fingxing was so angry that he couldn't type. So he sent a series of voice messages. Chen Fan replied, I won't click on anyone who makes voice calls. The people from Ares Academy immediately followed and copied this sentence one by one. I won't click on anything that makes a voice call. I won't click on anything that makes a voice call. Chen Fan checked other WeChat messages. There are very few WeChat messages. It turns out that at Ares Academy, the Dean of Students has issued a message not to allow students to disturb Chen Fan. Therefore, there were only 2 people here at Ares Academy, the Dean of Students and Li Sheng, who sent a message to Chen Fan. They were all talking about the crying monster in the hospital. It was a long story, and it took a long time to finish it. It made Chen Fan's head as big as an ox. Master Zhang Hai also sent a message and said a few things. First, the alchemists from the Magic City are purifying the blood and petals of the Blood Petal Flower King. It is estimated that it will be successfully refined in less than a week. Second, he is looking for the City Lord's palace to help Chen Fan apply for rewards. One reward is about the first secret realm, and the other reward is about the incident of the crying demon in the hospital. Third, he specifically found Yun Songhai, estimated the price for the level 32 crying demon, and then gave Chen Fan's account to Yun Songhai. It is estimated that the money will arrive in the account in the next 2 days. Chen Fan respectfully replied with a message. Zhang Hai really regarded him as his son, running back and forth for his affairs. Even when Yun Songhai bought the crying demon, Zhang Hai personally made a trip As a senior figure, are you still afraid that a grandmaster will run away with the money? Chen Fan was also a little dumbfounded. But after I couldn't laugh or cry, most of me was still moved. Just typing. Yi Hao opened the door and walked in. He looked around and didn't see his beast-controlling Holy Moon Morning Glory. Brother Fan, Yi Hao said in disbelief. Did you help Wawa break through the combat power level last night? I was still sleeping last night, and the power of Wawa's feedback came to me suddenly, which shocked me. Yes, a breakthrough. Chen Fan nodded. Wawa awakened a skill, Star Power Burning, which can burn the enemy's star power, greatly consuming the opponent's star power in a short period of time, lasting for 30 seconds. It's now going to the back garden with Xiaowai and the others to play with the wild and violent apes. Go over and have a look. Yi Hao was stunned for a moment. Holy Moon Morning Glory is a dual-system beast with healing and perception systems. It mainly provides auxiliary treatment and has almost no attack power. But this, Star Power Burning, feels so powerful that it's a bit perverted. If when he and Jinqing were being chased by the man in black robes, Wawa had given each other a few bursts of star power, wouldn't he have been able to consume the other party to death? Brother Fan. Yi Hao looked at Chen Fan silently, opened his mouth, and said after a while, I'll go to the back garden to see the flowers. He didn't say any words of thanks. He just shook Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan felt that when this guy held his hand, he was holding his hand very hard, as if he was going to crush his hand bones. Stop being so stupid and go quickly. Chen Fan shook off Yi Hao's hand and waved his hand like a fly. Yi Hao grinned and rushed out like a whirlwind to the back garden. As soon as he ran out, Fong Qingqing and Bai Ruj came in. Bai Ruj put a basket of fruits on the table and said a little strangely, Uncle Master, what's wrong with Yi Hao? It's like he got chicken blood. Chen Fan raised his head and said in surprise, Why are you here? Bai Ruj pouted and said, I've wanted to come here for a long time, but my dad wouldn't let me. He couldn't allow me to disturb you. But I heard yesterday that people from the Shin family came over. They were sure that you would be discharged from the hospital this morning. So I came over. Fong Qingqing's eyes twitched in the back. When Zhang Hai called Shin Fan before, Shin Hongxiu and the others saw it. So they all knew that Master Zhang Hai from the Animal Breeders Association was Shin Fan's master. But Fong Qingqing was not there at that time. She only knew that in terms of seniority, Bai Ruj seemed to be Chen Fan's junior. But? Master Uncle? This means that Chen Fan and City Lord Bai Baiyu are brothers? This guy. At this time, the black iron dragon turtle crawled over from the corner. My god! Bai Ruj looked at the black iron dragon turtle whose SHL texture had changed, and his eyes shone. Uncle, can you really help me with the dragon turtle? She stopped mid-sentence. Fong Qingqing saw Bai Ruj looking at her, and said with an indifferent expression, Chen Fan also helped me cultivate the beast. Last night, I received the power of Qinglong's upgrade. Bai Ruj pursed her lips and said, Uncle Master, have you also helped her cultivate the beast? I'm poor. I have to make money. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said, When I was very poor, Qingqing was my first customer when I came to Donghai City, and she was the only one who believed that I could cultivate beasts. Fong Qingqing's face turned slightly red. Although she initially agreed to let Chen Fan help breed beasts and paid the money, for a long time, she actually did not believe that Chen Fan could breed beasts. Chen Fan winked at the black iron dragon turtle. Dragon turtle, put some armor on Rouge. No, no, no. Bai Ruj was shocked. The shield of the black iron dragon turtle is a turtle SHL. Although she had always known that the shield was very defensive. But it's just too much. As the eldest lady of the City Lord's palace, Bai Ruj has never dared to wear the black iron dragon turtle shield outside for so many years, etc. It seems that what the uncle just said was not a shield. Bai Ruj's eyes widened, and he looked at Chen Fan. Uncle, did you just talk about armor? Chen Fan nodded slightly and said, Both of the dragon turtle skills have evolved. The wind dance has evolved into the blade dance. But I haven't tested this skill yet. You can take it out to try it yourself later. Its black iron shield has also evolved into black iron armor. This armor has extremely strong defense. It should be several levels stronger than the obsidian armor of Henry Chu's Dark Bloodstone Man. Oops! Bai Ruj almost jumped up. Come on! Come on! Put on the armor quickly, and let me try it out. This is the moment you have been waiting for. The black iron dragon turtle felt like he was about to burst into tears. So he immediately put on the black iron armor for Bai Ruj. So handsome! Bai Ruj looked at the armor on his body, and was extremely excited. Is this a matter of whether she is handsome or not? Chen Fan said a little speechlessly.
Ching Ching, stab her twice with your sword.
Fong Ching. Chen Fan.
It's okay. The Black Iron Dragon Turtle's skills are already extremely powerful in defense. Now it has broken through to level 6. And its racial level has also been upgraded to High Extraordinary. This Black Iron armor should be able to easily attack even ordinary second-level attacks.
Blocked. Higher and Extraordinary.
Fong Ching was stunned for a moment. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Her ice white python only broke through from level 5 to level 6. But the racial level did not increase. Because, at the beginning, she only gave Chen Fan the money to upgrade his combat power by level 1. Fong Ching unsheathed her sword and looked at Bai Rouge. Bai Rouge said carelessly,
"Come on. My uncle said this armor has strong defense. So it must be very strong. Just do it."
Fong Ching took a deep breath, activated her star power, flipped her wrist, and stabbed Bai Rouge in the chest with a sword. When the sound of metal and iron clashing sounded, and the sword bounced back.
This defense is so strong.
Fong Ching was surprised. Although she didn't use all her strength to be on the safe side, the force of the rebound after the sword pass made her jaw go numb. Come again!
Bai Rouge took a step back and waved to Fong Ching. Fong Ching's wrist trembled. Her star power surged wildly, and she slashed out with a sword.
Bang!
The violent power exploded on the black iron armor. Fong Ching and Bai Rouge took 2 steps back at the same time. The black iron armor was dented where it was chopped. But it's still not broken. Fong Ching was shocked. This was such a terrifying defense. If he encountered Bai Rouge in the ring, wouldn't it mean that he would only be beaten?
Ha 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 ha!
Bai Rouge laughed wildly and hugged Chen Fan's arm.
Uncle, you are so awesome! So awesome!
The Black Iron Dragon Turtle glanced at his master sadly. This is the armor I used. The disappointment in Fong Ching's eyes increased a little more. At this time, Chen Fan took his hand out of Bai Rouge's hand and said,
Qinglong's combat power level has broken through to level 6. And his race level has also been upgraded to High Extraordinary. Ah!
Fong Ching was stunned for a moment. Chen Fan smiled and said,
That guy is very smart. He even saved my life on the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. So some time ago, I didn't ask you for money. So I prepared some things for it. It has not awakened new skills. But 2 skills have evolved. Its Ice Arrow skill has evolved into Black Ice Arrow, which is faster and more powerful. It also has the power to penetrate and freeze. Its Biting Ice Wind skill has evolved into Cold Wind and Freezing, which can not only weaken the enemy's movement speed, but also freeze people or beasts in place for 3 seconds.
Fong Ching opened her mouth slightly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. No wonder. No wonder last night I felt that the power of feedback was a little too strong. It turns out that Qinglong not only has its combat power level improved, but also its race level. Bai Rouge, who was standing next to her, had a long face and said angrily,
Uncle Master, why did you help her improve her beast control so much? In this case, how could I dominate the arena?
Chen Fan glanced sideways at Bai Rouge and said,
Your small 4 wings have become small 6 wings. Doesn't that still give you an advantage? Coupled with the powerful defensive armor of the Black Iron Dragon Turtle. If you still can't defeat them, don't tell me that you are my master's niece. Yes.
Bai Rouge thought for a while and laughed again.
I still have the advantage, as long as the opponent is not you. Uncle Master, I am not afraid of others at all.
Fong Ching was silent for a while, then said with a slight blush,
Chen Fan, thank you. You're welcome.
Chen Fan smiled and said,
The first pot of gold I made when I came to Donghai City was your 16W. Moreover, Qinglong saved my life. And I am also good friends with Xiaobai and the others. When we were in the first secret realm, I asked it to protect the classmates from Class 5 when they returned, promising to give it the corpses of 2 level 10 monsters. When I get home, I will send someone to take it to you. No need.
Fong Ching waved her hands repeatedly. Bai Rouge looked at Chen Fan and then at Fong Ching. Then, her eyes suddenly flashed and she said,
Uncle Master, how on earth did you kill the level 32 crying demon the night before yesterday? There are a lot of discussions on the internet and in various groups, but it seems that they are not clear about it.
Chen Fan sneered and said,
If I could kill the level 32 crying demon, would I still be lying on this hospital bed now? If I can kill the level 32 crying demon, why should I take Shen Hongxiu's secret medicine and fight a second level mid-level? Practice well, train your beasts well, and stop prying into such gossip.
At this time, Henry Chu appeared at the door with a package.
It's time to leave the hospital.
Suddenly, his eyes fell on the black iron dragon turtle. Henry Chu was as careful as a hare, and he saw the changes in the black iron dragon turtle at the first sight. At this time, in the corridor, Yi Hao laughed wildly and ran over with Holy Moon Morning Glory. Behind, the ice white python swam all the way, leaving a long line of frost on the ground. Holy Moon Morning Glory is different too. The ice white python is also different. Henry Chu was a little confused. What happened this night that I didn't know about? Why have these beasts changed so much? This change. Could it be said that it was a breakthrough? A group of beast masters broke through on the same night. Henry Chu looked confused and followed everyone to the door of the hospital. Just walked outside the hospital gate. A luxury car came quickly and rushed directly into the crowd.
Depend on!
The crowd instantly dispersed. Chen Fan and the old ape jumped onto the big tree next to them at the same time and hugged the trunk. With a bang, the luxury car hit the steps, and the front of the car was dented. Shen Hongxiu flew out from the roof of the car, then performed a somersault in the air and landed firmly on the ground. Chen Fan was furious.
Shen Hongxiu, you want to kill me?
Bai Ruch spread his hands.
Uncle, don't get me wrong. She drives like this. She weighs several luxury cars a week. Everyone in Donghai City hides when she sees her.
Yi Hao and Henry Chu all nodded. Shen Hongxiu walked over and raised her head strangely. Chen Fan jumped down from the tree and said angrily,
Don't drive anymore. Ride the beast instead.
Shen Hongxiu looked aggrieved.
My beasts are similar to yours. They are all too small to ride.
Chen Fan thought about it. And it was true. A fox, a blood bat, and a green snake. Henry Chu comforted him.
Don't worry. When you break through to the second level or above, you won't be afraid of being hit by her car.
Chen Fan.
Is this a question of whether I'm afraid or not? Even if I'm not afraid, others will be too. Do you think Donghai City is full of second-level realms?
Shen Hongxiu came up and said,
Fan, seeing each other again is like 3 autumns apart. No, see you. It's the same. No, the same.
Chapter 130. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Brother Tao, we will help you deal with Chen Fan. The 3 college competition, which had been postponed due to the ant tide, finally kicked off. The sun has just risen, and the martial arts arena in Donghai City is already crowded with people and bustling with activity. In the stands, many people were looking forward to it. In the phalanx of each class in the 3 schools, the faces of teachers and students showed excitement and nervousness. The arena competition among the 3 major colleges is not just a competition exercise, but also a way for the 3 schools to compete for resources. Individual rankings and group rankings will affect the distribution of resources from the city lord's mansion. At the same time, the top 100 in this arena competition will also be eligible to enter Zone C of the second secret realm of Donghai City. The second secret realm, Area C, is a very strange place. The star power in Area C of the second secret realm is far stronger than that of other secret realms. If a beast master, star warrior, or beast master stays in that area for about 10 days, there is a high chance of breaking through to a higher level. Therefore, the 3 schools are always fighting for a spot in Area C of this second secret realm. There are only 100 places. On average, there are about 33 people in a school. But the problem is that it's impossible to average. Especially this year. It's quite special. The first secret realm trial of Ares Academy some time ago. Because Chen Fan brought back Jinyu Heidongking and killed a large number of monsters, it immediately broke the balance of the 3 schools. If Chen Fan was as stubborn as an iron rooster, it wouldn't be a big problem. But Chen Fan sent a large number of Skyfire ants to Ares Academy. Everyone in Class 5 of the God of War Academy's Beast Mastering class, which is Chen Fan's class, even received a bunch of valuable crystal nuclei. During this period of time, a group of students and Beast Masters from the God of War Academy were eating level 8 and 9 Skyfire ant meat. How extravagant is this? The result of this luxury is that in less than a week, a large number of newbies from Ares Academy have broken through to the first level realm. A large number of level 1 Beast Masters have broken through to level 2. And those students, who were not weak in cultivation, were suddenly pushed to a higher level by a lot of resources. At this moment, the deans of Tiansheng College and Huanhai College looked at Leng Yuan, the dean of Ares College, with fire almost coming out of their eyes. This little black fat man now walks with his chest held out and his head raised, his nostrils pointing to the sky, as if he is looking down at the world. The dean of Tiansheng Academy frowned. Then a smile appeared on his lips, and he said, as if he didn't care,
Old Lung, I heard that Shin Fan gave your Ares Academy a large number of monster corpses? For a school as big as yours, isn't it a bit too much to snatch something from a freshman?
Next to him, the dean of Wanhai College also looked at Lung Yuan.
Stop talking nonsense about grabbing resources for new students. We can't do this kind of thing,
Lung Yuan said slowly.
Those were all donated by Shin Fan voluntarily. That kid has a very strong sense of collective honor. The head teacher Li Sheng asked him to help find some benefits for his classmates. So he took Jinyu Heidongking and killed him all the way. Later, because I brought a large number of teachers to help him haul goods, he conveniently sent a batch of monster corpses to the school. You all know that there are mountains of monster corpses in that cave. We were all exhausted that day. We, a group of teachers and students, used a car to tow it all day long. Shin Fan knows that we are working very hard, so he gave us something. Don't be afraid to think nonsense.
A little something? Just thinking? You got those resources, and let a group of students and beast masters eat and drink wildly every day. Do you really think we don't know about it? The deans of 2 colleges and a group of teachers had blue veins protruding from their foreheads. Mad. Why can't we encounter such a good thing? Lung Yuan sighed again and said,
Shin Fan and the others have made great contributions to the first secret realm and the hospital. The City Lord's Palace will send out a large number of rewards. Oh, I am also worried now, and don't know how to deal with it.
These rewards are too many.
The deans of the 2 colleges and a group of teachers looked livid. This damn fat guy looks like a nouveau riche. I really want to beat him to death. However, a group of teachers at Ares Academy all showed smiles, like the Mona Lisa. The teaching director of Wanhai College couldn't help but said,
Hongxiu and Dao also made great contributions to this incident in the hospital. If the crying demon is taken away by Grandmaster Yun Songhai, Shin Fan should give some points to Hongxiu and Dao.
Right? Lung Yuan was stunned for a moment.
Why do you ask me about this kind of thing? Although I am the dean of the Ares Academy, I can't interfere in this kind of thing. No matter how much Grandmaster Yun Songhai gives out, it will be up to Shin Fan to allocate it himself.
Right?
I do want to interfere. I also want him to give me 1 to 200 million. Is that possible?
The teaching director of Wanhai College was speechless. Lung Yuan added,
I don't know about Shin Hongxiu, but I heard that when Shin Fan had the courage to ask Grandmaster Yun Songhai for the crying demon, Shin Naodao was sarcastic on the side, and even persuaded Shin Fan to stop and told Shin Fan not to give up. Seek death. Now you have the nerve to say that Shin Taoao also wants a share? If I were Shin Fan, I would have done my best not to kick him to death.
The dean of Wanhai College looked gloomy. The teaching director of Tiansheng College raised his head and looked at the sky, feeling a sense of emptiness and loneliness. In such an important event, people from Ares Academy and Wanhai Academy were involved, but Tiansheng Academy was not involved.
Oh no.
In fact, it's still a little bit involved, because before the incident in the hospital, Li Fingxing ran to the hospital to deal with Shin Fan, but was beaten violently. After Li Fingxing left the hospital, he had a casual love affair with an aunt on the subway, which spread throughout Donghai City. If the hospital incident hadn't caused a big fuss later, people in the streets would probably be talking about Li Fingxing now. Right. When discussing Li Fingxing, Tiansheng Academy was mentioned by the way, and the face of Tiansheng Academy was also completely humiliated, thinking about Shin Fan in Ares Academy and Li Fingxing in his own academy. The teaching director of Tiansheng Academy felt that his heart was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Outside the gate of the martial arts arena, Shin Taotao and a large group of younger brothers were sweating under the sun. One student couldn't help but ask,
Brother Tao, I heard that Shin Fan crossed the river and demolished the bridge and refused to give you a share of the crying demon.
Shin Taoao glanced at the man with dark eyes. Another student said coldly,
Is Shin Fan too arrogant? That night in the hospital, the beast control skills of a group of them were only level 5. Is it comparable to Brother Dao's level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion?
I have heard that the crying demon is a demon-type soul monster. Only the power of thunder and fire can severely damage it. That night, Brother Dao's dragon blood lion must have made the greatest contribution. If he dares not to give a share to Brother Dao, I will kill him.
Shin Taoao suddenly changed his expression.
Shut up!
The 2 people who had spoken before were startled and didn't understand why Shin Taoao was angry. Another person in the crowd said,
Last time at the God of War Academy, Shin Fan bullied the younger brother and used multiple beasts to beat Brother Dao's cockroach. Brother Dao was accidentally tricked by him. If I meet him in this arena, I will beat the shit out of him.
Shin Taoao was furious.
What the hell are you doing?
Others on the side agreed.
Brother Tao, We don't have to be afraid of him. Even if he comes from the imperial capital, even if he has some background. So what? This is Donghai City. Yes. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Brother Dao. Don't worry. We will help you deal with Shin Fan. Your sister? Deal with your sister?
Shin Dao Dao said angrily.
If you dare to speak ill of Brother Fan again, I will slap you to death.
Brother Fan. A group of students from Huanhai Academy were stunned. What's the situation? Something feels wrong? At this time, Yi Hao came with a group of people from Ares Academy, cheering in front of them and crowding in behind, looking very impressive.
How's he? How's he?
When Shin Tao Dao saw Yi Hao, he waved repeatedly. Yi Hao was stunned and walked over.
What are you doing at the gate?
Shin Tao Dao chuckled.
What are you waiting for, Brother Fan? Brother Fan isn't with you?
The group of people at Huanhai Academy were stunned for a while. Shin Tao Dao took them here to bask in the sun for a long time. Was it to wait for Shin Fan? The group of people from Ares Academy were also stunned for a while. Shin Tao Dao was talking in the group a few days ago about revenge and wanted to catch Shin Fan and beat him to death. Are you starting to call me Brother Fan? After experiencing what happened in the first secret realm and what happened in the hospital. Even the unruly Shin Nato calls Shin Fan Brother Fan?
Brother Fan lives in the Animal Breeders Association.
Yi Hao said.
I contacted him just now. He should be here soon. What do you want to do?
Shin Tao Dao immediately cried and said.
How's he? Brothers, you must help me. You have such a good relationship with Brother Fan. Please help me intercede.
Yi Hao narrowed his eyes.
Are you talking about the crying demon?
Shin Nao Tao nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Yi Hao glanced at Shin Nao Tao and said helplessly.
I'm not talking about you. Your slutty mouth is really as good as Xiao Hei's. It's okay if you don't speak. If you speak, you'll get beaten easily.
Shin Tao Dao nodded repeatedly.
Yes. Yes. I have discovered it now.
Yi Hao, you are already 18 years old. And you have lived for more than 10 years before you found out? There really is no self-awareness at all. Yi Hao blinked and said.
Xiao Hei now has a famous nickname. In 2 days, I guess you will also have a good nickname.
Shin Tao Dao was stunned.
What nickname?
Yi Hao.
If I don't get beaten 7 times a day, my whole body will feel uncomfortable.
Shin Tao Dao narrowed his eyes.
This nickname is really long.
Yi Hao was furious.
Is this a matter of whether the nickname lasts? I mean, you are as mean-mouthed as Xiao Hei. And you also deserve a beating. If you hadn't been mean in the hospital, how could you have done so many things?
The group of people in Huanhai Academy suddenly changed their colors. Brother Dao is the well-deserved leader in Huanhai Academy. It is simply unreasonable for Yi Hao to scold him in front of so many people. But seeing Shin Tao Dao crying, she took Yi Hao's hand and said,
What should I do? Can you help me intercede?
Yi Hao pulled his hand out with a look of disgust. And after a while he sighed and said,
You? There is only one way I can help you. It depends on whether you can do it or not.
Shin Tao Dao looked happy.
What can we do?
Yi Hao said in a deep voice.
Remember, in front of Brother Fan from now on, just be a handsome man. Talk less and do more. It's usually fine if you don't speak. But if you speak, you'll get beaten easily.
Shin Tao Dao touched his chin and thought for a while. It seemed like this was the case. Why didn't you realize it before? Yi Hao said.
Brother Fan is very loyal.
Haven't you noticed? In the first secret realm, you were watching the show from the beginning to the end. But in the end, I didn't give you a share? I don't agree with this. I still try my best. You're right. So what should I do? I just said it. Stop talking. Stop talking in front of him. If you don't say anything, I'll give you some advice later. And he will definitely give you a share. After all, we all share life and death. And your dragon's blood, the crazy lion, and the chicken dragon also put in a lot of effort. Okay. I listened to you.
Shin Tao Dao nodded.
By the way, you said that the crying demon was taken away by Grandmaster Yin Songhai. How much money can he give us?
Speaking of this, Yi Hao also became very excited.
I asked my father last night, and he told me that I dare not say more than that. But there must be 900 billion. Clatter.
The mineral water bottle in Shin Nao Dao's hand fell to the ground. A group of students from Ares Academy and Huanhai Academy were all petrified. 900 billion? When did high school students start using billions as units? Even geniuses from big families, like Yi Hao and Shin Tao Dao, only get 300,000 or 400,000 from their families in a month. For most ordinary students, Yi Hao and Shin Tao Dao's 300,000 or 400,000 a month is an unimaginable amount of money. Yi Hao glanced sideways and said,
Don't you know how to look up information yourself? The crying demon is a level 32 demon soul monster. Level 32 is not necessarily such a high level for a master's beast master. And such high-level soul monsters are extremely rare. Why is the 7th grade called the Grand Master? What is the biggest difference between the 6th grade and the 7th grade? The biggest difference is mental power. Breaking through from the peak of the 6th grade to the 7th grade is a qualitative change in mental power. Many people do not have strong mental strength. They may be trapped in the peak of the 6th grade for their entire lives, unable to move even an inch.
Shen Taoao scratched his head.
You told me what the 6th and 7th grades mean. And does it have anything to do with the crying demon?
Yi Hao was a little crazy.
The crying demon is a soul-type monster. If Grandmaster Yun Songhai uses a level 32 soul-type monster himself, he may be able to break through a level in a short time with this crying demon. And if it is used by a strong person at the peak of the 6th level, it is possible to directly break through to the 7th level. Understand? So for this thing, let alone 1 billion. I feel like there are people buying it for 1.52 billion. For a Grandmaster, what is 1 billion or 2 billion? If you can use 2 billion to break through a realm, I don't know how many strong people are vying for it. 1 billion to 2 billion.
Shen Taoao said while counting on his fingers.
So, you are saying that when the time comes, we will all have at least more than 100 million? Maybe even 200 million?
Yi Hao looked at Shenado like a fool.
That's right. Is the blood petal cow considered valuable? But the level difference is there. It can't be compared with the level 32 crying demon.
Shenado opened his mouth and didn't close it for a long time. Yi Hao said proudly.
Didn't Brother Fan buy a knife before? The price was 1500 W? At that time, I felt my flesh hurt when I saw it. And I never made up my mind. After all, if you divide the blood petal flower king, you will only get tens of millions. Shen Taoao blinked strangely.
Then what?
Yi Hao said calmly.
Then last night, I ordered a 3000 W axe. Anyway, I don't like the money. Grass.
Shen Taoao and a group of others all started swearing in their hearts. 3000 W. An axe. What a rich man. This upstart, this group of people, even with a 3W sword, would hesitate for a long time. Except for some children of aristocratic families. It is impossible for ordinary people to buy weapons that cost tens of thousands of alliance coins. Shen Taoao stretched his neck and glanced at the people entering the martial arts arena.
Isn't Brother Fan here yet?
Yi Hao's face sank.
Hey, have you forgotten what I just told you? Don't go in front of him again and chirp. If you make him angry, you won't get a hair out of him. Okay. I know. I remember it.
Shen Taoao said hurriedly.
By the way, tell me, if I meet him in the ring, let me know. Will he agree to give me a share?
Yi Hao looked at Shenado with wide eyes. Li Fengxing is a fool. Then, Shen Taoao can definitely be called Irk. After being silent for a while, Yi Hao said quietly.
During the first secret realm, you watched the show for a long time. But didn't you realize how scary Brother Fan is? We fought for so long that night in the hospital. But didn't you realize how powerful Brother Fan's beasts are? Do you really think that with a level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion, you can sweep through the arenas of the 3 major colleges and defeat Brother Fan? Do you believe that Xiaowai and Xiaohei can beat the shit out of you and your level 6 dragon-blooded crazy lion if they join forces?
Yi Hao glanced sideways at Shenado and walked away with a group of people.
Did I say something wrong again?
Shen Taoao muttered.
You guys stay here and notify me immediately when you see Brother Fan's words. I need to go to the toilet.
In the toilet, the dean of Huanhai College looked livid, still thinking about Lung Yuan's words. It's okay if I don't think about it. But the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why did those guys who recruited students at the beginning let Shen Fan go to Ares Academy? Just because you saw someone signing a contract for a slime. Did you give up on him? The dean was so angry that he wanted to find those teachers now and beat them up. As he was thinking about it, the dean was stunned while holding up his pants with one hand and pulling the zipper with the other. Alas, why don't we, Huanhai Academy, have such students? At this time, Shen Taoao walked in. He saw the dean of his college standing by the urinal without responding for a long time. He couldn't help but come over and said,
Director, can't you pee? I know a miracle doctor.
The dean became furious.
Get out! Get out of here!
Shen Taoao was so frightened that he ran away. But as soon as he ran out of the toilet, Shen Taoao stopped again and muttered to himself.
No! I came here to use the toilet. It's over. I can't hold it in anymore.
You have to hold it back even if you can't hold it back. Shen Taotao hid behind a big tree nearby. When he saw the dean leaving, he suppressed his blush and prepared to go to the toilet. Suddenly, Li Fengxing jumped out from the side and grabbed his hand.
Shen Nato, have you seen Chen Fan? Tell me where Chen Fan is. Otherwise I won't let you go.
Shen Taotao. Chapter 131 finally found a way to increase system energy. Chen Fan was in a wheelchair and was pushed into the arena by the old ape. When Henry Chu and Yi Hao saw it, they were stunned for a moment. Lung Yuan, the teaching director, was also stunned for a moment. Only the head teacher, Li Sheng, looked normal. Yi Hao came over.
Brother Fan, aren't you already well?
Chen Fan didn't even raise his head.
Shut up. It's none of your business.
Yi Hao gave a thumbs up.
Brother Fan, you are too insidious.
Chen Fan,
get out.
Lung Yuan saw that Li Sheng's expression was as usual, pointed at Chen Fan's back from behind, and asked,
didn't the Shen family get the antidote? Chu Xian is already well. Why is Chen Fan him?
Li Sheng waved his hand gently.
It's just tactics. Show the enemy weakness and win by surprise.
Lung Yuan's eyes widened.
This kid is cheating? Is this necessary?
Although he is still not completely sure of Chen Fan's true strength. In any case, Chen Fan can kill the second-grade third-level heaven with one sword. Based on this, there are absolutely few opponents among the three major academies. Henry Chu sighed.
It's easy to hide when someone is exposed, but it's hard to guard against someone who is undercover.
Lung Yuan was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean?
Henry Chu.
Yi Hao is a bright coquettish person, while Chen Fan is a dark bitch.
Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao.
Is there a donkey behind us scolding us?
Yi Hao sneered.
It's just a donkey. We don't care about it.
Later, the dean of Tianshan College came over and said with a sneer.
You are injured like this, and you still have to go to the ring. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to do this. Chen Fan, why don't you think about it and transfer to another school? Come to our Tianshan Academy?
Chen Fan, Lung Yuan said calmly.
I just want to tell you that the students from my God of War College, even if they are sitting in wheelchairs, can crush the students from your two major colleges.
The deans of Tianshan College and Huanhai College, as well as a group of teachers, glared at him. This fat little black guy is so arrogant. Chu Xian is certainly talented. Chen Fan's sudden appearance was also a hit. But the two of them took the Shen family's secret medicine. And now they can only sit in wheelchairs and be pushed. Why the H? I do you dare to be so arrogant? Wait. Something seems wrong. Why doesn't Henry Chu sit in a wheelchair? Seeing a group of teachers at war with each other. Chen Fan hurriedly waved his hand. The old ape immediately pushed him to the position of Class 5 of Ares Academy. A group of students from Class 5 immediately gathered around.
Brother Fan, you are famous. You are so awesome. Now the whole Donghai city is talking about you. Are you feeling better now? Oh, the school is so impersonal. Why do you have to go to the ring after giving birth?
What the H? I was this guy talking about at the end. Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said,
Don't treat me as a hero. I just fulfilled my duty as a citizen.
The short-haired girl came over and whispered,
Brother Fan, this is not about you beating the crying demon. It's about you giving birth to a child.
What? Chen Fan thought he heard wrongly. The girl with short hair opened mobile phone and opened a screenshot. That was a screenshot of a circle of friends. Shen Hongxiu's post on Moments last night. In the picture, Chen Fan was lying weakly on the bed, with Shen Hongxiu holding his shoulders and taking a group photo. There is also text below.
10 months of pregnancy, full of hard work and happiness. My mortal finally gave birth to a monkey for me. Seeing how weak he looked after giving birth, I burst into tears. I swear to take good care of their mother and son.
There are many more comments below. Henry Chu.
Boy or girl?
Yi Hao.
No one can rob me. I am your child's godfather.
Bai Rouge.
Shen Hongxiu, please show some respect. If you want to be my elder, wait until the next life.
Fang Qingqing.
Shameless.
Zhou Han.
This woman is so quick to steal my boyfriend. You and I are at odds with each other. I also want Brother Fan to give birth to a monkey for me.
There are many more comments below. Chen Fan blinked and looked around.
Where's Shen Hongxiu? Let her come out. I promise not to beat her to death.
Everyone shook their heads.
I didn't see her.
Chen Fan asked again.
Who is this Zhou Han?
The short-haired girl laughed.
I'm Zhou Han.
Brother Fan, I'm really sad. We've been in the same class for so long. And you don't even know my name.
Chen Fan waved. Come here.
Let's have a chat.
Zhou Han ran away. Not far away, Shen Taotao stood under the big tree, looking here silently. Seeing Chen Fan looking over, Shen Naotao nodded coldly. Chen Fan, did this guy take the wrong medicine? Suddenly, everyone stopped talking and looked in one direction. To the right, Shen Hongxiu was seen approaching, wearing a fiery red battle armor. This woman attracts everyone's attention wherever she goes. Yi Hao immediately greeted him.
Hazi, Shen Hongxiu said. Last night I dreamed that you came to see me riding on colorful auspicious clouds.
Yi Hao grinned.
Really? Ha ha ha.
Shen Hongxiu nodded.
You're still sticking your tongue out at me.
Yi Hao smiled even more happily.
Ha ha. Am I so naughty?
Shen Hongxiu.
Well, you were squatting at Erlangshen's feet.
Yi Hao. Shen Hongxiu walked around Yi Hao, took Chen Fan's arm, and sat down on Chen Fan's right side. The people in the stands were shocked. Is the relationship between Shen Hongxiu, the beauty of One High Academy, and Chen Fan so close? Completely ignoring the gazes of the people around me.
Some people nodded secretly, feeling that a talented man and a beautiful woman are a perfect match.
There are also people whose eyes are full of the meaning of,
oh, another good cabbage has been lost to the pig.
Chen Fan pulled out his arm, but she was hugged by Shen Hongxiu again.
Fan, you are so cruel. You helped Qing Qing and the others cultivate the beasts. But you didn't help me cultivate the beasts for this arena competition. I'm afraid I will be tortured to death by them.
Chen Fan,
if you keep talking like this, I will throw you out.
Shen Hongxiu's face straightened.
After today's arena match, can you help me cultivate a beast? I can grant you a request. It can be an extremely excessive request, including the extremely excessive one you have in mind. Request.
It's the same thing again. Don't even change the lines. But the surrounding Aries Academy students all pricked up their ears. Even Fan Qingqing, who was not far away, stared at Shen Hongxiu fiercely, her eyes unblinking. Chen Fan laughed.
Really?
Shen Hongxiu's eyes flashed.
Of course. Shen Hongxiu, will do what I say.
Chen Fan.
What I'm thinking is 100 times more extreme than what you think.
Shen Hongxiu's face turned red.
You?
Chen Fan.
I have a villa in the Animal Breeders Association.
Shen Hongxiu.
You are so bad.
Chen Fan.
The villa is being renovated. Can you go to my house on the weekend and help me carry 20 bags of cement?
Shen Hongxiu pinched Chen Fan's arm hard. To the people nearby, it looked more like a couple in love flirting. Fan Qingqing, who was not far away, glanced at Shen Hongxiu with disdain and snorted softly. Yi Hao took out a small book.
Brother Fan is a real person who doesn't show his face. I have to record all his words. This is simply a secret code for picking up girls. Look how red that woman Shen Hongxiu is.
Chen Fan.
If you want me to breed a beast, no problem. Just give me the money. I am afraid of poverty, so I just accept money.
Shen Hongxiu whispered.
It's strange that you are poor. If you publicize your ability, will you still be short of money? And this time the hospital is crying.
Chen Fan.
Stop talking nonsense. Do you have money? If you don't have money, step aside. You don't want a beautiful woman who came to your door for nothing. I'm really impressed by you. Hee. Then shall I leave? Leave quickly. Fan, you have saved me many times. Let me be a cow and a horse for you. Really?
Chen Fan.
Help me carry 20 bags of cement first.
Shen Hongxiu.
The little girl cried so much that the pear blossoms were wet with rain. The young master was unmoved and only made sophistry. It's really heartbreaking.
Chen Fan.
It's a pity that you are a daughter. Otherwise the Sa family would be willing to sworn brothers with you.
Shen Hongxiu. A group of students from Aries Academy nearby fainted. These two people are really matched against each other. Only Chen Fan can restrain this woman Shen Hongxiu. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes moved slightly. In my mind, the system panel next to the beast controlling space seems to have changed. Chen Fan concentrated for a moment, squinted his eyes, and began to check the system panel. What happened just now? It seemed like a number jumped a bit.
Chen Fan checked it from top to bottom, and his eyes fell on the system energy bar. The system energy has increased from more than 3,000 to more than 7,000. What happened? Chen Fan clicked on the system energy details, and his eyes suddenly widened.
Jinyu Heidongking killed 3 level 15 Thorn Marauders and gained 450 system energy points. Jinyu Heidongking killed 9 level 12 Jungle Spiders and gained 900 system energy points.
What's the situation? Chen Fan was shocked. When he took Jinyu Heidongking to the first secret realm before, Jinyu killed a large number of monsters. But the system energy did not increase at all. At that time, Chen Fan was sure that if the monster was not his own, he would not be blamed for killing the monster. So I feel very sorry. Why is it that now that Jin Yu Hai Dongqing has killed the monster, he has increased the system energy?
Fan! What's wrong?
Shen Hongxiu, who was standing next to him, noticed something strange about Chen Fan and couldn't help but ask.
Stop talking.
Chen Fan made an excuse and said,
I am observing the situation of Xiao Bai and the others in the beast control space. Oh!
Shen Hongxiu nodded. Chen Fan's mind was spinning. What is going on? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could it be that it was because he helped Jin Yu Hai Dongqing break through to level 17? When he went to the first secret realm, he did not help Jin Yu Hai Dongqing break through the level. In the final analysis, Jin Yu Hai Dongqing had nothing to do with him at that time. But before Zhen Qing took Jin Yu Hai Dongqing to the 5th secret realm, Chen Fan helped Jin Yu Hai Dongqing improve his combat power level and race level. Even if the taming beast you have cultivated is not your own, killing monsters in the future will also increase the energy of the system? Chen Fan was ecstatic. Before this, he had been having headaches with the energy of this system. On the system panel, skills such as
9 sky-breaking swords
require a large amount of system energy, which can easily reach millions. However, after killing a large number of monsters during this period, the system energy is only more than 3,000 points. If we continue like this, in what year and month will we be able to obtain millions of system energy? I feel like this is much harder than making money. Never would I have thought that a trained beast could also increase energy. When Chen Fan checked the system energy improvement instructions before, he found that there were only 2 ways to increase the system energy. One way is to kill monsters. The higher the level, the more system energy will be increased. One way is to cultivate beasts, including helping others cultivate beasts. At the beginning, Chen Fan also felt a little strange about helping people cultivate beasts. Although he could make money very quickly, when it comes to increasing the energy of the system, how much energy can be increased? Unexpectedly, there is such a layer. Finally found a way. If you help the members of the Aries Pioneer Group to cultivate beasts, wouldn't it mean that you can increase the energy of your system while sitting at home in the future? This is the right way. They rely on Xiao Bai, who is only at level 6, to kill monsters. How many can they kill in a day after exhausting work? Chen Fan is in a good mood. At this time, a list of groups for the group arena competition appeared on a huge screen at the edge of the arena below. Chen Fan's name was among them. Shen Hongxiu saw Chen Fan's name on the screen and was slightly stunned.
Fan! Your name is in the first scene! Huh?
Chen Fan raised his head slightly and looked at the huge screen. And sure enough, he saw his name. There are 4 huge stages in the martial arts arena. 4 arenas, for groups of contestants compete. Chen Fan and a girl named Zhao Xian were on stage 3. Shen Hongxiu turned her head and glanced at Henry Chu beside her, and said lightly,
Fan, you should pay more attention to this Zhao Xian. First of all, the Xiao family and the Li family have a very good relationship. In the past few days, Li Fingxing has declared everywhere that he will deal with you. Secondly, this woman loves Henry Chu so much that you have stolen Henry Chu's limelight recently. I think she will go crazy in the ring.
Henry Chu next to him was expressionless, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Chen Fan was angry.
There are so many women who like Henry Chu. Does he want to beat me to death? Xian Chu and I are not enemies. Let them come together. I'll just beat them to death together.
The squad leader at the back was Leng Ruyu, with a face the color of pig liver. Chen Fan snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Zhao Xian. Last night, he used the power of Xiao Bai and the others to help him break through to the 1st level and 5th level realm in one fell swoop. With this kind of cultivation strength, combined with level 6 Xiao Bai and Gongzi, it is almost impossible for these students from the 3 major colleges to have any opponents. There are only a few people like Chu Xian and Shen Tao Ao who can fight with him. At this time, on the big screen below, the names of 4 groups of students began to flash and glow red. The 8 referees were divided into 4 groups and entered the ring. The old 8 pushed Chen Fan onto the number 3 ring under everyone's strange gazes. On arena number 3, Zhao Xian, wearing black armor, is waiting silently. The people in the surrounding stands were excited.
The God of War Academy really treats its students like donkeys. Chen Fan enters the ring in a wheelchair? What a joke. Is Chen Fan a little too arrogant? He thinks that he can defeat every opponent by sitting in a wheelchair? In the 1st secret realm, Chen Fan and Chu Xian took the Shen family's secret medicine. Within a month, they were no different from useless people. He actually dared to come to the ring to compete. Zhao Xian may not be as good as Chu Xian and Shin Hongxiu, but no matter what, she is still a top student in Tianshan Academy. Although Chen Fan has many beasts to control, he doesn't seem to be very strong. Maybe he will have to do it in the first round. It's being brushed off. I wonder what the God of War Academy thinks that the hero who has just emerged from the sky will fall into disgrace now.
In the southeast corner of the stands, the head of the Shin family burst into laughter.
This kid is quite interesting. But is this necessary?
None of the people from the big families nearby spoke. People from several major families in Dahai City know much more about Chen Fan than these students and teachers. On the ring, Zhao Xian looked gloomy and stared at Chen Fan coldly.
Are you going to fight me in a wheelchair? Yes.
Chen Fan responded lightly. Zhao Xian said indifferently.
Where are your little beasts?
Chen Fan said expressionlessly.
No need. The old ape can handle you.
Zhao Xian grinned, then nodded slightly.
Mine is big. Please bear with it.
Chen Fan. The crowd roared with laughter. Chen Fan also smiled.
It hurts when I hit someone. Please be more patient later.
Zhao Xian sneered, and then summoned her beast. A Devilsaurus over 3 meters tall. It's really big. Chen Fan moved his fingers slightly and pointed at the demon Tyrannosaurus. The old ape's body swayed and disappeared into the shadow sky.
Ignore the red-eyed monkey and deal with Chen Fan directly.
Zhao Xian shouted loudly, and she and Devilsaur rushed out to both sides, outflanking Chen Fan. Chapter 132 easily win the game. Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei shocked the audience. Monster name, Flame Demon Tyrannosaurus. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute fire. Monster weakness water. Racial skills, flash crash. Flame splash. Bite. Tyrannosaurus trample.
Boom!
When Chen Fan was checking the attributes of Devilsaur, Zhao Xian and Devilsaur were already rushing towards him at the same time. Zhao Xian is obviously not as reckless as she appears. As soon as she and Devilsaur took 3 steps forward, each controlling the beast, their feet shone like stars, and they stamped heavily on the ground at the same time.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Taking 3 quick steps, Zhao Xian and Devilsaur had a circle of crazy energy under their feet, exploding in all directions. Under the impact of this energy, the old ape, who had just used the shadow canopy to bully him, was directly beaten out of his sight. Most stealth and stealth spells or skills will be broken when attacked. Although the old ape is smart, he lacks actual combat experience. He didn't expect Zhao Xian to have this skill.
Got you!
Zhao Xian sneered. She originally rushed towards Chen Fan, but quickly turned around and directly attacked the old ape, who was less than 4 meters away from her. And the demon Tyrannosaurus paused for a moment, and its whole body immediately burst into flames.
Oops! The flame demon Tyrannosaurus is going to use Flash Crash on Chen Fan. Chen Fan is so confident and arrogant that he only uses one beast to fight against Zhao Xian. No matter what, Zhao Xian is also a first level, 4th level beast, and her Devilsaur is already level 5. There is no suspense in this battle. The invisibility skill has been broken. The red-eyed Yup has lost the initiative and may not be able to defeat Zhao Xian. Even if it can defeat Zhao Xian, Chen Fan in a wheelchair cannot stop it. Stay away from the collision of Devilsaur. Humph. Chen Fan is arrogant and came to the stage in a wheelchair. Even if he is killed by one move this time, he deserves it.
In the stands, many students exclaimed and talked a lot. It's too late. It's faster than that. Zhao Xian's long sword has arrived in front of the old ape. Her speed was actually much faster than before.
Quack!
Just when a cold smile appeared on the corner of Zhao Xian's mouth, the Devil Rex, which was burning with flames on the other side, turned into a big frog with a croak. And seeing that the old ape was about to be stabbed by Zhao Xian's sword, he appeared behind Zhao Xian with a cry.
What?
Zhao Xian was shocked. During this period, Chen Fan became famous. Both she and other students had information to investigate Chen Fan. According to her information, Akane Yusue doesn't have this kind of skill at all. Zhao Xian's heart was shocked. She took a step forward and quickly drew the long sword back in her hand. But she only swung her long sword halfway, and her wrist was already caught by the old ape.
So fast!
Zhao Xian was terrified. Really fast. The old ape's attack power is not particularly outstanding, and it is difficult to break through many beast-controlling defensive skills in a short period of time. But when it comes to speed, apart from Xiaobai's Thunder Flash, how many other ordinary beasts can beat it? The old ape grabbed Zhao Xian's wrist and snapped it.
Ah!
Zhao Xian was in pain, and the sword in her hand clattered to the ground. But before she could react, the old ape grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward, then quickly turned around and threw her over her shoulder.
Boom!
Zhao Xian, who was wearing battle armor and facing the sky with her back to the ground, was thrown heavily to the ground by the old ape.
Asshole!
This orangutan. She had known for a long time that Akim Yusui had learned many human fighting techniques. But she never expected that the old ape was so skilled in fighting skills. Zhao Xian was so angry that her mouth was bleeding. She slapped her left hand on the ground and hit the old ape's head with her right foot with a sharp sound like a whip. This move is just a false move. Zhao Xian wanted to drive the old ape away with one move, and then picked up the long sword that was thrown away. Only by getting a long sword can you compete with this kind of beast. But the old ape didn't retreat. It just sank down, quickly slipped under Zhao Xian's legs, and grabbed Zhao Xian's neck with two squeaks of its claws. Blood splatters. Zhao Xian groaned, covered her neck and staggered back. The armor on Zhao Xian's body is not a beast-controlling skill armor, and its defense level is not high, although it protects vital parts such as the heart. The neck and face are exposed, by accident, for blood marks appeared on Zhao Xian's neck. All this happened so fast. Less than 6 seconds passed. The Devilsaur, which turned into a giant frog, still has more than a second to return to its original form.
Damn it!
Zhao Xian knew that she could not defeat the old ape in close combat, so she quickly turned back and approached the Devil Rex that had turned into a big frog. She picked up the sword on the ground, then slapped the big frog with her backhand. The sharp palm wind hit the big frog, and with a bang, the big frog turned back into a devil dragon.
Quack!
Just as the Devil Rex returned to its original form, Zhao Xian was hit by the old ape's frog transformation again, under the stunned gazes of the people around him. The old ape used the ghost step again and walked around behind the still confused Devilsaur.
TSK, 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 TSK!
The Shadow Poison Claw was activated, and the old ape's claws scratched out bloody traces of the demon Tyrannosaurus body. Although the attack strength of the old ape is relatively weak among the same level, but the old ape's racial level is already a low-level lord after all. Although Devilsaurus has rough skin and thick flesh, and its combat power level has reached level 5. Its racial level is only low-level extraordinary, which is several levels behind the old ape. Under the attack of the old ape's claws, the Devilsaur's skin was torn and its flesh was torn, and blood flew everywhere.
Roar!
The demon Tyrannosaurus was furious, turned its big head suddenly, and bit down on the old ape in one bite. With its huge mouth, if it bites, it will probably swallow half of the old ape's body.
Call!
The old ape once again activated the ghost step and flashed behind the Devil Rex like a ghost. After ducking behind the Devil Rex, the old ape did not attack again. Instead, he got down on all fours, moved out quickly, and then disappeared into the shadows. Devilsaur looked around and didn't see the old ape at all, but only saw Zhao Xian, who had turned into a frog. After all, it was a low-level extraordinary beast at level 5. This Devilsaur was not stupid. It simply stamped its feet, and a circle of flames burst out around it, forming a ring of fire with a diameter of 10 meters in the center. And because of the burst of flames, although it was less than 7 seconds, Zhao Xian returned to normal.
Chen Fan!
Zhao Xian was furious and stared at Chen Fan, who had been
watching the show.
Chen Fan nodded slightly.
I'm here.
Zhao Xian. Everyone. Zhao Xian shouted coldly.
Ji Yan. Use Flame Splash to burn that bastard to death.
Of course. Burning to death is impossible. The ring competition is just a competition, and there are 2 referees on the stage. In addition to judging victory or defeat, the referee also has the responsibility of protecting the contestants. But Zhao Xian was so overwhelmed with anger at the moment. How could she care so much? If her Devilsaurus really had a chance to bite Chen Fan to death, she would never show mercy. After hearing the order, the demonic dragon immediately opened its mouth toward Chen Fan. In its big mouth, a ball of flame is surging crazily.
Flame Splash is a large area fire attack. Let me see how you dodge it.
A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. But Chen Fan seemed completely unaware of this crisis. Just when the people around me raised their hearts to their throats.
Bang!
Devilsaur screamed and fell to the ground. In the air, after Xiao He succeeded in one move, he flapped his wings and flew up leisurely.
Made!
Zhao Xian almost died of anger when she saw Xiao He in the sky. She didn't see Chen Fan calling Xiao He. Apparently, Chen Fan had already summoned Xiao He before taking the stage, and Xiao He has been flying around in the sky during this time. Zhao Xian looked at Xiao He, who was flying away, then glanced at Devilsaur, completely losing her composure. She also learned about Xiaohei's skill, Spiritual Spike, from some channels. But this skill is really disgusting. Even if you know it, you don't know how to resist it, unless you have shield skills to defend against mental attacks, or a special helmet. Otherwise, it can only be hardwired. Sudden. The old ape, who had just used the shadow canopy to become invisible, appeared. Zhao Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. For this kind of beast, invisibility is its trump card skill. How come it takes the initiative to remove its invisibility? He saw the old ape with a calm face, walking towards him step by step.
This monkey is as arrogant as its owner.
Zhao Xian was furious and took a step forward. The sword in her hand flashed with a dazzling light, and she was about to stab the old ape.
Wrong!
With this step and a thrust of the sword, Zhao Xian immediately sensed something was wrong. Her star power moves extremely slowly. Her movements also became slow, like an ordinary person who has not practiced. Damn it. I forgot about the
Shadow Poison Claw
of Akane Yusue. Both she and the Devilsaur were poisoned by the toxin. Just after Akane Yusue succeeded, he became invisible in order to let the poison take effect. Zhao Xian was frightened and angry. She desperately used her star power to strike at the old ape with one sword. But before she was hit by the slow poison, she was not as fast as the old ape. Now her movements are far inferior to those of ordinary people who have not practiced. But how can she stab the old ape? The old ape just tilted his head slightly, and with a casual stroke of his right hand, he touched the back of Zhao Zuanluolu's hand. Zhao Xian grunted, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground again. The old ape easily grabbed her wrist, then turned around again and threw her over the shoulder again.
Boom!
Zhao Xian was thrown to the ground and felt that all the bones in her body were falling apart. At this time, Devilsaur, who had been hit by Xiaohei's spiritual spike, had slowly gotten up. It looked at the old ape, opened its mouth, and flames immediately burned in its mouth. The old ape bent down and lifted Zhao Xian from the ground. Devilsaur, this fire. Should you spray it or not? If you spray, the first person to be burned to death will be your own master. Devilsaur hesitated for a moment, bent his knees, and lay on the ground. Whether it attacks the old ape or Chen Fan, it is no longer possible for it to be poisoned by the same inert poison, and there is no chance at all. What's more, the master is now in someone's hands. Devilsaur immediately chose to admit defeat. On the ring, a referee said loudly.
On the third ring, Chen Fan wins and Zhao Xian loses.
The old ape gently placed Zhao Xian on the ground. Zhao Xian, who was on the ground, screamed,
I have not lost. I have not lost yet. The fight is not over yet.
There was silence. The other referee sighed and said,
Zhao Xian, you have already lost. If this is not a ring, but a battlefield, your neck won't just be scratched with a few bloody marks.
Zhao Xian was silent. Although she had the power of running stars to protect her body, she really couldn't block the old ape's attack. As the referee said, if this was a battlefield, then her throat would have been cut before. After a moment of silence, warm applause erupted from the surrounding stands.
This guy can win a game so easily while sitting on a chair watching a show. Those two beasts are really powerful. I feel that even without the crow in the sky, the red-eyed ape can defeat Zhao Xian and Devilsaur 1 against 2. Not necessarily. The demon Tyrannosaurus was preparing to attack Chen Fan just now. Can the red-eyed ape really rescue him in time? Didn't you see the skill of the red-eyed monkey? It seems that he can move behind the enemy out of thin air. That's the Ghost Shadow step. What a terrifying killer. That crow in the sky, I heard, is a soul-eating bird? It seems to be able to use mental attacks? It just used mental attacks, which not only interrupted the Devil Dragon's spellcasting, but also caused the Devil Dragon to scream and fall to the ground. Bar?
People around were talking a lot. Several of Chen Fan's other beasts have not come out yet. Just the strength shown by Lao Yuan and Xiaohei gave people a thrilling feeling. One can become invisible and has skills such as ghost walking. One can fly and is hard to defend against mental attacks. The skills of these two beast masters are too troublesome. It's very difficult for ordinary beasts to fight against them. At this time, Xiaohei flew down and landed on Chen Fan's shoulders. The old ape came over, gave Xiaohei a high five with his open wings, and then pushed Chen Fan's wheelchair out of the ring. At Ares Academy, the students all stood up and waved at Chen Fan. In the square formation of Huanhai Academy in the stands, Shinadeo touched his chin a little depressed and thought to himself,
Old ape knows martial arts, and Xiaohei's skills can't stop him. If I encounter him, how should I fight him? What's going on? It feels like Xiao Hei has become stronger again. Is it because he ate a lot of crying demons that night? It seems normal. Those crying demon clones are all level 5 and 6. Xiao Hei, this stupid bird, seems to have eaten a lot. Trouble. Zhao Xian's devil sword is also at level 5. He suffered a mental spike and couldn't get up for a long time. If my dragon-blooded mad lion takes such a beating, it won't be a big deal. Mad. Thank you, Yi Hao, for reminding you not to fight this pervert. Fighting him would be self-defeating. Xiao Bai, Jade, and Gongzi haven't come out yet. And they all feel so tricky.
When Shinado was beating drums in his heart, Teacher Liang, the head teacher next to him, said softly,
Tao Ao, if you meet Shin Fan, surrender earlier so that you can save some strength.
Several teachers and a group of students around looked at Teacher Liang. Some time ago, Teacher Liang said that he would let Shin Dao Dao lead the dragon-blooded line across the entire arena. After all, there are so many students and geniuses in the 3 major colleges. But now only Shin Nao's dragon-blooded mad lion has broken through to level 6. A level 6 beast master can almost crush an ordinary level 5 beast. Unexpectedly, when Shin Fan got on the stage and sat without moving, Teacher Liang said such discouraging words. Is it because of the battle just now? Or was it about the first secret realm and the crying demon in the hospital? A group of teachers at Huanhai Academy felt a little heavy. Originally, Shin Taotao was determined to win the first place in the arena competition. But now that a pervert like Shin Fan has appeared, I always feel that if Shin Tao goes up, he will be beaten to death easily. What happened? Obviously, everyone hasn't seen Shin Fan's ability to control the beasts. Is it because of the various rumors about Shin Fan outside during this period? Slime can fly and has storm skills? The ragdoll cat has thunder blades and thunder flashes. Can it kill even the second level? Brother Flathead is invulnerable and completely unkillable. Does Shin Fan himself have peerless sword skills? It's tragic. I feel like Shin Fan didn't need to summon all the beasts to defeat Shin Yateo. How discouraging. Shin Taoao was silent for a moment and said indifferently, I originally wanted to try my best to fight him to the death. Since you said so, Teacher Liang, then I will admit defeat. Teacher Liang. A group of students and teachers. Teacher Liang opened his mouth and said after a while, Tao Ao, our Huanhai Academy depends entirely on you and Hongxiu. Teacher, don't worry. Shin Tao nodded and said, There are so many people in the entire arena, but I am the only one with level 6 beast control who can't beat Brother Fan. Can I still beat the others? No matter which academy the genius is in, I will sweep them all the way. That's not what I'm talking about. Teacher Liang said, I'm talking about resources. The dean just told me that the school is very grateful for the resources you donated. You and Hongxiu went to the first secret realm, and now you have sent so many resources to our school. The teachers and students are very grateful to you. A group of classmates nearby became excited again. They had heard that Shin Daotao and Shin Fan had gone around the first secret realm. They were towing level 5 and 6 fire ants with cars. Even the students in Shin Fan's class could not even see level 5 and 6 fire ants. Even the corpses of super monsters are looked down upon. The level 7 and 8 blood petal flower demons were like big trees, almost crushing the truck. There are also a lot of corpses of level 10 and level 11 monsters. Forget about levels 12 and 13. Shin Fan and Shin Hongxiu must have left them behind. But as long as Shin Daotao and Shin Hongxiu are willing to bring out some level 6 and 7 monster corpses, everyone will be able to greatly increase their strength in a short period of time. Shin Taotao smiled proudly. This is nothing. It's just a bunch of monster corpses and crystal cores. It's not surprising. As a disciple of a well-established family, Shin Dadao suddenly realized the joy of being a nouveau riche. But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Teacher Liang's frowning face. Shin Taoao was stunned. Teacher, Shin Hongxiu and I have given the school so many resources. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so sad? Of course we are very happy, Teacher Liang said bitterly. But we were fooled by Ares Academy. What? Shin Taoao was furious. Is the quantity wrong? I'll go find Brother Fan later and ask. Dare the Ares Academy do anything? Do you really think that I, Shin Datao, am easy to bully? It should have nothing to do with Shin Fan, Teacher Liang said with a grimace. It's those old guys from Ares Academy who are so despicable. They just sent the stuff here today. Look, how long have you been out of the first secret realm? After Shin Fan sent a batch of resources to Ares Academy. For the past week, the students of Ares Academy have been eating level 8 and 9 monster meat.
They relied on the star power in these high-level monster meat to convert a large number of people. It has been promoted to the first level, and those who were originally in the first rank, as well as a large number of beast masters, have also grown in strength by leaps and bounds in this week. But those bastards at Ares Academy are too shameless. They just sent the things you and Hongxiu got to One High Academy this morning.
Shen Taoao. Teacher Liang patted his thigh and said,
If I had known they were doing this as soon as possible, I would have sent people to the God of War Academy to block the door. If we can get those things a week in advance,
our students' strength can also increase dramatically within a week.
The group of students around them suddenly had long faces. A group of teachers also sighed. Although it has only been a week, this arena match has completely changed. Not to mention Shen Fan's own superior strength. He sent such a large amount of resources to Ares Academy, which directly broke the balance of the three major academies. Ares Academy is now a dominant family.
It's okay, no problem.
Shen Taoao waved his hand nonchalantly and said,
Even if our school doesn't have many places to enter Area C of the second secret realm after this competition, teachers, you don't have to worry too much. I went to Area C of the second secret realm to make use of the weird star power there to break through. It will be fine if I use more resources in the future.
Teacher Liang suddenly turned around and held Shen Taoao's hand.
Taoao, I know you are kind-hearted and have a strong sense of collective honor. We all depend on you.
Shen Taoao withdrew his hand. Why do you feel like you're on a pirate ship? Was what Teacher Liang looked like just now all fake? Forget it. In addition to receiving a large number of high-level monster corpses this time, there are also 45 million of blood petal cow and others that have not been received. Such a small amount of resources is nothing. If the crying demon can get 1 or 200 million, then the blood petal flower king will be insignificant. Thinking of those things, Shin Naoto became very happy. With such huge resources, I can finally upgrade the equipment and improve the strength of several beasts. The arena competition is in full swing. Each genius from the three major academies is like a shining star, shining brightly in the arena. On the Ares Academy side, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Fong Qingqing came on stage one after another, almost sweeping all the way. Even Zhao Xian and Pan Xiangdong from Class 4, as well as Sun Xiaoxiao, whom Shen Fan knew, had reached the first level, defeating their opponents one by one and achieving very good results. On the side of One High Academy, Shen Daotao and Shen Hongxiu were the same. In every game, they basically just summoned a beast to defeat each other easily. Over at Tianshan Academy, Bai Rouge kept a low profile and fought for a long time in every game. He took turns putting his three beasts on the field, completely treating the arena as a training ground. But Li Fingxing, another genius from Tianshan Academy, was different. Li Fingxing was full of violence and would seriously injure people with every move he made, especially when he met the people from the God of War Academy. They all gave up, but he still pretended that he couldn't hold back, beating both the man and the beast master until they were seriously injured and vomited blood. A group of teachers and students at Ares Academy were all angered by Li Fingxing. Several teachers found Chu Xian and Fong Qingqing respectively and discussed with them how to deal with Li Fingxing. Although Li Fingxing always gives people the impression of being stupid, his talent in beast control is not much worse than that of Chu Xian and others. This person is a stupid young man with a fierce fighting style, not afraid of death, and a lot of ruthlessness. Once encountered in the ring, he will be very difficult to deal with. Even Li Sheng couldn't help but frown after watching several battles between Li Fingxing. He sat behind Shen Fan and whispered,
Shen Fan, do you have any countermeasures for Li Fingxing? That guy's three beasts are so cruel. Cruel?
Shen Fan laughed dumbly. Li Fingxing was in the hospital with the three beasts, but he was beaten several times. Chapter 133 Is Shen Fan crazy? Or is the world crazy? Level 5 Horned Tiger. Level 5 Green Fire Deer. Level 5 Coal Pond Golden Horned Dragon. These are Li Fingxing's three beasts. Do you still have any countermeasures against these three beasts? Shen Fan would not take him too seriously when they met him in the hospital before. Now Xiaobai and the others have improved both in terms of combat power level and race level. Beating those three beasts is not like playing. The only thing that bothers Shen Fan is that when the time comes, should he let Xiaobai fight against 3, Gongzi against 3, or Jade against 3? The three little guys are already at level 6. The racial levels of Xiaobai and Gongzi have also been upgraded to low-level lords.
Let them fight 3 against 3. Against 3 medium-level and extraordinary level 5 beasts. And they all feel a bit bullying. Of course, Li Fingxing has injured many students from Ares Academy. If they really encounter one, they must bully them. Suddenly, a group of students behind Chen Fan exclaimed. Chen Fan looked up and saw a group of arena names appearing on the big screen below. Tianshan Academy Li Fingxing vs Aries Academy Ding Yi.
I seem to have heard the name Ding Yi somewhere before.
Chen Fan touched his chin and murmured to himself. A head from behind came over.
Master Fan, have you forgotten me so quickly? I am Ding Yi, the monitor of Class 4 next door.
Chen Fan, seeing this guy's appearance, he actually remembered that when he was on the playground of Aries Academy. Ding Yi, a Jalashu, ran over and chatted with him for a long time. At the entrance to the first secret realm, Ding Yi wanted to form a team with him, but was later thrown out by Yi Hao. Chen Fan handed the long knife beside him to Ding Yi.
That guy has 3 level 5 beasts. Please take my knife.
He bought this knife for 50,000 alliance coins at the Aries Academy armory. Except for Chu Xian and Yi Hao, few people in the entire Aries Academy use such expensive weapons.
Thank you, but no need.
Ding Yi smiled and pushed the long knife back.
I am a swordsman, not a knife. Don't worry. Thanks to your influence during this time, my cultivation and that of the Beast Master have also improved to a higher level. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for him to win against me.
Chen Fan nodded slightly and said no more. Unless Ding Yi has a level 6 Beast Master, or a Beast Master whose race level reaches Lower Lord or above, it will be too difficult to win against Li Fingxing.
Ding Yi!
Chu Xian suddenly stopped Ding Yi and said,
the troops are in danger. Let the tentacle with spirit use poisonous mist and entangled roots to entangle the 3 beasts first. If you explode with all your strength, there is still hope of defeating Li Fingxing.
Ding Yi and Henry Chu looked at each other and nodded slightly. A group of students and teachers around them all had serious eyes. The tentacle with spirit is Ding Yi's beast. Tentacle with spirit and Li Fingxing's 3 beasts are at the same level. The tentacled with spirit with average defensive power wants to fight 1 against 3 and entangle Li Fingxing's 3 beasts. How easy is it? Even if he could really entangle him for a while, how could Ding Yi defeat Li Fingxing in a short period of time? Li Fingxing and Ding Yi are both in the 1st and 5th level. But Li Fingxing broke through to the 1st level and 5th level much earlier than Ding Yi. One-on-one. It would be difficult for Ding Yi to win against Li Fingxing. The method that Chu Xian mentioned is really dangerous. It is very likely that the tentacle with spirit will be severely damaged.
It's time for me to go on stage.
Ding Yi waved to Chen Fan and others freely. Zhao Xian, Pan Xiangdong and others from Class 4 immediately shouted.
Come on! Squad leader!
Chen Fan watched silently as Ding Yi walked onto the ring, and then summoned the beast. Monster name, Tentacle with Spirit. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wood. Monster weakness, gold. Racial skills, Ghost Dance Withered Vine. Tangled Roots. Poisonous Mist. Aoki Slash. From a distance, the
tentacle with spirit
on the stage looks like a
big wooden stake,
more than 2 meters high. To be fair, Ding Yi's
tentacle with spirit
is really strong. Whether fighting alone or in a team, this is a very powerful beast. This kind of beast control can play a key role in many battles. On the contrary, beasts like Yi Hao's Tian Wang Shenya look majestic. But in the end, they were soy sauce all the way in the 1st secret realm. And they were also soy sauce all the way when fighting the crying demon in the hospital. It felt like it was born for soy sauce. Because the skills of Tian Wang Shenya don't have much characteristics. Neither speed nor strength are very outstanding. But Ding Yi's tentacle with spirit is different.
Ghost Dance Withered Vine
and Intricate Roots are both group attack skills.
Ghost Dance Withered Vine
is an attack skill that can release countless vine tentacles to directly strangle the enemy, or strike like a whip. Tangled Roots is a control skill that can sprout countless roots from the ground to entangle and trap enemies. The Poisonous Mist can interfere with vision and weaken the enemy's strength. With these 3 skills, the
tentacle with spirit
is absolutely terrifying when used in group battles, and can even influence the battle situation to a certain extent. As for Aoki Slash, it is a single target attack. The power of a single attack is definitely much stronger than a group attack. But the tentacle with spirits, Aoki Slash, was a bit useless. It felt as if Ding Yi rushed forward and struck with the sword as straightforwardly as possible. Chen Fan looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help but sigh. It might be a bit difficult to use the tentacle with spirit to defeat Li Fingxing's Horned Tiger, Green Fire Deer and Handan Golden Horned Dragon. Intertwined Roots can be used to trap one of the beasts for a period of time, and there shouldn't be much of a problem. But it is too difficult to trap 3 beasts of the same level. including the huge Hondan golden horn dragon. Attacks like
Ghost Dancing Withered Vine
may not cause much damage to the horned tiger and the Hondan golden horn dragon. As for the poisonous mist of the tentaclewood spirit is obviously not very toxic. If the poison is very strong, wouldn't it be possible to easily destroy a group of opponent's beasts by releasing the tangled roots to trap the opponent for a while, and then releasing the poisonous mist? It's very troublesome. Fighting against Li Fengxing's 3 beasts was not as good as Zhao Xian's flame demon Tyrannosaurus, which was simpler and rougher. The burning flame devil Tyrannosaurus not only has the fire group attack skill, but also has strong defensive power. It has rough skin and thick flesh. It can also run rampant with burning flames, which is impossible for ordinary beasts to stop. But the tentacle Kodama has no size advantage, and its defense is too weak. Not to mention that Ding Yi may not be able to defeat Li Fengxing in a one-on-one battle. Even if Ding Yi can defeat Li Fengxing, this battle will definitely be extremely difficult. On the ring, Li Fengxing put a big sword on the ground, glanced at Ding Yi coldly, and said,
"You and Qin Fan seem to be very familiar?"
Ding Yi smiled and moved his finger slightly. The tentaclewood spirit's body shook violently.
Poisonous fog.
A stream of green mist spurted out and quickly spread in all directions. Ding Yi and the tentaclewood spirit were instantly covered by the thick fog and lost their traces. Green mist quickly enveloped Li Fengxing.
Shall we start fighting directly? Have fun!
Li Fengxing raised his sword. The green fire deer on his right side opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of flames, burning into the green poisonous mist. Wherever the flames passed, the poisonous mist was swept away. At this moment, roots like horny dragons suddenly appeared on the ground and entangled the feet of Li Fengxing and the 3 beasts. The poisonous fog is, after all, just a way to cover your eyes. The tentaclewood spirit is hiding in the poisonous mist, silently performing intricate roots. Li Fengxing frowned. A mere tentaclewood spirit wants to trap 3 beast masters of the same level, and a first-grade 5th level beast master? Li Fengxing concentrated his star power on his feet and shook violently.
Boom!
The violent energy exploded. Roots. Most of it was broken open in an instant. The huge Hondan golden horn dragon twisted its body violently and shattered those roots. But taking this opportunity, the green poisonous mist quickly swept in, directly surrounding Li Fengxing and the 3 beasts. The green fire deer spewed flames like crazy, and then burned out a clean space in the middle of the arena. In the surrounding stands, many people stood up and stretched their necks. What I hate the most is this style of fighting. Except for the 2 referees in the ring. No one outside can see it at all.
Call!
On the arena, a flame continued to sweep away, clearing away large tracts of poisonous mist. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind Li Fengxing. Ding Yi was holding a long sword. The long sword was like a dragon, carrying a string of light dots and shrouding Li Fengxing's head.
Well done!
Li Fengxing gave a cold shout, raised the sword in his hand sharply, and swung Ding Yi's sword away.
Win!
Sparks flew everywhere, and Li Fengxing felt his palm suddenly sink. Isn't this guy's strength pretty good? Li Fengxing laughed wildly and waved the big sword in his hand, forming a series of sword shadows. Airtight! Ding Yi violently attacked with more than a dozen swords, but couldn't penetrate his defense at all. Oops! Ding Yi's heart sank to the bottom. Li Fengxing's original fighting style was to attack with a big sword. If that's the case, he can also use his dexterous footwork and swordsmanship to deal with it, and then find the opponent's flaws. Unexpectedly, Li Fengxing chose to defend this time. The number of beasts on both sides is not equal. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. Ding Yi snorted lightly and stabbed Li Fengxing with his sword. Li Fengxing was not afraid, and his sword turned over and turned into a shield, blocking him in front of him.
Ding!
Ding Yi's long sword pierced the big sword, and a soft cry came out. A fierce energy burst out from the big sword, and Ding Yi's long sword was directly thrown away. Ding Yi groaned and stumbled back.
Nothing more than that.
A hint of joy flashed in Li Fengxing's eyes, and with a flash of the big sword in his hand, he wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack. Unexpectedly, Ding Yi, who was knocked back, actually used his retreat to the side of the green fire deer. The green fire deer kept spitting out flames, trying to eliminate the poisonous mist around it. But it didn't even have time to break free from the roots that bound its 4 legs. Ding Yi was short in stature, and the long sword in his hand went over twice, slashing through the 2 front legs of the green fire deer.
Bang!
The green fire deer's 2 front legs were injured and fell to the ground with a bang.
Aloo!
When Li Fingxing saw that the green fire deer was injured, he immediately became furious. He jumped into the air with his big sword and slashed down towards Ding Yi with one sword.
Call out!
From the thick poisonous mist, 2 vines flew out like snakes and wrapped around Li Fingxing's feet with great precision.
Not good!
Before Li Fingxing could swing his sword to cut off the vine, a strong force came from the vine, grabbing Li Fingxing's foot and pulling it down hard.
Boom!
Li Fingxing's body fell heavily to the ground. The big sword was also thrown away. At this time, a sharp sound broke through the air, but it was the cold pool golden horn dragon that lashed out with its tail. Although Ding Yi was not afraid of Han Dan's golden horn dragon, he was unwilling to fight with it head-on at this moment. So he immediately took a few short steps and dodged to his right.
Bang!
The tail of the cold pond golden horn dragon hit the ground, causing a large amount of frost to condense on the ground. On the other side, the horned tiger broke free from the shackles of its roots, was surrounded by a circle of light blue light, and rushed directly into the poisonous mist. Seeing this, Ding Yi abandoned the golden horn dragon in Han Dan and chased the horned tiger. But the cold pond golden horn dragon breathed out a breath of cold air and instantly formed an ice wall, blocking his way. Ding Yi bit his silver teeth, swung his long sword, and quickly rushed towards the Han Dan golden horn dragon. If we can seize the opportunity to deal with this big snake, we still have a chance to win this battle. But as soon as he took 2 steps forward, the tentacled wood spirit's warning came in his mind. Li Fingxing had actually broken free from the shackles of the tentacled wood spirit. Next moment,
Ha!
Li Fingxing took the big sword and directly broke through the ice wall that his beast had just formed with the cold air, and slashed at Ding Yi with a sword.
So strong!
Seeing Li Fingxing's fierce approach, Ding Yi swayed and moved to the side very quickly.
Call!
A spitting horn suddenly appeared and hit Ding Yi in the chest. This is Kakutora's skill. Spitting horns. The horned tiger that rushed into the poisonous mist before was to support Li Fingxing. As soon as Li Fingxing got out of trouble, it actually hid in the poisonous mist and successfully attacked Ding Yi. Even though Ding Yi was wearing battle armor, when he was hit by the horn, his vision went dark. He staggered and retreated continuously.
Bang, bang, bang!
While Ding Yi was injured, Li Fingxing held up his big sword and quickly bullied Ding Yi with a banging sound like a giant stepping on the ground. The golden horn dragon on the other side of Han Dan also spit out its core and rushed towards Ding Yi.
Ghost dance, withered vine!
At the critical moment, countless withered vines flew out of the poisonous mist, like long snakes, winding towards Li Fingxing and the Han Dan golden horn dragon.
Brush!
The golden horn dragon in Han Dan seemed to have been prepared for it. He raised his head high and blew out a breath of cold air. The dead vines that were entangled like snakes were instantly covered with a layer of ice. Lost, Ding Yi felt the blood well up in his throat and laughed miserably. He saw the big sword in Li Fingxing's hand flipped over and hit him on the chest with a whirlwind.
Boom!
Ding Yi spurted blood and flew backwards, rolling around on the ring. On the ring, a referee flicked his sleeves.
Call!
A strong wind blew by, and the poisonous mist on the arena was immediately cleared away. The tentacled wood spirit let out a strange cry and quickly rushed to Ding Yi's side. Li Fingxing did not continue the pursuit. He stood still with the big sword in his hand and said coldly,
You didn't kill my green fire deer, and I don't want to make you look too ugly.
Ding Yi struggled to sit up, smiled, and said nothing. A referee said loudly,
On the 4th stage, Li Fingxing wins. Ding Yi loses.
Below, a doctor immediately entered the ring with a plant-based healing beast. The level 16 healing beast immediately cast several healing spells on Ding Yi. Ding Yi, who was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, immediately closed his eyes in comfort. The doctor checked Ding Yi's body and said,
The bones are not broken. The internal organs are injured. And with these 3 healing procedures, there won't be much problem if you rest.
A group of Ares Academy students below the ring immediately rushed up and carried Ding Yi down on a stretcher. When they arrived at the phalanx of Ares Academy, a group of teachers and students gathered around him. Ding Yi smiled lonely.
Sorry, I lost.
Henry Chu patted Ding Yi on the shoulder and said nothing. Yi Hao said coldly,
If he only has one beast, he is no match for you.
Behind him, Chen Fan was silently watching Li Fingxing, who had reached the edge of the ring. Li Fingxing was also looking at him. Li Fingxing stretched out his index finger, pointed at Chen Fan, and then shook it slightly.
That guy is provoking Chen Fan. Ding Yi, who only has one beast to control, suffered a bit of a loss, but he still has the nerve to go through this for so long. I'm really curious. When Chen Fan brings 4 or 5 beasts to fight him, who will win? Li Fingxing has injured many people from Ares Academy. Chu Xian and Yi Hao will not let him go.
Chen Fan glanced at Li Fingxing and then withdrew his gaze. Unless Li Fingxing's 3 beast masters all break through to level 6, he might be able to get a little more interested. But at this level, he wouldn't even bother to do it himself. In addition to taking a second look at the battle between Ding Yi and Li Fingxing, Chen Fan had been thinking about the system energy in his mind. This system is so stupid. They refused to give a detailed explanation. If he had known earlier that the cultivated beasts could increase system energy by killing monsters, then he would have helped Jinyu Haidongqing upgrade his level. In the first secret realm, Jinyu Haidongqing killed so many monsters, and it was all wasted. It seems that the animal breeding business needs to be started. The simplest, safest and most direct way is to participate in the work of cultivating beasts in the Breeders' Association as a senior breeder. Cultivate more powerful beasts. And maybe it won't be long before he can activate other skills on the system panel. Chen Fan was full of expectations for the skills, covered by the clouds on the system panel. He wished he could contact his master Zhang Hai now, and find some powerful beasts to cultivate. Until now, the heaven-defying power displayed by the system is still just the tip of the iceberg. Whether it is the 9 sky-breaking swords that has already displayed a few words, or any other function, it may be earth-shattering. Helping people control animals can not only make money, but also develop downline. As long as the trained beasts kill monsters in the future, the energy of the system will be increased. Calculated in this way, millions of system energy is actually not as difficult as originally imagined. As long as you work hard. Maybe it won't take a few months? Chen Fan remembered the phone call Zhenqing made to him before entering the 5th secret realm. After Zhenqing discovered Jinyu Haidongqing's breakthrough, she must have been shocked. So she immediately asked Lin Mingfei to come over with the savage wild ape. From this point of view, Zhenqing must be trying to win over herself. Now, Chen Fan also wants to start contacting the Pioneer Group. The 3 major pioneer groups of East China Sea City are directly under the jurisdiction of the main palace of East China Sea City. They are responsible for exploring the secret realm and are almost constantly fighting against monsters. If they are the beast masters of the God of War pioneering group, they are all related to him. From then on, the beast masters of the God of War pioneer group will bring themselves a lot of system energy every time they enter the secret realm. Can't wait.
Fan, you smile so lustfully? Have you thought of something fun?
Shen Hongxiu came over and looked at Chen Fan with her head slightly raised. A little confused.
Tell it to others. It's good for you, and it's good for me.
Chen Fan ignored him and continued to giggle. Shen Hongxiu couldn't help but sigh.
I will never regret taking off my clothes and belt. I feel haggard because of Yi.
Fang Qingqing, who was behind, couldn't help but snorted and said,
I will never regret it as my belt gets wider.
Shen Hongxiu turned around and glanced at Fang Qingqing strangely.
Qingqing, have you been eavesdropping on our conversation?
Fang Qingqing said with a cold face.
I have no interest in what you say. Really?
Shen Hongxiu turned around, smiled sweetly, and whispered in Chen Fan's ear.
Fan, my aunt is gone.
Fang Qingqing's eyes widened and her face turned red. This crazy woman. This shameless woman. So shameless. Chen Fan nodded slightly.
My condolences.
Shen Hongxiu. Fang Qingqing. At this time, Yi Hao came over.
Brother Fan, it's your turn to fight Li Fingxing. Don't show mercy. Just kill him.
What? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Didn't Li Fingxing have a fight just now? Why is it now my turn to fight him? Chen Fan glanced at the big screen below. And sure enough he saw his and Li Fingxing's names on arena number 2. Was this a deliberate adjustment by the organizer after hearing the comments from people in the surrounding stands? Li Sheng walked up to Chen Fan and whispered.
How are you doing? Are you sure?
Henry Chu tilted his head slightly and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan grinned.
It should be no problem. Should?
Li Sheng said a little depressed.
I will go down in a while. You don't have to worry too much. Once I find something wrong, I will throw the white towel up.
Chen Fan. Yi Hao couldn't help it anymore.
Teacher Li, Brother Fan is your student. Don't you know your students at all?
Li Sheng said nothing. Nonsense. How could he not understand that Chen Fan only broke through to the first level 3 days before school started? Even if he eats high-level monster meat every day during this period and has huge resources, it is impossible to compare with Li Fingxing, who is in the 1st and 5th level. As for beast control, Chen Fan does have more beasts to control, but his level is not as good as Li Fingxing's. The red-eyed Yupei was only at level 3 when he was brought to the God of War Academy from the City Lord's Mansion. Xiaobai and Jade are also level 3, even though they had the advantage in numbers. It was impossible to fight 3 level 5 beasts. Li Sheng patted Chen Fan's shoulder lightly.
Fight well. There is no need to put too much psychological burden on you. Your talent in beast control and cultivation far exceeds that of Li Fingxing. Even if we lose this time, it's okay. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely surpass him in just 3 to 5 months.
Henry Chu looked at Li Sheng speechlessly. Because Chen Fan made a prank and came in a wheelchair. Even Teacher Li Sheng thought that he was not strong enough. So did he do this? Teacher Li, have you misunderstood Chen Fan? This guy was just messing around. He didn't do it because he was worried or afraid of someone. Henry Chu flattened his mouth and said a lot in his heart. But he only said 2 words. Go ahead. The old ape pushed Chen Fan's wheelchair onto the ring. As soon as he entered the ring, the old ape disappeared into the shadowy sky and disappeared without a trace. On the stage, Li Fingxing was already waiting there. The moment Chen Fan entered the ring, Li Fingxing clicked on his smartwatch. The passionate song,
Kill me,
started playing immediately. Owner. Chen Fan. Chen Fan thought he was being ridiculous enough. Unexpectedly, Li Fingxing was even more abnormal than him. Fighting in an arena, but also with background music? Is this learning from Yun Sanhai? But Yun Sanhai only used appearance music, not background music during the battle. Moreover,
Kill me
is actually a love song. The melody of this song is passionate and surging. Many people do not understand the meaning and regard it as a war song. In fact, there are many people on the internet who use this song to accompany war movies, which makes people excited. When someone edited Naruto's explosive battle scene with this music, it felt better than the original version. But Chen Fan never expected that. When Li Fingxing was fighting him, he actually played this song. This is stupid. Okay.
Get up. Stop pretending.
Just when Chen Fan was stunned, Li Fingxing said coldly,
Others think that you and Henry Chu are still in a weak stage after taking the Shin family's secret medicine. But I have long known through some channels that the Shin family has given you the antidote before. You sit in a wheelchair so insidiously. You just want others to think you are still weak. And then, you can sneak up on others when they are not paying attention. Wow.
The entire stadium was boiling.
Chen Fan is past the period of weakness? Is he pretending to be in a wheelchair? Isn't this bastard too shameless? It's really unreasonable. I was worried about him just now. But it turns out he was just pretending. Before, I hoped he would defeat Li Fingxing. But now I hope Li Fingxing will beat him.
In the stands, Bai Rouge laughed loudly and kept slapping his thigh, which made a group of seniors in the city lord's mansion frown. Under the ring, Li Sheng was also a little depressed.
It's over. I've been seen through.
Chen Fan sighed.
I can't believe that with your IQ. You can see through my intentions.
Li Fingxing frowned.
Aren't you ready to get up?
Chen Fan said calmly.
Others can sit and make money. But I can sit and beat you up. Do you believe it?
Li Fingxing suddenly changed his expression.
Chen Fan, you are too arrogant.
Chen Fan said indifferently.
If you are strong enough, it wouldn't be called arrogance. Speaking of which, I didn't jump into the well with your wife in my arms. Why do you hate me so much? How many times did you get beaten in the hospital? It wasn't me who beat you. Right.
Li Fingxing laughed angrily.
Hee. You just want to anger me. You just want me to rush over to deal with you. And your red-eyed ape is hiding next to your wheelchair. As soon as I pass by, he will come over and knock on you.
Sap.
Bang!
Before Li Feng finished speaking, the old ape had already punched him in the back of the head, making stars appear in his eyes. Everyone. Chen Fan was too shameless to sneak up on him without even saying a word. But it doesn't seem right either. If a sneak attack is notified in advance, is it still called a sneak attack? Li Fingxing was furious, turned around suddenly, and hit the old ape on the head with his right fist. The old ape was well prepared. He grabbed Li Fingxing's right wrist with his left hand, turned around, threw Li Fingxing over his shoulder, and threw Li Fingxing out. Li Fingxing's 3 beast masters wanted to step forward to help, but the old ape swayed, brushed, and disappeared again.
Hit him! Beat him to death!
Li Fingxing pointed at Chen Fan and gave orders to his 3 beasts. Chen Fan had no expression on his face as he summoned Gongzi. Then, he said indifferently,
Let the old ape punch you and throw you down. I just want to tell you that I can punch you at any time. But I didn't let him use the shadow poison claw. And you are not affected by the slowing toxin now. Next, you and your 3 beasts. Please have fun with Gongzi. Neither Lao Yuan nor Xiao Hei will take action. If you and your master beast can beat Gongzi, I will naturally stand up.
Chen Fan said with a smile.
Put your music as loud as possible, and let me see if you are qualified. Let me stand up.
What? Many people in the surrounding stands were shocked and stood up. This guy Chen Fan actually used only one beast to fight against Li Fingxing? He doesn't even use the red-eyed monkey and the soul-eating bird? Just let Brother Ping-Tu go up and fight 1 against 4? Crazy. This guy is crazy. Under the ring, Li Sheng was holding a white towel in his hand. Dumbfounded. He didn't feel that Chen Fan was crazy. He felt that the world was crazy. I can't understand it at all. In the stands, Henry Chu and Fang Qingqing also had their eyes widened with disbelief. Shen Hongxiu's eyes were filled with brilliance. Yi Hao murmured to himself.
Brother Fan, are you too careless? Li Fingxing's 3 beasts are all level 5.
At this time, Gongzi, who climbed out of the summoning array, shook his body and grinned. Chapter 134. I just want to torture everyone to death. Or be tortured to death by you.
Chen Fan!
Li Sheng jumped to his feet under the ring.
Why are you so crazy? This is a ring competition, not a game. Calm down.
Chen Fan turned his head and pressed his palm towards Li Fingxing. Li Sheng felt like he wanted to die. Li Fingxing is one of the 2 geniuses of Tiansheng Academy. In terms of talent and strength, he is only slightly weaker than the city lord's daughter by Rouge. Chen Fan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. If he goes all out and the 5 beasts attack together, he may be able to instantly disrupt the opponent's position and then kill him by surprise. But sitting in a wheelchair so arrogantly and domineering, and only letting one blue-eyed honey badger go into battle. Do you think your green-eyed honey badger is level 7 or 8? Looking for death? At this time, the teaching director Leng Yuan also walked under the ring. He looked at Chen Fan on the stage, and then at Li Sheng. His mouth was open, and he didn't close it for a long time. Li Sheng glanced at his brother-in-law and sighed again. Alas, today's young people. He is indeed very talented. But he just can't keep calm. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Li Sheng's heart. Chen Fan should have made great achievements twice in succession in the first secret realm and the hospital, and then obtained unimaginable wealth. So his mentality is unbalanced. After all, he is still too young. On the one hand, under the shroud of shocking luck, he made great achievements twice in a row, was rewarded by the city lord's palace, and became a hero of Dahai City. On the other hand, because of the Blood Petal Flower King and the Crying Demon, they suddenly gained an unimaginable amount of wealth. It is normal to have an inflated mentality. Li Sheng still remembers clearly that when Chen Fan first arrived at school, he was very eager to ask him for money for the crystal cores obtained by Blackett Forest. At that time, Chen Fan was really poor. Chen Fan, who was extremely poor, suddenly felt like winning a lottery and received tens of millions or hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Li Sheng thought for a moment. Not to mention that Chen Fan was so young. If such a huge wealth hit him on the head, he would probably faint. Moreover, now countless students in the school are grateful and even worship Chen Fan. And stars are surrounding Chen Fan. Who can withstand this? If your mind is not firm, you will easily get lost. Chen Fan was hospitalized a few days ago. Li Sheng took this into consideration and did not allow students to go to the hospital. Unexpected? Forget it. This time, he was defeated miserably in the hands of Li Fingxing. Let's teach him a lesson. Find time to chat with him later and correct his mentality. Otherwise, a genius may fail completely. The dean next to him was silent for a while and said in a deep voice,
Take the towel first. As soon as you notice the danger, just throw the towel up. Don't let that idiot Li Fingxing cripple both humans and beasts.
Li Sheng nodded.
I know. Don't worry. There is going to be a big problem. At worst, I will commit a foul and rush to the ring.
Just when Li Sheng and Leng Yuan both had long faces and sighed secretly. In the arena, Gongzi has already used
magic crystal armor
on himself. After the combat power level and racial level were upgraded, Gongzi's amethyst armor had turned into magic crystal armor. Combat power level 6. Low racial level lord. The defensive power of this magic crystal armor is impossible for an ordinary level 6 beast to break through in a short time.
I just want to beat you all to death. Or be beaten to death by you.
Gongzi's eyes shone with crazy fighting spirit. After taking a cold look at Li Fingxing and several beasts, he opened Bloodthirst for himself. A bloody crown on its head flashed. Its body shook violently, and its momentum surged. Within 30 seconds, increase your strength by 30%.
What's with that bloody crown that flashes so fast? Does the green-eyed honey badger have such a skill?
Before the people in the surrounding stands could understand what was going on, Gongzi screamed wildly and rushed out.
So fast!
When people saw Gongzi's speed, they were all surprised. Is this a blue-eyed honey badger? Why does this look like a lightning honey badger?
Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Ah!
The music,
He'll me.
played by Li Fingxing, is still playing repeatedly. Under the passionate war song of love, Gongzi flew directly into the sky like a purple whirlwind, heading towards Li Fingxing.
You wanna die?
Being looked down upon by a flat-headed brother, Li Fingxing was immediately furious.
Look at me. I will destroy you with one strike of my sword.
It's okay for Chen Fan to be so arrogant. Even a little flat-headed brother dares to charge at him, and 3 beasts single-handedly? Among all the students in Donghai City, who dares not to take Li Fingxing seriously? Li Fingxing didn't take a step back. The sword in his hand flashed with light, and he slashed at Gongzi with a slanted sword. Gongzi, who was in the air, could not move or dodge, but he seemed to be prepared for it. He directly hit Li Fingxing's sword with a paw.
When?
Li Fingxing felt a huge force coming from the big sword. His hands holding the sword hilt shook violently, and he almost let go of the sword hilt.
How can it be?
There was a look of disbelief on Li Fingxing's face. A little blue-eyed honey badger. So much more powerful than me? What is the combat power level of this blue-eyed honey badger? In the flash of lightning, Li Fingxing didn't have time to think about it, and suddenly took a step to the side with his right foot.
Brush!
Gongzi flew past the left side of his face, and grabbed a lot of his hair with one claw.
Call!
Almost at the moment Li Fingxing dodged, the green fire deer next to him opened his mouth, and a mouthful of flame spurted out, instantly covering Gongzi in it.
Good!
Li Fingxing ignored the fact that a handful of his hair was pulled off and cheered loudly. This idiot really dares to challenge 3 people? I can't burn you to death. It is true that Li Fingxing cannot be burned to death. As soon as Li Fingxing smiled, his smile froze. He saw that Gongzi walked out of the raging flames without any incident. The green fire deer's flames couldn't break through Gongzi's armor at all. The flames enveloped Gongzi, but Gongzi was unscathed. Gongzi glanced at Li Fingxing coldly, then turned to look at Qinghua Deer, who was breathing fire and widening his eyes. Green fire deer. Gongzi's body swayed, and he rushed towards the green fire deer extremely fast. The green fire deer was startled, exerted force on all 4 legs, and ran away. At the same time, Kakutora's rotating horns swept towards Gongzi like a spinning dart. That was a skill that even hit Dingy, a 1st level and 5th level warrior, with one move. But Gongzi refused to dodge, and after swatting away the spinning horn with one claw, his rapid forward momentum suddenly changed, and he ran directly in front of the horned tiger. Horned tiger. The small flat-headed brother stood in front of the huge Jiahu, which actually caused a chill to rise in Jiahu's heart. Roar! A sharp look flashed in Jiahu's eyes. He opened his mouth and bit directly at Gongzi, as if he wanted to swallow Gongzi directly. Gongzi raised his head slightly and swung out his little paw. Boom! The huge horned tiger screamed and was thrown high into the sky, then rolled over on the ground. People in the stands, Li Fingxing, Li Sheng and Leng Yuan below the ring could fit an egg into their mouths. Why does it feel so wrong? It doesn't mean that a small beast is less powerful, but with such a small body, if you want to simply slap away the huge horned tiger, your star power must be at least several levels higher than that of the horned tiger. Just when people's eyes widened, the golden horned dragon on the other side of the cold pool seized the opportunity and sprayed out a breath of cold air, directly freezing Gongzi. Click! As soon as the eyes of the golden horned dragon in the cold pool showed joy, the ice on Gongzi's body cracked. At this time, Li Fingxing rushed over quickly with a big sword in hand. Die! Li Fingxing was also angered by Gongzi. The light on his big sword flashed, and he struck directly at Gongzi, who had not yet burst out of the ice. Next moment, boom! The ice on Gongzi's body exploded. Li Fingxing's big sword just happened to hit Gongzi. The violent energy, centered on the contact point between the sword and Gongzi's body, swept out in all directions. The magic crystal armor on Gongzi's body cracked several times, and his body sank under the pressure of the violent force. What? Li Fingxing and everyone were shocked. Such a sword didn't even break the flat-headed brother's defense? How can this be? At this moment, Li Fingxing heard his father's warning.
There is nothing in this world that can be cut with one sword. If there is,
my advice is to run and run as fast as you can.
At the moment when Li Fingxing was stunned, Gongzi suddenly turned around and swung out his claws. The claws and the sword collided again. Boom! The big sword in Li Fingxing's hand was knocked away and fell to the ground with a few clangs. Li Fingxing and the people in the stands were shocked again. the little green-eyed honey badger, swatting away Li Fingxing's sword with one claw. What exactly is going on? Is the power of this green-eyed honey badger so terrifying? Li Fingxing staggered back 2 steps and looked down. The palms of his hands were dripping with blood. This honey badger is so scary. Such a terrifying power is much stronger than him. Unless someone is at the 2nd level or above. Who can compete? A chill arose in Li Fingxing's heart, and he was about to remind himself of the other beasts. But after the horned tiger got up and joined the green fire deer, it rushed towards Gongzi from the left to the right. Gongzi showed no fear. He didn't care about the
rotating horns
of the horned tiger or the
green flames
of the green fire deer. He rushed to the stunned Handan golden horned dragon with a swipe. The golden horned dragon in Handan is completely confused. When it was in the hospital, it also fought against Gongzi. But Gongzi was not so scary at that time. Why does this guy become frightened after not seeing him for a few days? The golden horned dragon in Handan did not dare to fight, and quickly twisted its body to escape. The green-eyed honey badger likes close combat, so you must keep a distance and use long-range skills to deal with it. However, Gongzi's speed is really too fast. As soon as Handan golden horned dragon turned around, Gongzi had already rushed over and bit its tail in one bite. Roar! The golden horned dragon in Handan opened its big mouth and screamed. Upon seeing this, the horned tiger and green fire deer on the other side rushed forward, trying to rescue their partners. But he saw a fierce look in Gongzi's eyes, his claws firmly clasped on the ground. And then he bit the tail of Handan golden horned dragon and flicked it violently. Call! The golden horned dragon of Handan was like a huge whip, with a whistling sound, and whipped away the horned tiger and green fire deer with one whip. The 3 beasts rolled to the ground and fell with a crash. Asshole! Li Fingxing was furious when he saw his 3 beasts being injured. He picked up the big sword on the ground and rushed directly towards Xin Fan, who was watching the show in a wheelchair. Surround Wei and rescue Zhao. If you can't hack the flat-headed brother, why can't you beat this bastard in a wheelchair? At least force him out of the wheelchair. If he refuses to leave the wheelchair, then take this opportunity to beat him seriously and use me to satisfy your hatred. But the moment Li Fingxing turned around, there was a scream from behind. That's the voice of his beast-controlling tiger. Li Fingxing was frightened, stopped and turned around. I saw the horned tiger lying on the ground, screaming, and Gongzi lay on the horned tiger's back, biting its neck. Ah! Li Fingxing went crazy, turned around and ran towards Jiahu. Let it go! At the same time, the Handan golden horned dragon also rushed over angrily and took the opportunity to bite Gongzi. Click! Click! Handan golden horned dragon felt as if 2 of his teeth were broken. The thought just came up. Gongzi's exposed paws hit his head. Bang bang bang. 3 punches. Boom boom boom. Handan golden horned dragon was beaten until his eyes were black, and he had to let go of Gongzi. Gongzi jumped off the back of the horned tiger, jumped out with a hiss, and bit the green fire deer's front leg. Poor Qinghua deer. His leg was cut by Dingy in the previous scene. After seeking treatment from the beast master, he was bitten by Gongzi again. Dingy slashed its legs with a sword, which only disabled its ability to move. But when one bite of Gongzi's iron teeth and copper teeth hit the green fire deer, it hurt so much that he doubted his life. At this time, Li Fingxing had already rushed back with his big sword, but the green fire deer was rolling on the ground in pain. Li Fingxing held up his sword, but in the end, he still didn't dare to cut it down. After Li Fingxing hesitated for 3 seconds, Gongzi let go of his mouth, flew into the air, and bit his neck. That's unreasonable. Li Fingxing was furious and struck Gongzi with a big sword in his hand, but didn't expect. Gongzi didn't want to bite his neck at all. As soon as he swung his big sword, Gongzi bit the blade. Li Fingxing. Crack! The blade of the big sword was directly bitten off by Gongzi. Li Fingxing's hair stood on end, and Tung retreated quickly. No one knows better than himself how tough his sword is. Such a big sword was actually bitten into pieces by a honey badger. What level of beast master is this guy? The fighting spirit in Li Fingxing's heart disappeared instantly. He is more sturdy and impulsive. But that doesn't mean he's really stupid. With such speed, such attack power, and such sharp teeth, he and the 3 beasts couldn't handle it. Next, under the stunned gaze of people, a strange scene appeared. A small green-eyed honey badger was chasing a beast master and 3 beast masters, running all over the place. The battle seemed to have turned into a sprint race. The key is, the music of Kill Oim is still playing. Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Ah! Dong 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 dong. Dong 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 dong. Ah!
Such a passionate, war song, combined with the scenes running around, always gives people an indescribable sense of absurdity. After running for a while, even the referee couldn't stand it anymore. A referee looked at Chen Fan helplessly and said,
Okay, let it stop.
Chen Fan nodded and called Gongzi. Gongzi ran back muttering. There was silence. Suddenly, someone in the stands whispered,
Chen Fan's flat-headed brother, except for the armor on his body, seems to have never used any skills from beginning to end.
Someone on the side said,
Fight is one of the skills of the green-eyed honey badger. But I did hear that Chen Fan's green-eyed honey badger seems to have another skill called amethyst sting. That skill is very scary. The attack power is very strong.
Someone else said.
Before Brother Flathead took action, a bloody crown appeared on his head. That should also be a skill. Maybe an amplification skill.
In the arena, Li Fingxing had turned off the music. He stood in front of Chen Fan, opened his mouth, and said after a while,
Your green-eyed honey badger seems to have one more useless skill. Right. Did you say amethyst thrust?
Chen Fan said lightly.
That move is too powerful. If it is really used, whether it is you or your three beasts, you will be dead or disabled. Especially you. If you become a eunuch, your Li family will not let me go. Do you still want to try?
Li Fingxing. After fighting for a long time, Chen Fan sat motionless in the wheelchair. After fighting for a long time, why hasn't the flat-headed guy used all his strength? So sad. This is not the kind of result I want. I have clearly investigated Chen Fan's information and thoroughly studied his beast-controlling skills. Why was it that I couldn't defeat the last 4 against 1? Li Fingxing looked at the missing sword and fell into deep thought. Chapter 135. The opponent only used 1 move. And Chen Fan actually lost? Over at Huanhai Academy, Shen Taodao's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. What's the situation? It's not like he's never seen Gongzi before. Gongzi is not that powerful at all. Why haven't we seen each other for a day or 2? Why is Gongzi moving like a whirlwind and slapping out his claws, like a dragon's claw? Li Fingxing's big sword couldn't be broken even by a level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion. Right? Damn it. What's going on? I feel like I can't even handle the level 6 dragon blood lion. Fortunately, Yi Hao reminded me. You really can't fight with a pervert like Brother Fan or you'll be beaten to death by him. This is just Gongzi. If Akim Yu Wei and Xiao Bai come together. Shinado felt cold all over. On the square array of Tianshan Academy. Bai Rouge laughed. While laughing, he slapped his thigh. A group of teachers couldn't stand it anymore. A teacher winked at Bai Rouge.
Rouge, what are you doing? We at Tianshan Academy have been bullied like this. How can you still smile so happily?
Another teacher said.
This Chen Fan is really terrifying. I heard that he has 5 beast masters. The 3 he has shown now seem to be able to crush the geniuses of the 3 major academies. If Ruka fights against him, it will be difficult for him to do so.
What a chance of winning. No wonder he was able to make great achievements in the first secret realm and the hospital. Without tyrannical forces, it is simply impossible to just rely on luck.
Bai Rouge sighed, waved his hand and said,
Teacher, please let me go. I can't fight him. Don't say you can't beat me. Even if you can, my dad will beat me to death. If I meet him later, I will admit defeat immediately. Don't blame me.
Ah? A group of teachers were stunned for a moment. Bai Rouge said helplessly,
He is my elder. How can I attack my elder?
A group of teachers and students. At Ares Academy, a group of students looked at Chen Fan silently. Many people had a look of awe in their eyes. They know much more about Chen Fan than people from other colleges. But even so, except for Yi Hao and a few others, no one thought that Chen Fan would be in such a terrifying situation. A royal beast, with just one seemingly inconspicuous beast. Li Fingxing and the 3 beasts were howling and running around the place. And Gongzi's trick has not been used yet. This is really a bit ridiculously strong. In the past, many people thought that Shen Fanqian was strong because he had 5 beasts to control, so he could bully the few with more. Some time ago, Chen Fan defeated Shen Daoao at the God of War Academy. Everyone thought it was because Shen Daoao underestimated the enemy. But now it seems, even if Shen Daoao uses all the beast masters together, he may not be able to do it better than Gongzi alone. If Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan and the others are added to the mix, how long can a level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion last? Many freshmen think about their beasts and want to find a quiet place where there is no one around. The same school, the same class. Why are they so far apart? It's so shocking. When he saw Chen Fan coming over from his seat, Shen Hongxiu smiled slightly and prepared to stand up. But before she could get up, a beautiful figure had already walked out from behind. Sun Xiaoxiao from class 4 rushed out with a white towel, blushing, and handed it to Chen Fan.
Little girl.
Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips. Thank you. Chen Fan nodded gratefully to Sun Xiaoxiao, took the towel, and wiped his sweat. Sudden, Chen Fan saw the imperial beast following Sun Xiaoxiao. That's a big crab. A crab as big as a bathtub, about 1 meter in diameter. Sun Shishu's beast. Is it a big crab? Gongzi jumped down from Chen Fan's arms, looked at the big crab, and drooled. Sun Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly walked to the ring with the big crab. Chen Fan turned around and saw Sun Shishia's name on the big screen. It turned out that it was Sun Shishia's turn. His. Gongzi pulled down Chen Fan's sleeve with regret, and then pointed at the big crab that walked away.
That's my beast,
Chen Fan said angrily.
Isn't it enough to eat fire ants every day? I also want to eat other people's crabs. When I get back to the Breeders' Association, I'll ask if there are any crabs.
Gongzi chuckled. Sun Shishu's opponent is a boy from Huanhai Academy. The boy's beast is an iron-eating panda. Both of their beast masters were at level 2, so they were evenly matched. Although not as scary as Gongzi's fight, they still aroused waves of exclamation. Chen Fan glanced at the big screen thoughtfully. Before coming to the arena, many people said that the group list for PK was randomly combined by the computer. Now it seems that is not the case at all. After playing so many games, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Taoao came on the field. The opponent's strength and beast control were basically on the same level, or very close to the same level. Chu Xian and Yi Hao's opponents are both 1st grade and 5th level heaven. Their opponents' beast masters have also reached level 5, although there is a big gap in the number of beasts. For example, Li Fengxing led 3 level 5 beasts, and Ding Yi fought with 1 level 5 beast. But from the beginning to now, there has never been a confrontation between a level 2 beast master and a level 5 beast master on the stage. The official should be doing okay, matching based on approximate levels. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for people like Chu Xian and Yi Hao to fight with 3 level 5 beasts against an opponent with a level 1 beast.
While Chen Fan was thinking, on the ring, Sun Xiaoxiao had already defeated his opponent and walked off the ring. Her opponent's foot was pinched by a crab's pincers, and he had to be carried off the ring. Although this girl looks delicate and weak, she has good talents and cooperates very well with the big crab. After getting off the ring, Sun Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Fan intentionally or unintentionally. But Chen Fan's eyes were now focused on a boy who was preparing to enter the ring. Because the beast that follows the boy is so powerful and domineering. That's a donkey. A donkey with wings. Monster name, Flying War Donkey. Combat power level, level 3. Race level, Advanced Awakening. Monster attribute Earth. Monster weakness Wood. Racial skills, Quick Donkey Legs. Earth Dragon Bullets. The name is equally domineering. In the world of beast control, this beast control is really full of strange things. A donkey can reach heaven. I wonder if you will see pigs that can fly in this martial arts arena. Chen Fan couldn't help but take another look at the Flying War Donkey. Sun Xiaoxiao saw Chen Fan staring at a donkey, seemingly not paying attention to his performance in the ring. His eyes dimmed a lot, and he lowered his head and walked silently to the position of the 4th class behind him. Each arena match was in full swing. Beast Masters and Star Warriors from the 3 major academies took turns taking the stage. Although the Star Warriors are at a disadvantage in the arena, there are some extremely talented Star Warriors who focus on practicing martial arts, have excellent swordsmanship and skilled combat techniques, and have won the applause of the whole house. There were many Beast Masters who led the Beast Masters, but in the end, they were defeated by the Star Warriors. Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Taoao came on stage one by one and easily defeated their opponents. But the focus of the audience has always been on Chen Fan, because every time Chen Fan went on stage, he was sitting in a wheelchair and only used 1 beast. Sometimes it's a noob, sometimes Emerald, sometimes it's Xuhe, sometimes it's an old ape. He regarded this arena match as actual combat training for Xiaobai and the others. The whole martial arts arena was in a sensation. Even the brilliance of Chu Xian, Yi Hao, and Shen Taoao were eclipsed. In the stands, students and teachers from various schools, as well as people from major families, were all talking about Chen Fan and his skills in controlling the beasts. The positions of several major families in Donghai City. The head of the Li family silently glanced in the direction of Ares Academy in the distance. tilted his head slightly and said,
I heard that Hongxiu is with Chen Fanili every day now. She is obviously a student of Huanhai Academy. You see, she has been sitting at Aries Academy from the beginning to the end. She has never left Chen Fan's side. Chen Fan is the junior brother of the city lord. And you, the Shen family, have embraced him.
This was said in a sour tone. The head of the Shen family didn't take it seriously and smiled.
There are some people who can't be hugged even if they want to.
The head of the Li family's face turned dark. The heads of several aristocratic families, the Chu family and the Yi family, smiled and shook their heads. These two guys always have to pinch each other for nothing. Now that Chen Fan is the trigger, they are even more fiercely competing overtly and covertly. Suddenly, Shen Hongxiu came over.
Dad, can you tell me and ask him to agree to let me take the Death Spider Emperor out again?
The head of the Shen family's face sank.
No matter how big or small. When I see your brother Li, don't you know how to say H, low?
Shen Hongxiu was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly towards the head of the Li family.
Hello, brother Li.
The head of the Li family. The heads of several other major aristocratic families were also stunned. What's the situation? Why is the seniority suddenly in chaos? Shouldn't Shen Hongxiu call her uncle? Then the head of the Shen family said calmly,
Chen Fan is the younger brother of the city lord. And Hongxiu is Chen Fan's fiancé. Isn't it normal to call you brother Li?
Canal. At this time, not only the head of the Li family, but also the heads of several other major families turned dark. The Shen family is so shameless. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. The upper beam is worse than the lower beam. This shameless thing has demoted these family heads by a generation in just one sentence. I really want to beat him to death. At this time, Chen Fan stood on the stage, his eyes straight. This time, his opponent is a girl with heroic appearance. This is not the point. The key point is the beast control that the girl is carrying. Monster name, Fire Poison Scarab. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, fire. Monster weakness, water. Racial skills, fire dung spray. Pincer attack, dung ball cannonball. Scarab, also called dung beetle. Commonly known as dung beetle. A dung beetle over 2 meters tall. Chen Fan looked at the majestic dung beetle in front of him. His eyes widened. How could someone use a dung beetle as a beast? And such a beautiful girl? Beautiful girl standing next to the dung beetle. What kind of picture is this? Chen Fan was very curious. When the school distributed the beast to this girl, what would she look like when she found out that her beast was a dung beetle? Doubtful about life? Desperate to live without love? But looking at her now, she looks like she is carrying a dung beetle. Is she quite proud? The girl was also looking at Chen Fan, with a Mona Lisa smile on her face. Suddenly, she grinned and waved to the jade on Chen Fan's head.
Little guy, they said. Is your name Jade?
Jade.
Chi, yes.
The girl smiled brightly, took out a red fruit from her arms and said,
Come here. Sister will give you a red frost fruit.
Jade immediately jumped down and ran to the girl. The girl knelt down and handed over the red frost fruit. Jade caught the red frost fruit with 2 small hands and chewed it twice. At this time, the fingers of the girl's right hand moved slightly. The dung beetle next to him immediately opened his mouth.
Fire shit spray.
The sky was filled with flaming feces, shrouding Chen Fan.
Call!
Chen Fan stood up from the wheelchair and rushed out. The flaming feces fell to the ground. Many of them fell onto the wheelchair, where they burned. Chen Fan looked at the girl, then at the wheelchair stained with feces. His face was all black. The whole place fell silent. Immediately, Bai Ruch stood up and laughed.
Boom!
The entire martial arts arena exploded.
This bastard is really pretending to be sick. He is really sitting in a wheelchair on purpose. It feels so good to finally see him deflated. Now it's fun. Can he sit back in the wheelchair? The feces on the chair is still burning. Not only does the feces stink, it's also poisonous. This girl Chiu Hongya is too courageous. If she does this, isn't she afraid of making Chen Fan angry and splitting her scarab in half? It's not that easy. Right. Chiu Hongya fought with Henry Chu for 20 rounds with just this beast. Xian Chu didn't use 3 beasts that time.
On the ring, Chen Fan waved to Jade. Jade jumped up and down and ran back. Afterwards, Jade spit out the fruit. And with a roar, a storm swept across, blowing the feces all over the floor off the ring. A group of staff members standing at the edge of the ring were shocked and instantly dispersed. Chiu Hongya said calmly,
You lost. You said before that whoever can force you out of your wheelchair will lose.
Chen Fan, Xiao Hengye was stunned for a moment.
A soldier never tires of deceit. Do you want to default on your debt?
Jade cried out in anger.
Chi-chi. Shi-chi-chi.
Chen Fan.
Let me translate for my Jade. 30 years to the east of Hedong, and 30 years to the west of Heshi. Don't bully slimes into being poor. Next time I meet you, I will beat the shit out of you.
With that said, Chen Fan took Jade down from the ring. Not even a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Autumn Red Leaves jumped 3 feet high. So far in the arena competition, she is the only one who has made Chen Fan get out of his wheelchair. This game was also the only one that Chen Fan lost. The people in the martial arts field were dumbfounded. One arena match at a time. The arena competition between the 3 major academies has finally become a stage for several geniuses. Chen Fan, Chu Xian, Yi Hao, Fang Qingqing, Shen Hongxiu, Shen Taoao, Bai Rouge. Li Fingxing does not count. After Li Fingxing was chased all over the place by Gongzi, he met Yi Hao and was beaten to a pulp by Yi Hao. Afterwards, Li Fingxing met Chu Xian again. Chu Xian was even useless at controlling the beasts. He beat Li Fingxing and the 3 beasts by himself. Later, I met Shen Daoao. Shen Daoao's level 6 dragon-blooded mad lion almost killed the golden horned dragon in the cold pond. And the nagging Ji Poong tore Li Fingxing's pants to pieces again. Just tear it apart. Shen Nadeo even sang a line loudly.
The light of the righteous path shines on the big butt.
Li Fingxing was so angry that he chased after Shen Taodao with all his strength. He aimed his big sword at Shen Taodao's butt, trying to cut through Shen Taodao's armor. But I don't know what happened. Shen Taodao's armor was not broken even though he hit Shen Taodao's butt several times. Li Fingxing felt desperate. That's how bad luck happens to people. House seemingly endless rain. When the boat is sailing, it encounters a headwind. Even if you drink cold water, it will stick between your teeth. Even if you fart, you'll hit your heels. Obviously the difference in strength is not very big. But Li Fingxing's mentality has collapsed, and he has completely lost his will to fight. He was beaten once in the last time in the ring. In the end, because he completely lost his fighting spirit, he was kicked off the ring by a 1st grade and 5th level star warrior. After getting off the ring, he was beaten by Bai Rouge again because he complained to several teachers. Li Fingxing completely collapsed. With so many students from the 3 major colleges competing, why was he the only one with scars? Say the harshest words. Get the most severe beating. It's okay to be physically injured. But if you are mentally traumatized, you will become possessed by inner demons. Li Fingxing sat in his seat, watching the students on the field with their blood boiling with enthusiasm and fighting spirit, and suddenly felt sad.
In this world, which came first? The egg or the chicken?
On the phalanx of Ares Academy, Shen Hongxiu, who had just been defeated by Yi Hao, looked at Chen Fan resentfully.
By betraying my love, you have borne a debt of conscience. When I finally found out the truth, I shed tears. What's this mess?
Chen Fan was confused.
Yi Hao defeated you, and I didn't do it. What do you think I did?
Shen Hongxiu lowered her voice and said,
Haozi's holy moon morning glory was cultivated by you. Right. It has never been so powerful before. I clearly injured his sacred cow, and the holy moon morning glory destroyed it with a halo of light. Healed.
Chen Fan blinked and said,
Haozi has 4 beasts. You have 3 beasts. And all your blood bat cubs died in the first secret realm. Isn't it normal to lose to him?
Shen Hongxiu pursed her lips.
You can breed a beast for Yi Hao. Can't you help me breed a beast for me? Can't you be nicer to others?
Chen Fan was speechless.
It's good enough. How can it be better?
Shen Hongxiu smiled sweetly.
It would be nice if I could be tough when I ask for it. Ha.
Chen Fan smiled, then put away his smile.
Are you talking about force or response?
On the big screen below, the names of Chen Fan and Chu Xian appeared. The 2 people who attracted much attention finally met in the ring. Chapter 136. Chu Xian has broken through to the 2nd level, and there is a battle in the arena. 4 arenas. 4 sets of opponents. On the first stage were Chen Fan and Chu Xian. On the second stage were Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu. The 4 people in ring number 3 and number 4 are standing at the edge of the ring at the moment, becoming spectators with peace of mind. The referee didn't let them take action, because the referee is also looking at the number 1 and number 2 arenas. On the second stage, Fang Qingqing summoned 3 beasts. Ice White Python, Goblin, Silver Moon Blue Feathered Bird. Shen Hongxiu also summoned the 3 beasts. The Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast, Charming Eyed Fire Spirit, and Blood Eating Magic Bat. When I met the Blood Petal Flower King in Chapter 106, I made a mistake in writing Shen Hongxiu's beasts. A book friend pointed it out. but it couldn't be changed. VIP chapters that have passed for a while cannot be modified. Thank you in advance. Book friends who have discovered the problem. I would like to apologize to everyone. My mistake? Try not to make such low-level mistakes in the future. Seeing Shin Hongxiu summoning the three beasts, Fang Qingqing's fighting spirit immediately rose. But Shin Hongxiu ignored her. Instead, she walked to the edge of the ring and raised her fist.
Siafan! Come on! Siafan! Come on!
Fang Qingqing. Everyone. Fang Qingqing's forehead was covered with black lines.
Shin Hongxiu, you are not in the audience watching the fun now. You are fighting me in the ring now. Please correct your attitude.
Shin Hongxiu turned around and said,
Don't you want to see their battle?
Fang Qingqing opened her mouth, glanced at Shin Fan on the other stage, and then looked at the referee. The referee smiled and said,
This time the situation is a bit special. You can wait until they finish playing before playing again. Thank you.
Fang Qingqing walked to Shin Hongxiu silently. The three beasts also followed and quietly became spectators. On stage 1, Henry Chu unsheathed the long sword in his hand.
I will go all out in this battle. Are you ready?
Shin Fan pursed his lips.
Do we two have to fight?
Henry Chu nodded.
It seems so. Okay,
Shin Fan said, taking out a small plastic bag from his pocket. Henry Chu also took out a glass bottle from his pocket.
Huh?
Shin Fan looked at the glass bottle in Henry Chu's hand and was stunned for a moment.
Have you prepared the antidote for itchy powder? It's not just the antidote.
Henry Chu also took out a small plastic bag. The small plastic bag also contained the powder of itchy fruit. Shin Fan's eyes widened.
Are you two shameless?
Henry Chu.
Both each other.
Many people were stunned for a moment. What are they doing? You've been on the ring for a while. What are you doing with a bottle and a plastic bag? At this time, the referee on the number 1 ring coughed slightly.
It is forbidden to use itchy fruit powder in the ring. Wow.
The whole place was in a state of shock.
Asshole. This is an arena competition. They are actually preparing such shameless means. Two people who are regarded as extremely talented people are actually planning to use itchy fruit powder to cause trouble in the ring? This is simply unreasonable. Are you doing this worthy of us? The audience? I heard that the powder made from the itchy fruit is very useful. Shin Fan used that thing to defeat several powerful enemies. Yes, after I heard about it before. I also wanted to buy some for later use. But I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. It's out of stock. I asked the next merchant, and he said that a guy called Invisible Slut bought them all. Hey, let me know who it is. I have to beat him to death. It's so annoying. It's so hard to find the Tachichi fruit. But it's sold out. The topic has gone too far. Let me ask. How come Henry Chu was also led astray by Shin Fan? And he would use itchy fruit powder? This isn't being led astray. It's called fighting fire with fire. Didn't you see that it was Shin Fan who took out that thing first? That guy was afraid that he couldn't beat Henry Chu. So he was planning to use dirty tricks.
Shin Fan glanced at the antidote in Henry Chu's hand, then at the referee, and then put the things away.
We all have itchy fruit powder, and we all have the antidote. It's useless and a waste.
Henry Chu.
Yes.
Shin Fan.
Then let's fight openly and openly.
Henry Chu.
Okay.
Shin Fan.
But you will lose.
Henry Chu.
Not necessarily. Because I broke through to the 2nd level last night.
Shin Fan.
Even if you break through to the 2nd level. What are you talking about? The 2nd level? You have broken through to the 2nd level? The people in the surrounding stands were also shocked. Henry Chu actually broke through to the 2nd level? The senior year of high school has only started for less than a month. And he is already in the 2nd grade? He is worthy of being the number 1 genius in the 3 major colleges. Originally, when he was in the 5th level of the 1st level, Yi Hao, Shin Hongxiu, and the others were only half a step weaker than him. In a real fight, the outcome might be uncertain. Now that Henry Chu has broken through to the 2nd level, the gap has suddenly widened a lot. There's something good to watch now. Before the two entered the ring, many people thought that Shin Fan would defeat Chu Xian. After all, the strength of Shin Fan's beast-controlling beasts is really terrifying. One beast master fights 3 level 5 beast masters. And adding a first-grade 5th level beast master seems like a joke. This is at least a level 6 beast master. But now Chu Xian is already in the 2nd level. If you have to compare the strength of a 2nd level beast master or star warrior with a beast master, their strength is probably much stronger than an ordinary level 7 beast master. Such strength. Even if Shin Fan has a level 6 beast master, there is no way he can be his opponent. Yi Hao stared blankly at Henry Chu on the ring and let out a ghostly howl.
Mater. I thought my holy moon morning glory had broken through to level 6. So I could torture him. But I didn't expect this bastard to break through.
Reached the second level.
Shen Tao weakly murmured to himself.
I originally thought that this arena match was my exhibition match. But it turned out that it was all messed up by these freaks. Now no one pays attention to me. Shen Tao. I feel so tired.
Bai Rouge's face became a little ugly. And he said to himself,
Uncle Junior is in a bit of trouble. Second grade Henry Chu is a level 7 monster.
A teacher next to him was stunned for a moment.
What did you just say?
On the second stage, Fang Qingqing and Shen Hongxiu looked at each other, their eyes a little solemn. At this moment, Henry Chu left them far behind. Fang Qingqing glanced at the level 6 Ice White Python and felt a little unwilling. After the Ice White Python broke through to level 6, she thought she could easily overpower Shen Hongxiu and Chu Xian. Unexpected. Now it seems that even if the Ice White Python breaks through to level 6, it will definitely lose if it wants to fight Henry Chu. Unless Xiaobu and Inu both break through to level 6. Even if Xiaobu and Inu both break through to level 6, their overall strength is still not as good as Chu Xian. Although it seems that there is only one level difference between the first level and the 5th level to the 2nd level. They are already two completely different levels. Unless Xiaobu and the others can break through to level 7, they will have no chance of winning against Henry Chu. Fang Qingqing took a deep breath and glanced at Chen Fan silently. She is still not sure what level Chen Fan's beasts are. Xiaobai, Gongzi, and Jade have all changed a lot, and they may have broken through to level 6. But if it was only level 6, the probability of Chu Xian winning this battle would still be much higher than that of Chen Fan. After all, in this battle, Chen Fan, who was the mainstay, was somewhat held back. Teacher Li Sheng had told her before that Chen Fan had broken through to the first level a few days before the start of school. From that time to now, it has only been more than 20 days, which is not even a month. Even if Chen Fan was extremely talented, it would be difficult to improve his cultivation too much in such a short period of time. Chen Fan's current cultivation level may be around the 1st level, 2nd level, or 3rd level heaven. Right? If Chu Xian chooses Chen Fan to break through and attacks Chen Fan like a violent storm, Chen Fan will definitely lose. Fang Qingqing opened her mouth but stopped talking. She turned her head and glanced at Shen Hongxiu. The strange thing is that Shen Hongxiu, who usually talks the most, is very quiet at the moment. Suddenly, Chen Fan yelled,
Referee! This guy is cheating! He's in the 2nd level, and he's still in the ring!
Everyone immediately rolled their eyes. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Do you know you are afraid now? The referee darkened his face and said,
There is no limit to the level of cultivation in the arena competition. As long as you are a student of this class, you can still enter the arena even if you have reached level 7.
Chen Fan sneered and said,
If I reach the 7th level and become a grandmaster, and I come here to fight against a 1st and 2nd level beast master, am I crazy? Am I that shameless?
The referee said expressionlessly.
You have.
Chen Fan nodded.
Okay. Thank you for the compliment.
Referee. People in the stands laughed angrily. I've seen shameless people. I have never seen such a shameless person.
That guy Chen Fan is scared. Nonsense. Would you be afraid if it were you? 2nd level realm. 2nd level realm Chu Xian. That is equivalent to an ordinary level 7 monster. Not to mention that Chen Fan's beast control is not necessarily level 6. Even if they are all level 6, it's impossible to win. Yeah. How can we fight this? Don't say that Chen Fan doesn't have the 5th level of the 1st level. Even if he does, compared with the 2nd level, it's still far behind. Chen Fan's beasts are very strong. But Henry Chu only needs to avoid a few beasts and deal with Chen Fan. And he can win this match easily. Chen Fan was so arrogant before and only sent out one beast every time. This time he has met his opponent. Let the guy from the Imperial Capital know how powerful our genius in Donghai City is now.
Just when people were talking about it, Chen Fan on the stage put away his playful smile and said seriously,
Although you are already at the 2nd level, you are still not good enough for me to fight. Are you sure you want to fight me?
Henry Chu's eyes flashed.
Isn't it enough?
His gaze became more solemn as he glanced over Xiaobai and Gongzi. Indeed not enough. Chen Fan is not an alarmist. Xiaobai and Gongzi are not as simple as ordinary level 6. Their racial level is already low-level lords. As for Chu Xian's 3 beasts, their race levels are only medium extraordinary. The difference from medium extraordinary to high extraordinary to low lord is just the racial level, which is 2 levels. Level 5, on the other hand, is just a normal level. and level 6 to 10 are already elite levels. When Shen Dao ran to the Ares Academy arrogantly and domineeringly, Li Sheng, Chu Xian and others were thinking about countermeasures. They directly treated the level 6 dragon-blooded Mad Lion as a level 7. Assume that Chu Xian has the strength to control beasts at level 7.2. Then Xiaobai and Gongzi are equivalent to the strength of level 7.8 beast masters. Jade also has strength above level 7.4. What's more, besides these three little guys, there are also Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei.
Fight!
Henry Chu said in a deep voice.
Even if it's not enough, I still want to give it a try and see how big the gap is between me and you.
The words just fell. The dark-blooded stone man next to him immediately put on obsidian armor for him and the other two beasts. Here, Qin Fan also nodded slightly. Gongzi Xingli urged Qin Fan and all his companions to put on magic crystal armor. Xiaowai also mobilized his star power and put on thunder armor for several of his companions except Lao Yuan. The old ape's body swayed, disappeared into the shadowy sky, and disappeared. Xiao Hei soared into the sky and faced the desert eagle in the sky. So, Qin Fan took out the long sword in his hand and shouted softly,
"Let the fight begin!"
With his soft drink, Gongzi's bloodthirsty was already aroused. Above the heads of Qin Fan and Xiao Bai, a bloody crown flashed away. Within 30 seconds, 30% strength increase.
Crack!
Xiao Bai took the lead.
Chain lightning!
A bolt of lightning instantly hit the dark blood stone man, and then spread out with the dark blood stone man as dots, linking Henry Chu and the heavy beetle king.
So strong!
Chu Xian's expression changed, and he used his star power to resist the power of the lightning chain. After all, the power of chain lightning is still too scattered, and Chu Xian has reached the second level, although the power of lightning bombarded Henry Chu, making his star power feel sluggish. It did not cause much damage. The dark blood stone man's defense was strong. After being hit by the chain lightning, although he kept retreating, he was not seriously injured. But the heavy beetle king was directly hit by the lightning and rolled on the ground. At the same time, Xiao Hei wanted to close the distance and use spiritual spike, but was forced to go further away by the desert wind eagle using sandstorm. After forcing Xiao Hei away, the desert wind eagle immediately dived down, and then unleashed a sandstorm on the ring below. A sandstorm swept across, and the endless yellow sand spread outwards, with Chu Xian and the dark blood stone as the center. The old ape who secretly used the shadow canopy to get closer was blown by the yellow sand and was instantly invisible.
Roar!
As soon as the dark-blooded stone man discovered the old ape, he rushed 3 steps quickly, then held the sledgehammer, jumped into the air, and hit the old ape with one hammer. The old ape who had his shadow curtain broken was happy and not afraid. Just when the sledgehammer was about to fall on his head, a ghost step appeared behind the dark-blooded stone man. What a dark-blooded stone man! He had seen the old ape's ghost steps several times before. He knew that he couldn't beat the old ape in terms of speed, so he was prepared in advance. His hammer didn't hit the old ape's head at all. Almost as soon as the old ape moved behind him, the sledgehammer in his hand turned and hit the chest of the old ape behind him. But the old ape's original advantage was speed. After its racial level was upgraded to a low-level lord, its speed became several times faster than before. Seeing the sledgehammer hit his chest, the old ape sank down, got down on all fours, and got under the dark-blood stone man's armpit. The moment the dark-blooded stone man struck the air with his sledgehammer, the old ape has already activated the
Shadow Poison Claw
and is scratching at the dark-blooded stone man. Originally, the dark-blood stone man was not afraid of the old ape's move, because the old ape is also at level 5. It is almost impossible to break through its obsidian armor and strong body defense in a short time. But this time, there was a look of horror in the eyes of the dark-blood stone man, because, after the old ape's claws grabbed a dozen claws like lightning, the chest of its obsidian armor instantly cracked.
Not good!
Henry Chu on the other side realized something was wrong, turned around and rushed 2 steps quickly, wanting to come to rescue the dark-blooded stone man. But as soon as he moved, a purple halo appeared in front of him. Gongzi's amethyst thrust. Henry Chu was taken aback and could only dodge to the side. In just a few seconds after he dodged, the dark-blooded stone man's body was already bursting with blood. As for the old ape, he succeeded in one move and ran away.
Oops!
Even though Henry Chu was in a calm mood, his heart sank when he saw this scene. The old ape's move could not cause much damage to the dark-blooded stone man. But once the slow toxin takes effect, the dark-blood stone man is basically useless. Originally, The speed of the dark blood stone man was far inferior to that of the old ape. If you are infected with the inert toxin again, you will be like fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by others. With a thought in his mind, Chu Xian gave the order to the heavy beetle king. The heavy beetle king, who had just stabilized his body, immediately used the vinewood cage at the old ape's feet. A cage made of vines, and wood quickly rose up. When the old ape saw this, he rolled out and managed to escape the vine cage. Seeing this, the heavy beetle king flashed with light and used the skill brute force crash, rushing towards the old ape like a hill. But as soon as it rushed out, purple-red crystal thorns suddenly shot out from the ground in front of it. Boom! The amethyst thrust blasted the heavy beetle king's body away directly. The old ape immediately ran towards the heavy beetle king quickly. Henry Chu wanted to stop him, but the light of lightning flashed in front of him, and Xiao Bai's thunder blade was already slashing towards him. This thunder blade is a bit bigger than before. Henry Chu was taken aback. While taking a step back, he quickly raised the sword in his hand. Crack! The thunder blade and the long sword clashed together and exploded. Henry Chu felt his jaws tremble suddenly. Xiao Bai's power is much stronger than mine. Henry Chu was shocked. Did she break through to level 7? How is this possible? When I was in the hospital, Xiao Bai was still at level 5. Only 2 days have passed. Chu Xian abandoned all the distracting thoughts in his mind, and with a rush of swordsmanship, the long sword flew up and down, forming a sword net and shrouding Xiao Bai. But as soon as Xiao Bai's thunder blade shattered, he did not stop, and flashed directly behind the heavy beetle king. It is obvious that her strength is no weaker than that of Chu Xian, and she also has double layers of armor on her body. But she is not willing to fight at all and leaves as soon as she says it. As soon as Xiao Bai left, Gang Zi, who had been spinning around Henry Chu, rushed over and bit Xian Chu's foot. Chu Xian knew that Gongzi liked to bite his thighs, and he also knew that Gongzi's teeth were very sharp. When he saw this, he immediately stepped back, and the long sword in his hand flashed like lightning, and he slashed at Gongzi with one sword. Gongzi refused to back down, and his little claws actually grabbed Henry Chu's long sword. Boom! Crazy energy exploded outward from the point of contact between Gongzi's claws and the sword. Gongzi and Henry Chu took 3 steps back at the same time. Leave aside the destructive power of thunder and lightning. Gongzi's power is much stronger than Xiao Bai's. The fighting spirit in Henry Chu's heart instantly dissipated a lot. He is still too confident. Chen Fan said that even if he broke through to the 2nd level, it would still not be enough. He knew that Chen Fan was not telling lies. But I didn't expect the gap to be so big. At the moment when Chu Xian sighed, the old ape's shadow poison claws had broken through the defense of the heavy beetle king, and Xiao Bai's thunder blade flipped slightly and directly knocked the huge heavy beetle king away in the air. Seeing that the 2 companions were in trouble, the desert wind eagle quickly flew towards them, hoping to rescue them. But Xiao He took the opportunity to shoot a shadow arrow and directly hit the desert wind eagle from the air onto the ring. The casting distance of shadow arrow is much longer than that of spirit spike. The desert wind eagle thought that Xiao He couldn't use spirit spike at such a distance. But little did he know that Xiao He had actually awakened the long-range attack of shadow arrow. After falling heavily to the ground, the old ape went up to mend his 2 claws. Not only were these 2 claws used toxin, they also cut the 2 wings of the desert eagle. The desert wind eagle was so angry that she wanted to curse. At this time, Xiao Bai and Gongzi sandwiched Henry Chu on the left and right. The old ape disappeared into the shadowy sky again and disappeared. Chen Fan held Jade on his head and never attacked. Overhead, little blacks were flying around. The whole place was quiet. You can hear the needle drop. In less than 20 seconds, Henry Chu's 3 beasts were destroyed. Chu Xian, who was in the 2nd level, immediately became a polished commander. The students watched all this blankly. On the other hand, the teachers from the 3 schools all looked normal. Everyone has seen the strength of Chen Fan's beasts before. There is no need to go all together. 1 taming beast can destroy 3 level 5 taming beasts. Henry Chu's 3 beasts were all level 5. But they actually held back Henry Chu. However, now that there are no more burdens from the 3 beasts, Henry Chu can let go and fight. Right? Call! Just when many people were secretly guessing, Henry Chu exhaled heavily, put away his sword, and said, I admit defeat. What? The whole audience was stunned for a moment. Many people know that Henry Chu has the kind of personality that never admits defeat. I want him to admit defeat so neatly. Could it be that Chen Fan is really so powerful that he is so terrifying? Even if the Dark Blood Stone Man and 3 other beasts were destroyed, Henry Chu himself was not injured yet. He is in the 2nd level. Everyone was looking forward to a passionate battle. Why did it end so easily? Only Henry Chu himself knows. There is really no way to fight. After the Dark-Blooded Stone Man and the other 3 beasts were destroyed, the armor on his body could not last long. Xiao Hei on top of his head was good at mental attacks. Neither he nor the beasts could stop him at all. Without the Desert Wind Eagle Sandstorm, Henry Chu had no other skills to see through the old ape's invisibility. On the other side, Jade hasn't made a move yet. Back in the first secret environment of the crater, Jade was able to blow 2 black-robed men with level 10 beast masters away with a breath of wind, leaving them completely unable to stand. The Jadeite now is obviously much stronger than that then. Chu Xian combined various tactics in his mind and discovered that you will definitely lose. And it will definitely fail miserably.
Go down and eat.
Chen Fan waved to Henry Chu as if he was after school.
I'm a little hungry. Okay.
Chu Xian put his long sword into the sheath. His expression remained as usual, and he got off the ring. On the ring, the dark-blooded stone man picked up the Desert Wind Eagle with an injured wing and walked down. But after being poisoned by the toxin, it walked very slowly, as if in slow motion. On the 2nd stage, Shen Hongqiu scratched her head.
Is the fight over now? I haven't had enough of it yet.
Fang Qingqing glanced at Shen Hongqiu and said nothing, but slowly walked to the center of the ring. Shen Hongqiu looked at his 3 beasts. The Phantom King, Green Python, Golden Horn Beast and Charming Eyes Fire Spirit are in very good condition. But the group of blood-devouring magic bat subordinates all died when they dealt with the Black-Robed Man in the first secret realm. Without those younger brothers, the strength of the blood-devouring demon bat has plummeted. Shen Hongqiu squinted slightly, glanced at the ice-white python opposite him that was eager to try, and said,
Has your ice-white python broken through to level 6?
Fang Qingqing originally wanted to deny it, but in the end, she nodded slightly and said,
Not bad. Wow!
People in the surrounding stands exclaimed. Level 6 Beast Master finally appears. Fang Qingqing's ice-white python is already level 6. Although everyone guessed that Chen Fan's Beast Masters had also reached level 6. The guy was very shady and never mentioned the level of his Beast Masters, leaving everyone confused. Now that Fang Qingqing frankly admitted that her beast control was at level 6, many people immediately became excited. In this arena competition, there were actually many level 6 beasts. Hey, it seems like someone else's beast control was level 6 before? Why can't you remember? In the crowd, Shen Taoao looked at the sky speechlessly.
Is this world so crazy that the 2nd level Chu Xian gave up before even fighting? Are Xiaobai and the others so scary?
On the other side, Li Fengxing's eyes showed joy.
Even the 2nd grade Chu Xian decisively admitted defeat. I am not ashamed at all to lose to such an opponent.
Bai Rouge, who was standing next to him, looked over and said,
You didn't lose to him. You were just beaten to death by one of his beasts.
Li Fengxing, Zhao Xian, who was sitting in the back, said expressionlessly,
When he hit me,
he used 2 beasts.
Huh?
Li Fengxing and a group of people from Tiansheng Academy all looked at Zhao Xian. Afterwards, many people nodded. It seems to be true. Li Fengxing turned around and glared at Zhao Xian fiercely. Zhao Xian rolled her eyes and pretended not to see it. In the square formation of Ares Academy, Li Sheng was still in a sluggish state. After a while, he turned around and asked Yi Hao,
Is Chen Fan so powerful? Is Henry Chu really unable to defeat him? Or did he just admit defeat in order not to hurt his harmony?
Yi Hao glanced at Li Sheng speechlessly and said quietly,
Of course I can't beat him. Teacher, didn't you pay attention? Xiao Bai fought with Xian Chu in the front, and Gongzi also fought with Xian Chu in the back. After the fight, Henry Chu's expression obviously changed. This shows that whether it is Xiao Bai or Gongzi, the pure strength is no worse than Henry Chu, and may even be higher. After all, Chu Xian has just broken through to the 2nd level. In addition to the swordsmanship of the Chu family, he doesn't know the skills of controlling beasts. But the old ape can be invisible, fast, has shadow poison claws and slow poison. Xiao Hei is flying around above his head, and the mental spikes cannot stop him. Even a 5th level expert has been hit by this attack, and he is holding his head in pain. Xiao Bai can also flash thunder. Gongzi has rough skin and thick flesh. He can't be beaten to death. He also likes to bite people's thighs. The armor on Chu Xian's body can't last for more than a few seconds. Without armor, even if he has 2nd level star power, Half of his life will be lost if Gongzi bites him.
Ah, Li Sheng said, a little confused. Why do I hear what you mean? As if Chen Fan can beat Henry Chu to death? It doesn't seem like it.
Yi Hao said.
If Chen Fan wants to beat Henry Chu to death, Henry Chu will not be able to escape unless the Desert Wind Eagle can lead people away.
Lung Ryu, the monitor of Class 5, said with a mournful face.
Although Chen Fan is very strong, you don't have to talk about Henry Chu being so weak. Right?
Yi Hao turned around and saw a group of women glaring at him. On the second stage, Shin Hongxiu turned around and ran away.
I give up.
Fang Qingqing was furious.
Come back. No return.
Shin Hongxiu recalled his beast control space and said while running,
You can play by yourself.
Just kidding. When the Ice White Python was still at level 5, the two had fought countless times, which meant they were evenly matched. Now that all the blood-devouring demon bat subordinates have died, and before they can find new ones, the Ice White Python has reached level 6 again. Are you going to look for abuse? Shin Hongxiu ran very fast. Behind him, Fang Qingqing got off the ring with a dark face. The referee and the audience were also helpless. I just want to see you geniuses have some exciting duels. You all give up your choices one by one. So infuriating. Got off the stage. Shin Hongxiu sat next to Chen Fan inside. Li Sheng was so angry that he wanted to drive people away. What does it mean for you, a student of Huanhai Academy, to stay here all day? After a while, he sighed, and the sound was so long that it made my heart beat.
Alas.
Shin Hongxiu sighed again and said,
Why is this happening? Why did Qingqing's Ice White Python break through to level 6? In the first secret realm, it was still level 5. Sifan, I feel really uncomfortable.
Chen Fan turned around, looked at Shin Hongxiu with concern, and said,
Drink more hot water.
Shin Hongxiu, the arena competition is still going on. Although Chen Fan and Chu Xian stopped fighting in the middle of the fight, the others were stimulated by the two of them and fought with all their strength. Shin Taotao faced Yi Hao and found that there was Holy Moon Morning Glory. Yi Hao and several beasts were like Xuqian who could not be killed. In the end, the dragon-blooded lion was exhausted and received 2 axe blows from Yi Hao. Shin Naotao failed. Shin Hongxiu faced Bai Rouge and was shocked to find that the attacks from her and the 3 beasts could not break Bai Rouge's
black iron armor
at all. Finally, the high-level extraordinary 6-winged flying snake, combined with the equally advanced and extraordinary black iron dragon turtle, which was already at level 6, injured Shin Hongxiu's Phantom King Green Python Golden Horn Beast and Charming Eye Fire Spirit. The blood-devouring magic bat flew so fast that it escaped disaster. Shin Hongxiu was defeated. Bai Rouge faced off against Chu Xian. Bai Rouge lasted for 3 minutes. After the black iron armor on his body was broken, he was defeated. Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing had a draw. Yi Hao and Fang Qingqing faced Bai Rouge respectively, and in the end, they both lost with a slight disadvantage. Holy Moon Morning Glory is suitable for large-scale team battles, and is the best support for large-scale team battles. But it is not very suitable for this kind of group competition. Yi Hao was also very depressed. If he had known earlier, he should have asked Chen Fan to help him cultivate the earth-splitting fire dragon. Chen Fan faced off against Yi Hao. After Yi Hao saw the name on the big screen, he went directly to the toilet, causing Chen Fan to wait in the ring for a long time. Finally, Chen Fan got off the ring, caught Yi Hao, and gave him a hammer blow. The battle between this group of geniuses was dazzling and attracted everyone's attention. The battles of other students had become dim. Li Fengxing, who also had 3 level 5 beasts, was almost forgotten after being beaten violently by Yi Hao and others in turn. After returning to the Breeders' Association in the evening, sitting in the pavilion and making himself a cup of coffee, Chen Fan called Lin Mingfei and urged Lin Mingfei to collect materials quickly. Xiao Bai jumped from the table into Chen Fan's arms and looked at the coffee on the table curiously. Chen Fan planned to raise the level of the wild violet ape earlier, and then take the wild violet ape into the second secret realm. In addition to hunting with the wild and violet apes, Chen Fan mainly wanted to use the killings of the wild and violet apes to obtain more system energy. When I participated in the arena competition in the morning, the system energy was still over 7,000. When I returned to the Beast Breeders Association in the evening, the system energy had increased to over 11,000. It seems that Zhenqing is leading Jin Yuhai Dongqing in the 5th secret realm to kill them all. It was a pity that Zhenqing was in the secret realm. Otherwise, Chen Fan would have wanted to come to discuss cooperation with the God of War Pioneering Group. A level 17 Golden Feather Heidongking entered the secret realm for one day, and Chen Fan gained so much system energy. If the beasts of the God of War Pioneer group contribute system energy together, it is likely that a function on the system panel will be enabled in less than a month. Thinking of the 9 sky-breaking swords and other skills on the system panel, Chen Fan couldn't wait. He raised his head and glanced at the wild and violent ape playing with Gongzi and the others in the distance. Monster name, Wild and Violent Ape. Combat power level, level 10 elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Requirements for breaking through to level 11, 100 pounds of devil bananas, 100 pounds of blue raspberries, 500 pounds of milk leaves, 3 days of high-intensity training, 15 energy points. It may be that the combat power level of the Wild and Violent Ape has been stagnant at level 10 for too long. The materials used to break through to level 11 are all very good and ordinary. When Xiaobai broke through to level 5, the spiritual dragon dew in the ingredients made Chen Fan a little nervous to wait for a while. But things like devil bananas and blue raspberries are easy to buy. That is to say, the quantity is relatively large. Lin Mingfei seemed to be saying at the time that the Wild Violent Ape was stuck at level 10 for almost 2 years? Sure enough, it was just the last step. Even the system energy only requires 15 points. The same as when Xiaobai was at level 2. Too easy. But one Wild and Violent Ape is still not enough. After the arena competition, these top students from the 3 major colleges will enter Area C of the second secret realm, helped by Rouge and Yihao to cultivate several beasts. When their beasts kill monsters in the secret realm, they will be able to continuously accumulate system energy for themselves. Of course, the money will be collected. You can make money, and you can develop the beast master into a downline. This business is very exciting. Just when Chen Fan was about to call Yihao, footsteps sounded. Henry Chu, wearing a red cloak, walked in. Chen Fan couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Chen Fan would not be a little surprised if someone came to his door in the middle of the night. Whether it was Shen Hongxiu, Bai Rouge, or Fang Qingqing. But he really didn't expect that the first person to come to his door would be Henry Chu. And it's still so late. Henry Chu silently sat down at the stone table, picked up a cup, poured himself a cup of coffee, and took a sip. Xiaobai and Gongzi are not as simple as level 6. Right. It's level 6. But the racial level has been upgraded to a low-level lord. That I won't lose unjustly. Where are Lao Yuan and Xiao Hei? They're still level 5. The old ape can easily break through the defense of the dark-blooded stone man. Because although the old ape is level 5, its racial level is already a low-level lord. No wonder. How does this coffee taste? It's pretty good. It has a very unique taste. Of course, this is cat poop coffee bought through special channels in the imperial capital. It is the most expensive coffee in the world. Cat poop coffee. Henry Chu raised his head, glanced at Xiaobai and Chen Fan's arms, and silently put down the coffee. Did you cultivate Bai Rouge and Yihao's beasts? How much do you know about the Nightmare Garden? Huh? Chen Fan glanced at Henry Chu speechlessly. Can changing the subject be so natural? Henry Chu coughed dryly, and after sitting upright, he said, Can you help me cultivate the beast? Chen Fan nodded. Okay. Henry Chu was stunned. Chen Fan agreed so readily that he couldn't even say all the words he had prepared. Chapter 137 The Killer of the Nightmare Court comes for the ring. The competition between the 3 major colleges lasted for a full week. This is the last day. But Chen Fan only entered the ring on the first day. In the next 6 days, he completely became an audience member. This is a decision made after discussions between the top management of the 3 major colleges. There is no other way. There are only a few beast masters who have multiple level 5 beast masters. Every one of them has already fought against Chen Fan. Li Fengxing was in the worst situation. Chen Fan just sent Gongzi out and chased him and the 3 beasts, howling and running around the place. Bai Rouge, Fang Qingqing and others had a good discussion with Chen Fan. In fact, it looked like adults playing with children, which was not interesting at all. As strong as Henry Chu. After a few moves, he took the initiative to admit defeat before facing Chen Fan. Who else can compete with Chen Fan? It's so shocking to have such a monster in the ring. The students were originally very excited, with high morale and fighting spirit, and they all wanted to show off their skills in the ring. As a result, a monster like Chen Fan appeared. Many people have lost their fighting spirit and begun to doubt life. With all the negative emotions shrouded in it, how can we still compete in this arena match? What's the point? When Tiansheng College and Huanhai College approached them, Aries College initially disagreed. But in the end, they chose to compromise.
Chen Fan didn't care much about this decision. He is also happy to sit under the ring, observe the habits and skills of various beasts, and enrich his knowledge of beasts. In the past few days, many things have made progress. Lin Mingfei from the God of War pioneering group has already sent people into the secret realm to collect the
drunken dragon grass,
and sent the materials for cultivating wild and violent apes to the Beast Breeders Association. The Lord's Mansion of Donghai City gave Chen Fan a reward for his 2 meritorious services, and a reward for the first secret realm. A total of 2,500 W Alliance coins. The reward for the hospital crying demon incident reached a huge 4,500 W Alliance coins. After all, during that time in the hospital, Chen Fan and others' operations saved Grandmaster Fan Ling, and so many people in the hospital. And they deserve the most credit. But these rewards issued by the City Lord's Mansion are nothing compared to the level 32 crying demon that Yuan Sunhai captured. Chen Fan had asked Yi Hao and the others before, knowing that the value of the crying demon was probably worth more than 1 billion. For such a huge sum of money, Chen Fan and Chu Xian could get at least 150 million each. Never imagined. Yuan Sunhai actually called over with a total of 2 billion. This morning, when Chen Fan saw the payment information on his mobile phone, he couldn't help but wipe his eyes and count the zeros on it several times. In order to confirm, Chen Fan also called his master Zhang Hai. Only after Master Zhang Hai's explanation did Chen Fan know that the amount was correct. That level 32 crying demon is worth the price. Zhang Hai told Chen Fan. The level 32 crying demon is very rare and extremely precious. High-level demon soul monsters, combined with some methods, can help beast masters or star warriors to greatly increase their mental and star power. The corpse of a level 32 crying demon, and its crystal core, could theoretically even help a 6th level master break through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Although this world is weird and strange, with unimaginable extraordinary power, even in such a world, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky to find something that can help a 6th grade strongman break through to a 7th grade master in one fell swoop. And the most important thing is, Yuan Sunhai caught the living crying demon. A living crying demon is several times more valuable than a crying demon corpse. Especially this crying demon has a unique skill called split. This crying demon can split many crying demon clones. Level 5. Level 6. Level 7. Level 8. What does this mean? This level 32 crying demon represents the most precious pig. Raise this pig, give it good food and drink, and it will grow and cut meat every day. There is no need to use the entire level 32 crying demon. It is possible to help a 6th level powerhouse break through to a 7th level Grandmaster. In the past few days, a group of strong men from Donghai City have gathered at the City Lord's Mansion, and they have been studying how to use this crying demon to help City Lord Bai Baiyu break through to the Grandmaster in the shortest possible time. Bai Tianyu, who is still at the peak of the 6th grade, has the strength to kill a Grandmaster with one sword by practicing the 9 sky-breaking swords. If he breaks through to the 7th level of Grandmaster. Hey, what's 2 billion? If Yuan Sunhai takes the crying demon to the Demon City or the Imperial City, even if the price is 4 billion, there will probably be countless strong people fighting for it. Therefore, Zhang Hai asked Chen Fan to accept it with peace of mind. Chen Fan didn't take much advantage. On the contrary, Yuan Sunhai and City Lord Bai Baiyu took a big advantage. Chen Fan looked at the series of zeros on his account and felt very good. But he hasn't told Yi Hao and the others the news yet. Instead, prepare to leave the martial arts arena for a while and talk to them again. With such a large sum of money, Chen Fan no longer hesitated and prepared to change his previous plan to upgrade equipment. When he was in the hospital, Chen Fan logged into the Donghai City Armory and chose a long knife with thunder attributes. It was a high-grade Earth Soldier, with a price of about 1,500 W Alliance coins. But it's different now. Now Chen Fan is ready to choose a high-grade mysterious weapon. The most powerful weapon in the Donghai City arsenal. A powerful weapon. Enough to turn the tide of the battle and change your destiny. Although a top-grade mysterious weapon requires more than 200 million Alliance coins. But Chen Fan didn't take it to heart at all. Later, he plans to use the resources of the Animal Breeders Association to start the animal breeding business. Once the animal breeding business is started, how can it be possible to be short of money? No matter how precious the crying demon is, there is only one of them. Once the animal breeding business is started, it will be much more profitable than this. But Chen Fan hasn't had time to do it yet. The night before yesterday, he told Zhang Hai about this matter. Zhang Hai naturally couldn't ask for it. Chen Fan has been in the Beast Breeders Association for so long, And apart from helping the Beast Breeders Association solve some difficult and complicated problems in handling beasts, he has never really done anything to breed animals. Zhang Hai actually wanted to see how powerful Chen Fan's methods could be. Before that, he only knew that Chen Fan turned Bai Rouge's 4-winged flying snake into a 6-winged flying snake with just a few random instructions. Therefore, after Chen Fan brought it up, Zhang Hai immediately arranged a breeding shop for him. The breeder's shop is on the street outside the Breeders' Association, less than 500 meters away from the Breeders' Association. It is the external facade of the Breeders' Association. After returning from the second secret realm, Chen Fan can go to the animal breeding shop to work at any time. Everything went as planned, and Chen Fan was in a very happy mood. As soon as the arena competition ended in the afternoon, Chen Fan said hello to his class teacher Li Sheng, and then rode Yang Chang's white crane back to the Breeders' Association. As soon as he got home, Chen Fan pulled Yi Hao and Henry Chu into a group and started a video conference.
Yi Hao, Brother Fan, is there anything good you can do?
Chen Fan,
a sum of money has arrived.
Yi Hao,
has Blood Petal Flower King's money arrived? Then kick Ching Ching out first. Blood Petal Flower King's matter has nothing to do with her.
Fong Ching. Chen Fan,
the matter regarding the Blood Petal Flower King will probably have to wait for a few days. The alchemist from the Magic City is still refining the medicine. But the money from the Crying Demon has arrived. Nanny!
Yi Hao was extremely surprised and immediately asked nervously,
how many are there?
Shen Taoao wanted to speak, but Shen Hongxiu slapped her back. Shen Nato covered his face with a look of grievance. Chen Fan showed a Mona Lisa-like smile and raised 2 fingers.
Only 200 million?
Yi Hao jumped 3 feet high.
Brother Fan, we have been hacked by Grandmaster Yun Songhai. I asked my father. That level 32 Crying Demon is worth at least 1 billion. If it were put up for auction, even 1.5 billion would be robbed. He only gave us 200 million? What a bully!
Shen Hongxiu's face also became extremely cold.
Can a Grandmaster bully others like this?
Fong Qingqing opened her mouth but stopped talking. Henry Chu was silent. Shen Taoao said mockingly,
don't mention it. Grandmaster can bully others. That's a terrifying existence guarding a main city. What's more, that one is the youngest Grandmaster in our Tang Kingdom. And he is very popular. And he was the one who caught the Crying Demon. Although we have some merit, the biggest credit lies with him. Even if it is announced, it will be hard for others to say anything.
Yi Hao was furious.
Brother Fan, why don't we go find him and ask him? Just give us this little. How about a beggar?
Shen Taoao,
are you crazy? Can we beat him? If I let you pass by, I might be slapped to death. Believe it or not.
Yi Hao,
if we can't beat him, we can still reason with him. Right. Shut your mouths.
Chen Fan rolled his eyes and said,
Chichichiwawawapa. Don't let anyone talk anymore. Who told you 200 million? My 2 fingers mean 2 billion.
Everyone. Even Henry Chu's eyes widened. On the screen, Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
stop talking nonsense. The money has arrived. I will call you later. You took the wrong medicine and questioned the character of the master? The Crying Demon was originally killed by someone else. If he is not happy, he didn't even bother to talk to me when he was in the hospital. What can I do? That's it. I'm dead. After receiving the money, send a message to the group.
With that said, he turned off his video call. After a while, the smartwatches of Yi Hao and others showed the information of their account arrival. Even with a character like Henry Chu, looking at the long series of zeros on his account, he lost his composure. As for Yi Hao and Shen Taoao, they went crazy and shouted on the street. Shen Hongxiu and Fong Qingqing also opened their eyes wide and became excited. This is destined to be a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Chen Fan walked out of the gate of the Beast Breeders Association and prepared to ride Yang Chang's white crane to the God of War Academy. A bearded man walked towards him quickly, and the two of them almost bumped into each other.
Sorry.
The bearded man apologized hurriedly. Immediately, he widened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan.
Hey, you're not.
Chen Fan was also happy. This bearded man was the truck driver who sent him to 10,000 Beasts Mountain before the Ant Wave. At that time, the bearded man had been observing Chen Fan and asked the ice white python and black iron dragon turtle behind the truck. Chen Fan was very irritated and told him that he had stolen the 2 beasts from the Beast Breeders Association. The bearded man was so frightened that he did not dare to speak for a long time. Unexpectedly, the two met at the gate of the Animal Breeders Association this time.
What a coincidence!
Chen Fan smiled and said,
How come I always meet you? Uncle, every time I come to the Beast Breeders Association to steal things?
Bearded.
Don't worry. I didn't succeed in stealing this time.
Chen Fan said calmly.
I'll come back tonight.
Bearded. Chen Fan nodded slightly towards the bearded man and walked past the latter. Sudden. His expression moved slightly. In front of him on the right side, a beast control attribute panel appeared. In the front right, there is a big tree. There is only a cleaner cleaning under the big tree. And there is no beast. Monster name, Shadow Spider. Combat power level, level 10 elite. Racial level, low extraordinary. Monster attribute, shadow type. Monster weakness, thunder. Fire. Racial skills, shadow escape. Paralysis spider web. Slime spider web. Demon blade kill. Venom spray. Monster state, nervous. Chen Fan was slightly startled. It is normal for all kinds of beast masters to appear in places like the Beast Breeders Association. But what does an invisible shadow beast want to do hiding under this big tree? Suddenly, Chen Fan saw on the attribute panel that the status of the beast had changed. Monster state excited. Murderous intent rising. What? Killing intent? Why did he suddenly become excited and murderous when he was still nervous just now? Chen Fan felt a strange energy locking onto him. The hairs on my hands stood up one by one.
Are you coming for me?
Chen Fan was surprised. At this time, Yang Cheng, who was standing next to the white crane in the square, saw Chen Fan and came up to him. During this period of time, but he almost became Chen Fan's personal mount, taking Chen Fan to and from school.
Brother Yang, wait a minute. I forgot to pick up something.
Chen Fan frowned, turned around and walked into the Breeders' Association. Then, he looked back intentionally or unintentionally. The status on the monster attribute panel has changed again. Monster state angry, depressed, mad. You are really here for me. The anger in Chen Fan's heart suddenly rose. During this period, he didn't offend anyone. Right? If we have to talk about conflict, it would be when Li Fengxing made a fool of himself in the arena. Right? But could Li Fengxing or the Li family be so arrogant as to send a killer to camp at the gate of the Animal Breeders Association? Impossible. Although Li Fengxing is a fool who causes trouble all day long and fights with his life in danger, he is not so crazy. If I have to talk about grudges, it would be that I have recently ruined two good things in the Nightmare Court. But the people in the Nightmare Court are so arrogant that they dare to come to Donghai City? It does seem a bit arrogant. Otherwise, how could they dare to ambush the Grandmaster in the hospital? The problem is, I'm just an inconspicuous little shrimp. I just accidentally ruined their affairs. I don't pose any threat to them at all. Chen Fan immediately sent a message to his master Zhang Hai. After a while, a middle-aged man carrying a long sword and 4 people walked towards him quickly. It's the 5th grade strongman. Chen Fan felt slightly relieved. He has seen this person come here. It was the Star Warrior who told him that Fan Ling was in trouble in the air when he was in the hospital. A 5th grade Star Warrior.
Master Fan.
The middle-aged man walked up to Chen Fan. Chen Fan whispered.
On the right side of the gate. Under the old locust tree. It's a level 10 shadow magic bead. It can become invisible. It's hidden under the old locust tree. But I didn't find out where the Beast Master is hiding.
The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then winked at the 4 people behind him. The 4 people swayed and disappeared without a trace like ghosts. The middle-aged man's body turned into a black wind. Suddenly, his voice rang in Chen Fan's ears.
Young Master Fan. Just go out. I will be right next to you.
Amazing. Although the 5th grade Star Warrior cannot fly into the sky or control beasts, he can still cast such weird spells. Chen Fan walked out again. As he walked, he summoned Lao Yuan and Xiao Bai. At Chen Fan's command, Xiao He took off into the air and flew to the front. Jade jumped on top of Chen Fan's head and called out a few words. The old ape disappeared into the shadows and disappeared. Chen Fan hugged Xiao Bai, followed by Gengzi, and walked out of the gate of the Beast Breeders Association. Under the old locust tree, the monster attribute panel is still there. But I didn't see the 4 people before. The monster state has turned into excitement and murderous intent again.
Master Fan, can you determine the location of the monster?
A middle-aged man's voice rang in Chen Fan's ears.
I only sensed a vague and ominous aura nearby, but I couldn't completely determine its location. The monster shadow escape is so amazing. It doesn't even emit a breath.
Chen Fan said calmly.
It's just under the old locust tree. I'll force it to show up.
As he spoke, he took a few steps towards the old locust tree. Then, Jade's mouth opened.
Storm Wind Blade.
The storm swept across, and wind blades hit the trunk of the old locust tree instantly. A blood-red shadow spider was instantly beaten and appeared.
See?
The shadow spider was stunned for a moment. Immediately, the shadow demon spider opened its mouth, and a huge spider web came down towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed.
Be bold.
A soft drink came from behind Chen Fan. I saw a sword light in the sky.
Brush.
The huge spider web was split open instantly, and then burned. The shadow spider was startled. Its body shook, and it quickly disappeared.
Snort.
A soft hum came from the void. A black shadow flashed in the sky, and the 5th grade star warrior appeared and stepped heavily on the shadow spider's back.
Boom!
The huge body of the shadow demon spider smashed into the ground with a bang and fell apart. Even its legs were broken instantly.
So strong!
Chen Fan was speechless for a while. This is the power of 5th grade. With a random kick, the body of the level 10 beast was crushed to pieces. Star warriors do not control beasts, so they focus more on martial arts and improving their own body strength. The 5th grade star warrior looks like an ordinary middle-aged man, and his aura doesn't attract anyone's attention. But with this kick, he feels like he can't even stop a beast like the wild and violent ape.
Crunch!
The shadow demon spider, whose body was trampled to pieces, was not completely dead yet. One of its legs, like a sharp death scythe, was slashing towards the star warrior on its back in a twisted posture. The star warrior's face was indifferent. He turned his palm into a sword and slashed it down in vain.
Crack!
There was a flash of light in the sky, and the shadow spider's death scythe-like legs were cut off in an instant. The star warrior, after snorting softly, raised his right foot slightly, then stepped down again.
Boom!
A circle of terrifying energy, centered on the shadow demon spider, rippled in all directions. Dark green mucus flowed from the monster's body, giving off a foul odor. The star warrior jumped down with a somersault in the air. At this time, on the other side of the square, at the entrance of the Animal Breeders Association, a man wearing a peaked cap turned around in a hurry and wanted to leave.
But
a figure exuding coldness appeared in front of him quietly.
Is it too late to run away now?
The man wearing a peaked cap was stunned for a moment.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Really?
The star warrior from the Beast Breeders Association smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand like lightning, and put a claw on the right shoulder of the man wearing the peaked cap.
Ah!
The man wearing the peaked cap screamed, caught by the iron claw-like claws. The man wearing the peaked cap was completely unable to move. Even the star power cannot function. The strength of both sides is not at the same level at all. The star warrior from the Beast Breeders Association, with no expression on his face, directly dragged the man wearing the peaked cap to the foot of the old locust tree and threw him next to the corpse of the shadow demon spider. The 5th grade star warrior glanced at the people watching around him and said in a deep voice,
Young people came to the Beast Breeders Association one night with evil intentions, but now they have been captured by us. So there is no need to panic. The city defense team will be here soon to deal with it. Everyone, please disperse.
Chen Fan nodded gratefully towards the 5th grade star warrior, a little annoyed. These crazy guys dare to attack him in Donghai City. With a cold face, Chen Fan asked Gongzi and Lao Yuan to return to the beast control space, and then jumped on by his back with Xiaobai and Jade. It seems that this time I spent a lot of money to buy weapons and armor, and I made the right purchase. But this is not enough. Far from enough. The strength of Xiaobai and the others must be improved. The combat power level rushes from level 6 to level 7. The racial level is rushed from low lord to middle lord. At the same time, he used the power of Xiaobai and the others to help him break through to the 2nd level realm in one fell swoop. Right on by his back, Chen Fan opened the internal resource network of the Beast Breeders Association and began to look for materials on Xiaobai and Gongzi's breakthrough to level 7. 9 days have passed since Li Xiaobai and the others broke through to level 6. Now I am preparing to hit level 7, and I seem to be a little anxious, but without improving them and his own strength, Chen Fan felt a little less secure. Even within the main city, it is not 100% safe. If it weren't for his system that allowed him to see the invisible monster attribute panel this time, he would have been in serious trouble. Who would have known that one could encounter such a crazy killer right in the main city, or even at the gate of the Beast Breeders Association? I hope the city defense team can pry out some valuable information from the man wearing the peaked cap. Chen Fan checked Xiaobai's and their property panels, searched for various materials, and then added them to the shopping cart. No matter what, let's get all the things they need to upgrade first. The white crane flies very fast. In a short while, they were already above the playground of Ares Academy. After Chen Fan thanked him, he jumped off by his back. On the playground, Yi Hao jumped up and ran over.
Brother Fan, are you here? Why do you look so ugly? Talking as we walk,
Chen Fan said.
I came out of the Animal Breeders Association in the morning and met the killer at the gate. Huh?
Yi Hao was startled.
Assassin? At the gate of the Animal Breeders Association?
Chen Fan turned to look at Yi Hao and whispered.
How much do you know about the Garden of Nightmares? Don't tell me that you don't know that so many things have happened during this period. I don't believe that you, the great families of Donghai City, really know nothing about the Garden of Nightmares.
Yi Hao's expression also became serious.
Brother Fan, are you saying that the killer who ambushed you at the gate of the Beast Breeders Association this morning is from the Garden of Nightmares? I don't know yet,
Chen Fan said gloomily.
But I don't have any enemies in Donghai City. I just beat Li Fingxing a few times. I have killed a few people in Blackhead Forest, but they were all newcomers from other places. And I have killed several of the main messengers who wanted to attack me.
He hasn't finished speaking yet. I have received a message from Zhang Hai on my mobile phone.
The people who ambush you at the gate of the Beast Breeders Association are people from the Nightmare Garden. Therefore a ring in your hand. It's the ring on the Black-robed man you killed when you rescued Jinqing and Yi Hao last time. Have you arrived at Ares Academy now? I have just sent someone to the Ares Academy to look for you. Give him the ring. Some time ago, the Magic City sent a weapon refiner to study the animal trap you got. Just in time. Let them take a look. What kind of magic weapon is the ring you got? Okay.
After Chen Fan replied a message, he raised his head with cold eyes. He always wore that ring. When he got the ring before, he also suspected that the ring was a magic weapon, or a storage ring like those in novels. But I looked around and found nothing of value at all. Except that it felt a little weird. A lot of things happened recently. So he almost forgot about the ring. The Nightmare Court actually went to the main city to kill him for a ring? This weird organization is really a nightmare. Once it gets entangled, it's hard to get rid of it. But speaking of it, something seems wrong. The matter of 10,000 Beast Mountain was actually suppressed by the City Lord's mansion before. In order to protect Chen Fan, the City Lord's palace distorted the facts and claimed that Grand Master Yun Songhai arrived, killed the strong men of the Nightmare Court, and rescued Jinqing and Chen Fan. Except for Chu Xian and Shen Hongxiu, no one else knew that Chen Fan had killed people from the Nightmare Garden on 10,000 Beasts Mountain. As for the ring, not even Yun Songhai knew about it. Only Yi Hao and Jinqing had seen it at that time. So, how did the Nightmare Garden know that the ring was on his hand? What kind of organization is this damn Nightmare Court? Chapter 138 Shangwan Songlong. The invincible opponent in the Demon City High School was defeated miserably. Chen Fan and Yi Hao waited in the playground for a while. The people sent by Zhang Hai rode the Fire Green Eagle to Ares Academy and took away the ring. Seeing the blazing green eagle in the sky disappearing into the horizon, Chen Fan clenched his fist lightly and made a clicking sound. Xiao Bai at his arm seemed to sense Chen Fan's mood, raised his head, and patted Chen Fan's hand gently with his little paws.
No, don't be afraid. We are very strong.
Hearing Xiao Bai's crisp voice in his mind, Chen Fan laughed dumbly.
I'm not afraid. I'm just a little unhappy. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days. But how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? If they dare to target me, I will kill one of them. And I will kill both of them if they come. Kill them until they are reduced to ashes.
Xiao Bai nodded.
Yeah.
Chen Fan was indeed just a little unhappy. Not afraid. On the one hand, he has the invincible skill of beast control space, which is enough to protect himself. On the other hand, no matter how you say it, he is just a little shrimp in the first level. The Nightmare Court can now send out a level 10 Beast Master, so it can be regarded as a high regard for him. And he is here for the ring. If there was no such thing as a ring, the Nightmare Court probably wouldn't care about him at all. To deal with an inconspicuous little shrimp, does a real strong person need to take action? If the Nightmare Court now sends out a master-level existence in order to deal with his first-level status, Chen Fan would not take such a weak-minded dark force to heart. The reason why I was targeted this time was because of that ring. Now that the ring has been taken away, there will definitely be some action from the City Lord's mansion, which will divert the attention of the Nightmare Court. So Chen Fan doesn't have to worry too much at all. But be careful, and you won't go too far. Help Xiao Bai and the others raise their combat power level to level 7 as soon as possible, and raise their racial level to above the Medium Lord, so that they can deal with enemies around level 10. In addition, you must cultivate a large number of beasts as soon as possible so that those beasts can help you improve the energy of your system. Seeing Chen Fan's killing intent, Yi Hao said cautiously,
Brother Fan, are those people here for this ring? Now that the ring has been taken away, they won't target you anymore. Right. Maybe.
Chen Fan nodded slightly. Yi Hao said with some gratitude,
Well, if you had given me the ring, I might have died in their hands now. I haven't got my Storm Axe and armor yet. I can't stop the level 10 Shadow-type monsters at all. Storm Battle Axe?
Chen Fan was stunned.
Did you buy all the axes of Thor, God of Thunder?
Yi Hao laughed.
The name of the tomahawk I bought was too ugly, so I changed its name to Storm Tomahawk. Isn't it very domineering?
Chen Fan was speechless.
I think you are more like Thor's hammer.
Yi Hao was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean?
Chen Fan.
You are more like a hammer.
Yi Hao rolled his eyes and said,
Brother Fan, this axe of mine is a mid-level Shin weapon. I asked them to carve the word Storm Battle Axe on the axe. When the time comes, I will take out the axe and blind your eyes with gold.
Chen Fan. Yi Hao added,
Brother Fan, after encountering several life and death crises in a row,
I spent a lot of money this time. I chose the high-grade version of both the Storm Axe and the War Armor. It cost me more than 200 million. It hurt so much.
Really? Chen Fan said.
I bought a high-grade Shin weapon, and it cost me 200 million. With the remaining 130 million, I bought a pair of armor.
Yi Hao stopped and his eyes widened.
Brother Kfan, you are crazier than me. You spent all your money? Is it money just for spending? If you don't spend it, it will rust in your account.
Chen Fan said indifferently.
Besides, the Blood Petal Flower King still has tens of millions that he hasn't received. It makes sense.
Yi Hao glanced at Xiao Bai in Chen Fan's arms, looked around furtively, and then said,
Brother Fan, can you help me cultivate all 4 beasts?
Okay. Chen Fan nodded and said,
140W.
Aw? Yi Hao almost jumped up.
Isn't it 16W? You helped me cultivate Hua Hua before, and it was 16W. Why did it double several times in one go?
Chen Fan frowned and looked at Yi Hao and said,
I had no money at that time. So small profits but quick turnover. And what I'm talking about now is that in addition to raising your combat power level by 1, I'll also help you raise your race level. The race levels of Hua Hua and the others are only medium extraordinary. I will upgrade you to a high level of extraordinary combat power and race level by 1 level. I will charge you 400,000. Do you think it's too expensive?
Yi Hao's eyes widened. Unblinking. The racial level of the Beast Master is more difficult to improve than the combat power level. Those beast breeding companies breed beasts, and the price of the racial level is much higher than the price of the combat level. Although upgrading a racial level, the improvement in beast control strength may not be as good as improving a combat power level. But the higher the racial level, the faster the combat power level will increase. Moreover, after the racial level reaches a certain level, the Beast Master can easily mutate, awaken new racial skills, or evolve previous skills. In a word, if you have to choose between combat power level and racial level, almost all Beast Masters will choose to upgrade their racial level. Raising the racial level is really too difficult. Many monsters in the wilderness are willing to sign contracts with humans because the beast control space can help them improve their racial level.
What are you doing? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Chen Fan frowned and said,
If you don't want to, just pull him down and I'll find someone else.
No. Yi Hao directly took Chen Fan's hand. Then, he looked at Chen Fan eagerly and said,
Brother Fan, who among us brothers will follow whom? You can say as much as you want. But, can you really even improve your beast controlling race level?
Before Chen Fan could speak, Henry Chu's voice sounded from behind.
Of course he can. Don't you know how to observe the changes in Xiaobai and Jade?
Chen Fan and Yi Hao were both startled and turned around.
How long have you been following me?
Chen Fan said a little annoyed.
Why do you always appear and disappear? If you scare people, they will scare them to death.
Yi Hao rolled his eyelids and said,
This guy has always been like this. He walks without touching the ground without making a sound. After he broke through to the second level, I can't even sense his breath. It's really annoying. That's because you are too weak.
Chu Xian said lightly. Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao.
He seems to despise us?
Yi Hao?
It doesn't seem like he is despising him. But I just can't understand why you, a guy who lasted less than 3 minutes in the ring, despise Brother Fan?
Chen Fan smacked his lips.
I haven't broken through to the second level, and my cultivation is indeed weaker than his.
Yi Hao was speechless, then stared at Xiaobai in Chen Fan's arms and looked at it carefully. Immediately, he said with a shocked look on his face.
Brother Fan, have you really raised the racial level of Xiaobai and the others? What is Xiaobai's race level now?
Henry Chu answered.
Inferior Lord.
Damn. Yi Hao was startled.
No wonder they are so powerful. Wait, Henry Chu. How did you know?
Henry Chu slowed down his steps and glanced at the sky.
It seems like it's going to rain. Ma duh.
Yi Hao was furious. He turned to look at Chen Fan and said,
Brother Fan, are Xiaobai and the others really already low-level lords?
Yeah. Chen Fan nodded slightly.
Yi Hao was a little crazy.
A few of my beast masters are only medium-level extraordinary. But you are already a low-level lord? You told me earlier. Reminded me earlier. I would have given you the orange-red poisonous spiders to cultivate. What's the use of telling you earlier?
Chen Fan said.
You have no money.
It hurts my heart. On the way back when Chen Fan brought him and Jin Qing back, he did tell Chen Fan that his monthly pocket money was only 40 W. And all the money was spent.
I'm rich this time,
Yi Hao said with a smile.
Brother Fan, I will send Hua Hua to you this afternoon.
Henry Chu.
And my beast.
Yi Hao.
What's the matter with you? Go aside.
Chu Xian.
When raising animals, we must also pay attention to first come, first served.
Yi Hao sneered.
When did you become so shameless like Brother Fan? Stealing my lines? I should be the one to say this. Brother Fan, I didn't mean it that way, but I was the one who came first.
Henry Chu.
I have already made a reservation on the first night of the arena competition.
Yi Hao. Chen Fan turned on his smartwatch and stretched out his hand.
Stop talking nonsense. Pay the money first. The teacher and classmates will be here soon.
This morning, it was a beast control training class. So the three of them waited under the big tree on the playground without going to the classroom. Under Chen Fan's urging, Yi Hao and Henry Chu did not hesitate. They both turned on their smartwatches, scanned Chen Fan's smartwatch, and transferred money to Chen Fan's account. Yi Hao's 4 beasts, 160 W. Chu Xian's 3 royal beasts, 120 W. Chen Fan looked at the string of numbers on the account and grinned. That kind of thing like a crying demon is a stroke of luck. If you want to make money sustainably, you still have to rely on breeding animals. Xian Chu and Yi Hao looked at each other and laughed. They are also very much looking forward to Chen Fan's cultivation of beasts. Regardless of whether it is the beast's combat power level or racial level, it is very difficult to improve it. It not only requires a lot of resources, but also takes a long time. But with Chen Fan, it's different. At this time, there were more and more people on the playground, and the students after breakfast began to come over to gather. When everyone saw Chen Fan and the three of them, they all came over to say hello. A group of boys surrounded Chen Fan, asking questions. A group of girls surrounded Xiaobai and Jade, all rushing to hug them. At this time, a voice that was neither Yin nor Yang came over.
That man named Chen Fan. Come out.
Everyone was stunned for a moment. After the 3-college arena competition, is there anyone in Ares Academy who dares to speak to Chen Fan like this? Following the sound, everyone saw a boy with a crew cut, carrying a big sword on his back, 1 foot on a piece of bluestone, looking coldly at them. Seeing this, Yi Hao took a few steps forward and said coldly,
Which class are you in? I've never seen you before.
The boy with the crew cut grinned and said,
I'm not a student of Ares Academy. To be precise, I'm not from Dahai City. I am a student of the high school affiliated to the #1 Beast Control Academy in the Demon City. My name is Shangwan Songlong.
Yi Hao turned back to look at Chen Fan and said,
Brother Fan, this sounds like the villain's name.
Shangwan Songlong. A group of students from Ares Academy burst into laughter. Chen Fan walked out of the crowd, glanced at Shangwan Songlong, and said,
Any advice?
Shangwan Songlong said with glaring eyes.
Among this class of high school students in the Demon City, I am unrivaled and have never been defeated. The knowledge of beast control at the high school level is completely useless to me. So after school started, I traveled alone to various major cities in the Tang Kingdom, trying to find someone who could fight with me. I happened to be near Donghai City this time. I heard that my second uncle was invited by Donghai City to come here to refine medicine. So I came to see him. I didn't expect that when I was at the Lord's Mansion of Donghai City, I saw the video replay of your 3 major colleges competition.
Having said this, Shangwan Songlong's lips curled up slightly.
You are very strong. You are the most powerful opponent I have ever seen.
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly.
So?
Shangwan Songlong took off the big sword from his back, inserted the hilt on the ground, and said in a deep voice,
You can defeat all the masters from the 3 major academies in Dahai City.
And you only need one beast master. I've beaten all the masters from all the high schools in Magic City. And I only need one beast control. I want to have a good fight with you, and see who is stronger and who is weaker.
Yi Hao snorted coldly and said,
Do you think any cat or dog can challenge Brother Fan? Isn't it easy for you to fight? I'll fight you. You can't.
Shangwan Sanlong stretched out his index finger and shook it.
Although you have a level 6 Holy Moon Morning Glory. Holy Moon Morning Glory is a healing beast, and is not suitable for fighting alone. You are no match for me.
Yi Hao's face turned livid.
You are too arrogant.
As he spoke, he took off the battle axe from his back. His palm shook, and the light on the battle axe began to flicker. Henry Chu stretched out his hand to stop Yi Hao, and said indifferently,
Are you already at the 2nd level?
Shangwan Sanlong grinned.
Not bad.
The whole place was in an uproar. No wonder this guy dares to say that he is invincible in all the high schools in Magic City. He is already in the 2nd level. Then Shangwan Sanlong said,
Chu Xian, I have watched all the videos. And I know that you are already at the 2nd level. But you are no match for me either.
Henry Chu's face was as dark as water.
It's a bit premature to say the outcome before the fight has even happened. Isn't it? I'm not mocking you. I'm just stating a fact.
Shangwan Sanlong said, summoning his beast. As the light flashed, 4 summoning arrays appeared at the same time. Gale-toothed cat. Crypt Spider King. Magic Knife Mantis. Ice Centipede. A group of students from Ares Academy could not help but gasp. 4 royal beasts. Moreover, each one is so huge and obviously has a high level. Then Shangwan Sanlong said,
Except for the Ice Centipede, which is level 5. The other 3 beasts I have are all level 6.
Boom. The students of Ares Academy immediately exploded.
Mater, it's unimaginable to have 4 beast masters. 3 of them are level 6. How is this possible? No wonder he said Yi Hao and Henry Chu are not his opponents. 3 level 6 beasts. How do you fight them? 3 of the 4 beast masters are already at level 6. And the beast master himself has already broken through to the 2nd level. It's terrible. I didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. No wonder he dares to travel around the country alone and challenge the geniuses from various high schools.
Henry Chu looked at the 4 beasts silently. After a while, he turned to look at Chen Fan. Although I don't want to admit it, there is really no way to fight. But if a beast master fights against a beast master, he is not afraid of Shangwan Sanlong at all. Even if the opponent has a level 6 beast, he is still confident that he can win. But 3 level 6 beasts. Other students from Ares Academy, like Chu Xian, looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed and said,
It's a bit interesting. Well, I can fight you. But it's not interesting to just fight like this.
Shangwan Sanlong was stunned for a moment.
Then how do you want to fight?
Chen Fan raised his eyebrows and said,
Let's add a bonus. The loser will keep 5 million alliance coins.
Shangwan Sanlong's face turned slightly red, and he said in a low voice,
I don't have that much money.
Chen Fan tilted his head.
Then how much money do you have?
Shangwan Sanlong hesitated for a moment, and then said,
350W alliance coins. Then just 350W alliance coins.
Chen Fan said with a smile,
If you lose, give me 350W alliance coins. On the other hand, if I lose, I will give you 350W alliance coins.
Shangwan Sanlong patted the hilt of his sword lightly and shouted loudly,
Okay.
At this time, the bald instructor hiding behind the crowd came out.
Very good. I will be the referee.
Everyone, I dare you to hide behind and watch the fun. The crowd immediately dispersed. Shangwan Sanlong's fighting spirit rose, and he slowly pulled out the sword from its scabbard.
Summon your beast. Chen Fan, I am very interested in your beast control. I have challenged the strongest high school students in many major cities, and you are the only one who truly inspired me to fight.
This fighting maniac. While Chen Fan summoned the old ape and the others, he silently checked the attribute panels of Shangwan Sanlong's 4 beasts. Monster name, Gale-toothed cat. Combat power level, level 6, elite. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, wind.
Monster weakness, earth. Racial skills, return wind attack. Sky splitting. Stormhammer. Saber teeth bite. Monster name, Ice Centipede. Combat power level, level 5. Racial level, medium extraordinary. Monster attribute, ice. Monster weakness, fire. Racial skills, ice arrow. Poison needle. Venom attack. Biting ice. Monster name, Crypt Spider King. Combat power level, Level 6, Elite. Racial level, Low Extraordinary. Monster attribute Earth. Monster weakness Wood. Racial skills, Summon Spider Army. Earthbound Spider Web. Venom Spray. Monster name, Magic Knife Mantis. Combat power level, Level 6, Elite. Racial level, Medium Extraordinary. Monster attribute Gold. Monster weakness Fire. Racial skills, Ghost Dance Flying Knife. Sky Striking Scimitar. Wild Dance. Reflective Shield. Looking at these skills, Chin Fan shook his head slightly. They are all attacking beasts. Except for the Demon Sword Mantis, which has a reflective shield. The other beast-controlling beasts don't have any defensive skills. As for control skills, only the Crypt Spider King has an Earthbound Spider Web. It feels like Shangwan Songlung just brought 4 soldiers. For brave and rampaging warriors. Chin Fan smiled slightly. And Xiao Bai, Lao Yuan, and the others immediately dispersed. He is also looking forward to this battle very much. In the arena of the 3 major academies, he met no opponent at all, because there were only a few level 6 beast masters. Now, it's time to let go and fight. After getting the drunken dragon grass yesterday, he helped Lao Yuan raise his combat power level to level 6 in the evening. Now, 4 of his 5 beasts are at level 6. Only Xiao He is still at level 5. The strength of both sides is evenly matched. Call! 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 Gongzi and Xiaobai successively used armor on Chin Fan and other partners. Above the heads of Chin Fan and Xiaobai, the bloody crown flashed away. Gongzi's, bloodthirsty, has also been unleashed. Fight! The long knife in Chin Fan's hand shook violently, and he shouted loudly. Ha ha ha! So happy! Shangwan Songlung laughed wildly, and his aura rose crazily. At this moment, the little black guy in the sky swoops down. Fear! Shangwan Songlung and the 3 beasts looked frightened at the same time, panicking and running back and forth. Only the Crypt Spider King was not frightened by Dread Xiao He, and could only use it on 4 targets. Ah! What's going on? I'm so scared! Shangwan Songlung ran and shouted, leaving everyone stunned. Upon seeing this, the Crypt Spider King sprayed a mouthful of venom at several of his teammates. Whether it's fear or shadow escape spells, once attacked, it will be broken instantly. But as soon as its venom was sprayed out, Gongzi and Xiaobai were already taking action at the same time. Under the Crypt Spider King, a purple halo flashed quickly. But the Crypt Spider King was only focused on rescuing his master and companions. How could he have expected that the opponent's attack would come so strangely and quickly? The amethyst thorn suddenly burst out of the ground and penetrated its huge body in an instant. Squeak! The Crypt Spider King let out a piercing scream. But before it could move, thunder and lightning flashed quickly in the air, and Xiaobai had already appeared on its back. 2 thunder blades instantly pierced the back of the Crypt Spider King. Presumptuous! Shangwan Songlung was furious when he saw that his master beast was seriously injured. He turned around and slashed his sword diagonally towards Xiaobai from a distance. A sword light flew out like lightning and cut straight into Xiaobai. Xiaobai's body flashed with lightning, and he appeared behind the stunned ice centipede. Crack! The thunder blade swept across, and the 7 or 8 legs of the ice centipede were instantly cut off. The ice centipede screamed, turned its head sharply, and spat out a mouthful of venom. But Xiaobai was extremely fast and showed no signs of fighting. He flashed out in a few flashes. Kill! Shangwan Songlung roared angrily. The remaining Demon Sword Mantis and Gale Saber-Tooth Cat pounced on Gongzi and Xiaobai respectively, and he rushed towards Chin Fan with his big sword. Chin Fan held the long knife and stood still, but the emerald on top of his head opened his mouth and blew hard. Stormwind Blade! A violent storm swept through, and the 4 beasts of Shangwan Songlung were swept up into the sky at the same time. Shangwan Songlung turned pale with fright. The star power in his body was rushing. He stepped into a horse stance with his feet and stabbed the ground with his big sword. And then he barely managed to stabilize his body. Among the people watching the battle, Henry Chu sighed and shook his head. We lost. Ah? Everyone was confused. Has the fight just started? Who loses? Henry Chu didn't explain much, but he knows very well. Back in the first secret realm, when Jade was still at level 5, when a storm came out, even the 2 men in black robes around the 2nd level and 3rd level couldn't keep their bodies steady. Maybe Jade's Stormwind Blade can't severely damage Shangwan Songlung and these beasts, but it was too easy for the storm to interfere with them and disrupt their fighting rhythm. As soon as the storm broke out, the 4 beasts were already in the sky. How to fight this? when he decisively admitted defeat in the ring. He had considered Jade's move. As a result, Jade hadn't made a move yet. After a head-on fight with Gongzi and Xiaobai, he was shocked to find that Gongzi and Xiaobai were even stronger than him. That's a slap in the face. At this time, after Jade blew the 4 beasts into the sky, he immediately suppressed the storm.
Shangwan Sanlong.
Chen Fan took 2 quick steps, leaped into the air, and slashed Shangwan Sanlong with 1 strike.
Well done! He's a man!
Seeing Chen Fan confronting him head-on, Shangwan Sanlong praised him, suddenly raised the big sword in his hand, and slashed upward with 1 sword.
When?
The big sword and the long knife struck together. In the deafening sound, a force of energy formed a storm. Rippling outward, Chen Fan groaned and took 5 steps back. Shangwan Sanlong only took 2 steps back. Although Chen Fan's star power has reached the peak of the 5th level of the 1st level, and has a 30% increase in Gongzi's skill, Bloodlust, his strength is still far behind Shangwan Sanlong of the 2nd level. Shangwan Sanlong had a solemn look on his face.
Chen Fan, what is your current level of cultivation?
Chen Fan tilted his head.
1st grade 5th level heaven.
What? Shangwan Sanlong was shocked. How could a 1st grade 5th level heaven be so strong? When we competed with each other just now, I felt that the difference in strength was not very big. While he was talking, Xiao Hei in the air shot 4 shadow arrows in succession, hitting the Gale saber-toothed cat and the demonic knife mantis. Although Xiao Hei's shadow arrow is not as powerful as Xiao Bai's thunder blade, nor as powerful as Gongzi's attack, it is still effective against beasts with low defenses such as the saber-toothed cat and the demonic sword mantis. The saber-toothed cat and the magic sword mantis suddenly burst out with blood, and they fell quickly from a high place. Originally, the demon sword mantis could fly, but when it was hit by a shadow arrow, it followed the saber-toothed cat and fell like a stone. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Sanlong turned over the palm of his left hand and slapped it out with a light palm. A strong palm wind immediately lifted up the 4 beasts that were falling rapidly. But as soon as he took out this palm, the old ape appeared behind him and grabbed his back with 3 claws. Although Shangwan Sanlong was in the 2nd level, he was too confident, wore no armor, and had no defensive skills to control beasts. After being hit by these 3 claws, blood immediately dripped from his back. Too careless. Among the crowd, Henry Chu shook his head. He had clearly seen the video and knew that Chen Fan had an invisible beast. Yet he still dared to be so careless. Henry Chu felt that he had overestimated Shangwan Sanlong. Although Shangwan Sanlong is powerful and has a high level of beast control, he may have never encountered an opponent before. So he moved forward without thinking about tactics at all. Shangwan Sanlong shouted coldly, and with the strong wind in his hand, he slashed the old ape with 1 strike.
Call!
The old ape took a shadow step and dodged in front of Shangwan Sanlong, then jumped up quickly and kicked hard on Shangwan Sanlong's chest with his feet.
Bang!
Shangwan Sanlong retreated continuously. The old ape used the power of this kick to rush forward quickly, and grabbed a claw on the magic knife mantis that had just landed. The magic sword mantis was furious, turned around, and displayed the skill, Wild Dance.
Bang 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 bang!
The old ape had no time to dodge, and was immediately stabbed 4 times on his body. The magic crystal armor that Gongzi added to it suddenly cracked with spider web-like cracks. But the old ape didn't care. He swayed and directly used Shadow Step to move behind Gongzi, who was rushing over. Gongzi grinned, ran past the magic knife mantis, leaped into the air, and bit the Gale-2 saber-toothed cat. The fierce sword-toothed cat's eyes flashed with sternness, and he was ready to use his skills. But before it could react, the little black man in the sky had already used spiritual spikes on it.
Meow!
Feeling that his head was stabbed hard by a sharp needle, the Gale saber-toothed cat screamed. At this moment, Gongzi rushed over and bit his neck in 1 bite. Both sides have similar body shapes. The Gale saber-toothed cat has no defensive armor or shield at all. As soon as he was bitten, his head tilted, and he lost his fighting power in an instant. That's because it's just a discussion. Otherwise, Gongzi's bite could directly break its neck. Although the level 6 Gale saber-toothed cat has powerful attack power, its defense is not even comparable to the level 5 Gongzi.
Stop!
The moment Gongzi succeeded, Chen Fan shouted,
Stop fighting! Shangwan Sanlong, you lose!
Shangwan Sanlong looked at the injured beast and his family, and was furious.
Chen Fan, I haven't lost yet.
Chen Fan said coldly.
This is just a discussion. If it were a life and death battle, your Crypt Spider King would have been killed at the very beginning. And now, If Gongzi exerts a little force, he can bite off the neck of your Gale saber-toothed cat. In addition, both you and Demon Knife Mantis have been infected by the dull toxin on the old age shadow poison claws. Tell me, how do you fight me?
Shangwan Sanlong took 2 steps forward and raised the sword in his hand. His movements were much slower than before. Even the star power is not functioning smoothly. If you continue to fight in this situation, you will definitely lose. How so? Shangwan Sanlong's eyes straightened. Before the battle, he had thought about how fierce the fight between the two sides was. Maybe he could win. Maybe Chen Fan can win. No matter who wins, this battle will definitely be fierce and exciting. But why is this a result? It feels like the fight is over before it even starts? Shangwan Sanlong stared blankly at the ground. When he was in the Lord's Mansion of Donghai City, he watched the videos of Chen Fan fighting with others many times. Although I guessed that Chen Fan's beasts were not using their full strength. But he still didn't expect that these beasts were so powerful. Not only powerful, their skills are all extremely weird. Their cooperation is also a perfect tacit understanding. In Shangwan Sanlong's mind, he quickly recalled everything that had happened in this short period of time. And cold sweat immediately flowed down. Vaguely, he felt that unless he had a beast master above level 8, he would have no chance of winning. Shangwan Sanlong gasped for air. He is not afraid of losing. But he couldn't accept such a complete loss. Shangwan Sanlong slowly raised his head and hissed.
What is the level of your beast master?
Chen Fan pointed at Xiao Hei in the air and said,
Except for Xiao Hei. They are all level 6. What?
Although the students of Ares Academy, who were watching the battle, were mentally prepared. When they heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Even the bald instructor's eyes widened with disbelief. Level 6? So many level SIXS? At first Jade could only blow off his wig. Why is it level 6? It's only been a month. Damn this monster. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 139, Fight again and get tortured again.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
As applause rang out, the Dean of Students and Li Sheng and others also walked out from behind the crowd. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean you are hiding behind each other? If Chen Fan loses, will you just pretend you didn't see him and sneak away quietly? If Chen Fan wins, will you come out and give an acceptance speech? The Dean applauded and said,
It's very exciting, but it's not enough. Sparring between beast masters is a good thing. It allows everyone to learn a lot. And it also allows you to see your own shortcomings and the strengths of your opponents.
Shangwan Sanlong didn't know the Dean. But when he saw him talking like this, he nodded politely. While they were talking, a teacher came up from behind with a healing beast to treat Shangwan Sanlong's beasts. The centipede's legs won't grow back anytime soon. But the injuries suffered by other beast-controlling beasts healed quickly after a few healing spells. The Dean said,
I will teach this morning's class. I will analyze whether the battle between Chen Fan and Shangwan Sanlong is correct. Let's discuss and analyze it together.
The nearest group of students formed a circle and sat down under the command of several teachers. The students further away stood on the periphery. The teaching director glanced at Shangwan Sanlong and said,
You are very strong. Very strong. At least apart from Chen Fan. I haven't heard of anyone who can sign 4 beast-controlling contracts in high school.
Yi Hao took a step forward and coughed lightly. The Dean glanced at Yi Hao and then looked away. Yi Hao was so angry. I also have 4 beasts to control. Among my 4 beasts, one is level 6. How could you have the nerve to ignore a genius like me? The Dean continued.
You lost miserably in this battle. But you did not lose unjustly. Do you admit that?
Shangwan Sanlong opened his mouth, then nodded and said,
I admit it.
The Dean said loudly.
You lost to Chen Fan. There are 3 key issues. First, you are too confident. Underestimate the enemy. And do not regard Chen Fan as a real opponent. This is a taboo for military strategists. Second, your beast control has no defensive skills. Third, you just want to use absolute power to destroy your opponent without considering any tactics. Fourth, you have clearly seen the video of Chen Fan's arena match. But you have not fully analyzed the skills and strength of Chen Fan's beasts.
Shin Taodao said.
Didn't you just mention 3 key issues? Why is there a 4th one?
When did this guy appear here? Chen Fan was stunned. The Dean was furious.
Who is this guy? He has the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. He doesn't look like a student of my God of War Academy. Kick him out!
Shin Taodao immediately cried and apologized.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't talk anymore. I really won't talk anymore.
Well, it's better to listen to Yi Hao and be a handsome man quietly. After just saying a word, this fat little black guy wanted to kick me out. It was really unreasonable. The teaching director glared at Shinado and continued.
Chun Fan. Shangwan Songlong. You summon the beasts.
Shangwan Songlong.
The beast masters are all there. They haven't entered the beast master space.
Dean. After a moment of silence, the dean stood up, letting Chun Fan and Shangwan Songlong stand face to face, then let their beasts line up behind them. At this time, he said again,
Shangwan Songlong has 4 beasts, 3 of which are already level 6 beasts, and Shangwan Songlong is already at the 2nd level, equivalent to a level 7 beast master.
Shangwan Songlong. Everyone. Seeing everyone's eyes widening, the dean smiled awkwardly and said,
It's actually not very accurate to say this, because the same 7th level beast master also has strong and weak points, and the same 2nd grade 1st level beast also has strong and weak points. But this is to allow everyone to measure the strength of both parties more intuitively. You don't have to think too much.
Everyone nodded. Simply speaking, from a star power perspective, the power of a 2nd grade, 1st level beast master or star warrior is indeed not much different from an ordinary level 7 beast master. The teaching director said loudly.
And Chun Fan is still a 1st grade 5th level beast, which is equivalent to a 5th level beast master.
Chun Fan, Shin Naodao, and Yi Hao grinned. The teaching director continued.
Chun Fan is a level 5 taming beast. There are 5 taming beasts, 4 of which are level 6. What a hacking cow. Let's talk about business. Let's talk about business. To simply compare the strengths of both sides, Shangwan Songlong is actually superior, because a level 7 taming beast cannot be dealt with by 4 ordinary level 6 taming beasts.
Yi Hao and Xianchu looked at each other. Ordinary level 6 beast master? Who told you that Chun Fan's 4 beasts are ordinary level 6 beasts? That is a level 6 beast master at the lower lord level. In a sense, ordinary intermediate extraordinary level 8 beast masters may not be stronger than Xiaobai and the others. Do you think Shangwan Songlong's overall strength is stronger than Chun Fan? If you ask them to fight again, Xiaobai and the others can kill Shangwan Songlong's beasts. Do you believe it? How did the dean know that Yi Hao and Chu Xian were laughing secretly? He coughed lightly and said,
Shangwan Songlong's overall strength is stronger than Chun Fan. But why did they lose so quickly and miserably?
Shangwan Songlong's face turned red. The dean said,
Here, Chun Fan actually used a tactic that students from other places should all know. And that is the Tianji horse racing.
I didn't think that much at all. Chun Fan touched his chin. When everyone heard
Tianji horse racing,
they suddenly realized. Sure enough, the teaching director said with a smile.
Look, Chun Fan is actually the weakest in his team. Some people may say that Xiao Hei is also level 5, and his attacks are not very powerful. Xiao Hei is the weakest, but Xiao Hei can fly. Chun Fan doesn't have wings. Right.
Shin Taoao blinked and subconsciously answered.
Nonsense. If Brother Fan could fly, wouldn't he become a birdman?
The whole place fell silent. Chun Fan looked at Shin Taoao silently. Shin Taoao shrank his neck. Chun Fan looked at Yi Hao.
Do you mind if I beat him?
Yi Hao's face was expressionless.
Brother Fan, you can fight me. I don't mind.
Shin Taoao was stunned and hit me. Why did he ask Yi Hao? He is not my father. As soon as he thought about this, Chun Fan's slap came over.
Snapped.
Shinado rubbed his head in pain. The dean was so angry at this guy who liked to interrupt that he gritted his teeth. This guy is from Huanhai College. Let him be kept, and let him cause harm to Huanhai College.
I just mentioned Tianji horse racing. This is Chun Fan's tactic.
The teaching director smiled slightly.
If you recall, Chun Fan took the initiative to confront Shangwan Songlong, and then the beast faced the beast. But we all know that whether it is a competition in the arena or a battle of life and death, no one stipulates that beast masters must fight against beast masters. Beast masters against beast masters. The beast master can fight the beast master, and the beast master can also choose to attack the opponent's beast master. Don't Chun Fan know that Shangwan Songlong is a level 7 beast master?
Shangwan Songlong's face turned dark. You just said that your strength is equivalent to. Why did I become a level 7 beast tamer just by saying this? The teaching director spat.
Tianji's smartest thing about horse racing is that he pits inferior horses against superior horses. Chun Fan is the inferior horse, and Shangwan Songlong is the superior horse.
It's getting too much. Just now we were treated as beasts, and now we are turned into horses? Shangwan Songlong couldn't help but take another look at the teaching director. Chun Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The dean of students didn't notice the expressions of Shangwan Songlong and Chun Fan at all. Nor did he notice that the faces of a group of people nearby were already red from suppressing their emotions. He continued to talk about the previous battle.
Originally, Shangwan Songlong, a level 7 beast, could defeat Qin Fan and 5 other beasts in the shortest time, like a tiger descending a mountain.
The teaching director sighed.
As a result, his movements were slow, and he only aimed at Qin Fan. However, he did not expect that several of his beasts would be severely injured by Xiaobai and the others in just a few breaths. After the Imperial Beast was severely injured by Xiaobai and the others, Shangwan Songlong lost his composure again and was successfully attacked by the red-eyed ape. Oh! You were so confused in this battle.
Shangwan Songlong's face turned red after being told this. Henry Chu glanced at Qin Fan and sighed secretly in his heart. Although the dean made it clear, the actual situation was simply not the case. With Xiaobai's current strength, no matter what tactic Shangwan Songlong uses, the result will be the same disastrous defeat. The teaching director silently glanced at Shangwan Songlong and said,
compared with the level 7 Beast Masters, the strength of level 6 Beast Masters is far behind. Several of Shangwan Songlong's beasts became a drag by accident.
Hearing this, Shangwan Songlong's beasts became angry. However, there were teachers around who summoned level 9 beasts to suppress the situation. Shangwan Songlong's beasts did not dare to make any mistakes.
On the other hand,
the teaching director added,
as I just said,
Shangwan Songlong was defeated miserably. There is another very critical point. His beast control has no defensive skills. And Shangwan Songlong himself is not wearing a battle armor. This is too deadly. This directly led to Shangwan Songlong losing his composure and being hit by the shadow poison claw of the red-eyed ape. And his defeat was sealed. It was such an unfair defeat. You know, although the red-eyed ape is fast, its attack power is actually not very strong. If one of Shangwan Songlong's level 6 beasts possesses the armor skills of Bairuja's black iron dragon turtle, then the red-eyed ape will can't break your defense at all.
Qin Fan grinned. In the past, it was really difficult for the old ape to break through the armor of the black iron dragon turtle. But it's different now. Now the old ape and the black iron dragon turtle have the same combat power level, but their racial level is one level higher. If you really fight, it just takes a little more effort. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, the teaching director nodded with great satisfaction and said,
in online games, in order to balance various professions, it is difficult for players of the same level to kill the enemy instantly, because everyone has blood bars on their heads, and the amount of blood is about the same. Even if you make a sneak attack and use a big move, it will only consume one of his health bars. In the game, if you cut the enemy with a knife, you may only lose a little blood. But reality is different. In reality, if your defense is not strong, you may stab the enemy to death.
Shin Tao Thao.
Not necessarily. Unless it hits a vital part, such as the heart.
The dean was furious.
Here comes someone. Kick him out. Don't.
Qin Fan quickly smoothed things over and said,
this guy is like this. Don't be familiar with him. Just pretend he doesn't exist.
Brother Fan spoke for me. Shin Nao looked at Qin Fan with emotion. Alas, didn't I decide to quietly be a handsome man? Why is this mouth completely disobedient? The dean blinked.
Where did I just say?
Shangwan Songlong.
You just said that in reality, stabbing an enemy with a knife may kill him. I understand what you mean. When I participate in various battles, I will definitely wear battle armor.
The teaching director nodded.
Although I just said that you are a level 7 beast master. You are a beast master after all. Compared with us humans and monsters, monsters have innate advantages in many places. For example, the defense of the level 7 Harpy Queen that Qin Fan and the others encountered in the first secret realm is actually not that strong among monsters of the same level. But its feathers are as strong as steel. And ordinary swords and spells are difficult to break. Although I just said that Shangwan Songlong is a level 7 beast master, humans at the same level don't have such a strong defense. A second level beast master or star warrior can activate star power to form a layer of defense outside the body. But this kind of defense is still too weak. Not even comparable to ordinary armor. Only beast masters or star warriors of the 4th level or above can use star power to condense the body protection star power armor. And the body protection star power armor not only has strong defense, but can even reflect enemy attacks. But even a 4th level expert, even a master expert, would wear it if he had good armor. You are a 2nd level person. Why are you pretending to be cool?
Shangwan Songlong's face turned even redder, and he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl in. He had never met an opponent along the way, so he never thought about wearing armor. if I put on the armor and fight again this time. Maybe. Suddenly, Yi Hao smiled slightly and said,
So I spent tens of millions to buy a set of armor. If I wear that set of armor, the third level realm may not be able to cut me.
Everyone stared at Yi Hao, their eyes widening. Shangwan Songlong was even more frustrated. Are all the students in Donghai City so rich? How many tens of millions does it cost to buy a suit of armor? As someone who was born in a family that recommends medicine in the Magic City, I can't even match it. Shangwan Songlong felt his heart bleed when he thought that he only had more than 3 million and was taken away by Qin Fan Quan. When Yi Hao saw everyone looking at him, he immediately pointed at Qin Fan and said, Brother Fan is more powerful than me. His armor is worth hundreds of millions, and he has spent all the hundreds of millions.
Qin Fan was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped Yi Hao on the back of the head.
If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute.
Everyone looked at Qin Fan again, with disbelief in their eyes. After Yun Songhai took the crying demon away, did he really give them so much money? And Qin Fan actually spent it all immediately? Several hundred million? If I change it into cash, it will take a long time to tow it with a truck. He actually spent it all? Shangwan Songlong almost wanted to cry.
Qin Fan actually spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a set of armor. He didn't even put on that armor when he fought me. If he put on that armor, wouldn't I be unable to even fight?
Alas, with so much money, you still want to blackmail me for 3 million.
Seeing everyone looking at him, Qin Fan silently stretched out his hand.
As Haozi said, I spent all my money, and I am now a pauper. Can any kind person do a good deed and give me 20,000 yuan for lunch? Many people on the side raised their legs, as if they were going to kick Qin Fan. The dean slapped Qin Fan's palm away.
You still have 3 million from Shangwan Songlong.
Shangwan Songlong said with an expressionless face and a hoarse voice.
3.5 million.
Everyone suppressed laughter and turned purple in the face. At this time, Shangwan Songlong looked at the teaching director gratefully and said,
Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Next time I fight, I will definitely wear armor. If I put on armor this time, you will only get beaten if you put on the armor this time.
Henry Chu, who had been silent all the time, said calmly,
Although the director's words are reasonable, he misjudged the true strength of Xiaobai and the others.
This bastard. Does he have to expose all my details? Qin Fan kept winking at Henry Chu. Henry Chu glanced at Qin Fan and didn't say much. He just said,
Didn't the director say that the previous battle was still unfinished?
Shangwan Songlong's fighting spirit immediately rose.
Do you mean to let Qin Fan and I fight again?
Qin Fan said calmly.
Do you still have 350W? If so, I will fight with you again.
Shangwan Songlong looked like a deflated rubber ball and glanced at Qin Fan with resentment. Chu Xian said,
I mean, let Xiaobai and the others fight against Shangwan Songlong's beasts one by one. We can observe the actual combat of this kind of beast control more clearly. You can also have more fun playing.
The dean's eyes lit up.
Xian Chu's suggestion is very good.
As he spoke, he looked at Shangwan Songlong. All the students around him also became excited. Shangwan Songlong nodded.
Okay. I also want to see how big the difference is between my beasts and Qin Fan's beasts.
The poor guy's fighting spirit began to rise again. It won't take long. I'm afraid you will be even more depressed than you are now. Yi Hao glanced at Shangwan Songlong, shook his head with a smile, and looked at Xian Chu. Under the command of a group of teachers, the students quickly retreated. There is a large open space in the middle of the playground. Qin Fanfeng said calmly,
My 5 beasts are all here. You can choose them as you like.
Xiaobai's whole body was flashing with electric light, and his eyes were blazing. Gongzi bared his teeth and was extremely excited. Jade also jumped off Qin Fan's head and looked curiously at the beasts on the opposite side. Xiao Hei stood on Qin Fan's shoulder and rarely cursed. The old ape is the quietest. So quiet that people almost ignore its existence. Shangwan Songlong glanced at the beasts around him. The ice centipede is only level 5, and several of its legs have been chopped off. Although the centipede has many legs, if it goes into battle in this state, it will probably only get beaten. The Crypt Spider King was the most seriously injured. Not only did he suffer from the crystal thorns of Brother Flathead, but he was also stabbed several times by Ragdoll Cat. However, the healing beast master from Ares Academy has already treated it. Although its strength has declined a lot, it can still be healed. On the field. But how to fight? On the opposite side, Xiao Hei is the weakest. Although Xiao Hei can fly, Magic Sword Mantis can also fly. However, if you use a level 6 Magic Sword Mantis to fight against a level 5 bird, you won't be able to win. After hesitating for a moment, Shangwan Sanlong said.
Is it okay for the demon sword mantis to face the slime? The Gale saber-toothed cat to the ragdoll cat? And the crypt spider king to the blue-eyed honey badger? Whatever.
Chen Fan glanced at Jade, squatted down, patted Jade gently and said,
Jade, go up and fight the magic sword mantis. Don't underestimate the enemy.
Jade blinked her little eyes.
Chi, I know.
Chen Fan took Xiaobai and others and retreated. In the middle of the field, only Jade and the demonic sword mantis were left. The tall demon sword mantis faced off against the inconspicuous slime. The students and teachers around me all had unblinking eyes.
Sky-striking scimitar. Brush.
The demon sword mantis was extremely fast and took the lead in launching the attack. The terrifying scimitar actually released its sword energy and slashed towards Jade like lightning. Jade chirped and dodged to the side. Next moment, the body of demon knife mantis spun like a top, swung two sharp long knives, and quickly turned towards Jade.
Wild dance.
The old ape couldn't dodge before and was injured by this move. But Jade was not afraid and blew out the storm.
Stormwind blade.
The storm swept across, and the magic sword mantis was immediately swept up into the sky, on the periphery of the battlefield. Henry Chu frowned and watched this scene. No matter how he thought about Jade's move, he couldn't break it with the skills of several of his current beast masters. Back then in the first secret realm, the second grade and third level beast masters were blown away by this move and couldn't stabilize their bodies. At that time, Jade was only level 5. Now Jade, do you think he is level 7 or 8? Regardless of whether it's the demon sword mantis or Shangwan Songlong. Unless they have skills such as rooting on the ground or 1000 category drops, they won't be able to survive this move for more than a few minutes. I saw the magic knife mantis in the air. It flapped its wings and used the power of the storm to fly quickly in an extremely irregular route in the air, avoiding the wind blades.
Huh?
Henry Chu let out a light sigh. No wonder Shangwan Sanlong used the magic sword mantis and Jade to fight. This magic sword mantis is still somewhat capable. The question is, how long can the demon sword mantis last? Henry Chu didn't see how long the magic knife mantis persisted, because Jade actually put away the
Stormwind blade.
Just when Chu Xian and everyone were confused, Jade suddenly soared into the sky.
Wings of wind!
Shangwan Sanlong stared blankly at this scene, his eyes full of disbelief. It's already incredible that slime can use storm. Why can Chen Fan's slime still fly? When the magic knife mantis in the sky saw this, he was not surprised but happy. If Jade keeps using storm, it really can't think of a way to escape and has no choice but to hold on. But the Jade actually flew up too. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the magic sword mantis, and its wings flapped suddenly.
Ghost dance flying knife!
A handful of flying knives with concentrated star power swept towards Jade.
Oh no!
The students at Ares Academy below were all sweating. Jade can obviously use the storm all the time. So why put away the storm and fly to the sky to get stabbed? Seeing Jade, he refused to dodge, and suddenly his mouth suddenly opened.
Water dragon bomb!
Once the water dragon bullet skill is used,
2222! 2222!
Water bombs in the shape of dragon heads blasted out wildly, after shattering the flying knife of the demon sword mantis. The remaining force continued unabated and hit the demon sword mantis.
Bang bang bang!
The magic knife mantis screamed and fell to the ground quickly. Shangwan Sanlong was startled, and he quickly raised his hands upwards, and with a strong force, he caught the falling magic knife mantis. Lost? But what's going on? Slime, who is also at level 6, can use the water dragon bullet to instantly shatter the flying knife of the magic knife mantis? From this point of view, the power of slime is much greater than that of the magic sword mantis. Shangwan Sanlong looked at the Jade flying down. His eyes widened. In the crowd, Shen Daotao exclaimed again and again.
Oh my god! It's a fighter! Jade is just a fighter!
Everyone was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Before, Jade flew into the air and then used water dragon bomb. It really looked like a fighter jet. A girl whispered,
I also want to sign a contract with a slime.
It's cute and powerful.
Yi Hao turned around and said coldly,
Save it. Slimes like Jade are unique.
The girl's face turned red, and she glared at Yi Hao fiercely. At this time, Xiaobai and Gale-Toothed Cat came on stage.
Crack! Thunder armor
immediately appeared on Xiaobai's body. The Gale Saber-Toothed Cat glanced at Xiaobai's armor and was extremely depressed. Why is it that for the same cat, others have such cool armor, but I have nothing? At this time, Shangwan Sanlong outside reminded,
Cat, be careful of your opponent. It has a thunder blade, and it can thunder flash. Be careful that it uses thunder flash to get behind you.
The Gale saber-toothed cat became a little nervous, and with a rush of star power in his body, he chose to strike first.
Wind hammer.
A hammer condensed with star power instantly appeared in the void and crashed down towards Xiaobai.
Get out of the way!
A girl in the crowd exclaimed. But Xiaobai didn't dodge at all. The lightning flashed on his little paws. The thunder blade appeared, and he swung out with a sharp knife.
Boom!
The sharp thunder blade shattered the hammer of the storm with one strike.
This is too strong.
The pupils of the Galewind saber-toothed cat suddenly shrank. They all used a skill. The hammer and the thunder blade clashed together. The hammer shattered and disappeared. But the thunder blade condensed and remained the same. Make a decision. Just when the sword-toothed cat's eyes flashed, he was about to use his skills again. Xiaobai opened his mouth.
Zizi.
The power of thunder and lightning formed quickly in her mouth.
What kind of skill is this?
The gale-toothed cat was startled. Its hair stood on end, and it turned around to hide away.
Brontosaurus.
The moment the Gale Force saber-toothed cat turned around and ran out, dragon-shaped thunder and lightning struck out with a bang. The power of thunder and lightning is not like other powers. The Gale saber-toothed cat barely reacted and was already blasted into the sky.
Meow.
The shrill screams resounded over the playground of Ares Academy. Cat! Shangwan Sanlong shouted, rushed a dozen steps, then jumped into the air, catching the Gale Force saber-toothed cat in the air. He's dying. His hair is scorched. A teacher from the God of War Academy immediately rushed over with the healing beast and asked the beast to apply several healing techniques to the Gale saber-toothed cat.
How so?
Shangwan Sanlong looked at the awakened Gale-toothed cat and regretted it endlessly. They are both level 6 beast masters. Why is there such a big gap? Originally, he thought that his Gale-toothed cat would be entangled with Xiaobai for a while. Aren't Xiaobai's most powerful ones Thunder Flash and Thunder Blade? The Gale saber-toothed cat has very quick reactions, as long as it dodges in time. Even if it can't be defeated, it can still fight for dozens of rounds. Right. How come he was killed in one move? The dean of students standing next to him opened his mouth wide and did not close it for a while. This time, he understood what Henry Chu said before. He really misjudged the strength of Shinfan's beasts. Although they are both level 6, Xiaobai and Jade can easily defeat each other in seconds. It seemed that Xiaobai and the others did not use their full strength in the group competition of the 3 major colleges. In the crowd, Yi Hao looked at Henry Chu.
When you gave up after a few minutes of fighting, I thought you were a coward. But now I think you are too smart.
Yes. Shin Tao nodded. Henry Chu said expressionlessly.
Why does a person who doesn't even dare to hit someone and hides in the toilet think that someone who beats someone for a few minutes is a coward? I can't understand it.
Yi Hao. On the playground, Shangwan Sanlong looked at Chen Fan and said,
Can we not play the last round?
Before Chen Fan could say anything, Gongzi had already rushed out, bared his teeth at Shangwan Sanlong, and kept waving his little claws.
They beat your grandma. But you won't beat me when you get here? If you dare not to beat me, I will beat you too. Let that big spider come over. I'm going to bite it to death.
Of course, Shangwan Sanlong couldn't understand Gongzi's words, but he also roughly guessed what Gongzi meant. This is Brother Flathead. The Crypt Spider King would probably be worse off than Mao Mao and the others if he faced this kind of thing.
Sudden call.
The body of the Crypt Spider King flashed with purple light.
Magic crystal armor. Gongzi put on the magic crystal armor for the Crypt Spider King. When everyone saw the scene, they were all stunned. Shangwan Sanlong. It's been like this. If you're still timid, I feel like you won't be able to hold your head up in the future. Shangwan Sanlong turned and looked at the Crypt Spider King, the evil spirit rising all over the underground Spider King. It wants to fight. It wants to avenge several of its friends. It was extremely annoyed by the way the honey badger put armor on it. The majestic Crypt Spider King has never been so underestimated. Shangwan Sanlong took a deep breath and retreated.
Hiss!
Gongzi grinned and sneered. Then I saw the underground Spider King scream sharply.
Hoorah!
Large numbers of little spiders emerged from the ground. This is the skill of the Crypt Spider King.
Summon the spider army.
The overwhelming spiders immediately rushed towards Gongzi like a tide, trying to drown him. Above Gongzi's head, a bloody crown flashed quickly. Bloodlust is on. With a bang, Gongzi rushed towards the Crypt Spider King. It was like a small tank. Wherever it passed, countless little spiders were crushed, and many more were thrown into the sky.
Crunch!
Seeing Gongzi's menacing approach, the Crypt Spider King made a grinding sound from its mouthparts. And a huge spider web came directly towards Gongzi.
Brush!
Gongzi quickly rushed out to the right, avoiding the spider web, and then jumped onto the back of the Crypt Spider King. The Crypt Spider King was startled. His body shook violently, and he rushed out quickly, trying to knock Gongzi off his back. Gongzi opened his mouth and took a bite.
Crack!
The
magic crystal armor
was cast on the body of the Crypt Spider King by Gongzi before. Gongzi bit the magic crystal armor he released, but his teeth did not touch the Crypt Spider King's body at all. Gongzi forgot about this. Gongzi's teeth immediately glowed with light, and he used the skill, Crazy Bite. But as soon as it bit a hole in the magic crystal armor, the Crypt Spider King took the opportunity to jump violently, knocking it away.
Amethyst thrust!
Gongzi and the Crypt Spider King were still in the air, and a purple halo appeared on the ground in front of them. The position of the purple halo is exactly where the Crypt Spider King fell.
Stop! I admit defeat.
Shangwan Sanlong was shocked, and slapped the big sword in his hand from afar. A violent force of energy knocked the Crypt Spider King away before it hit the ground.
Boom!
Almost at the moment when the Crypt Spider King flew out, a cluster of sharp amethyst thorns appeared on the ground. Even if the Crypt Spider King has
magic crystal armor
on him, if he is hit by this move, he will probably lose half his life. The Crypt Spider King, who was shot away, rushed back to Shangwan Sanlong after a few swipes. Is it too scary? This flat-headed guy is no weaker than the ragdoll cat and slime, and his fighting style is even more brutal. Shangwan Sanlong was also frustrated. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought. I was tortured again. I feel like my confidence has been completely shattered. How could there be such a pervert in this world? Why are his level 6 beast masters so terrifying? The playground was full of people, but the whole place was very quiet. Sudden, Shin Tao Ao raised his arms and shouted,
Brother Fan!
Yi Hao was startled, turned around and kicked him out, but was dodged by Shin Tao Tao. All the students burst into laughter, laughing and applauding.
Alas! I saw Gongzi and the others fighting 3 against each other in the arena competition before, and I thought they were already very powerful. But I didn't expect that they didn't use their full strength at all. It's also level 6, and you can destroy your opponent with one move. This is so powerful! Shangwan Sanlong can be regarded as a genius among geniuses. He is also a senior in high school, but he has 4 beasts, 3 of which are still level 6. I didn't expect that he would not be able to reach the level at all against Shen Fan. I feel that if Xiaobai and the others fought with all their strength before, they could kill those beasts directly. Shangwan Sanlong is honest now. A humble bamboo has lowered leaves, and a proud plum has no upward flowers. What's the meaning? It means pretending to be struck by lightning, and it will hit Xiao Jiji from the head.
Just when the students were talking about it, Henry Chu suddenly walked up to Shangwan Sanlong and said,
Let's have a fight. Oh?
Shangwan Sanlong was stunned for a moment. He now has no fighting spirit and is extremely depressed. Henry Chu said,
I said, I will fight with you without having to control the beast. Chu Xian.
Li Sheng walked out quickly.
It's not necessary.
Li Sheng was still a little afraid that Henry Chu would lose. After all, Henry Chu had only broken through to the 2nd level a few days ago, and Shangwan Sanlong has broken through to the 2nd level for at least several months. Moreover, when Shangwan Sanlong went to challenge various major cities, his actual combat experience was obviously much richer than that of Chu Xian. Henry Chu ignored Li Sheng and just said lightly,
In such a matter of competition, it is normal to lose and win. The important thing is to learn your opponent's strengths and discover your own weaknesses. You and I are both in the 2nd level. I just want to see how big the gap is between you and me, and what shortcomings I have.
Shangwan Sanlong looked at Henry Chu silently. After a while, his eyes brightened again. He glanced at Henry Chu with great appreciation and said,
Okay, come on, Henry Chu. Let your Dark Blood Stone Man put on the obsidian armor for you and Shangwan Sanlong.
Li Shen said angrily.
What do you mean? It's normal to let the Dark Blood Stone Man put armor on Chu Xian. But what does it mean to let him put armor on Shangwan Sanlong?
The dean said.
In order to be more fair and to protect themselves. It is just a competition after all. It is not good for anyone to hurt anyone.
Li Sheng was furious.
In this kind of world, you tell me what's fair? Shangwan Sanlong brings 4 beasts to challenge high school students in major cities. Is this fair? You ask him. He has fought so many major cities. How many of them have he encountered with 4 beasts?
Shangwan Sanlong's face turned red and he said,
I have never encountered him before coming to Donghai City. including Demon City. Although the strongest among them have reached the second level, they only have 3 beast masters at most.
Li Sheng sneered.
So you use 4 beasts to beat 3 others. Is it fair or not? Among your 4 beast masters, 3 are level 6, while others are all level 5. Is it fair? Is it fair to ask your enemies to put armor on you?
Shangwan Sanlong blushed.
I didn't let Chu Xian's beast master put armor on me. This teacher said so.
The dean kicked Li Sheng.
This is just a discussion. This is not a life and death battle.
At this time, Qin Fan came out and said,
The Dark Blood Stone Man is only level 5. Its armor may be a little weak in this kind of battle. Let Gongzi do it.
Gongzi immediately ran out and put
magic crystal armor
on both Chu Xian and Shangwan Sanlong.
This armor is so defensive.
Shangwan Sanlong touched the armor on his body and was filled with envy. The dean said in a deep voice,
In this battle, just fight with fists and kicks. Don't use swords.
Both Chu Xian and Shangwan Sanlong nodded. Wait for the two of them to come on stage. The dean pulled Li Sheng aside, kicked Li Sheng hard, and whispered,
You idiot! Didn't you hear just now that Shangwan Sanlong's surname is Shangwan?
Li Shengdu laughed angrily.
That's what I said. Could it be that Shangwan Sanlong can still be named Li Bucheng?
The dean became even more angry.
He just said that he heard that his second uncle was invited by Donghai City to refine medicine. So he came to Donghai City. There is a family that refines medicine in the Demon City. The Shangwan family. Have you heard of it?
The sneer on Li Sheng's face disappeared immediately.
Shangwan Sanlong. Is he from the Shangwan family? A family that refines medicine?
The dean sneered and said,
My second uncle is still in the City Lord's mansion, helping to make medicine using the blood and petals of the Blood Petal King. If you cripple Shangwan Sanlong, you will not only offend the alchemist, but also the Shangwan family. Qin Fan beat his master beast so badly before. It was like stepping on his face and rubbing it on the ground. You still want Henry Chu to stab him seriously with a knife?
Li Sheng said lightly.
Chu Xian uses a sword.
The dean roared.
I was just making an analogy.
Li Sheng said.
Okay. You did the right thing.
On the other side, Qin Fan pulled Shen now.
Come on.
The market is open. I'll bet 1 million on Henry Chu to win.
Yi Hao also bet on Henry Chu to win. Ding Yi and a group of people gathered around. Shen Taoao frowned and said,
Brother Fan, I'm afraid you made a mistake this time. Chu Xian just broke through to the second level a few days ago, and Shangwan Sanlong must have broken through the second level for a long time. After all, he has 4 beasts, and 3 of them are already level 6. If Chu Xian wears the magic crystal armor and Shangwan Sanlong doesn't, then it's hard to say who will win. But now both of them are wearing armor.
Qin Fan nodded.
So, you bet on Shangwan Sanlong to win?
Shen Taoao nodded.
Yes, I bet that Shangwan Sanlong will win. Very good.
Qin Fan looked at the group of people gathered around him.
Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet?
Li Fengxing squeezed in and said,
I also bet on Shangwan Sanlong to win. I bet 1 million.
Qin Fan was stunned.
Where did you come from?
Li Fengxing coughed dryly and said,
I came here after Shen Taoao. I'm not here to cause trouble. Just treat me as if I don't exist.
Dingy, the squad leader of the 4th class, thought for a moment and said,
I also think what Shinado said is reasonable. I also bet on Shangwan Sanlong to win. I bet 600,000.
The other students were stunned. They are all rich people. Most of the students here only have a few thousand yuan, but they have hundreds of thousands or millions to play with. Li Sheng came over and scolded.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you blatantly gambling in school? I'll take my share. I bet that Henry Chu will win. I bet 1 million.
Everyone was speechless. Li Sheng added,
I don't have that much money on me. Qin Fan, please help me put it down first. That's okay?
Qin Fan quit.
If you lose, are you going to default on your debt?
Li Sheng glared.
That's what I said. A manly man always sticks to his word and nails it every time he spits. How could I do such a thing?
Anyway, Qin Fan helped Li Sheng get an advance of 1 million. A group of students nearby didn't have much money, except for Ding Yi and a few others. They were all watching the show and did not participate. At this time, after Chu Xian and Shangwan Sanlong stood silently for a while, their momentum reached its peak. Boom! Boom! Both of them clenched their fists fiercely, and at the same time a storm of energy exploded around them. Sand splashing. The sky is full of dust. In the second level realm, it is difficult for 5 horses to separate its corpse. Once the star power is activated, thunder will roll into muscles and bones. A second-level Beast Master or Star Warrior can even run 3 points faster than a cheetah. Chu Xian and Shangwan Songlong were at full strength and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 140, The Bewitchment from Shindao Dao. The Second Secret Realm. Fire Demon Stone Mine. Fight. Shangwan Songlong raised his head slightly, raised the sole of his right foot slightly, and then suddenly dropped it to the ground. Boom! A roar like thunder resounded throughout the playground. The next moment, Shangwan Songlong's figure shot towards Chu Xian amid the shocked gazes around him. The fighting spirit also rose in Chu Xian's eyes, and he advanced instead of retreating, heading towards Shangwan Songlong, the distance of 7 to 8 meters, with both sides charging at full speed, was reached in the blink of an eye. Call! Shangwan Songlong leaped into the air as if his legs were equipped with springs. His right fist was wrapped in a circle of shining star power, and with a sharp and piercing sound, it hit Xian Chu's face. Feeling the fierce and domineering power of Shangwan Songlong's punch, Chu Xian's eyes showed a solemn look, but he did not retreat even half a step. His body sank, his wrist flipped, and he punched out with his right hand. Under everyone's gaze, the two fists collided fiercely with a fierce and domineering aura. Boom! A terrifying wave of star power, centered on the contact point of both fists, rippled crazily in all directions. Circles of dirt and dust exploded in all directions. The two of them groaned at the same time and quickly stepped back. Bang, 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 bang. Every time the two of them stepped back, every time they set foot, a deep pit was created on the ground of the playground. In the end, Henry Chu took 9 steps back before stopping. Shangwan Songlong, on the other hand, only took 6 steps back and stabilized his figure. The two sides faced each other head-on for the first time, and the star power didn't seem to be very different. But when Henry Chu raised his right hand and looked at it, his eyes were slightly stern. A thick layer of ice crystals condensed on the magic crystal armor covering his right hand. This Shangwan Songlong has a fierce and domineering attitude, but he is actually practicing ice-type techniques. You must know that most beast control masters and star warriors must be at level 3 or above before they can choose the attributes of their skills based on their own conditions. Because only the 3rd level and above can support the performance of some spells with mental power. Only when you reach level 3 or above can a beast master temporarily borrow the skills of a beast master. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Songlong, who is only in the 2nd level, has already chosen the ice attribute. Only when his mental and star power far exceed those of the same level can he have the confidence to do such a thing. Henry Chu lowered his head slightly, and gently swept the fingers of his left hand over the ice crystals covering his right hand. Ice-type skills can continuously drive cold air into the enemy's body through the collision of the two sides' forces during a fight. If it weren't for the magic crystal armor cast by Gongzi, Shangwan Songlong would have already injected cold energy into his body with just this punch. Once the cold air enters the body, even if it does not cause too much damage to the internal organs, it will definitely affect the operation of the star power. Very strong! Henry Chu gently clenched his right fist, and the star power activated, shattering the ice crystals covering his arm. Ha! At this time, Shangwan Songlong on the opposite side shouted loudly. A chill started to spin crazily with Shangwan Songlong as the center. Wherever the cold air passed, the grass on the playground was covered with ice crystals, and Shangwan Songlong's aura suddenly skyrocketed crazily again. With this punch, he already had the upper hand, but he didn't use his full strength. Among the crowd outside, Li Sheng's eyes suddenly sank. Damn it! Is this a child of a family that refines medicine? He is only in the 2nd level, and he has already started to choose the attributes of his exercises? Xian Chu hasn't chosen the attribute of the skill yet. If you fight him like this, you will be at a disadvantage. Qin Fan's expression moved slightly, but he said nothing. Shin Nato, Ding Yi, and Li Fingxing all grinned immediately. At this time, Li Sheng shouted, Chu Xian, fight quickly! Hearing this, a large number of students around him were puzzled. Henry Chu didn't have the upper hand at all. Why a quick victory? But Henry Chu understood what Li Sheng said. Gongzi's magic crystal armor has a time limit. Is it 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or 7 minutes? Henry Chu was not sure. But no matter what, once this time passes, the armor will disappear. Once the armor disappears, even if Chu Xian's star power is equal to that of Shangwan Songlong, he can't stop Shangwan Songlong's cold energy from invading his body. The longer it lasts, the more detrimental it will be to Henry Chu. Shangwan Songlong stood on the opposite side,
only focusing on improving his momentum. And obviously also wanted to delay time.
Gongzi's strength has probably reached level 8 or above.
Henry Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. And his mind was spinning.
If we don't use a sword, it will not be easy for me or Shangwan Sanlong to break the armor on our body in a short time.
At this moment, Henry Chu suddenly remembered the fighting skills that Lao Yuan showed in the ring. Only by getting close to him and hitting him short to dampen his energy can you defeat him in one fell swoop. Chu Xian's eyes flashed. His body shook violently. And with a bang, he rushed to Shangwan Sanlong and hit Shangwan Sanlong's chest with a straight punch. Shangwan Sanlong was not afraid. He pushed his left elbow upward, knocked away Chu Xian's right fist, turned his palm into a sword, and slashed towards Chu Xian's neck. But the moment he slashed with the knife in his hand, Chu Xian's figure suddenly sank, and his right hand, which was originally sent flying upward by Shangwan Sanlong's elbow, grabbed Shangwan Sanlong's right wrist with a click.
Shangwan Sanlong was stunned for a moment.
Before he could react, Henry Chu quickly turned around, then stepped back, his back pressed against Guan Sanlong's chest.
Call!
With an over-the-shoulder throw, Shangwan Sanlong flew directly into the air, and then landed heavily on the ground.
This move looks a bit familiar.
Everyone silently looked at the old ape on the other side, who was also an audience member. When the old ape saw everyone looking at him, he smiled shyly and scratched his head. Soon after, Chu Xian knocked Shangwan Sanlong down with one move. But his right hand was still holding Shangwan Sanlong's wrist. He quickly turned around, clamped Shangwan Sanlong's arm between his legs, and pressed down on Shangwan Sanlong's chest.
Cross solid.
Qin Fan's eyes widened. The Beast Master who focused on cultivating Beast Masters and admired star power used mixed martial arts so skillfully that Qin Fan couldn't help but be stunned. If it were an ordinary person without star power fighting, once the cross was formed, victory or defeat would basically be decided. He saw Chu Xian grabbing Shangwan Sanlong's wrist with both hands and twisted it violently.
Ah!
Shangwan Sanlong screamed and slammed his left hand on the ground.
Boom!
Under the violent rebound of power, Shangwan Sanlong and Chu Xian flew up at the same time, and Chu Xian's body was also blown away by Shangwan Sanlong's terrifying power.
Bang bang bang!
Chu Xian, who had just been knocked out, quickly approached Shangwan Sanlong again. Before Shangwan Sanlong could stand firmly, he took a step forward and kicked Shangwan Sanlong solemnly in the abdomen.
Boom!
Shangwan Sanlong groaned and flew out like a kite with its string broken.
Boom!
Almost at the moment Shangwan Sanlong flew out, Chu Xian bit his knees, rose into the air, and then stepped on Shangwan Sanlong like a meteorite. What a good Shangwan Sanlong! Although he suffered successive setbacks and his right wrist was sprained. Under this situation, he suddenly took a step back with his right foot to stabilize his body, then flipped his left wrist and punched upward. However, something happened again. Chu Xian, who originally stepped down with one foot, actually changed his moves in the air, and his feet directly wrapped around Shangwan Sanlong's left arm. Shangwan Sanlong is used to fighting fiercely, and he is really unable to adapt to this style of play. Before he could react, Henry Chu's body suddenly turned in the air.
Call!
Shangwan Sanlong was thrown to the ground again. His left wrist was also caught in Henry Chu's hand. Another cross.
Click!
Chu Xian didn't expect Shizugu to be able to lock an opponent of this strength. He grabbed Shangwan Sanlong's wrist with both hands and twisted it violently again.
Ah!
Shangwan Sanlong screamed again. Qin Fan, who was on the edge of the battlefield, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard this cry. As soon as Shangwan Sanlong's wrist was sprained, Henry Chu immediately let go. The two rolled on the ground and stood up at the same time.
Call!
Chu Xian took advantage of the victory to attack, stepped forward in 2 steps, and punched Shangwan Sanlong in the head. Emergency moment. Shangwan Sanlong's hands were injured, and he had no time to block, so he could only jerk his head to the right, dodging the punch in the midst of lightning and flint. But he was still overjoyed in his heart when he saw Henry Chu bend his arm and hit his elbow downward. The sharp wind formed at the tip of Chu Xian's elbow. The tip of Chu Xian's elbow landed firmly on Shangwan Sanlong's chest.
Boom!
The violent energy exploded in all directions, and Shangwan Sanlong's magic crystal armor shattered in response. Shangwan Sanlong groaned and staggered back. Henry Chu hit the snake on the stick, jumped into the air, and kicked out his feet like windmills. At this time, Shangwan Sanlong's hands were half disabled, and the magic crystal armor on his chest had been shattered. But how could he block this violent kick? By accident, he was kicked in the chest and chin, and he screamed and flew backwards.
Bang!
Shangwan Songlong fell heavily to the ground, then rolled twice and knelt on one knee, breathing heavily. Although his wrists were not broken, they could no longer use any strength and were trembling non-stop. But this time, Henry Chu did not attack again. This battle is over.
I lost.
Shangwan Songlong's mouth was bleeding. He smiled bitterly and raised his head. Henry Chu walked over slowly and stretched out his hand. The two held hands together and smiled at each other. The surrounding students and teachers were silent for a moment and applauded. Only Shen Daodao, Ding Yi, and Li Fingxing looked livid. They had lost the bet and suffered miserably. At this time, the teaching director came out and said,
Chu Xian gave full play to his strengths in this battle. Classmate Shangwan, you don't have to worry too much. In addition to swordsmanship, Chu Xian is also good at boxing and fighting. He has experienced many years of inhuman training in the Chu family. And you should only focus on swordsmanship. You are not very good at boxing and fighting. Right.
Shangwan Songlong's face turned red and he nodded. It's not hard to guess, because he had used swordsmanship when he fought with Chen Fan before. When he fought against Henry Chu, although his boxing skills were fierce, they had many flaws and were too rough. If both of them used weapons, it is still unclear who will win. But in close combat, the gap is indeed very obvious. Shangwan Songlong smiled and glanced at Chu Xian, then at Chen Fan on the other side, exhaled heavily and said,
You guys woke me up and let me know that there are people in this world. And there is a sky outside the world. Thank you.
Henry Chu nodded slightly and said nothing. In the crowd behind, after Li Sheng checked the money received with a smile on his face, he glanced at the India students around him, and with a straight face, he said,
Do you know why I did this time? Why would I do such a thing? I will use 1 million to tell you. You must not be tainted by the imperial gambling drug. You see? Shen Taoao is a negative example. If you just gamble like this casually, you will lose your entire fortune, and you will never recover.
Everyone looked at Li Sheng sideways. Teacher Li, I can't even believe your punctuation marks. Shen Daodao pursed his lips and said,
Teacher Li, actually I'm not as miserable as you said. Brother Fan gave me hundreds of millions. I came to Aries Academy this time just to treat him to dinner and thank him personally.
Li Sheng, protruding. All the students around.
Equals Omega smiley face. The cat squinted.
Ding Yi rubbed his hair a little crazy.
You don't. But I'm so broke. I only have 600,000 in total.
Li Fingxing looked at Shenado with a livid face.
I just got 100W from home this morning to help my beast control improve and make breakthroughs.
Shen Taoao silently glanced at Ding Yi and Li Fingxing.
If you lose everything, you will lose everything. Why are you gnashing your teeth at me? It's not like I asked you to beat Shangwan Songlong to win. I also lost 1 million.
Ding Yi and Li Fingxing raised their heads slightly at the same time, looking at the sky speechlessly. Li Sheng nodded.
Look, Ding Yi and Li Fingxing have gone bankrupt. So you must not get involved in this kind of thing. Understand?
Ding Yi and Li Fingxing. Everyone. Sun Xiaoxiao accurately lasted.
Squad leader, I told you to follow Chen Fan.
But you didn't listen. Ding Yi felt sad and angry.
When did you say that?
Sun Xiaoxiao shrank his head and whispered.
I said it behind Brother Xiang Dong. But you didn't hear it.
Li Sheng gently patted Ding Yi on the shoulder.
Nothing belongs to you originally. And the same goes for money. So when you lose it, just feel a little sad and don't think too much.
Ding Yi tilted his head and thought for a while. Was Teacher Li trying to comfort himself or mocking himself? Beside, Yi Hao asked Chen Fan in a low voice.
Brother Fan, if Henry Chu loses, will you default on the bill?
Chen Fan glanced at Yi Hao with an upright look, making Yi Hao feel his shamelessness and insignificance, and couldn't help but blush. At this time, Chen Fan sneered and said,
Of course you can talk nonsense. That's 1 million.
Yi Hao. Everyone. Chen Fan added.
But Henry Chu will definitely win. If he really can't beat him, I still have a trick to teach him.
Li Sheng and a group of people gathered around.
Do you have another trick? What trick?
Chen Fan nodded slightly and said,
Insert the eyes, pick out the crotch, and kill for 1,000 years. With 3 moves, I will turn him into scum in seconds.
Everyone. Shangwan Songlong, who had just walked over with Chu Xian, felt a coldness in his crotch and a tightness in his anus when he heard these words. He was still thinking just now. If the battle just now was not between Chu Xian but Chen Fan, then he should be able to win easily. After all, Chen Fan has not yet reached the second level. This huge gap in strength cannot be made up by some fighting skills. But now that he heard what Chen Fan said, Shangguan Songlong was a little glad that his opponent was Chu Xian. At this time, Chen Fan also stretched out his hand toward Shangguan Songlong, with a sincere smile on his face.
It's very powerful. If it were me, I would lose against either of you two.
Shangguan Songlong. Mud, if I hadn't heard the trick you just said, I would have thought you were an upright gentleman.
When you go to the Magic City in the future, remember to look for me.
Shangguan Songlong added the WeChat messages of Chen Fan and Chu Xian, and left the God of War Academy a little dejected. Shen Naotao raised his wrist, took a picture of Shangguan Songlong's lonely back, and sent it to Shen Hongxiu together with the video he had taken before. It's raining. The dean asked everyone to go back to their respective classes. The students surrounded Chen Fan and Chu Xian and walked towards the teaching building. In the corridor ahead, there are staff moving big signs. Chen Fan glanced casually and then withdrew his gaze. But as soon as he looked away, his eyes widened again, staring at the big sign. On the big sign was a huge portrait of him, standing proudly with a long sword on his back. The painting is lifelike. At this time, everyone also noticed the big sign, cheered and rushed over. Chen Fan was furious. He looked around and found Li Sheng. He gritted his teeth and said,
Teacher, what's going on? What are you trying to do?
Oh, Li Sheng said lightly.
Isn't this a normal thing? In the first secret realm, you destroyed the enemy's conspiracy. In the hospital, you saved many people, including a great master guarding Donghai City. Now you are Donghai the city's great hero. The school is planning to erect a sign for you next to Henry Chu's sign at the gate.
Henry Chu next to him gently patted Chen Fan on the shoulder.
My condolences.
Chen Fan's hair stood on end.
I refuse. It's useless for you to refuse. The school leaders have already decided. Teacher, if you say so, I will take back the resources I donated to the school. I regret it.
Li Sheng was silent for a moment.
Don't be impatient. I'm going to find the dean now.
Henry Chu immediately grabbed Li Sheng and said,
Teacher, please help me and tell me to take down my sign too.
Li Sheng pursed his lips.
Have you ever donated such huge resources to the school?
Henry Chu was dumbfounded. Chen Fan gently patted Henry Chu on the shoulder.
My condolences.
Henry Chu turned around and patted Yi Hao on the shoulder.
My condolences.
Yi Hao laughed angrily.
It's none of my business.
Henry Chu said calmly.
The sign will always be broken, and you will always be wrongly accused by the teacher as the mastermind. So I'm sorry.
Yi Hao's face suddenly turned dark. At this time, everyone's cell phones rang. When everyone opened WeChat, they found that another screenshot had started to circulate wildly in various groups. Chen Fan took a closer look and saw that it was a circle of friends belonging to Shenhongzi Yufa. Above is a picture, which shows the lonely back of Shangguan Songlong when he left Aries Academy. There is also text below. That year, I met Chen Fan. That day, dark clouds obscured the rising sun. I am alone, walking on the vast land, with tears streaming down my face. I want to ask the sky, why in this world? There are so many ups and downs that are upsetting. With the sword in hand, I ask who in the world is stronger. After losing 3 times in a row, I know that there is something beyond the world. Have you just realized that the moon in this world is difficult to complete? Are you regretting that you were ignorant, young and frivolous? I just want to cry. Ask a question. In this world, who can be king in the future? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rolled his eyes.
Look what I'm doing. I didn't write this limerick.
After saying that, he opened WeChat and sent a voice message to Shen Hongxiu.
Delete your circle of friends for me. You are trying to attract hatred to me. I didn't even hold any grudge against me. After seeing your limerick, I guess I even want to kill me.
Shen Hongxiu replied.
I'm very busy now.
Chen Fan sneered.
What are you busy with? You are so busy that you don't even have time to delete a circle of friends?
Shen Hongxiu said.
I'm busy moving.
Chen Fan was stunned.
What house are you moving to?
Shen Hongxiu.
I'll move to your place and live with you. You didn't see me in the morning. I was just busy with these things.
Chen Fan was silent for a moment and then said,
Okay, you have a good rest after moving, and I will eat 2 more bowls for lunch later.
Shen Hongxiu.
Why do you need to eat 2 more bowls?
Chen Fan.
Eat 2 more bowls of rice so that I can feel more energetic when I go back to beat you in the afternoon.
Shen Hongxiu.
Yeah, I'm ready with the whip and candles.
Chen Fan. I'm angry. I want to hit someone. Why is it that while we are talking, something is wrong? Chen Fan raised his head. Yi Hao and others beside him all turned their heads. Only Henry Chu asked with question marks in his eyes.
If you want to hit her, she'll prepare the whip. What do you mean by preparing candles? Is the Breeder Association going to have a power outage today?
Chen Fan. Everyone. Behind him. Fong Qingqing blushed, cursed, shameless, in a low voice, and then walked quickly to the front. Henry Chu was stunned.
Why are you scolding me? You can even ask this kind of thing. If I don't scold you, who will scold you?
Chen Fan glanced sideways at Henry Chu and strode towards the classroom. Everyone glanced at Henry Chu silently and shook their heads. Henry Chu was very depressed. Where did I go wrong? The group of people arrived at the classroom and sat down in their seats. Shen Tao pushed a boy on the left side of Chen Fan.
You? Sit somewhere else.
The man was very angry.
You? A student of Wanhai Academy. Dare to go to Aries Academy and act wild. You were beaten by Brother Fan before. Don't you have a long memory?
Shen Tao silently took out a lavender crystal core from his arms and threw it to the boy. The boy caught it and saw 4 clear lines. The crystal core of a level 4 monster.
Brother Tao. Sit here and I'll go to the front.
The boy stood up and wiped the chair with his sleeve. Chen Fan. Yi Hao couldn't help but shook his head.
Oh, this nouveau riche looks like he really deserves a beating.
Shen Tao didn't take it seriously and said with a smile.
Brother Fan, I will go to the second secret realm the day after tomorrow. Do you have any plans?
Chen Fan was stunned.
What's the plan?
Shen Tao said.
They mainly go to Area C of the second secret realm, because it has abundant star power and is suitable for beast masters and beast masters to break through. But we don't need it. Going to a place like that for a few days is not as good as a level 7 monster crystal core. In the past 2 days, I specifically checked the information about the second secret realm and asked some seniors from my Shen family. And finally, I got a map of Area D of the second secret realm.
Everyone around him came over and stared wide-eyed. Shen Tao enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight. He smiled slightly, took a piece of paper, and drew 2 intersecting circles on the paper. Only then did he say, in Area D of the second secret realm, there is a demonic wolf's territory and a thorn predator's territory. The activity areas of these 2 monsters have an intersection, which can also be said to be a public area. There are a lot of fire demon stone ores in this public area. Yi Hao's eyes lit up.
Are you sure? There is fire demon stone ore in Area D of the second secret realm. Why haven't I heard of it?
Shen Tao sneered and said,
This is the news I got at a high price. If everyone knows, will it be our turn? I'm not bragging. Even if I tell you the news now, you won't be able to find the fire demon stone, or if you really go to Area D of the second secret realm.
Henry Chu said.
Do you have a map of your point?
Shen Tao smiled proudly and nodded. Yi Hao immediately became excited.
Brother Fan, you can get one. The fire demon stone is quite special. It is a material used to refine some special magic weapons. It is very rare. I've seen it on the Beast Control Forum before. From time to time, someone buys it at a high price. I heard that a purer fire demon stone, as big as an egg, can be sold for more than 2 million yuan. 2 million!
The eyes of many people nearby jumped suddenly. Chen Fan said nothing. If he is willing, he can make a lot of money every day as long as he starts the business of breeding animals. There was just a little bit of work here and there, and it wasn't a vein. So it couldn't attract his attention at all. But, anyway, we are going to enter the second secret realm. It's not impossible to go dig some mines by the way. At this time, Fong Qingqing suddenly asked. There seem to be many level 9 monsters in Area D of the second secret realm. Upon hearing this, the flames that rose in the eyes of the people in Class 5 were instantly extinguished. Shen Tao said, It's only level 9. Doesn't Brother Fan bring a level 10 Beast Control Wild and Violent Ape with him now? As long as you take the Wild and Violent Ape to the second secret realm, you can basically walk sideways in Area D. Chen Fan took out a book on animal breeding from his backpack, opened it on the table, and said without raising his head, In Area D of the second secret realm, are there many such fire demon stones? The map has been released. Is it necessary to have one? If so, it will also be taken advantage of. Right? There are many more. Shen Dao said. The person who made this map is a second-level beast master who only has level 7. He's talking nonsense again. Yi Hao glanced coldly at Shen Nao. A beast master who only has level 7 beast control takes his own beast control and goes to an area with level 9 monsters to find death? Shen Tao said helplessly. Listen to what I have to say. That man's beast master is a shadow beast master. Like the old ape, He has invisibility skills. He relied on his stealth skills to dig up a lot of fire demon stones from that place. But the demon wolves in that area are a bit evil. Although they can't sense human breath, they can smell human scent. So they saw through the whereabouts of the beast master several times and almost killed him. Later, a senior of my Shin family helped him a lot. And he gave this map to us, the Shin family. The old man was about to give this map to my brother. But my brother and the people from their Fantasy Sea Pioneer group went into the 5th secret realm to do a mission. It will probably take some time before he can come out. So I asked for this map. As long as Brother Fan brings the wild violent ape. This time we will be directly dug out by him for the fire monster stones in that area. Anyway, there is such a big man as the wild crazy ape. Even if it digs out a hill, it can carry it back.
Chen Fan raised his head and asked.
The question is, how many fire demon stones are there in that area? What if I look for it for a long time and find 1 or 2 yuan?
How is that possible? Shin Dao Dao said with a beaming eyebrow.
The mark on my map alone costs 70 or 80 yuan. The area is so big. Even if we find another 200 to 300 yuan, I feel it is possible. What do you think?
Chen Fan sneered and said.
Do you think it's useless?
Shin Tao laughed and said.
Even if there aren't that many, you can still make a lot of money by killing a large number of level 9 monsters with the wild and violent apes. Didn't Yi Hao say you spent all your money?
Chen Fan looked at Yi Hao with sideways eyes. Yi Hao turned his head and looked out the window.
Okay. Then let's go to Area D of the 2nd secret realm.
Chen Fan nodded. Shin Tao was overjoyed.
That's it.
Suddenly, Chen Fan saw Henry Chu on his right and started to turn over the package.
Call.
Chen Fan was startled and stood up like a spring.
What's wrong? Brother Fan?
Shin Tao and others were all shocked. Chen Fan squinted at Henry Chu's backpack and said,
Did you bring the bombs again?
With a crash, the group of people who had just gathered around were all gone. The news that Henry Chu was hospitalized with a large bag of oak bullets had long been spread. Everyone knew that this guy brought a large bag of oak bullets to the hospital without saying a word. Later, after letting the goblins fiddle with it, he threw them all into the mouth of the crying demon. Henry Chu looked at Chen Fan like a monster and said,
I come to school. What kind of bullets do I bring? I don't believe it. Bring the backpack. Let me check it.
Chen Fan angrily took Henry Chu's package over and turned it over. There really were no missiles. Just some books.
Shoo.
Chen Fan and Yi Hao breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. No one wants to sit next to someone with a big bag of muskets. At this time, Fong Qingqing blushed and whispered,
I'll bring it.
Chen Fan was stunned.
What did you bring?
Fong Qingqing's head lowered, and her voice was like a mosquito.
I brought the muskets. With a crash, the group of people who had just returned hid in the corridor again. Chen Fan, Fong Qingqing said.
Because Xiaobu likes tinkering with oak bullets.
So,
Qingqing, I have to say this to you.
Chen Fan said angrily.
Last time you should not have brought the bombs. But now you have the bombs in class. Do you want to blow people up or scare them to death? Give me the backpack.
Fong Qingqing lowered her head and handed the package over sheepishly. Chen Fan carried his backpack and placed it in the corridor. A group of classmates from Class 5 looked at his actions and were dumbfounded. Chen Fan glanced at the classmates who were looking at him like monsters, then picked up his backpack and put it next to Class 4. Ding Yi, who was following behind, was furious. He picked up his backpack angrily and placed it further away in the corridor of Class 3. Ding Yi and Chen Fan looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. Fong Qingqing was about to cry. She was in Class 3. Just when Fong Qingqing was about to pick up her backpack, the head teacher of Class 3 came out of the office. When the 3rd class teacher saw the package in the corridor, he was stunned for a moment, picked up the backpack and said,
Who threw the backpack in the corridor? If no one wanted it, I would have thrown it downstairs.
Chen Fan and others were startled and ran back quickly. The head teacher of Class 3 saw Chen Fan running over and was stunned for a moment.
Chen Fan, this backpack is yours? Why did you put the backpack in the corridor of our class? Is there any gift for us in Class 3?
Before Chen Fan could speak, he opened his backpack. Inside the backpack were 6 Thunderstar bombs. The head teacher of Class 3 had a livid face and silently put the backpack into Chen Fan's hands, and then said quietly,
Chen Fan, although I have a little problem with your class teacher Li Sheng, you don't have to blow us up with a bomb. Bar?
Chen Fan said with a sad face.
Teacher, please don't accuse me wrongly. This is Qingqing's backpack, not mine.
The head teacher of Class 3 tilted his head slightly and looked at Fang Qingqing, who was walking over with a red face. At this time, Li Sheng also came over. Hearing what Chen Fan said, Li Sheng also got a little excited and said,
"Why are you kids so crazier than the other? You can do such a thing as bringing a bomb to class?"
Fang Qingqing plucked up her courage and said softly,
"The Thunderstar bomb is very safe, unless it is impacted by violent star power from the outside. It will not explode without turning on the switch."
The words just fell. A teacher downstairs walked by with a fire jade flame rhinoceros. The fire jade flame rhinoceros suddenly sneezed, and a shockwave collapsed the rockery in the middle of the lotus pond. Fang Qingqing,
"Give me the stuff."
Li Sheng took the backpack and said in a deep voice,
"From now on, no one is allowed to bring this thing to school. This is simply unreasonable."
Fang Qingqing felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Xu Xian was hospitalized with a pack of oak bullets, and finally made a great contribution. She came to school with a bag of muskets, and now she's treated like a monster. Li Sheng was holding his backpack and was about to leave, but was held back by Chen Fan.
"Teacher, when will the rewards and punishments for the 3 major colleges' group competitions be distributed?"
Li Sheng was stunned. Chen Fan still cares about the rewards from the group competition? Li Sheng said.
"It should be delivered after lunch today. Don't worry. Your first place reward will not be less. If it is less, I won't agree to it." "Oh, that's good."
Chen Fan smiled and nodded. Chen Fan didn't care much about other rewards in the arena competition. He only cares about the
Sky Fei fruit.
In the reward, only by getting the Sky Fei fruit can we help Jade be promoted to a lower lord. At this time, Li Fingxing, who had been silent, suddenly walked up to Chen Fan and whispered,
"Brother Fan, Ruge said that you are super good at breeding animals. Or are you a senior animal breeder?"
A group of people around him immediately pricked up their ears.
"Why haven't you left yet?"
Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Li Fingxing wanted to cry. He had been following the crowd. He had stood in the classroom for so long, and Chen Fan didn't even notice him. Li Fingxing smiled and said,
"Brother Fan, what happened before was all a misunderstanding and my fault. I apologize to you."
Yi Hao sneered and said,
"Hey, this Brother Fan sounds pretty smooth. Didn't you say you wanted to beat Brother Fan to death time and time again?"
Li Fingxing's face turned the color of pig liver, and he said,
"It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Last night, I went to the City Lord's mansion to find Ruge, and after talking to her for a long time, I know Brother Fan is Ruge's elder. Since I am Ruge's elder, I should actually be called uncle."
Yi Hao, Chen Fan. The eyes of the people around him became extremely strange. The truth is this. But something feels wrong, Li Fingxing added.
"I know what I did before was very ridiculous and idiotic. So I came here to apologize this time."
It was okay if he didn't say it. When he said that, Chen Fan noticed the bump on his head. Chen Fan couldn't laugh or cry.
"Been beaten by Ruge again?"
This guy got beaten more than Xiao He. The little black guy is mean-mouthed and often gets beaten. But compared with Li Fingxing, they all pale into insignificance. When Chen Fan first learned his name, he knew that he was seriously injured by Henry Chu and was hospitalized. I didn't see him until later. And I heard that Bai Rouge went to him to ask for the spiritual dragon dew, but didn't get it. So she beat him up again. I finally saw me in the hospital. This guy rushed up to me again and was beaten up by everyone. Anyway, he was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Li Fingxing scratched his head awkwardly and said,
"Rouge and I chatted for a long time last night. So I came over to apologize in person this morning." "Okay."
Chen Fan waved his hand and said,
"I don't care about this kind of thing at all. I don't have any deep grudges or even conflicts. If I really care. In the ring, did you think you could really run faster than Gongzi?"
Li Fingxing wiped his hands with cold sweat. Chen Fan walked back to the classroom, sat back down, and took out a book from his backpack. Shen Taoao was stunned.
"Brother Fan, are you learning how to breed animals anytime and anywhere?" "Of course you have to learn,"
Chen Fan said.
"A beast master who cannot breed beasts is not a qualified beast master."
Everyone. Chen Fan raised his head slightly.
"Your hearts must be full of question marks. The next thing you know you'll be full of exclamation points. You'll end up with a lot of ellipses."
Chen Fan opened his backpack. In the backpack, except for the fruits prepared for Xiaobai and Jade, they were all filled with books, which were as thick as bricks. A whole 8 volumes. Fang Qingqing picked up a book on the table. I saw the cover saying,
"Postpartum Care for Mother Beasts."
Author, Zhang Hai. Fang Qingqing. Blushing, she put the book down and picked up another one.
101 Ways to Cultivate a Relationship with a Beast.
This one seems a bit normal. The third book.
It's not difficult to raise animals, but it's impossible.
The books written by Master Zhang Hai all have unique titles. Fang Qingqing and others were stunned. Immediately, a group of people looked at Chen Fan with admiration. Even though his talent is so strong, Chen Fan is still working so hard. His backpack is full of books on animal breeding. Chen Fan looked at the adoring eyes of everyone and felt very depressed because studying was too difficult. The content in these tomes was very professional theoretical knowledge, and he couldn't understand most of it, although there are many notes from Zhang Hai above. Although, you can still ask Zhang Hai on WeChat at any time. But I can't understand 50% of the content of a book, even though Chen Fan was so shameless. He didn't have the nerve to pester Zhang Hai to ask. If he had to ask, Zhang Hai probably didn't have time to go to the toilet all day long, so he could only answer his questions. There was no other way. Chen Fan could only read slowly, and when he saw something he didn't understand, he would read it 1,000 times. Just when everyone was talking about breeding animals, Chen Fan's WeChat message rang, and Zhang Hai sent a video.
I go out for a while.
Chen Fan left the classroom, walked to the corner of the stairs, and turned on the video. That video was an interview with Grandmaster Yun Songhai on a TV station. In the video, Yun Songhai was holding the ring that Chen Fan handed over and talking.